In this boundless realm, how could one engage without a system? At the outset, the protagonist awakens a peculiar defiance system. The system has detected that the host envies Tang San's dual martial souls. The system expresses its dissent and aids the host in awakening the tri-spirit martial soul. The system has detected that the host envies Tang San, who is about to acquire the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances. The system expresses its dissent and bestows upon the host the external soul bone, the DragonsPhoenix Ancient Wing. The system has detected that the host is being ruthlessly tormented by Zhao Wuji. The system expresses its dissent and is granted a Soul Douluo experience card. Beyond envy and defiance, can one engage in anything else? Certainly. The system has detected that the host has prevented Tang San from absorbing the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider, thus overturning the original storyline, rewarding the host with 800 attribute points. Chapter 1. The Defiance System Blue Silvergrass, a worthless martial soul. In a grand hall, a young man appearing to be in his 20s, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exudes handsomeness. Clad in a white outfit with a black robe draped over his shoulders, a soul character the size of a fist rests at the center of his chest. The young man gazes somewhat disappointedly at a small boy with wheat-colored skin before him and softly calls, "Next." "Uncle, you haven't conducted the soul power test on me yet." "There's no need for testing. I have yet to witness anyone with a blue silvergrass martial soul possessing soul power." "Uncle, please test my soul power." "It won't take long." "Very well. Let us proceed with the test." The scene unfolding before the hall mirrors the boy's expectations. This small boy, with black hair and eyes, is clad in patchwork garments. His skin bears a wheat-like hue, and his deep-set eyes seem capable of perceiving all. His name is Yifeng. He has entered this hall to awaken his martial soul. Your situation is quite unique. A full innate soul power is a rare talent indeed. Alas, what a pity. Even if your martial soul were merely a farming tool, it would far surpass the worthless blue silvergrass. In that case, I could see Tao shook his head in lament, glancing at the last in line, Yifeng, and called next. Tang San harbored many questions, particularly regarding soul rings. Observing Siyun Tao's remarks, he could only step aside temporarily, allowing Yifeng to enter the formation. Yifeng stood within the formation as golden soul power began to seep into his body, enveloping him in a warm, comforting sensation. He felt as though some shackles within him had been shattered. Ding! The system has detected that the host is undergoing martial soul awakening, triggering the conditions for system activation. The system begins binding with the host. Binding progress, 10. Binding progress, 20. Binding progress, 30. A holographic progress bar materialized in Yifeng's mind. System, I am finally to possess a golden finger. 6 long years. System, do you know how I have endured these 6 years? A golden finger, I shall finally possess my own. Desiring to grow stronger, I finally see a glimmer of hope. Yifeng's emotions surged, and he felt an overwhelming urge to laugh towards the heavens. Yet, his good character compelled him to suppress his exuberance. Binding progress, 100. At last, I am to awaken my martial soul. Yifeng cast a glance at Tang San, who stood obediently aside, still digesting the knowledge imparted by Siyun Tao. Yifeng paused momentarily, his curiosity piqued. Tang San is not from the Holy Soul Village. Grandpa Jack mentioned that I am not from the Holy Soul Village either. My parents entrusted me to him just before their demise. Therefore, my martial soul should not be worthless. Nevertheless, I truly envy Tang San for awakening dual martial souls. The child of fortune is indeed extraordinary, standing apart from others. Ding! The system has detected the host's envy towards Tang San's dual martial souls. The system expresses its dissent and aids the host in awakening the tri-spirit martial soul. What? The tri-spirit martial soul? Yifeng's heart surged with astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, host. The system affirmed. System, you cannot be jesting. Yifeng questioned. Historically, no one has ever possessed a tri-spirit martial soul. Only a millennium hence would a being with such a martial soul emerge in the Douluo continent. The system does not indulge in jest. Host, please select your first martial soul. As the system's voice fell, a holographic image materialized in Yifeng's mind. See God staff, sun shooting bow, Xinyuan sword for my first martial soul. I choose the Xinyuan sword. Yifeng declared resolutely. Are you certain? The system inquired. Absolutely. Yifeng affirmed. In the realm of Huaxia, swords are revered as the monarch of all weapons. Congratulations, you have acquired your first martial soul, the Xianyuan sword. Please proceed to select your second martial soul. The system congratulated him. Another image appeared in Yi Feng's consciousness. This time, the image diverged significantly from the previous one, no longer depicting a strong, offensive martial soul. 9 treasure glazed tile, blue silver emperor, 9 heart flower, ice god staff system. Could you elaborate on the 9 heart flower? How does it differ from the 9 heart sea flower? Yi Feng inquired with curiosity. The 9 heart flower is a variant of the 9 heart sea flower. Its rank comparable to the 9 treasure glazed tile and the blue silver emperor. As a variant martial soul, it is not solely confined to healing abilities, it embodies the essence of the mysterious, showcasing infinite possibilities. The system elucidated. Very well, I shall select the 9 heart flower as my second martial soul. Yi Feng felt compelled to choose. As a transmigrator, Yi Feng was aware that martial soul variations could lean in 2 directions. One could deviate towards an unfavorable mutation, like the martial soul of the renowned Dashiyu. The law of 3 canons. The other might evolve positively, akin to Feng Xiao Ocean's Gale, twin-headed demon wolf. Since the 9 heart flowers rank rivals that of the 9 treasure glazed tile and the blue silver emperor, its mutation must undoubtedly be favorable. To forego this martial soul would be sheer folly. Are you certain? The system inquired. Without a doubt, Yi Feng affirmed. Congratulations, you have acquired your second martial soul, the 9 heart flower. Please continue to select your third martial soul. Yet another distinct image emerged in Yi Feng's consciousness. Eye of Shura, golden eye, celestial gold eye of holy light, eye of hell, eye of the undead. Yi Feng realized that the selection for the third martial soul comprised solely of eye-type martial souls. If his deductions were correct, the first martial soul encompassed strong offensive types. The second was of supportive nature, while the third pertained to spiritual capabilities. The system's intention was evidently clear. It sought to guide Yi Feng on a path of singular strength, capable of standing against legions alone. I shall choose the Eye of Hell, Yi Feng declared. Are you certain? The system prompted. Indecision reigns, so I shall choose at random. I choose the Eye of Hell. Yi Feng responded casually. Congratulations, you have acquired your third martial soul, the Eye of Hell. As the system's words resonated, Yi Feng felt a warm current nourishing his eyes, while a similar sensation enveloped his hands. Child, have you lost your hearing? I instructed you to extend your right hand. Su Yuntao's voice echoed in Yi Feng's ears. Complying, Yi Feng stretched out his right hand. In his palm rested a colorless begonia flower. Despite its lack of hue, the flower's form was remarkably elegant. Translucent and radiant, it resembled a piece of exquisite jade, shimmering with an extraordinary brilliance. Yet, Su Yuntao shook his head with a sigh, remarking, a pear blossom, devoid of any color, is a worthless martial soul. It appears that our journey to Saint Soul Village has been in vain once again. Very well, let's take our leave. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng chose not to confront the matter directly. Instead, he withdrew the 9-heart mystic begonia with a mere thought. He believed that until he had grown sufficiently, it was enough for him to know whether his martial soul was valuable or not. Turning to Su Yuntao, Yi Feng smiled and gently reminded, Uncle, you have yet to conduct my soul power test. Chapter 2. Yi Feng, I surpassed Qianren Xue. There's no need for testing. I have yet to encounter a martial soul like Pear Blossom while possessing soul power. Yi Feng asserted confidently. Su Yuntao, maintaining a calm demeanor, waved his hand to collect the 6 jade stones used for awakening martial souls. All right, children, you may leave now. Uncle, Blue Silvergrass is also a martial soul. You have conducted tests on it, and assessing soul power does not take much time. Why not allow me to try as well? Yi Feng insisted. He had already awakened 3 martial souls, one being the Xianyuan sword and another the 9-heart Xiantang. As for the Hell's Eye, its precise grade remained indeterminate. However, one thing was certain. The soul power a soul master possesses upon awakening their martial soul correlates directly with the quality of that martial soul. Since one of Yi Feng's martial souls was the Xianyuan sword, it was reasonable to conclude that he would possess soul power. Su Yuntao locked eyes with Yi Feng, sensing that apart from Tang San, he had encountered another child of unique potential. Very well, testing your soul power will not take too long, he conceded, still skeptical of Yi Feng's abilities. Touching his storage soul guide, he flicked his finger, sending a blue crystal ball floating before Yi Feng. The method for testing soul power was simple. One merely needed to press their palm against the blue crystal ball, which would then automatically sense the individual's soul power level. Yifeng cast a glance at Tang San before gently placing his palm on the blue crystal ball. The moment his hand made contact, he felt a surge of energy within himself. The crystal ball illuminated with a vibrant blue glow. The blue light intensified, eventually illuminating the entire hall, causing discomfort to the eyes. Su Yuntao was momentarily stunned, as was Tang San, whose eyes widened in disbelief. The brilliance of the crystal ball surpassed even that of Tang San's previous test. The crystal ball not only shone with a blinding blue light, but also trembled violently, as if Yifeng's soul power had reached its limits. With a loud bang, the blue crystal ball exploded. Su Yuntao was left in a state of shock. Tang San stared wide-eyed at the dark-haired boy beside him. "Uncle, what is my soul power level?" Yifeng inuit curiously. Su Yuntao remained dazed, unable to articulate a response, still reeling from the spectacle before him. Even the faintest glimmer from the crystal ball could verify that the individual had soul power. When Tang San tested his soul power, the crystal ball shone brilliantly, indicating a complete innate soul power level of 10. Now, with Yifeng's test resulting in the crystal ball's explosion, Su Yuntao exhaled deeply, gazing in astonishment at Yifeng. When he became an elder of the Spirit Hall, Matthew, an elder from the Nodding City Spirit Hall, had informed him that the crystal ball's maximum capacity was level 20. If soul power exceeded this threshold, the ball would shatter. Thus, the child before him, who had awakened the pair Blossom Martial Soul, possessed soul power exceeding level 20, an innate great soul master. "Uncle," Yifeng softly called. Su Yuntao, filled with astonishment, exclaimed, "Child, you are indeed an innate full soul power of level 20. Level 20? Tang San murmured, realizing that Yifeng's soul power was 10 levels higher than his own. Level 20, indeed? Yifeng raised an eyebrow. He recalled that the eldest daughter of the Spirit Hall awakened her martial soul with an innate soul power of level 20. Now, upon awakening his own martial soul, Yifeng also achieved an innate soul power of 20. While Yifeng felt a sense of satisfaction, he muttered, "With 3 martial souls, 2 of which are the Xianyuan sword and the 9-heart Xian Tang, to only have an innate soul power of 20 is rather disappointing. Qian Rinxue possesses a single martial soul, and yet has an innate soul power of 20. Could it be that my 3rd martial soul, the Hell's Eye, is worthless?" Yifeng's thoughts turned sour, but he sensed that the system did not contest this outcome. He pondered, could it be that my innate soul power is not actually 20? As he delved deeper into his thoughts, he became increasingly convinced that his innate soul power might indeed exceed level 20. "Child, come with me to the Spirit Hall," Su Yuntao urged. "You will receive comprehensive training at the Spirit Master Academy. Given your talent, upon graduation, you will at least become an elder like me." Most individuals awakening their martial souls possess no soul power, destined never to become soul masters. Although Yifeng's martial soul, Pear Blossom, was deemed inferior, his innate soul power of 20 meant that with just 2 soul rings, he could become a great soul master, meeting the admission criteria for the Spirit Master Academy. Were it not for Yifeng's Pear Blossom martial soul being considered worthless, Su Yuntao would not have hesitated to invite him to join the Spirit Hall. The Pear Blossom martial soul is indeed a wasted potential, he mused, believing that once Yifeng acquired 2 soul rings and became a great soul master, he could still attain the rank of Soul Exalted. Is the Spirit Master Academy located in Nodding City as well? Yifeng inuit feignin ignoranje. The Spirit Master Academy is situated in Spirit City, several hundred kilometers from here, Su Yuntao replied. "Such a distance. I think I shall pass. I am still quite young and do not wish to study too far from home." Yifeng gently declined, casting a glance at Tang San. After a brief exchange with the system, Yifeng learned that his binding system was named the Supreme Chaos Opening Heaven Primordial Ancestor Supreme Overthrow System, abbreviated as the Defiant System. By merely being near Tang San, who possessed dual martial souls, and expressing a thought, the system reacted, granting him the reward of 3 martial souls. Thus, Yifeng was reluctant to part ways with Tang San. Furthermore, attending the Spirit Master Academy might attract the attention of Bibi Dong, who could recognize his potential, perhaps even accepting him as an esteemed disciple and bestowing upon him 3 soul bones. While these prospects were alluring, Yifeng was acutely aware of the future developments in Douluo continent. Staying close to Tang San meant he could anticipate the events that would unfold, while attending the Spirit Hall Academy would introduce uncertainties beyond his control. Moreover, if Yifeng wished to join the Spirit Hall, he could do so after participating in the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy, which would provide a more prestigious opportunity for admission. After careful consideration, Yifeng declined Su Yuntao's invitation, opting instead to focus on personal development at his own pace. Very well. Should you change your mind, seek me out in nodding. There are still 3 months before the Spirit Master Academy opens, Su Yuntao said, recognizing that Yifeng's martial soul was merely considered inferior and ceased further persuasion. Departing from the Holy Soul Village's Spirit Hall. Chapter 3. Oh no, this time Yifeng envied Tang San for having a title Douluo as his father master. How are the children in our village faring this year? Are there any who have become soul masters? Old Jack inquired anxiously. Indeed, there are a couple, and they possess innate full soul power. Su Yuntao responded. Innate full soul power? Old Jack's eyes gleamed with excitement. One possessed an innate soul power of level 10, while another boasted an innate soul power of level 20, remarked Su Yuntao. Furthermore, there exists yet another with an innate soul power of 20. Old Jack's eyes widened in disbelief, frozen in place, utterly astonished and speechless. For a village, the mere presence of a child exhibiting even the slightest soul power was an extraordinary occurrence. As for an innate soul power of level 20, such a phenomenon had never transpired in the Sacred Soul Village. Alas, it is unfortunate that one possesses the blue-silver grass martial soul and the other the pear blossom. Do you understand? Su Yuntao lamented. A master with innate soul power of level 20 utilizing blue-silver grass and pear blossom. Could there truly be no hope for their cultivation? Old Jack asked, unwilling to concede. It is not entirely impossible to cultivate. However, what do you envision the blue silvergrass and pear blossom will evolve into as their martial souls develop? Su Yuntao replied matter-of-factly, casting a glance at Yifeng and Tang San, who had just exited the hall, expressing his regret. A waste martial soul is ultimately a waste martial soul. It is indeed a pity for these two with innate soul power. Well, I must assist other children in awakening their martial souls, so I shall take my leave. With that, Su Yuntao turned and departed, leaving old Jack in a whirlpool of conflicting emotions. Grandpa Jack, what is a soul ring? How can one obtain a soul ring? Tang San approached old Jack, inquiring earnestly. I am unsure what a soul ring entails, but I believe acquiring one requires hunting soul beasts, a task solely achievable by soul masters, old Jack responded, pausing momentarily before gazing at Tang San and asking, Little San, could you possibly be the child of innate soul power that the master spoke of? I merely possess innate soul power of level 10, while Yifeng is at level 20, Tang San remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Yifeng, who was gradually approaching, his tone laced with a hint of envy. It was disheartening that, after diligently honing his Xiantian skill for several years, his soul power still fell 10 levels short of Yifeng's. Even with his advantages, he could not match Yifeng. Yifeng, is your innate soul power truly at level 20? Old Jack questioned skeptically, his expression betraying slightly less astonishment than when he regarded Tang San. Indeed, Yifeng affirmed. Show me your martial soul, old Jack requested. Complying, Yifeng extended his right hand, revealing a jade-like begonia flower resting in his palm. Just as I suspected, it bears a striking resemblance to hers. Though the color is slightly off, old Jack murmured to himself. Resembles whom? Yifeng inquired, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. The martial souls of soul masters are often inherited from their parents. Most individuals will inherit one of their parents' martial souls, while others may experience a reversion. Awakening the martial soul of a grandparent or even a great-grandparent, old Jack explained. Yifeng, having been an orphan since childhood, was informed by old Jack that there lay a nameless grave in the village where his parents were interred. Despite Yifeng's relentless inquiries, old Jack refused to divulge any details about his parents. The villagers only knew that one day, old Jack returned from outside with 2 corpses in his cart, cradling a wailing infant. That was all. Now, old Jack's words piqued Yifeng's curiosity. Yifeng, you are forbidden from becoming a soul master. Do you understand? Old Jack commanded sternly. Why am I forbidden from becoming a soul master? Yifeng countered. I said you are forbidden, and that is final, old Jack asserted with authority. That cannot be. I shall take charge of my own life, Yi Feng retorted defiantly. Old Jack glared at Yi Feng, pausing as a thought crossed his mind, then spoke calmly. Our village has only one quota for an apprentice. As the village chief, I shall not grant that opportunity to you. Let us see how you plan to enroll in the Junior Soul Master Academy. Am I not still your adopted son? Yi Feng exclaimed in fury. Precisely because of that, I hold the power to decide whether you attend the Junior Soul Master Academy. Old Jack replied with a cunning smile, his gaze shifting to Tang San, enticingly asking, Tang San, tell me, would you like to attend a specialized school to learn the methods of soul master cultivation? Only there will you find the most accurate knowledge regarding martial souls. That requires my father's consent, Tang San responded. Good boy, such matters must be discussed with your father. Now, let me take you home, Old Jack said, patting Tang San's head, completely disregarding the more exceptional Yi Feng. Grandpa Jack, did you just say our village has only one apprentice quota? Yes, and that quota is designated for you. But Yi Feng possesses a higher soul power than I. So what? What can his waste martial soul possibly evolve into as his soul power increases? This seems rather unfair to him. I am the village chief. He was raised by me. If I were to allocate the apprentice quota to him instead of you, that would be the true injustice. As Old Jack and Tang San walked further away, their conversation fading into the distance, Yi Feng was left alone. He picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it angrily against the stone pillar inscribed with the mark of the soul sage, exclaiming, Damn it. Watching Old Jack and Tang San's retreating figures, Yi Feng furrowed his brow, troubled. Since Old Jack was unwilling to grant him the apprentice quota, it meant Yi Feng could not attend the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City. Without the Academy's guidance, he would have no one to assist him in hunting soul beasts to obtain a soul ring, nor could he meet Zhao Wuji. Old Jack's words disrupted Yi Feng's original plans. Was he to seek out Su Yuntao and attend the Soul Master Academy at the Martial Soul Hall? Yi Feng could not help but recall Su Yuntao's invitation, who had previously stated that should he change his mind, he could find him at the Martial Soul Hall in Notting City. Little San, I never anticipated your talent to be so remarkable. It is unfortunate that you have such a father. Had you inherited a better martial soul, you might have truly become the second soul sage from our village. Old Jack's voice echoed from afar. Yi Feng scoffed quietly, muttering, Tang San's father is no ordinary man. He is the renowned Souls Douluo of the Soul Master world. Moreover, Tang San has inherited his father's martial soul, the Souls Hammer. This time around, Tang Hao will surely agree to let Tang San study at the Soul Master Academy. I envy Tang San for having a title Douluo as a father from the outset. If only I had such a fortune, I would not be impoverished to the point of being unable to afford the academy. Ding dong. The system detected the host's envy towards Tang San's titled Douluo father and expressed its discontent, offering the host a titled Douluo master. Who would Yi Feng's master be? Chapter 4. Apprenticeship. Titled Douluo, are you truly bestowing upon me a master? Yi Feng, gospit in disbelief. He had merely been internally lamenting Tang San's fortune of having a titled Douluo father. Yet the system decided to grant him a master of the same caliber. Whoosh! A sound of air slicing through the atmosphere echoed as a figure descended from the sky. The newcomer, appearing as an elderly man, was clad in a pristine white robe, with hair and beard as white as snow. His silver hair was neatly arranged behind him, and his countenance exuded an ancient charm, with a face as smooth and delicate as that of an infant. His expression remained aloof, and his eyes seemed to gaze through the surroundings without perceiving anything, merely standing there in silence. However, his mere presence exuded an air of supremacy over all things. The elder descended gracefully on a sword, landing upon the soil of Sacred Soul Village. He surveyed the area until his gaze alighted upon Yi Feng. As the elder scrutinized Yi Feng too examined the unexpected arrival to Sacred Soul Village. A sudden rush of wind announced the arrival of an individual who gracefully descended from the adjacent rooftop, landing silently beside the elder. The second figure, a middle-aged man, bore a refined and gentle countenance, with a straight nose and square jaw, clad in an immaculate white robe that appeared untouched by dust. He seemed to be in his 40s, his gaze soft and unassuming, embodying the essence of an ordinary person. His silky black hair cascaded casually down his back, exuding an air of effortless elegance. Is this the place, Sir Uncle? The middle-aged man inquired. It was here just a moment ago. How could it suddenly vanish? The elder's expression was one of puzzlement, his voice sharp and piercing, capable of slicing through the very fabric of one's heart. "Sir Uncle?" Yi Feng was taken aback by the middle-aged man's address of the elder. In the realm of soul masters, those who possessed formidable power, had white hair, and were known as sword uncles were exceedingly rare. A name flashed in Yi Feng's mind: Jian Dao Qinshin, the guardian Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Yi Feng scrutinized the middle-aged man, noting his opulent attire, which radiated wealth and status. It was reasonable to presume that he was indeed Ning Fengji, the sect leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Considering the timing, it was once again the day for the awakening of martial souls in the nearby village. Could it be that he has already departed? Ning Fengji pondered aloud. "I believe he has not left," Jian Dao Qinshin replied, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Feng. As Jian Dao Qinshin and Ning Fengji passed through the area, the former sensed a peculiar fluctuation in the atmosphere. This aura was potent. As one who revered the sword, he could discern that someone nearby possessed a powerful sword-type martial soul. From the emanating energies of this martial soul, Jian Dao Qinshin could infer that it was of a quality rivaling his own seven-killing sword. Driven by curiosity, Jian Dao Qinshin and Ning Fengji proceeded to the spirit hall of Shenghan Village. "A soul power level of 30. Ning Fengji exclaimed, surveying Yi Feng with awe. 30? Yi Feng was momentarily stunned. Having just awakened his martial soul, he was unaware of how to conceal his soul power. Under Ning Fengji's scrutiny, his soul power level was immediately discerned. Now, Yi Feng understood why no rewards had been granted by the system during his earlier complaints. It turned out his innate soul power level surpassed Qian Renshu's by 10 levels, thus failing to meet the criteria for triggering a reward. "Child, what is your martial soul? Please show me." Jian Dao Qinshin's tone was calm, yet brooked no dissent. "Certainly," Yi Feng replied with a faint smile, flipping his empty right hand to reveal the 9 hearts Xian Tang resting in his palm. 9 hearts begonia? Ning Fengji's expression shifted in surprise. To him, the 7 treasure glazed tile was recognized as the foremost auxiliary martial soul on the continent. Yet he alone knew that the true pinnacle of auxiliary martial souls was the 9 hearts begonia. Thus, he harbored a peculiar sentiment towards it. Upon witnessing Yi Feng's martial soul, he immediately thought of the 9 hearts begonia. "Wait, this is not the 9 hearts begonia," he mused, scrutinizing the martial soul. Although it bore a resemblance to the 9 hearts begonia, its color and material were evidently different. Yi Feng's martial soul, while shaped like the 9 hearts begonia, was colorless and transparent, akin to jade. Even though Yi Feng's martial soul was not the 9 hearts begonia, Ning Fengji was still astounded, for he sensed that Yi Feng's martial soul's quality exceeded that of the 7 treasure glazed tile. Jian Dao Qinshin's eyes reflected his astonishment, but he soon regained his composure. "I'm not referring to that martial soul. I mean your sword-shaped martial soul." "A sword-shaped martial soul," Ning Fengji echoed in disbelief, nearly petrified by the revelation. "Sword uncle, are you suggesting that he has awakened dual martial souls?" "Indeed," Jian Dao Qinshin affirmed, his gaze ablaze with fervor as if he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Not only Jian Dao Qinshin, but also the exceedingly wealthy Ning Fengji gazed at Yi Feng with intense interest. Throughout history, only 2 renowned soul masters were known to possess dual martial souls, one of whom was the current pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. The possession of 2 martial souls would exponentially increase a soul master's number of soul rings to 18, enhancing their attributes significantly. The benefits of acquiring 9 additional soul rings were self-evident. However, Jian Dao Qinshin and Ning Fengji were unaware that Yi Feng's martial soul count was not 2, but 3. Ultimately, Yi Feng would possess not 18, but 27 soul rings. "Child, show me your sword-shaped martial soul," Jian Dao Qinshin insisted fervently. "Very well." Yi Feng acquiesced with a hint of reluctance. Jian Dao Qinshin wielded the 7-killing sword and was a titled Dlaw devoted to the sword. Given that Yi Feng was still oblivious to how to conceal his soul power, it was hardly surprising that his possession of a sword-shaped martial soul was not a matter of curiosity. Yi Feng raised his left hand, and a golden miniature sword levitated in his palm. The blade was inscribed with celestial bodies on one side and agricultural techniques alongside strategies for unifying the seas on the other. It shimmered vibrantly, exuding an extraordinary aura. Although the golden sword currently lacked any soul rings, it still emanated ripples of energy around it. With the appearance of the sword, Jian Dao Qinshin could distinctly feel his 7-killing sword martial soul thrumming with energy, as if encountering something formidable. Child, you have truly awakened dual martial souls. Ning Fengji exclaimed, his emotions running high as he fixed his gaze intently on Yifeng. Child, have you been betrothed? Have you been betrothed? Yifeng and Jian Dao Qinshin exchanged bewildered glances at Ning Fengji, whose intentions were unmistakably clear. He sought to arrange a union between Ning Rongrong and Yifeng. Fengji, Jian Dao Qinshin interjected softly. Cough, cough. Ning Fengji cleared his throat awkwardly, pausing before asking, Child, where are your parents? May I meet them? My parents have passed away. Yifeng replied. Passed away? Ning Fengji raised an eyebrow. The matter of marriage was traditionally orchestrated by one's parents, and with Yifeng's parents deceased, Ning Fengji found himself at a loss. Child, what is your name? Jian Dao Qinshin, with eyes sharp as a blade, saw through Ning Fengji's thoughts and turned his inquiry toward Yifeng. Yifeng, Yi for leaf, Feng for peak, Yifeng responded. Yifeng, where vibrant flowers bloom and peaks overlook the vast landscape. What a splendid name. Jian Dao Qinshin praised. After a moment, he added, It seems today I, Jian Dao Qinshin, must be persistent in my endeavors. Persistent? Yifeng was taken aback, wondering if Jian Dao Qinshin intended to take him as a disciple. As a transmigrator, Yifeng recalled how Yu Shaojing had expressed a similar sentiment when he sought to take Tang San as his apprentice. Now, hearing Jian Dao Qinshin utter those very words, he could not help but speculate if Jian Dao Qinshin wished to accept him as a student. Will you teach me about martial souls? Yifeng ventured cautiously, aware that the system had promised him a title Douluo as a mentor. Just as the system had made its proclamation, Jian Dao Qinshin and Ning Fengji had appeared, leaving Yifeng unable to dismiss the thought. You are indeed quite astute. Jian Dao Qinshin gazed at Yifeng with a sense of satisfaction, appreciating his exceptional talent and intelligence. Yifeng was the third soul master in a century to awaken dual martial souls. Come, be my disciple, Qinshin declared. From this day forth, you shall be my direct apprentice. Will there be a fee for calling you master? Yifeng inquired with a smile. What? Qinshin responded, astonished. I heard from the villagers that after becoming a disciple, the master usually gives a fee for the title. Is that true? Yifeng asked earnestly. A fee? Qinshin murmured, still lost in thought. Is it only a tale from storybooks that such things occur? Yifeng pouted, looking at Qinshin with an expression that indicated disappointment. Qinshin could only feel speechless at the sight of Yifeng's gaze, which seemed to suggest he was at a disadvantage in this arrangement. Uncle Jian, this child is quite clever. Ning Fengzi chucked, admitting Yifeng. As the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, he was aware of many disciples who wished to apprentice under Qinshin, yet they had failed despite their desperate pleas. Now, Yifeng was successfully becoming Qinshin's disciple and daring to ask for a fee. How would those who had previously failed in their attempts feel upon hearing this? Certainly, Qinshin nodded, recognizing Ning Fengji's fondness for Yifeng. There will indeed be a fee for calling me master. Master, please accept my humble bow, Yifeng declared without hesitation, kneeling before Qinshin. What are you doing? Qinshin asked, bewildered. I'm paying my respects to my master. Yifeng replied. Do you not know that this is a gesture reserved for kings and one's biological parents? A simple bow suffices, Qinshin said with a rare smile. Soon, he would have a proud disciple, one with dual martial souls and innate soul power at level 30. He would be able to boast to Gurong, the Bon Douluo, for a lifetime. Heaven, earth, monarch, parent, teacher. Once a master, forever a father. You should accept my kneeling homage, Yifeng insisted, bowing his head 3 times. Rise? Qinshin gestured, his soul power manifesting as a gust of wind that lifted Yifeng. Then, with a wave of his hand, a shimmering silver object floated before Yifeng. Is this my fee? Yifeng asked in delight, recognizing the luminous item. Indeed, this is your fee, Qinshin replied. It is called the right arm bone of the mad ape, a superior soul bone aged 90,000 years. It grants a skill that allows the user to enter a berserk state, instantly doubling their attack power. The right arm bone of the mad ape. Yifeng repeated in auge. Although it was not 100,000 years old, Its age signified high quality. Such a soul bone, if it were to fall into the hands of others, would surely incite chaos. A person can possess 6 types of soul bones: head, torso, right arm, right leg, and left leg, along with the rarer external soul bones. Sit cross-legged, and I will instruct you on how to absorb this soul bone, Chen commanded. Yes, master. Yifeng nodded, taking deep breaths to calm his excited heart. He had not only become a disciple of a title Douluo, but had also been gifted a superior soul bone of 90,000 years. Under Chen guidance, Yifeng began to absorb the right arm bone of the mad ape. The small square in front of the Hall of Spirits in Holy Soul Village was seldom visited, and even when it was, Chen and Ning Fengji stood guard for Yifeng. After approximately half an hour, Yifeng completed the absorption. He could feel the explosive power within his arm. With a mere thought, his strength would double. He termed this extraordinary ability as double combat power. Yifeng, shall we return to the 7-treasure glazed tile school? Chen invited. Not yet, master. I wish to enter the Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City to comprehensively learn the knowledge of soul masters. Yifeng declined Chen offer. With such a remarkable system, he had gained so much in such a short time. For Yifeng, it was essential to stay by Tang San's side to continue reaping benefits and growing stronger. If he went to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, it would not differ much from joining the Hall of Spirits. The events that would unfold there were unfamiliar to Yifeng, and he was naturally reluctant. After conversing with Yifeng for a while longer, Chen, seeing his determination, compromised. Very well, but you must promise me one thing. What is it? Yifeng asked curiously. Without my permission, you are not to attach any soul rings to your second martial soul until you become a titled Douluo, Chen stated sternly. Understood, master, Yifeng replied without hesitation. Knowing Chen request stemmed from a desire for Yifeng's second martial soul to possess only 10,000-year soul rings. Pausing for a moment, Yifeng playfully asked, if I cannot attach soul rings to my second martial soul, may I attach them to my third? Chen, as Yifeng's master, had bestowed upon him the invaluable 90,000-year soul bone. Ning Fengji and Chen shared a deep bond, and Chen was the guardian Douluo of Ning Fengji's sect. Yifeng had no intention of concealing the secret of his 3 martial souls from these 2 important figures in his life, provided they understood his character. What? You have a third martial soul? Chen and Ning Fengji exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Yifeng in shock. Yes, Yifeng nodded. Wait, you mean to say you awakened 3 martial souls? Ning Fengji questioned skeptically. Indeed, Yifeng confirmed. Ning Fengji and Chen exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. What is your third martial soul? Ning Fengji asked, both curious and doubtful. He could hardly believe that someone in this world possessed 3 martial souls. The concept of a soul master awakening 3 martial souls and attaching 27 soul rings was terrifying beyond measure. My third martial soul is called the Eye of Hell, Yifeng announced, summoning his third martial soul. Yifeng's eyes transformed entirely to black, the ominous hue seemingly capable of ensnaring one's very soul if gazed upon for too long. 3 martial souls. 3 martial souls. Ning Fengji and Chen exclaimed simultaneously, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they stared at Yifeng. It was only after Yifeng retracted the Eye of Hell that they finally regained their composure. Uncle Jian, you have struck gold this time, Ning Fengji said joyfully, sincerely congratulating Chen. Indeed, this trip to the Barak Kingdom has proven fruitful, Chen replied, his gaze fervently fixed on Yifeng, as if he were a treasure trove of gold. Yifeng, you must remember this. From now on, you must not disclose to anyone that you possess the 3-life martial soul. To the outside world, you may only assert that your martial soul is the one recorded on the Martial Soul Hall certificate. Do you understand? Yes, master, Yifeng replied. After a brief pause, he playfully inquired, Master, may I attach soul rings to my third martial soul? Chen was momentarily taken aback. With his hair turned white and having lived for many years, how could he not recognize that Yifeng was merely showing off, boasting about his 3-life martial soul? However, the truth remains. Even if Yifeng wished to maintain a low profile after awakening his 3-life martial soul, his power would not allow such discretion. Of course not. Chen responded with a grave tone. Your third martial soul must be identical to your second martial soul. Only when you achieve the rank of Soul Douluo can you attach soul rings to them. By then, both your second and third martial souls will possess soul rings exceeding 10,000 years in age. 10,000 years? Yifeng asked in a tone of indifference. Indeed, Chun Xian affirmed, nodding solemnly. He was completely oblivious to Yifeng's dissatisfaction with the notion of 10,000-year soul rings. Come here, my disciple. Chun Xian summoned his martial soul, the seven-killing sword, and instructed Yifeng to stand upon it. He then soared into the sky, landing atop a mountain peak. Shenghan village, nestled between mountains and rivers, was now obstructed by a towering peak before them. Chun Xian's eyes radiated a silver glow, his aura surging dramatically. Disciple, observe closely, he commanded. As he spoke, the essence of the seven-killing sword merged seamlessly with the soul power surrounding him. The sword was Chun Xian, and Chun Xian was the sword, inseparable. With a swift motion, Chun Xian brought his sword down, forming a blade hundreds of feet long, striking with an unstoppable force towards the mountain peak ahead. The earth trembled, and the surroundings were bathed in a silvery hue. The blinding light rendered the onlookers unable to open their eyes, and a powerful shockwave radiated outward. Jian Xin, Tang Hao murmured in astonishment. From the fluctuation of soul energy, he discerned that the one who had made the move was indeed Chun Xian. Tang Hao, I've made my decision. This year's quota for an intern in the village will be given to the young three, allowing him to study at the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy. The village will cover all travel expenses. This matter is settled. I must investigate the cause of that earlier disturbance, Old Jack stated, leaning on his cane as he exited Tang Hao's blacksmith shop. Tang Hao, lost in thought, did not respond to Old Jack, his mind swirling with questions. He could not fathom the reason behind Chun Xian's intervention in Shenghan village, which did not seem to be related to him. With Tang San and Old Jack present, Tang Hao suppressed his curiosity, refraining from impulsively seeking the truth. On the mountain peak, Yifeng gazed at the towering mountain in awe. The once imposing peak, reaching heights of 100 meters, had been cleaved in two by Chun Xian's sword, creating a clear passage to the outside world. This spectacle delighted the villagers of Shenghan who needed to sell vegetables and traverse in and out of the village. Did you see that clearly? Chun Xian inquired. Yes. Yifeng nodded, then shook his head, only to nod again, then shake it once more. The scene he had just witnessed left him with an extraordinary sensation. He had distinctly noted Chun Xian's movements, yet when he attempted to grasp the essence of it, he realized it was merely a casual strike. This enigmatic feeling was difficult to articulate. Do not rush, Chun Xian said, stroking Yifeng's hair, his tone turning serious. That move just now is called the unity of man and sword, a family legacy of the Chun clan. It took me 10 years to comprehend it. Remember, this technique must not be shared without my permission. Yes, master, Yifeng replied obediently. At that moment, Ning Fengji also arrived. All right, I must take my leave. If you insist on studying at the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy, I will not force you. Fengji and I have some matters to attend to. Once we are finished, I will come to assist you in acquiring your first 3 soul rings. Chun Xian's voice had a penetrating quality that could touch the soul. Understood. Master, Yifeng responded dutifully. Fengji, let us depart, Chun Xian called. Wait, master. Yifeng iknaimet anjuusvi. Do you have something to say? Chun Xian turned to look at his newly accepted disciple. Nothing particularly special. Master, do you have any money? Yifeng asked with an awkward smile. Money? Chun Xian was momentarily stunned, seemingly unprepared for Yifeng's inquiry regarding finances. Yes, Yifeng nodded, sheepishly explaining, enrolling in the academy requires a registration fee. It's not much, just 5 gold soul coins. Rest assured, I will repay you once I have the means. Ha ha ha. Chun Xian laughed heartily, and Ning Fengji joined in. With a flick of his fingers, Ning Fengji produced a black card from his storage soul tool, smiling as he said, this card contains 10,000 gold soul coins. Spend freely. There is no need to repay. Consider this a welcoming gift from Uncle Ning. Chapter 7. The Grave of the Yi Clan, Shenghan Village. With its picturesque landscape and melodious birdsong, harbors the graves of its ancestors on the back mountain. According to local customs, gravestones must bear the birth and death dates of the deceased, along with information about their ancestors and descendants. Yet, 2 peculiar graves on the back mountain stand out, marked simply with the 4 words, Grave of the Yi Clan. Before these 2 graves stood an elder, appearing to be in his 60s. Tall and slender, He exuded vitality. His clothing was tidy, and his hair was meticulously groomed. Gazing at the gravestones, he murmured to himself, "My dear ones, I truly find myself at a loss." I have reprimanded and scolded him, yet he remains determined to become a soul master. Today, he unexpectedly declared his intention to enroll in a Notting City Academy with a black card in hand. Before your passing, I promised not to allow him to pursue the path of a soul master. The turn of events has been utterly unforeseen. I can no longer control him. He must attend the Notting City Primary Soul Master Academy. His talent is indeed remarkable, innately possessing a soul power level of 20. Perhaps our Shenghan village will witness the emergence of a second soul sage. This time, let me take the lead. If you wish to place blame, let it rest upon me. As old Jack spoke with increasing fervor, he raised 2 fingers toward the gravestone. You have finally acquiesced. A sudden voice startled old Jack, causing him to jump. Turning to look, he saw a child, Yi Feng, having climbed a large tree unbeknownst to him, now perched 7 meters away. Yi Feng, come down. Old Jack commanded. I should have been allowed to pursue my studies long ago, Yi Feng replied, nimbly descending the tree to stand beside old Jack. Grandpa Jack, will you not tell me how my parents died? Yi Feng asked. How'd they die? Naturally, they succumbed to illness. Old Jack's gaze flickered, clearly concealing something. He continued. Yi Feng, prepare your own lunch. I must make a trip to Notting City. What business do you have in the city? Yi Feng asked, puzzled. To handle your enrollment. Of course. I hope to secure another intern position during this visit. Indeed, our village has produced a soul saint, old Jack replied. Grandpa Jack, I can afford to enroll. Yi Feng exclaimed, brandishing the black card gifted by Ning Fengji. The black card, a symbol of status, is bestowed upon those whose assets reach a certain threshold by financial institutions. Your grandfather knows you possess wealth, old Jack said, affectionately ruffling Yi Feng's hair. However, your life is still long, and there will be many opportunities to spend your money. Becoming a working student could save you 5 gold soul coins each semester. 3 months later, Tang San successfully persuaded Tang how to allow him to pursue his studies. Old Jack secured 2 spots for working students. Together with Yi Feng, they joyfully arrived in Notting City. Initially, Yi Feng was adamant about not becoming a working student, but ultimately succumbed to the frugality of old Jack and agreed to his request, entering the Junior Soul Master Academy as a working student. Xiao San, Yi Feng, once you enter the academy, please do not leave without permission. I will come to pick you up at the end of the semester, old Jack instructed. Grandpa Jack, are you leaving so soon? We poor folk can hardly afford to stay in a hotel, Yi Feng replied. You both must strive to excel. When I see you again, I hope you will have become soul masters. Old Jack reached out, gently patting Tang San's and Yi Feng's heads. Nearby stood a hotel that appeared quite upscale, a step above a mere inn. Wait for me, Yi Feng said, pulling away from old Jack's affectionate touch and hastily entering the hotel. Moments later, he emerged once more. Yi Feng, what did you just do in there? Old Jack asked, curiosity evident in his voice. Here, Yi Feng extended his hand, presenting a card to old Jack. What is this? Old Jack inquired. It's a room card for opening the hotel door, Yi Feng replied. A room card? You booked a room? Old Jack stared at Yi Feng in astonishment. Of course. Did you not see the impending rain? If you fall ill, it would be quite troublesome for me to take care of you. Trust me, let us stay the night and depart in the morning. Even if you hurry, you won't make it back to the village before dark, Yi Feng insisted sternly. For a brief moment, old Jack perceived the 6-year-old before him not as a child, but as a mature individual. What nonsense! This is a hotel. I've heard it costs a gold soul coin for a night, old Jack lamented. Not 1, but 2. Yi Feng corrected him. What? 2? Old Jack's expression shifted to shock as he hurriedly offered the room card back to Yi Feng, who refused to accept it. You must return it immediately. 2 gold soul coins could buy a great deal of food. Old Jack exclaimed. That is not possible. Once payment is made, the hotel takes no responsibility for refunds. Even if you wish to cancel now, it's too late, Yi Feng smiled. Unbeknownst to old Jack, Yi Feng had intimidated the staff, threatening negative reviews if they dared to issue a refund. You rascal. Old Jack gazed at the room card, unsure whether to feel happy or distressed. Eventually, old Jack, Tang San, and Yi Feng made their way along the main street to the only Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City. From a distance, they spotted a grand archway, 20 meters wide and over 10 meters tall, constructed from solid rock. Beneath the archway stood 2 iron gates, dark and forged from fine iron. Through the gates, a winding path led deep into the grounds, flanked by towering trees. At the center of the arch were 4 prominent characters, nodding academy. As old Jack, Tang San, and Yifeng approached the entrance, a young guard immediately blocked their path. What do you want? Is this a place for lowly folk like you? Though old Jack's attire was neat, in Nodding City, he appeared distinctly rustic. Dear sir, we come from Holy Soul Village, and these 2 children are this year's working students from our village. Might you inform us of any necessary procedures? Old Jack said with a forced smile. A gold phoenix can rise from straw hut? Does a small village truly produce individuals with soul power? I've been a gatekeeper for 4 years, and the academy hasn't had working students in years. You can't be the real deal, the guard scoffed. This is a certificate issued by the Spirit Hall. Old Jack presented 2 documents to the guard. Oh, blue silver grass from the Spirit Hall, innately full of soul power? How amusing, truly amusing. An innate full soul power of level 20. Ridiculous. I've been a gatekeeper for ages and have never heard of such a thing, the guard sneered, tossing the documents to the ground. Please, good sir, could you take another look? Is there something wrong with our documents? Yifeng stepped forward, producing a pouch and offering it to the guard. The certificates from the Spirit Hall were undoubtedly authentic. The gatekeeper, having served for 4 years, was certainly capable of discerning their legitimacy. Each year, new students entered the Junior Soul Master Academy, and it was well known that a little incentive could smooth the way. Old Jack, naive and unsophisticated, was unaware of such practices. The guard opened the pouch, glanced inside, and after weighing it in his hands, his demeanor brightened. He bent down, retrieving the documents he had previously discarded, and, with a smile, said, Old sir, I must have misjudged. After thorough inspection, these documents are indeed genuine. You may proceed inside. Huh? What? Old Jack and Tang San stared in disbelief at the guard, whose attitude had transformed completely. This truly exemplified the saying that money makes the world go round. If it doesn't work, it's simply not enough. Ding. Congratulations. You have subverted a storyline within the original plot. Reward. 1 attribute point. Congratulations. As this is your first subversion of a storyline, the system grants an additional 10 attribute points. Attribute points? System, what are attribute points? Yifeng inwided, intrigued. Attribute points function similarly to soul rings, enhancing various attributes of a soul master, such as strength, agility, spirit, and defense. Unlike soul rings, the attribute points awarded by the system can precisely augment specific abilities of the host, the system explained, conjuring a holographic display. Name, Yifeng. Soul power, level 30. Martial spirit, Xinyuan sword, 9 hearts begonia, Hell's Eye. Soul rings, none. Soul skills, none, in the stage of unity with the sword. Additional strength, 0. Additional agility, 0. Additional spirit, 0. Additional defense, 0. Distributable attribute points, 11. System, do the additional strength, agility, spirit, and defense refer to enhancements obtained externally from my body? Yifeng pondered. Your understanding is entirely accurate. A friendly reminder, each allocation of points is irreversible, the system replied. Offense is the best defense. Allocate all points to strength. Yifeng commanded without hesitation. As Yifeng's voice faded, a warm flow enveloped his entire body in succession, invigorating him. Looking at his hands, he could distinctly sense a significant enhancement in his strength. The extent of this improvement, however, could only be truly assessed through practical experience. Meanwhile, Tang San's expression shifted. He vaguely sensed that Yifeng had undergone some transformation, though he could not pinpoint what exactly had changed. 3 of you may enter, the doorman said with a smile. Grandpa Jack, Tang San, let us proceed, Yifeng replied with a smile. Wait, a somewhat hoarse voice suddenly echoed from behind Tang San, Yifeng, and old Jack. The doorman momentarily froze before hastily concealing Yifeng's pouch behind him, bowing respectfully to the newcomer. Master, you have returned. Yifeng, old Jack, and Tang San scrutinized the middle-aged man before them. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with short black hair styled in a side part. His appearance was rather ordinary, yet he exuded a unique aura, reminiscent of someone who had received noble education. However, his eyes conveyed a sense of languor and despondency. Yifeng recognized him as the esteemed Yu Shaojiang. Sir, may I see the proof of the Spirit Hall? Yu Xiaojiang extended his hand politely towards Old Jack. As the village chief, Old Jack was adept at reading the room. The doorman's demeanor towards Yu Xiaojiang indicated that he held a considerable status within the academy, prompting Old Jack to hand over the proof. Yu Xiaojiang inspected the document, then turned his gaze towards Yi Feng and Tang San. His heart raced, but his face remained impassive. Having been regarded as a failure for decades, he had long since mastered the art of maintaining composure. Sir, I'm a guest professor at the academy. Please entrust the children to me. I shall take them for their enrollment, Yu Xiaojiang stated in a flat tone. Very well. Xiao San, Yi Feng, follow the master inside and remember to be obedient, especially you, Yi Feng, Old Jack urged earnestly. Following Yu Xiaojiang, Yi Feng entered the primary Soul Master Academy in Nodding City. Next, it was undoubtedly Tang San who would pay his respects to Yu Xiaojiang as a disciple. Yi Feng, however, had not forgotten that he had just overturned a storyline, earning himself a reward of attribute points. He wondered how many attribute points he would gain if he were to disrupt Tang San's apprenticeship with Yu Xiaojiang. Walking at the back of the group, Yi Feng observed Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang, ultimately dismissing his internal musings. Once a teacher, always a father. You have received such a grand gift from me, he thought. Soon, a familiar scene unfolded. Under Yu Xiaojiang's eloquent persuasion, Tang San was thoroughly convinced by his extensive knowledge and accepted him as a mentor. And Yi Feng? Yu Xiaojiang's gaze fell upon Yi Feng. To Yu Xiaojiang, while Tang San was indeed remarkable, Yi Feng was even more exceptional. Tang San possessed a full innate spirit power of level 10, whereas Yi Feng boasted a full innate spirit power of level 20. Naturally, this was what the Spirit Hall's proof indicated. In Yu Xiaojiang's heart, his true admiration was not for Tang San, but for Yi Feng. Me? Why? Yi Feng paused, pondering, and inquired, You do not wish to take me as a disciple, do you? Would you allow me to guide your spirit? Yu Xiaojiang hesitated before continuing. After all, you are the fourth individual in a century to awaken dual spirit souls. What? Dual spirit souls? Tang San gasped in astonishment, turning to look at Yi Feng. Master, are you saying Yi Feng has also awakened dual spirit souls? Indeed, Yu Xiaojiang affirmed, nodding as he gazed at Yi Feng with fervent eyes, as though he beheld a mountain of gold. His time at Nodding Academy had been spent in search of satisfactory students, hoping to validate himself through their success. Little did he expect that he would encounter not one, but two exceptional talents. To him, Yi Feng would surely become his disciple, just like Tang San. Faced with the remarks from Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang, Yi Feng did not deny them, tacitly accepting their implications. However, he was not merely a dual spirit soul wielder. He possessed a triple spirit soul. Do you wish to? Yu Xiaojiang inquired. I do not, Yi Feng replied succinctly. May I ask why? Yu Xiaojiang inquired curiously. Because I already have a teacher, Yi Feng responded. You already have a teacher? Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback. Yi Feng, when did you take on a mentor? I was unaware, Tang San echoed, equally surprised. When I awakened my spirit, Yi Feng replied, truthfully. Awakened your spirit? Tang San paused, contemplating for a moment before exclaiming. Yi Feng, you didn't take Su Yuntao as your master, did you? Su Yuntao? Yu Xiaojiang's expression shifted slightly. What does it matter who I choose as my mentor? Must I seek others' approval? Yi Feng retorted impatiently, addressing both Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang. Taking a master does not require the consent of others. It is merely a matter of mutual willingness, Yu Xiaojiang remarked, looking at Yi Feng with pity, sighing softly. What a shame for such a promising talent. Yu Xiaojiang was aware that Su Yuntao's first spirit ring was a 10-year-old white spirit ring, an individual even less competent than himself. Yet, unbeknownst to Yu Xiaojiang, Yi Feng's true mentor was none other than the formidable sword Da Chanexen, a title Dao who dared to disregard even the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Accompanying Yu Xiaojiang, Yi Feng and Tang San arrived at the Academic Affairs Office to collect their respective uniforms. Tang San, having pledged himself to Yu Xiaojiang as a disciple, endured the mocking of the teachers in the office. Naturally, the innate spirit power levels of Yi Feng and Tang San, 20 and 10 respectively, elicited murmurs of astonishment from the faculty. Exiting the Academic Affairs Office, Yi Feng and Tang San, following the teacher's directions, made their way to the dormitory for working students. Dormitory número 7. Yi Feng, I don't know why, but you seem like a completely different person, Tang San remarked as they walked, probing for insight from Yi Feng. Why do you say that? Yi Feng inquired. Just now at the gate, I thought it was simply a matter of paying. But you seem to understand far better than I did, Tang San observed, scrutinizing Yifeng's every facial expression. Ultimately, he felt disappointed in his attempt to gauge Yifeng's thoughts. Well, it's nothing. Stories become familiar with repetition. Yifeng chuckled, speculating on Tang San's probing. Tang San, a traveler from another world, possessed a maturity beyond his years. In his mind, since he could traverse to this realm, perhaps others could too. Both Tang San and Yifeng were dual spirit soul bearers. While Tang San cultivated the Xin Tian Gong and awakened his spirit power at level 10, Yifeng had not engaged in any training, yet the disparity in their spirit powers was 10 levels apart. In Tang San's heart, he suspected Yifeng might also be a traveler, hence his inquisitiveness about Yifeng's background. The door to dormitory 7 stood ajar, leaving a narrow gap. We have finally arrived. Yifeng felt a surge of excitement within. Another reward awaited him. He noticed Tang San reaching out to push the door open, and, with a quick reflex, Yifeng stepped ahead, opening the door to dormitory 7. With a whoosh, a sound of air rushing by filled the space. Yifeng had anticipated this moment, extending his hand to grasp the fist that came swinging towards him. The assailant attempted to withdraw his fist, but found himself firmly grasped by Yifeng, rendering any escape impossible. In desperation, the assailant swung his left arm, delivering a left hook toward Yifeng. A slight smirk appeared on Yifeng's lips as he extended his left hand to seize the assailant's fist in turn. Frustrated, the assailant resorted to a low blow, aiming a kick at Yifeng's groin. Such ruthlessness? Yifeng raised an eyebrow. If struck, it would surely elicit a howl of agony from him. A soft thud echoed as the assailant's kick connected with Yifeng's knee instead. A pain scream escaped the assailant's lips, his features contorting in agony, eliciting sympathy even from bystanders. Yifeng exerted a gentle force, sending the assailant crashing to the ground, his heart swelling with pride. Since awakening his martial spirit, although Yifeng had yet to obtain a soul ring, his keen perception, even without the ring, surpassed that of Wang Sheng, who currently lacked one. Furthermore, upon entering the gates of Nodding Academy, Yifeng had acquired 11 attribute points, all allocated to his strength, thus elevating his power beyond Wang Sheng's current capability. I'm in excruciating pain. Wang Sheng groaned on the ground, cradling his leg. The kick had felt akin to striking a boulder. How could it not hurt? Who are you, and why did you ambush Yifeng? Tang San inquired coldly. Had Yifeng not acted swiftly, it would have been Tang San on the receiving end of the attack, hence his concern. I am Wang Sheng, with the martial spirit of a battle tiger, a future battle soul master, and the leader of this dormitory. Thank you for showing mercy. According to our rules, having defeated me, you are now the leader of the 7th dormitory. Wang Sheng introduced himself, gesturing for the 6 work-study students in the room to form 2 lines immediately. Leader. They echoed in unison. Leader? Yifeng chuckled lightly. The title indeed stirred a sense of exhilaration. Yes, this is our rule. Whoever possesses the strongest fist becomes the leader, Wang Sheng quickly clarified. Right, this is the rule. Leader. The 6 work-study students respectfully hailed Yifeng once more. Yifeng smiled in acceptance of the title. Surveying the room, he noted 50 beds, yet only 11 were adorned with bedding. Are you also a work-study student this year? Wang Sheng's gaze fell upon Tang San. Indeed, Tang San replied. According to the rules, you must fight the leader. Whoever wins claims the title. Wang Sheng stated gravely. Me? Tang San chuckled, shaking his head. No thanks, I'm here to study. No, rules are rules. They cannot be broken, Wang Sheng insisted firmly. Tang San glanced at the others and saw their agreement. Then he turned to Yifeng, pondering the troubles that might arise from becoming the leader and how it could impact his cultivation. Seeing Wang Sheng's obstinacy, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he smiled. I'm not his match. I possess innate soul power at level 10, while he boasts level 20. What? Innate soul power at level 10? And he's at level 20? Wang Sheng and the others stared in disbelief at Tang San and Yifeng, their eyes wide with astonishment. Just then, a melodious voice, akin to silver bells, drifted in from the doorway. Excuse me, is this the 7th dormitory? At the entrance stood a young girl, appearing around 6 years old, her stature similar to Yifeng's. Her skin was a rosy hue, setting her apart, and her cherubic face resembled a ripe peach, eliciting an instinctual desire to take a bite. Clad in a simple pink skirt, she revealed her slender, fair legs. Her chestnut hair was styled in braids, cascading to her pert backside. Large, sparkling eyes curiously surveyed the dormitory's interior. Most strikingly, she had delicate, pastel pink rabbit ears, a whimsical touch that, combined with her wide eyes, made her irresistibly adorable. A girl? Tang San exclaimed in surprise. We are merely a primary soul master academy. Gender distinctions are unnecessary at this level. Only at the intermediate academy do we require separate accommodations. Last year and the year before, there were no work-study students. Yet this year, 3 have arrived, Wang Sheng explained, filled with wonder. Is no one answer me? Is this the 7th dormitory? The girl persisted. Yes, it is, Wang Sheng replied, his gaze shifting to Yi Feng as he nudged him forward. Leader, a newcomer has arrived. You must assert your dominance. Still captivated by the girl, Yi Feng found himself pushed to the forefront, momentarily stunned by her cuteness. The girl, somewhat shy, blinked her large eyes, recalling the villager's advice to smile more while out in the world, as a fist does not strike a smiling face. She promptly displayed a sweet smile and introduced herself. Hello everyone, I'm Zhao Wu, the small one who dances. Greetings, I am Yi Feng, like the leaves of trees and the peaks of mountains. I am a leader here. Leader? Zhao Wu interrupted, playfully questioning. Leaves and peaks? If you have leaves and peaks, then I must be your family, for my martial spirit is a rabbit. Huh, you are quite amusing, Yi Feng chuckled, continuing with his introduction. My martial spirit is the pear flower. In our 7th dormitory, there is a rule that new students must spar with the leader. The loser must obey the winner and acknowledge them as the leader. Thus, we need to engage in a contest. Are you certain? Zhao Wu asked, her smile unwavering. I am certain, Yi Feng affirmed with confidence. Though his martial spirit was not truly the pear flower, but rather a variant known as the 9 Hearts mystic begonia, he opted to temporarily identify as the pear flower to avoid complications. Yi Feng, a transmigrator, was aware that Zhao Wu already possessed her first soul skill, the waist bow. Although he had learned a powerful technique known as the sword and man uniting from his master, Jian Dao Qinshin, he had yet to master it. Nevertheless, he was confident that with his enhanced strength, he could contend with Zhao Wu, especially since he was privy to a critical flaw in her waist bow technique. He resolved to exploit this weakness to secure victory, thereby altering the course of the narrative. Yes, Yi Feng was determined to become the leader. All right, bring it on, Zhao Wu exclaimed excitedly, handing her belongings to Wang Sheng. As Wang Sheng accepted her items, before Yi Feng could catch his breath, Zhao Wu launched a sweeping kick toward him. Fortunately, Yi Feng was quick to react, springing backward just in time to evade her strike. Undeterred, Zhao Wu pressed her attack, and the two engaged in a lively exchange of blows and evasions, each matching the other's movements in a spirited contest. The more they fought, the more Zhao Wu admired Yi Feng's prowess. As a soul beast with a history spanning 100,000 years, her combat experience was profoundly extensive. Yet astonishingly, the 6-year-old Yi Feng was able to engage her in a contest that seemed evenly matched. Within the Stardow Forest, even the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python would address Zhao Wu as Sister Zhao Wu. Suddenly, amidst their fierce exchange, a radiant glow enveloped Zhao Wu's form. Utilizing her first soul skill, the waist bow, she positioned herself closely to Yi Feng, perceiving him as an insurmountable mountain, her hands tirelessly climbing over his body. One moment she appeared on his right, the next on his left, and just when it seemed she was behind him, she gracefully glided to his front, capturing his wrists with an air of triumphant delight, her legs poised towards his waist. In an instant, as she grasped Yi Feng's wrist, he displayed remarkable reflexes, a similar smirk gracing his lips. Yi Feng had anticipated this very moment. With a sudden motion, he flipped his palm, seizing her wrist just as she had done, and with a powerful thrust of his foot, he lunged forward. Notably, Zhao Wu was positioned right before him. With a resounding thud, before Zhao Wu could even target Yi Feng's waist, he pounced upon her like a tiger on its prey, sending her crashing to the ground. Ouch! She exclaimed, the pain jolting her. In the next heartbeat, her senses heightened as Yi Feng's descent, propelled by inertia, brought his lips alarmingly close to hers. Panic surged within Zhao Wu. Was her first kiss about to be lost? This thought raced through her mind as everything around her faded into a blur. She attempted to shield herself with her hands, but the events unfolded too swiftly for any reaction. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. Zhao Wu found herself entranced by Yifeng's proximity, her breath escaping in relief as she realized her first kiss was still intact. Yifeng and Zhao Wu locked gazes, each surprised by the other. Are you not getting up? Zhao Wu glared at Yifeng, her cheeks flushed. She had never endured such humiliation before. Yifeng replied graciously. He released Zhao Wu and climbed off her. As Zhao Wu rose, she rubbed her sore backside, casting a reproachful glance at Yifeng. According to the rules here, do I now have to call you big brother? Ding dong. Congratulations. You have altered the storyline of Douluo. Before Tang San, you defeated Wang Sheng, and through your spar with Zhao Wu, you retained the position of leader of the 7th dormitory. You have received 3 attribute points to allocate as desired. Chapter 11. Yifeng's unconventional tactics. Yifeng was astounded to discover that he had garnered 3 attribute points from 2 distinct storylines. Upon entering the gates of Nodding Academy, he had altered a minor storyline, only to be rewarded with a single attribute point. Now, having secured the title of leader of the 7th dormitory, he had received 3 more. The benefits of these attribute points remained known only to him. You may call me Yifeng, or simply Big Brother, he said casually. Then I shall call you Yifeng, Zhao Wu replied, her eyes twinkling. After all, she was known as the sister of the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. Calling a human Big Brother would be quite shameful if the soul beasts of the Star Doe force learned of it. That's fine, as long as you recognize me as the leader of the 7th dormitory, Yifeng said with a smile. Yifeng, could you tell me what soul skill you just used? Zhao Wu inquired, her curiosity piqued. I haven't obtained a soul ring yet, so I possess no soul skills. What I demonstrated was merely a combat technique, Yifeng explained. A combat technique? Zhao Wu echoed, intrigued. Yes, a method often employed by ruffians, Yifeng nodded. Indeed, quite ruffian-like. Zhao Wu agreed, recalling the moment Yifeng had bested her, her cheeks flushing at the memory. At that moment, Tang San cast a discerning glance at Yifeng, sensing that he harbored deep secrets. Like himself, Yifeng had rarely left the Holy Soul Village. So how could he possess such a fighting style? Tang San turned to Zhao Wu, asking curiously, what about you? What technique did you use? I utilized a soft skill. Zhao Wu replied. A soft skill? Tang San repeated, pondering. It is a technique that employs the body's flexibility and resilience, Zhao Wu succinctly explained. Hearing this, Tang San fell into contemplation, believing that if he were to face Zhao Wu, he could potentially defeat her with a swift reaction, just as Yifeng had done. Yifeng, what level is your soul power? I sensed great strength from you, Zhao Wu queried, shifting her attention back to him. I am at level 20. Yifeng hesitated before divulging the information from his Spirit Hall certification. What? Level 20? Zhao Wu gazed at him in disbelief. How old are you? She asked next. 6 years old, Yifeng replied truthfully. 6 years old? Zhao Wu was momentarily stunned, then pondered aloud. But you said you haven't obtained a soul ring. Yet your soul power is level 20? Indeed, I possess innate full soul power of level 20. Yifeng clarified. Innate full soul power of level 20. Zhao Wu was utterly astonished, unable to resist appraising Yifeng anew. This young boy surpassed her own soul power when she transformed from a soul beast of 100,000 years. Which one of you is Tang San? At that moment, a teacher with pale green hair entered the 7th dormitory, bearing a blanket in his arms. I am, Tang San responded. I am Teacher Mo. This blanket is from the master for you, he said. Thank you, Teacher Mo, Tang San replied, as did Yifeng and Zhao Wu, who were all first-year work-study students, assigned to tend to the garden on the south side of the playground, earning 10 copper soul coins a day. Any failure to perform would result in expulsion. The school ceremony would commence tomorrow, with classes starting the day after. Teacher Mo would conduct random checks, advising them to consult Wang Sheng if they had any questions. After Teacher Mo concluded his instructions and departed, Zhao Wu looked around, observing the other students bedding before her gaze fell upon the blanket in Tang San's arms. Zhao Wu, you can use mine, Tang San offered, his blanket having been sun-dried that morning. Zhao Wu, use mine. Wang Sheng and the other work-study students chimed in, eager to care for the adorable young girl. Zhao Wu's eyes flitted between the blankets. Though they appeared filthy, her preference ultimately rested with Tang San's clean blanket. Tang San's expression froze as he instinctively clutched the blanket tighter. By the way, I still don't know your name, Zhao Wu said. I'm Tang San, he replied. Could we discuss something? Zhao Wu asked, a shy smile gracing her face. What is it? Tang San queried, raising an eyebrow with a hint of caution. Your blanket is large enough for 2 people. Why don't we push our beds together and share it? She suggested. Zhao Wu's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she inquired of Tang San. Huh? Tang San gazed at Zhao Wu in astonishment, politely declining. That wouldn't be appropriate. You are a girl, and I am a boy. Boys and girls should maintain a respectful distance. Indeed, Yi Feng interjected before Zhao Wu could respond, affirming. Tang San is correct. It is essential for boys and girls to keep their distance. Although we are still young and our bodies do not yet show significant differences, should word of this spread, it could tarnish your reputations. But I forgot to bring bedding from home. Zhao Wu lowered her head, memories of her mother flooding her mind, revealing a hint of sorrow in her eyes. I shall lend you mine, Yi Feng said, his fingers brushing against the bracelet on his wrist. With a flick of his fingers, he produced a pristine white quilt from within. The quilt, a soft pink adorned with exquisite embroidery, far surpassed the quality of Tang San's. Crafted from silk, Zhao Wu accepted the quilt from Yi Feng, a smile gracing her lips. After a brief pause, she composed herself and turned to Yi Feng with concern, asking, and what about you? Do not worry, I have my own, Yi Feng replied, playfully retrieving another quilt from the same bracelet. Smiling at the astonished Tang San, he explained, neither Tang San nor I brought bedding. I purchased 2 quilts at a hotel we passed earlier. Originally, yours was intended for Tang San. Since you also forgot yours, it has turned out perfectly. Thank you, Yi Feng. Zhao Wu expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks, Yi Feng smiled back. He looked at Tang San and then at Zhao Wu, pondering how fan fiction often portrayed them. Why must one share a bed? Sleeping alone in peace, free from disturbances, seemed far more appealing. Ding dong. Congratulations. You have altered the storyline of Douluo, preventing Zhao Wu and Tang San from sharing a bed and gifting Zhao Wu a quilt. Reward, distributable attribute points, 100. As Zhao Wu and Yi Feng spread out their quilts, her face flushed once more. She noticed that aside from the matching embroidery styles, both quilts bore 4 significant words, begun at first sight, ended at old age. Their quilts were unmistakably those of a couple. Chapter 12. Zhao Wu, what a nuisance. 100 points? Yi Feng was taken aback. This time, by overturning the bed-sharing storyline, he had earned 100 attribute points, far exceeding the 30 points gained from previously making Zhao Wu the leader. What should he allocate these points to? Strength? Agility? Spirit? Defense? Wang Sheng, Zhao Wu, Tang San, and Yi Feng, having become acquainted, found Wang Sheng as a senior, generously offering to treat them to a meal, considering their status as work-study students who likely had little pocket money. The cafeteria at Nodding Academy was vast, capable of accommodating all students and faculty simultaneously. Upon entering, a mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air. Wow, this place is huge, Zhao Wu exclaimed, her wide-eyed curiosity drawing the attention of others. Indeed, it was not long after their entrance that a discordant voice echoed from the 2nd floor. Aren't those the poor kids? The voice jeered. Poor kids will likely never be able to eat on the 2nd floor. Zhao Wu's temper flared at the remark. Why must you speak so unpleasantly? Is the 2nd floor so remarkable? Oh, what a lovely little girl. Too bad she is just a work-study student. Otherwise, I would be interested in spending some time with you. The upperclassman continued to mock Zhao Wu disdainfully. Zhao Wu, the 2nd floor is a place for a la carte dining, similar to an upscale restaurant, and it is quite expensive. As work-study students, we indeed cannot afford it. Wang Sheng explained in a hushed tone, then continued, Zhao Wu, Tang San, we should head over there to get our meal boxes. That fellow is named Xiao Qingyu, the top student at the academy. Pay them no mind. Huh, glad you understand. Wang Sheng's voice was low but still caught Xiao Qingyu's attention. With a mocking smile, Xiao Qingyu, sensing Wang Sheng's concession, decided to let them be for the moment, stating, I'll let you off this time. I'm going to eat now. How infuriating. This is such blatant bullying. Zhao Wu fumed, clenching her fists, ready to ascend the stairs to confront Xiao Qingyu. Just as she took a step forward, someone grasped her hand. Tang San? Zhao Wu furrowed her brows, gazing at him with confusion. We are here to eat. It is best not to stir trouble. Tang San advised. Are you really this timid? Zhao Wu's frown deepened, her dislike for Tang San growing. You misunderstand. We are new students. Provoking trouble is not in our interest. However, should we be offended, we shall retaliate with utmost force, Tang San hastily clarified. Isn't this already provocation? They are literally belittling us. Zhao Wu exclaimed, hands on her hips, turning to Yifeng, asking, Yifeng, you are the head of the 7th dormitory. Say something. At that moment, Tang San noticed a middle-aged man entering the doorway. It was his teacher, Yu Xiaojing. He hurried over to greet him. Once Tang San had finished conversing and returned to the group, Wang Sheng could no longer contain himself, asking, You are studying under the master? Tang San nodded. Wang Sheng's expression turned odd as he kindly warned, Surely not. His strength is rather lacking. It is said he only remains in this academy due to his relationship with the principal, merely a guest elder. To put it bluntly, he is just living off others' generosity. It is rumored that the master, now 50, has yet to break through to the great soul master level, with a soul power of only 29 levels. He may never surpass that. Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression sharpened, his tone turning serious. This is the first and last time I will ask you to refrain from disparaging my teacher. I believe I shall decline your offer. With that, he turned and walked out of the cafeteria, opting for the food he had prepared, leaving Wang Sheng in stunned silence. What did I do? I merely advised him not to let the master waste his potential. Wang Sheng pondered, bewildered. His pride is too much, Yifeng remarked. Yifeng, having traversed time, understood Tang San's past. Tang San was a perfectionist, intolerant of any blemish or regret in his life. Otherwise, upon the revelation of his previous life as a thief, he would not have impulsively leapt from a cliff to assert his resolve. His determination stemmed from an inability to accept any flaw, his pride reaching an almost pathological level. No, this is madness. Zhao Wu pouted, her dislike for Tang San intensifying. Yifeng cast a glance at Zhao Wu. When pride reaches such an extreme, the term madness seems most fitting. In the original storyline, Tang San's refusal to acknowledge his heritage and his excessive pursuit of perfection ultimately led him to scheme against Zhao Wu's century-old soul ring to fulfill the conditions set by the second elder of the Haotian sect, allowing him to reclaim his ancestry. Yifeng, you have yet to utter a word. Please, do speak. Should we teach him a lesson? Zhao Wu inquired once more. Let us proceed to the 2nd floor for a meal, Yifeng replied. Boss, the 2nd floor is where one orders separately. A single dish costs us several days' wages. Wang Sheng explained in a hushed voice, feeling somewhat awkward. If they were to dine on the 2nd floor, it would indeed be beyond his means. I shall pay. Yifeng accepted. You? Wang Sheng looked at Yifeng skeptically. Yes, Yifeng confirmed. Wang Sheng, go summon the others from dormitory 7 to join us here. Yifeng nodded, already ascending the stairs to the 2nd floor. Boss, you aren't planning to treat so many people, are you? Wang Sheng asked in astonishment, watching Yifeng's retreating figure, rendered momentarily speechless. As a lively bunny, Zhao Wu was particularly fond of such antics. She gently patted Wang Sheng's shoulder, urging him, hurry up. Wang Sheng nodded and began searching the cafeteria for the students from dormitory 7. With a smile dancing on her lips, Zhao Wu moved lightly. And by the time she reached the 2nd floor, Yifeng was already seated at a table that perfectly aligned with Zhao Chunyu and his 2 companions. Yifeng's sharp eyes calmly met Zhao Chunyu's gaze. Chapter 13, A Clash of Wills. 2nd update. Approximately a few minutes later, Wang Sheng returned with all the work-study students gathered around Yifeng, with the exception of Tang San. Zhao Chunyu, with a piercing gaze, questioned Wang Sheng. What are you all intending to do? Did you not say we could never dine on the 2nd floor? I'm here to show you otherwise, Yifeng replied. Oh, how surprising. Even work-study students can order now. Zhao Chunyu chuckled, while his 2 underlings joined in the laughter. Waiter, he called out. A waiter approached, ready to take his order. I would like a plate of your signature dish, the crispy, spicy chicken, Zhao Chunyu said with a smile, his eyes gleaming with pride. 1 plate of crispy, spicy chicken costs 10 silver soul coins, whereas the work-study students earned only 10 copper soul coins for a day's cleaning. Zhao Chunyu was eager to see how Yifeng would respond. Waiter, bring us 1 plate of crispy, spicy chicken for each table, Yifeng instructed. What? The waiter exclaimed, astonished, staring at Yifeng. Yifeng, Zhao Wu, Wang Sheng, and the other work-study students totaled 9 individuals, seated at 3 tables. That meant 30 silver soul coins for the chicken alone. Oh, are we having a contest of wills? Zhao Chunyu chuckled lightly, a mocking smile gracing his lips. He had been seeking an opportunity to showcase his superiority, and with Yifeng making the first move, he could not let such a chance slip by. Waiter, also bring us a portion of the steamed 8 treasure pig. The steamed 8-treasure pig was a signature dish of the Nodding Academy cafeteria, priced at 15 silver soul coins. Bring us one portion for each table as well, Yi Feng commanded without hesitation. Boss, Wang Sheng whispered urgently. Is such extravagance really necessary? A single portion of steamed 8-treasure pig costs 15 silver soul coins. Xiao Chunyu grinned widely, reveling in the reaction he provoked. And let us have a serving of shredded duck salad. One serving of shredded duck salad, Yi Feng echoed promptly. And a serving of braised conch. One serving of braised conch, Yi Feng repeated without delay. The cycle continued with Yi Feng mirroring every dish Xiao Chunyu ordered, establishing a clear rivalry between them. This spectacle drew the attention of numerous diners on the second floor, who watched with a mix of amusement and anticipation, eager to witness the outcome of this unfolding drama. Boss, one of Xiao Chunyu's lackeys whispered derisively, he must be a fool. The dishes he's ordering cost at least 10 gold soul coins each. Not only Xiao Chunyu's underlings, but even Wang Sheng and the others stood frozen, bewildered by Yi Feng's audacity. Noticing that Xiao Chunyu had ceased ordering, Xiao Wu, oblivious to the financial implications, taunted, why have you stopped? Keep ordering. But let's be honest, Yi Feng just ordered for 3 tables, all identical to yours, while you only ordered for 1. I wonder, who is the real pauper here? You naive little girl. You dare compare wealth with me? My family is among the wealthiest in Nodding City. I am eager to see what you can match, Xiao Chunyu retorted, his irritation mounting. Waiter, bring me a whole roasted tiger, aged 30 years. The roasted tiger is a dish of considerable value, sourced from a rare 30-year-old soul beast. Within the noble circles of Nodding City, this dish is exceedingly luxurious, priced at 50 gold soul coins. This was the pinnacle of Xiao Chunyu's indulgence, a sum that would deplete his savings accumulated over many years. Waiter, bring 1 serving of roasted tiger for each table, Yi Feng commanded resolutely. Xiao Chunyu was momentarily taken aback. Wang Sheng and the others were equally stunned. Laughter erupted from onlookers, some unable to contain their scornful mirth. Even several teachers present could not afford such a dish. Yet here was Yi Feng, a work-study student, daring to order so extravagantly. This was a clear case of overreaching. Observers anticipated Yi Feng c'est inévitable d'en faire. Waiter, serve the dishes. Let us see how this unfolds, Xiao Chunyu thought to himself, confident that Yi Feng and his companions could not possibly cover the bill. Just serve them, Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. The waiter paused, then suddenly realized, his expression darkening as he glared at Yi Feng. Whose child are you? Are you here to make a mockery of me? Do you even realize that your order amounts to at least 160 gold soul coins? How much do you truly possess to play the Grand Lord here? Is it merely 160 gold soul coins? You, who look down on others, Yi Feng scoffed, flicking his fingers to produce a black card from his soul tool bracelet. A storage soul tool. A black card. Who is this individual to possess such wealth and status? The students and teachers present stared in awe at Yi Feng. The storage soul tool, valued at tens of gold soul coins, paled in comparison to the shock of Yi Feng's possession of a black card. The black card is a symbol of status, held by dignitaries, millionaires, and social elites. It represents not only financial capability, but also honor. Even many nobles in Nodding City lack the privilege of possessing a black card. Xiao Chunyu, as a wealthy heir, clearly understood the significance of the black card. Stunned, he stammered, fake. Xiao Chunyu would not believe that Yi Feng was worthy of such a card. After a moment of shock, he sneered, how could a work-study student own a black card? It must be fake, or perhaps you found it or stole it. Xiao Chunyu had already concluded that Yi Feng's black card was either counterfeit or of dubious origin. Regardless of the final outcome, he felt utterly unperturbed and had already devised a strategy to address the situation. If Yi Feng's black card were indeed false, it would serve no purpose, leading Yi Feng to his own humiliation. Conversely, should the card prove authentic, Xiao Chunyu would report him, subjecting Yi Feng to the dire consequences of imprisonment. Chapter 14. A Heist. The cafeteria attendant departed with the card for a brief period, only to return in the company of a middle-aged man. This man, the cafeteria manager, reverently presented the black card to Yi Feng, smiling as he addressed him. Young master, please accept this. Young master? Xiao Chunyu's expression was one of astonishment as he gazed at the manager. He was not alone. The students and faculty present were equally shocked, staring at Yi Feng in disbelief. Could be true. The black card was genuine. What was his background that he possessed such a card? It was rumored that offspring of prominent sects and noble families occasionally emerged to experience the struggles of life. Was Yi Feng one of those individuals? Surrounding Yi Feng, whispers and speculations arose among the onlookers. Some even suggested that Yi Feng was merely indulging in a life experience, attempting to rationalize the extraordinary events unfolding before them. Today, due to the black card, Yi Feng had become the center of attention. Zhao Wu, being a soul beast, was oblivious to the significance of black and white cards. With her hands on her hips, she confronted Zhao Qinyu angrily, demanding, "So, how do you feel now? Are you convinced?" "We're leaving," Zhao Qinyu waved dismissively, unwilling to linger any longer. He and his two companions exited in disgrace. After Yi Feng finished his meal and stepped out of the cafeteria, he walked along a tranquil path when Zhao Qinyu and his cohorts suddenly emerged. Such audacity! Having just dealt a monetary blow to Zhao Qinyu, Wang Sheng, a work-study student who had long been bullied by him, found newfound courage. He taunted, "Zhao Qinyu, what do you intend to do? You've already lost when it comes to wealth compared to our leader. Are you still unwilling to accept that? Leader? He is your leader?" Zhao Qinyu asked in disbelief. "Indeed, he is the leader of our dormitory," Wang Sheng affirmed confidently. "Wang Sheng, have you lost your mind? You dare to recognize a freshman as your superior? I've investigated thoroughly. He is merely a commoner from Shenghun village." As Zhao Qinyu spoke, his gaze shifted to Yi Feng, and he barked, "Hand over the black card you found, lest you suffer the consequences." "A heist?" Yi Feng replied, bewildered. "You may interpret it that way. Hurry, surrender your black card." Zhao Qinyu shouted angrily. "If you desire it, come and take it." Yi Feng retorted calmly with a smile. "Lu Feng, you go," Zhao Qinyu commanded. As his words fell, a senior student stepped forward. Extending his hand, he summoned a staff forged from condensed soul energy, striking it down towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng extended his hand, seizing the staff. The adversary smirked, but as the staff vanished from his grasp, he conjured his martial spirit once again. Just as he prepared to assault Yi Feng lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him flying to the ground, motionless. Zhao Qinyu's expression hardened, astonished by Yi Feng's formidable strength despite his youth. Name: Yi Feng's Soul Power, Level 30 Martial Spirit, Xianyuan Sword, 9 Heart Xiantang. Eye of Hell Soul Rings, none Soul Skills, none. Unity of Man and Sword Comprehension Phase, additional strength, 54 additional agility, 40 additional spirit, 10 additional defense, 10 distributable attribute points, 0 points. After 3 narrative upheavals, Yi Feng had accrued a total of 114 attribute points, primarily enhancing his strength and agility. His mobility now rivaled that of agility-based Battle Soul Masters, and his strength, equivalent to 5 bulls, was sufficient to contend with strength-oriented Soul Masters. "Ling Feng, you go," Zhao Qinyu commanded again, summoning another senior student. This Ling Feng was evidently an agility-focused Soul Master, displaying impressive speed as he leaped into the air. As he descended, he aimed a punch at Yi Feng. "Leader, be careful," Wang Sheng shouted anxiously. He was aware of Ling Feng's prowess, having fallen victim to him on several occasions. Yi Feng extended his palm, enveloping the incoming fist. He then lifted his foot, delivering a kick to Ling Feng's abdomen while simultaneously releasing his grip, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. "Wow!" Wang Sheng exclaimed, astonished by Yi Feng's strength. His actions avenged the long-suffering work-study students. With a mocking glance at Zhao Qinyu, he declared, "Zhao Qinyu, what do you think now? Are you convinced? Our leader Yi Feng has defeated both of you without even utilizing his soul power. You should concede to spare yourselves further humiliation." Zhao Qinyu's brows furrowed at Wang Sheng's words. He stepped forward, his foot striking the ground, summoning a white soul ring beneath him. Red soul power coalesced behind him into a phantom wolf image. Zhao Qinyu, 6th year student, martial spirit, wolf. Level 11, One Ring Battle Soul Master. "Come on," Yi Feng replied. "Why aren't you using your martial spirit?" Zhao Qinyu inquired. "Against you, it is unnecessary to employ my martial spirit," Yi Feng answered confidently. "How dare you underestimate me?" Zhao Qinyu seethed, clenching his fists. As a 6th year student with a soul ring, he felt emboldened, yet Yi Feng's refusal to use his martial spirit only fueled his anger. "Leader, go for it. Take him down." "Yes, leader. Defeat him and make him surrender the black card." Zhao Qinyu's subordinates urged him on. Zhao Qinyu was indeed furious. He had uncovered that Yi Feng was merely a poor villager from Shenghun village. Casting aside all restraint, he closed the distance to Yi Feng rapidly. His first soul ring ignited with white light as he lunged forward, clawing at Yi Feng with his wolf's paw. One opportunity, Yi Feng did not evade, instead meeting Xiao Qinyu's assault head-on. Haha, he's done for. Xiao Qinyu's subordinates mocked as they watched the clash. With a resounding impact, their limbs collided, leaving a crimson scratch on Yi Feng's hand, yet he remained unscathed. In contrast, Xiao Qinyu was struck by an undeniable force, sent sliding across the ground, leaving a noticeable mark. Xiao Qinyu coughed up blood, wiping the corner of his mouth, his gaze filled with trepidation as he regarded Yi Feng. He had been defeated. You win. We're leaving. Xiao Qinyu called out. He turned, casting a sharp glance back at Yi Feng, his thoughts still intent on seizing the black card. As he began to depart, he was suddenly halted by Yi Feng's presence, blocking his path. Xiao Qinyu, trembling with fear, asked, "What do you want now?" Chapter 15. Xiao Wu, do you still want it? What do you think? Yi Feng countered it. I don't know. Xiao Qinyu stammered, lost in uncertainty. If I had lost today, my black card would have been yours. Now that you have lost, do you expect to simply walk away? There is no such thing as a free ride in this world, Yi Feng scoffed. What exactly do you want? Xiao Qinyu inquired. Simply put, I require the surrender of 500 gold soul coins. Yi Feng replied. What? 500 gold soul coins? You might as well rob me. Xiao Qinyu exclaimed, unable to contain his outrage. As a wealthy heir, his accumulated pocket money throughout his life barely exceeded 100 gold soul coins. Yet, Yi Feng audaciously demanded 500. Just a minute ago, you were indeed attempting to rob me, Yi Feng remarked, his tone calm, but his gaze sharp, his words carrying substantial weight. Xiao Qinyu felt a chill run down his spine, rendered speechless. Indeed, just a minute prior, he had been scheming to seize Yi Feng's black card for himself. I don't have that much money, Xiao Qinyu admitted, his gaze lowered, unable to meet Yi Feng's eyes. This matter can be easily resolved. Simply write an IOU and state the reason, Yi Feng suggested with a smile. Under Yi Feng's insistence, Xiao Qinyu penned an IOU. However, the debtor was not Yi Feng, but rather Xiao Wu. To avoid any potential backlash, Yi Feng firmly insisted that Xiao Qinyu clarify the circumstances, specifically that he had attempted to rob Yi Feng of his black card, which led to the necessity of the IOU. Am I free to leave now? Xiao Qinyu asked, his hands tightly bound behind his back. If he were to let this slide, he would no longer be Xiao Qinyu. Certainly, Yi Feng nodded with a smile. Let us go. Wait. Just as Xiao Qinyu intended to leave with his underlings, Yi Feng halted them once more. What else do you want? Xiao Qinyu questioned, puzzled. You may leave, but I never stated that they could, Yi Feng replied with a grin. Huh, we should write an IOU as well, right? We haven't even laid a hand on you. We merely cheered you on, one of Xiao Qinyu's senior companions chimed in. Indeed, you are correct. You merely provided support. However, for the two who actually engaged, each of you will need to contribute 50 gold soul coins. While the two who are unconscious will owe 100 gold soul coins each. Wang Sheng, go wake them up with some water, Yi Feng instructed, addressing the seniors who had been bullying others. What? 50 gold soul coins? The senior student looked at Yi Feng with a distressed expression. I've been quite lenient. Compared to your leader, I'm offering you a discount. Yi Feng smirked, reminiscent of a cunning merchant. If Yi Feng were to lose today, not only would Xiao Qinyu profit, but these seniors would also gain their share. It aptly echoed the age-old adage, those who engage in mischief shall eventually pay the price. The seniors, who often bullied others, never imagined they would one day find themselves so thoroughly outmatched. Then you might as well beat me up, one senior stubbornly suggested. Are you certain? Yi Feng chuckled, continuing, just remember, should I take action, it won't be 50 gold soul coins, but 100. The senior, seething with anger, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Under Yi Feng's imposing presence, Xiao Qinyu and his group complied and drafted the IOUs. After leaving the scene, Jin Dao Chan Xian sought out Yi Feng. He instructed Yi Feng to prepare, as after the opening ceremony the following day, they would venture into the soul-hunting forest to hunt soul beasts. That evening, Yi Feng attempted to find Xiao Wu, but discovered she was not in Dormitory 7. When he finally located her, she had just returned with Tang San. Xiao Wu. It's settled. I'll head in first, Tang San said. Okay. Xiao Wu nodded, turning to Yi Feng and asking, what do you need? I want to discuss something with you. Tomorrow, I need to leave the academy, and I'd like you to take over my duties as a work-study student for the next few days. When I return, I'll handle the work for this semester. And you'll receive half of the pay, Yifeng explained. You're leaving the academy too? Zhao Wu replied, her expression one of surprise. Also, Yifeng was taken aback, realizing from her choice of words that Tang San must have approached her as well. Tang San would be leaving Notting Academy the following day with his teacher to hunt soul beasts. This time, Tang San would acquire a century-old soul ring from the Mandra snake. Yes, is that acceptable? Yifeng asked. No, I've already promised Tang San that I'd help him with his work. He mentioned that when he returns, he would take over all of my responsibilities for this semester, Zhao Wu stated. How about this? When I come back, I'll take care of all your work for the next semester. Would that work for you? Yifeng proposed. All right then, Zhao Wu replied with a smile, not hesitating to agree. After all, why not take advantage of a free offer? All right, here, take this. Yifeng extended his hand, producing the IOU written by Cha-ching. You're giving this to me? Zhao Wu's ears perked up in surprise as she gazed at Yifeng. Having spent little time in human society, she understood that lacking money rendered one powerless. Yifeng was offering her 500 gold soul coins. Well, the debtor's name is yours. It was intended for you from the start, Yifeng chuckled. In that case, I'll reluctantly accept it, Zhao Wu said joyfully, taking the IOU from Yifeng's hand. All right, it's late. Let us head back, Yifeng suggested. But I still want to have another match with you, Zhao Wu declared earnestly. Another match? Yifeng was taken aback. Zhao Wu had just seen Tang San. Had she not already engaged in a duel with him as the plot dictated? Exactly. Is that all right? Zhao Wu asked. Fine, Yifeng replied with a smile and a nod. With light, graceful steps, Zhao Wu moved closer to Yifeng, until they were so close that they could feel each other's breath. What are you doing? Didn't you say you wanted to spar? Yifeng inquired. Zhao Wu giggled, leaning even closer to him. Her lips brushed against Yifeng's ear, her breath caressing his earlobe, sending a shiver through him. An unusual sensation crept into Yifeng's mind. I've come to do just that, Zhao Wu said, and with that, her long braid suddenly whipped around. Einsnutting Yifengsnick. With a deft push, Yifeng leaped into the air, gracefully landing as Zhao Wu attempted to throw him off, spinning elegantly to dissipate the remaining force. To engage in a proper spar with Zhao Wu, Yifeng refrained from using brute strength to defeat her outright. Instead, he activated his Hell's Eye, playfully engaging with her. Chapter 16. Crisis. Zhao Wu's soul beast identity revealed as dawn broke. While most of the faculty and students of Notting Academy were still deep in slumber, Yifeng had already accompanied Jian Dao, Chan Xian aboard the 7-kill sword, making their way toward the soul-hunting forest located 400 miles northeast of Notting City. This forest served as a sanctuary for soul beasts raised by the Empire. The soul beasts within were relatively young, with none exceeding 1,000 years in age. Yifeng aimed to acquire his first 3 soul rings, and this location was ideal for obtaining suitable ones. The soul-hunting forest was vast, sprawling over a significant area. It catered to the needs of students from various soul master academies in the Balak Kingdom and the Tiando Empire. Even some prestigious soul master academies chose to procure their required soul rings from this very forest. After all, who can truly articulate the concept of luck? What if one were to encounter an extraordinary soul beast? Jian Dao Chunxin deliberately positioned Yifeng in front of him, allowing him to experience the sensation of flying with a sword. In pursuit of the thrill of high-speed flight, Jian Dao Chunxin flew close to the forest and the ground. Standing upon the 7-kills sword, the scenery raced behind him, and the exhilaration of soaring through the heavens made Yifeng yearn to let out a cry of joy. A distance of 400 miles would take at least 2 days by horse-drawn carriage. However, if a Soul Douluo were to exert their soul power, it would require merely a few minutes. After a quarter of an hour, Jian Dao Chunxin skillfully guided the flying sword to a gentle landing. A multitude of people were bustling about, resembling a small marketplace. Groups were forming to hunt soul beasts, and they required a hand token to pursue powerful soul beasts. Needing one more member. To hunt agile soul beasts with a century-long lifespan, they sought a soul master adept in agility, offering a reward of 30 gold soul coins. I, Lu Luden, possess the martial soul of a canon. I'm a 31st level assault system soul respect. Do not be deceived by my short legs. I can run like the wind. 10 gold soul coins a day, and I'm off. Among the clamoring soul masters, some sought to recruit others into their teams, while others were in need of companionship. Beyond these profit-driven soul masters, there were many merchants selling wares, with prices exceedingly high, double that of Nodding City. With a title Douluo as his master, Yifeng naturally did not need to join forces with others. Jian Dao Qinshin led Yifeng to the iron fence at the forest's edge. Here stood a towering 10-meter fence, guarded by fully armed soldiers of the Empire. To enter the soul-hunting forest, one must possess a hand token issued by the Spirit Hall. Without such a token, and lacking a formidable background and strength, one would face severe punishment if caught by the Spirit Hall's enforcement team within the forest. As Jian Dao Qinshin spoke, he flicked his fingers, sending a token flying toward the captain of the guards. The captain of the guards stared in astonishment at the token in his hand. Approaching Jian Dao Qinshin, he respectfully returned the token with both hands, addressing him as Your Excellency. Jian Dao Qinshin retrieved the token and entered the soul-hunting forest with Yifeng. Yifeng, you have not yet acquired any soul rings. Remember, from now on, do not stray more than 10 meters from me. Do you understand? Jian Dao Qinshin admonished seriously. Yes, Master, Yifeng replied. Thereafter, Jian Dao Qinshin began to impart knowledge to Yifeng. He explained that a soul ring of 10 years is white, a century's is yellow, a millennium's is purple, 10,000 years is black, and 100,000 years is red. As for the legendary million-year soul ring, it is of a divine golden hue, among other common knowledge of soul masters. Through Jian Dao Qinshin's discourse, Yifeng sensed that his master possessed knowledge of martial souls, soul beasts, and soul rings that rivaled that of Master Yu Shaojiang. Yifeng, what is the background of that child named Tang San whom you met yesterday? Jian Dao Qinshin inquired suddenly during their walk. When Jian Dao Qinshin found Yifeng yesterday, Tang San happened to be by his side. Master, what is the matter? Yifeng asked curiously. I sense the presence of the Haotian hammer from him. Jian Dao Qinshin replied. The Haotian hammer? Suridinot, Yifeng finds surprise. Probing Jian Dao Qinshin further. His martial soul is not the Haotian hammer, but a useless martial soul known as blue silvergrass. So, he possesses twin martial souls? Jian Dao Qinshin paused, instinctively gazing at Yifeng. However, while Tang San had twin martial souls, his disciple Yifeng possessed 3. Master, how can you be so sure he has another martial soul, the Haotian hammer? Yifeng asked curiously. There could be no mistake. Jian Dao Qinshin momentarily lost his train of thought, then continued forward, explaining, martial souls and soul masters are intricately linked. When a soul master reaches a certain level, even without using their martial soul and soul power, one could determine the type of martial soul they possess based on the aura they emit. I have experience sparring with a soul master who possesses the Haotian hammer. Thus, I have memorized its unique aura. Oh, Yifeng responded nonchalantly. Yifeng, I advise you not to get too close to that girl with rabbit ears. Jian Dao Qinshin then shifted the topic to Zhao Wu. Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him that his master was a title Douluo. Some transformed soul beasts, when their soul power has not reached level 60, differ from humans. Only after exceeding level 60 do they become indistinguishable from humans. Ordinary soul masters cannot discern transformed soul beasts that appear human. But soul masters of the Douluo level and title Douluo level can detect their true nature through the aura they exude. When Jian Dao Qinshin found Yifeng yesterday, he had not only encountered Tang San, but also seen Zhao Wu. Now, with Jian Dao Qinshin mentioning it, Yifeng understood that his master had already seen through Zhao Wu's identity as a soul beast. Why? Yifeng, fine ignorante. Because she is a soul beast with 100,000-year lifespan. Jian Dao Qinshin halted and turned to face Yifeng. No way. Yifeng pretended to be astonished. There could be no mistake. She may evade your eyes, but she cannot escape my discerning gaze. It is unexpected good fortune for you to encounter a transformed soul beast. Once your soul power reaches level 80, we shall hunt her down, allowing you to acquire her soul ring and bones. Jian Dao Qinshin regarded Yifeng with a hint of envy. Even as a title Douluo, he lacked a 100,000-year soul ring. As a title Douluo, he understood the significance this would hold for Yifeng. If Yifeng's 8 soul ring were to be a 100,000-year soul ring, his combat prowess would soar. At that point, Yifeng would possess the capability to contend with a title Do even as a soul Douluo. What? Kill her? Yifeng gazed at Jian Dao Qinshin in astonishment. Have you developed feelings for her? Jian Dao Qinshin questioned. Master, Zhao Wu is not a bad person. Can we spare her? Yifeng raised an eyebrow, pleading with Jian Dao Chenxin. You are forming an emotional bond with a soul beast? Jian Dao Chenxin frowned, casting an unhappy glance at Yifeng. Master, Zhao Wu truly is not a bad person. I believe she is someone I can trust. Moreover, she possesses innate, full soul power. If she continues to grow, she will become a powerful ally. Yifeng earnestly advocated for Zhao Wu once again to his master. Jian Dao Chenxin, are you truly adamant about this? You must understand that even I do not possess 100,000-year soul ring. 100,000-year soul ring is something we soul masters can only hope to encounter, Jian Dao Chenxin stated solemnly, earnestly questioning Yifeng. If I must choose between her soul ring and a friendship, I would unhesitatingly choose to be her friend. Yifeng's tone was resolute as he gazed into Jian Dao Chenxin's eyes. Very well, Jian Dao Chenxin extended his hand, gently patting Yifeng's shoulder. Ultimately, he consented to Zhao Wu's existence, allowing her to become friends with Yifeng. Jian Dao Chenxin was about to provide Yifeng with the first 3 soul rings all at once. The absorption limit for the first soul ring was 423 years, the second soul ring's absorption limit was 764 years, and the third soul ring's absorption limit was 1,760 years. A sudden howl of wolves erupted from the thicket, not from 1 or 2, but from a whole pack. The aura surrounding them shimmered in white, indicating they were phantom wolves, each merely a decade old. Jian Dao Chenxin spoke as he unleashed his own soul power, a surge of energy pouring forth from his body, frightening the phantom wolves into retreat. Animals possess an instinct to seek fortune and avoid misfortune. Weaker soul beasts fear the mightier ones, just as they fear powerful humans. The cultivation of soul beasts is arduous, ranging from a brief 10 years to an extensive 100,000 years. In contrast, a soul master typically requires 5 soul rings throughout their lifetime. If this trend continues, the day will inevitably come when soul masters will find themselves without rings to utilize. For these weaker soul beasts, if they can be spared, they shall not be harmed. As Jian Dao Chenxin imparted his teachings, he and Yifeng embarked on their quest for suitable soul beasts. Master, there's a leopard over there. Yifeng exclaimed. No, its age is insufficient. It has merely 10 years. Master, look, a tiger enveloped in flames. That is a flame tiger, suitable for offensive soul masters. Although it has reached 300 years, it remains ill-suited for you. Your weapon soul requires soul rings from the 9-heart mysterious peony. If it were for your sword-shaped soul, it would be a rough match. The flame tiger, a century-old soul beast, was merely a makeshift option in Jian Dao Chenxin's eyes. I have already contemplated the type of soul beast your sword-shaped weapon soul requires. They are rare species, and Fengji has already dispatched individuals to locate them. Until then, we shall focus on affixing soul rings to your 9-heart mysterious peony. Once your first weapon soul acquires 3 soul rings, you can continue to cultivate without being hindered by bottlenecks. Jian Dao Chenxin elucidated. Understood, Master, Yifeng replied. Jian Dao Chenxin, whose life revolved around the sword, held the title of Swordmaster. As a title de law, Yifeng was quite willing to entrust his sword-shaped weapon soul to Jian Dao Chenxin for guidance. Master, is that gorilla suitable? Yifeng pointed to a gorilla by the riverside, drinking water. The gorilla crouched at the riverbank, cupping water in its hands while remaining vigilant. Glancing around, as Yifeng pointed, the gorilla paused, noticing both him and Jian Dao Chenxin. With blood-red fur, it bore little distinction from other gorillas, but when it stood, it reached nearly 4 meters in height. A peculiar pattern adorned its forehead, consisting of 3 strokes. Upon spotting Yifeng and Jian Dao Chenxin, the gorilla pounded its fists together in a display of dominance. This is a berserk gorilla, Jian Dao Chenxin assessed. For every 100 years it ages, a new red mark appears on its forehead. With 3 marks, it is nearing 400 years old. Let this be the first soul ring for your 9-heart mysterious peony. But Master, isn't it an offensive type soul beast? Yifeng questioned, recalling Jian Dao Chenxin's previous advice to guide his 9-heart mysterious peony towards support and control capabilities. The berserk gorilla, an evidently offensive soul beast, seemed ill-fitting for Yifeng's aspirations. The berserk gorilla possesses a trace of an ancient bloodline, granting it the ability to unleash its innate power. significantly enhancing its combat capabilities for a short duration. This will be immensely beneficial for your future development. Jian Dao Qinshin revealed his reasoning. Very well, then it shall be. Yi Feng conceded. Jian Dao Qinshin stepped forward, advancing towards the berserk gorilla. Roar! The berserk gorilla let out a menacing roar, attempting to intimidate Jian Dao Qinshin. Yet the latter remained unfazed. With a powerful strike, Jian Dao Qinshin's fist collided with the berserk gorilla, sending it flying 10 meters away. Even without employing the 7-killing sword, Jian Dao Qinshin, as a title Douluo, exhibited formidable combat prowess. One blow after another landed on the berserk gorilla, leaving it no room to retaliate. After receiving a relentless barrage of 10 punches, the berserk gorilla was thoroughly enraged. The red symbols on its forehead glowed, and its crimson fur shimmered as if enveloped in a fiery aura. Once it activated its bloodline's power, its speed and strength surged. Yet it still faced the overwhelming might of a title Douluo. Moments later, Jian Dao Qinshin delivered a decisive blow, sending the berserk gorilla crashing to the ground. A mere meter away from Yi Feng. In order for a soul master to absorb a soul beast's soul ring, 2 conditions must be met. First, the soul master must personally defeat the soul beast, inciting a strong sense of resentment within the creature. Second, the soul beast must be ferocious enough to abandon resistance and accept its demise. As Jian Dao Qinshin explained, he retrieved a dagger from his storage soul guide and handed it to Yi Feng, instructing, "Begin now. Use this dagger to end its life. Then form hand seals as I do to obtain its soul ring." "Yes, master," Yi Feng replied. Holding the dagger, he approached the fallen berserk gorilla, hesitating momentarily. He was about to end the life of a soul beast, one that bore a resemblance to humanity. Jian Dao Qinshin offered no pressure, understanding that every individual encounters their first time. After a pause of 5 or 6 seconds, Yi Feng swiftly drew the dagger across the gorilla's throat. A harrowing cry escaped the berserk gorilla's throat as blood gushed forth, splattering onto Yi Feng's garments. The gorilla clutched its throat, struggling for several moments before growing still. Imitating Jian Dao Qinshin's gestures, Yi Feng formed the hand seals. Glimmering specks of light emerged from the gorilla's lifeless form, coalescing into a luminous ring above its body. "Sit and absorb it. With my protection, you shall remain undisturbed," Jian Dao Qinshin commanded. "Understood," Yi Feng acknowledged, sitting cross-legged. The ring ascended above his head, rapidly contracting into a size akin to a bracelet, encircling the palm of his right hand where the 9-heart mysterious peony resided. Yi Feng felt as though his hand had submerged into warm water, an intense energy flooding into his being, causing his body to tremble slightly. "Let the energy flow within you, maintaining your consciousness," Jian Dao Qinshin's guiding voice resonated in Yi Feng's ears. Following Jian Dao Qinshin's instructions, Yi Feng allowed the searing energy to course through his meridians and internal organs, his mind anchored in clarity. Days passed in this trance-like state, and when tranquility returned, Yi Feng noticed that each petal of the 9-heart mysterious peony bore a new red mark, and a stamen within the blossom had turned crimson. "I succeeded." Yi Feng's heart surged with joy. He had not anticipated that acquiring a soul ring would be such a delightful experience. No wonder so many aspired to become soul masters, seeking to gather more soul rings. The sensation of euphoria was beyond words. "And your first soul skill, what is it?" Jian Dao Qinshin inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. With a thought, Yi Feng summoned forth the yellow soul rings surrounding him, illuminating the space with their radiant glow. Simultaneously, the crimson veins on the 9 hearts mystic lotus martial soul glowed with an unmistakable brilliance, particularly the one among the 10 flower stamens that had turned red. A radiant red light enveloped the figure of Jian Dao Qinshin. With a calm demeanor, he murmured to himself, "The flow of blood within me has accelerated by 30%, and both speed and strength have increased by 10%. Indeed," Yi Feng nodded with satisfaction, smiling as he declared, "The first soul skill of the 9 hearts mystic lotus is named Beast Blood Boiling. It is a growth-type soul skill. Each time my soul power increases by a level, my speed and strength can increase by 1%. Currently, my soul power level stands at 30, allowing for an increase of 30%. The effective range is fixed within a radius of 40 meters. The increase in soul power by 1 level results in a 1% enhancement. Such auxiliary capabilities, if not for the range limitation, could rival Rong Rong's first and second soul skills. Jian Dao Chan Xian smiled rarely, lightly resting his hand on Yi Feng's shoulder. The soul beast of the 7-treasure glazed tile, Martial Soul, provides a 10% enhancement to its auxiliary effects each time the Soul Master's soul power increases by 10 levels. In this regard, Yi Feng's auxiliary abilities are not inferior to those of the 7-treasure glazed tile. If not for the range limitation, his auxiliary capabilities would surpass that of the 7-treasure glazed tile. However, it should be noted that the 7-treasure glazed tile provides one-directional assistance, while Yi Feng's support operates within a broader range. Master, what type of soul beast do you think I should choose for my second martial soul? Yi Feng inquired with concern. Control type. Jian Dao Chan Xian responded decisively. Is that truly feasible? Yi Feng questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Of course. Auxiliary capabilities can be categorized into 3 directions. First, enhancement type support, which boosts the abilities of teammates. Second, weakening type support, which diminishes the foe's capabilities. And thirdly, control type support, which constrains opponents to facilitate teammates in attacking enemies. Regardless of the type, the ultimate goal remains aiding teammates in their assaults. Jian Dao Chan Xian elucidated. But aren't soul masters divided into auxiliary and control types? Yi Feng Pidisit. To adhere strictly to text can be misleading. Auxiliary and control types indeed intersect. They should not be viewed in isolation. Moreover, you possess the powerful martial soul, Xianyuan sword. If you can control your opponents, it would be akin to cutting down scarecrows. Jian Dao Chan Xian patiently clarified, determined to cultivate Yi Feng into an unprecedented solo development soul master. The soul hunting forest is vast, teeming with many soul beasts. However, those that caught Jian Dao Chan Xian's discerning eye were few and far between. Along their journey, Yi Feng and Chan Xian encountered several control-type soul beasts of suitable age. Yet none met Chan Xian's stringent requirements. Chan Xian murmured softly. What is it, master? Yi Feng inquired, curiosity piqued. Utilizing his third martial soul, the Eye of Hell, Yi Feng's vision was dramatically enhanced. Peering in the direction of Jian Dao Chan Xian, he beheld a magnificent white giant eagle soaring towards them. The eagle navigated through the forest, its surrounding soul power radiating a golden hue, signifying its 100-year age. Its feathers shimmered like ice crystals, leaving a long trail of snowy brilliance in its wake. Snow Eagle, Jian Dao Chan Xian exclaimed, observing the majestic creature with joy. Your second soul ring has arrived. With a swift motion, Jian Dao Chan Xian soared into the air. As a tidal daw, his speed eclipsed that of the Snow Eagle effortlessly. In no time, the Snow Eagle was vanquished, its wings captured and cast at Yi Feng's feet. This eagle is rumored to possess a trace of the Ice Phoenix bloodline. With its age reaching 700 years, it is perfectly suited as your second soul ring, Jian Dao Chan Xian instructed. Master, it is an ice attribute soul beast. Yi Feng cautioned. Indeed, it is of the ice attribute. However, your 9 Hearts Mystic Lotus is a variant martial soul. Your soul power, akin to wind, belongs to the attribute-less category. The greatest advantage of attribute-less soul power is its compatibility with all types of soul rings. Thus, you can absorb the ice attribute soul beast soul ring without issue, Jian Dao Chan Xian explained, referencing ancient texts he had encountered. Oh, Yi Feng acknowledged, nodding in understanding. Commence the absorption of its soul ring. I shall assist you, Jian Dao Chan Xian urged. Understood, master, Yi Feng replied, retrieving a dagger from his storage soul guide. Crouching down, he prepared to end the Snow Eagle's life when a hoarse voice rang out from ahead. Stop. Chapter 19. An unexpected encounter with Shui Binger from the direction where the Snow Eagle had flown. 2 figures emerged, an elderly man and a young girl. The man appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, sporting short white hair and a goat-like beard, adorned in fine garments, radiating vitality. His skin was as rosy as that of a newborn, and his blue eyes fixated on the Snow Eagle at Yi Feng's feet. Beside him stood a beautiful young girl clad in sleek attire that closely fitted her developing figure. Her long, water blue hair flowed down her back, and her fair face was graced with delicate features. At first glance, she may not seem exceptionally stunning, but a closer look revealed a subtle beauty that captivated the eye. Her blue eyes mirrored the curiosity directed at the snow eagle below. "Is there something amiss?" Jian Dao Chan Xin inquired, his tone calm, yet piercing. "I am Shui Ruhan." The elderly man introduced himself, revealing 7 soul rings beneath his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. The presence of such a formidable soul master indicated that he was indeed a soul saint. An aura of icy energy coalesced behind him, forming an ice phoenix, a testament to his top-tier ice attribute beast martial soul. Jian Dao Chan Xin remained silent, his gaze steady as he regarded the elder. "Respected sir, you must not allow this child to claim the soul ring of this beast," Shui Ruhan insisted. "Why not?" "Zian Zhaojian Xin In Guit." "Because we discovered this soul beast first," the elder replied. "You discovered it first?" Yi Feng was taken aback, his expression one of astonishment as he regarded the elder. Memories of a previous narrative flickered in his mind, now altered. He was not confronted by Meng Iran and Shi Pakeo Xingxiang, but by an elder claiming to be Shui Ruhan. Ice Phoenix? Yi Feng's heart raced as he recognized the elder's extraordinary martial soul. Automatically, he glanced at the young girl, suspecting that they hailed from the Heavenly Water Academy. Moreover, the girl was none other than Shui Binger, the prodigy who had repeatedly led Tang San to question whether he should begin training with the Haotian hammer. Pausing, Yi Feng asked, "How do you prove that this old beast was discovered by you first?" "Young one, that is simple. Just examine the snow eagle's abdomen for several distinctive wounds. Those are marks left by my soul skill. Had this snow eagle not been overly cautious and cunning, Binger would have already acquired its soul ring." Shui Ruhan smiled, his demeanor amiable. Yi Feng reached out, grasping the snow eagle's wing and presenting its abdomen to the onlookers. Sure enough, he discovered several wounds, bleeding profusely. It was evident that Jian Dao Chan Xin had refrained from employing the 7-killing sword, leaving the marks as evidence of the elder's handiwork. "That may be true, but it was my master who intercepted this old beast and inflicted its injuries," Yi Feng countered. "Young one, you make a valid point. Without your intervention, it is possible that this snow eagle would have escaped," Shui Ruhan conceded. Shui Ruhan responded to Yi Feng's inquiry with a question of his own. "Young one, may I ask if your soul power has reached level 20? "I suppose so," Yi Feng replied casually. Indeed, Shui Ruhan's deep gaze lit up with admiration as he stroked his beard, astounded that Yi Feng, at such a tender age, had attained such a remarkable level of cultivation. He continued, "I, Shui Ruhan, am not unreasonable. We were the ones who discovered this snow eagle, and it was you who intercepted and severely injured it. The soul beasts in this soul-hunting forest are unclaimed entities. Without us, you would not have found the snow eagle, and without you, the snow eagle would likely have escaped our grasp. How about this? Let you and my granddaughter spar, and whoever wins shall claim the soul beast. Does that sound agreeable?" Yi Feng hesitated. Well versed in the narrative of Dao, he understood that Shui Binger possessed exceptional talent, with her first soul skill being the ability to freeze. Currently, aside from his unmastered human sword fusion technique, his only soul skill was blood boiling, which was supportive in nature. Against Shui Binger, Yi Feng estimated he stood only a 50% chance of victory. "Are you certain you wish to proceed?" The voice of Jian Dao Qinshin suddenly echoed. As soon as he spoke, 9 soul rings materialized beneath his feet, signifying that he was a title Dalau. The configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black rings indicated a standard soul ring setup for a title Dalau. The 7-killing sword? Shui Ruhan's expression turned to one of shock, nearly petrified at the revelation. The words slipped from his lips. "You are Jian Dao Qinshin? Leave." Jian Dao Qinshin commanded coldly. Shui Ruhan, under the oppressive aura of Jian Dao Qinshin's over 90-level soul power, found himself utterly unable to retort. In the face of Jian Dao Qinshin's stern dismissal, Shui Ruhan displayed no signs of agitation. Rather, he respectfully inclined his body in a slight bow toward Jian Dao Qinshin. "My apologies for the disturbance," he said, exuding a scholarly demeanor. After honoring Jian Dao Qinshin, he beckoned his granddaughter, Shui Binger, to depart. "Please wait," Yi Feng suddenly called out. Shui Ruhan and Shui Binger turned back. Yi Feng regarded Shui Binger thoughtfully. Despite Jian Dao Qinshin's imposing demeanor toward Shui Ruhan, Shui Binger remained remarkably composed. Even after having her soul beast snatched away, Yifeng could not help but admire her ability to maintain her composure and rationality at such a young age. An extraordinary individual, he mused, recognizing that Shui Binger was destined for greatness. As Yifeng spoke, not only Shui Binger and Shui Ruhan, but even Jian Dao Qinshin regarded him with surprise, puzzled by his intentions after having already secured the Snow Eagle. Yifeng's tone grew serious, reminiscent of an adult's as he replied, "I accept your proposal. Are you sure?" Shui Binger, still young, inquired anxiously. Shui Ruhan cast a glance at Yifeng before his gaze settled on Jian Dao Qinshin. For Shui Ruhan, Jian Dao Qinshin was the only one he truly feared. "I am certain," Yifeng affirmed. "Your Excellency, is this truly acceptable?" Shui Ruhan asked Jian Dao Qinshin. "Since Yifeng has agreed, let them compete." Jian Dao Qinshin responded without hesitation. He was curious how Yifeng, lacking offensive soul skills, planned to defeat Shui Binger. Could it be through the human sword fusion technique? Jian Dao Qinshin internally speculated that only by employing the technique he had imparted to Yifeng could he hope to triumph over Shui Binger. Chapter 20. Yifeng's second soul skill. Jian Dao Qinshin was eager to witness whether Yifeng had indeed comprehended the human sword fusion. Yet he understood that such mastery was unlikely. Few could grasp such a technique in a mere 3 months. Nonetheless, Jian Dao Qinshin held a flicker of expectation for Yifeng. Shui Binger, Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix, 20-level control type, 1-ring battle soul master. I seek your guidance. As she spoke, a yellow soul ring emerged around her, and behind her, the ice-cold energy coalesced into an ice phoenix, with snowflakes swirling in its vicinity, causing the temperature to drop several degrees. Yifeng, Martial Soul, 9-heart Xiantang, 30-level control type, 1-ring battle soul master. I seek your guidance. Yifeng's tots situted, and a yellow soul ring materialized beneath him, while in his right hand, a jade-like begonia flower manifested. What level is your soul power? Shui Binger asked, her expression one of disbelief. 30 level, 1-ring battle soul master. Yifeng replied clearly. What? 30 level? 1 ring? Her astonishment was palpable. Child, are you a naturally full 30-level soul power? Shui Ruhan gazed at Yifeng, utterly shocked. Indeed, Yifeng confirmed. With only a single soul ring, yet possessing 30-level soul power. The only explanation was that Yifeng had awakened with a natural maximum soul power of 30. Typically, upon acquiring the first soul ring, a soul master would receive a degree of enhancement. However, Yifeng had already reached a pinnacle. Until he acquired a third soul ring, his soul power could not surpass this limit. 9-heart Xiantang? Shui Ruhan murmured to himself. As the president of the Tinshui Academy, he was familiar with all martial souls and had heard of the 9-heart begonia, but never the 9-heart Xiantang. After a pause, he pondered, could it be a variant of the 9-heart begonia? After all, he bears the surname Yi. With a flick of her mind, Shui Binger activated her first soul skill, Ice Seal, instantly encasing Yifeng in a layer of profound ice. It's over. Shui Binger smiled smugly. Yifeng, trapped in ice, could only stand defenseless, signaling the end of the battle. However, a surge of soul power emanated from within the ice, and a yellow light shone from beneath Yifeng's feet. The flow of his blood accelerated by 30%, enhancing both speed and strength by the same margin. With a thunderous crack, the ice encasing Yifeng shattered, revealing a multitude of fissures. Escaped? Shui Binger was momentarily stunned, but she quickly refocused her energy, activating her first soul skill once more to encase Yifeng in ice. With a resounding crash, the ice that had just captured Yifeng shattered anew. Suddenly, the air was pierced by a swishing sound as Yifeng, moving at an incredible speed, appeared directly before Shui Binger, his fist mere inches from her nose. You have lost, Yifeng declared. Are you truly the control-type soul master? Shui Binger questioned, her skepticism evident. Yifeng identified as a control-type soul master, yet his speed rivaled that of an agility-based soul master, prompting her incredulity. I am indeed a control-type soul master, Yifeng affirmed. Then how's your speed so remarkable? Shui Binger inquired, her curiosity piqued. Perhaps it is due to my variant martial soul, Yifeng mused, scratching his head with a glimmer in his eyes. The reason for Yifeng's exceptional speed lay in his unique system, which had augmented his agility by an additional 40 points. His speed was indeed on par with that of a mid-level agility soul master. A variant martial soul, 9-heart Xiantang, Shui Binger murmured to herself. seemingly wishing to engrave Yi Feng's martial soul upon her heart. This was her first defeat at the hands of a peer. A mutated martial soul. Truly, a testament to the prowess of the disciple of the Sword Douluo. Shui Ruhan stroked his beard, admiring Yi Feng, and then gently patted Shui Binger's head, saying, "You have lost. The soul ring of the snow eagle rightfully belongs to him. It is time for us to depart. I shall assist you in searching for another soul beast." Shui Binger nodded in agreement. As she followed Shui Ruhan, she glanced back at Yi Feng. The warmth in her blue eyes indicated a favorable impression of him. Yi Feng took note of the kindness reflected in her gaze. At long last, his efforts had ensured that Shui Binger held no ill feelings toward him. "Are you perhaps smitten with that girl?" Jian Shinshin inquired. Yi Feng responded, astonished. "Yi Feng, you're still quite young. Matters of romance should be considered only after you enter a higher soul master academy," Jian Shinshin advised with utmost seriousness. "Master, things are not as you imagine," Yi Feng said, a wry smile on his face. At merely 6 years of age, he found the notion of seeking a partner utterly preposterous. "Is that truly the case?" Jian Shinshin asked, a hint of concern in his tone. "Indeed," Yi Feng affirmed with a firm nod. "Isn't that for the best? Now, let us end the life of the snow eagle and claim its soul ring," Jian Shinshin commanded. "Understood," Yi Feng replied. With a dagger in hand, Yi Feng swiftly ended the life of the snow eagle. He formed a seal with his hands, and icy particles emerged from the lifeless body, coalescing into a luminous ring above it. Guided by Yi Feng's intent and hand gestures, the ring encircled the 9 hearts mystic lotus he held. Upon opening his eyes, Jian Shinshin eagerly inquired, "What is your second soul skill?" "Frozen," Yi Feng answered. As he spoke, he demonstrated his second soul skill. Before him stood a tree, large enough to embrace, encased in a layer of ice measuring 30 centimeters thick. "My current soul power level is 30. The thickness of the ice is 30 centimeters. Each time my soul master rank ascends, the thickness of the ice will increase by 10 centimeters, Yi Feng elaborated. Since he had yet to obtain a third soul ring, his soul power level remained at 30 after acquiring the second. "Very well," Jian Shinshin expressed his satisfaction with Yi Feng's soul skill. As a descendant of the third sect, Jian Shinshin had perused numerous ancient texts and was aware that advanced soul beasts could grant soul masters even more formidable skills. In other words, the potency of the skills within a soul ring depended on the species of the soul beast. Naturally, the efficacy of the skills also relied on the soul master's adeptness in utilizing them. "Master, could you defeat the Poison Douluo?" Yi Feng suddenly asked during their search for soul beasts. "The Poison Douluo possesses a soul power level of 92. For levels higher than mine," Jian Shinshin replied. "Then does that imply you could easily overpower the Poison Douluo?" Yi Feng inwidit, feignin ignoranje. "Indeed," Jian Shinshin affirmed. "Master, once I acquire my third soul ring, will you take me to the Sunset Forest?" Yi Feng asked, his eyes fixed on Jian Shinshin. "Why the sudden desire to visit the Sunset Forest?" Jian Shinshin questioned curiously. "I have heard whispers of a poisonous mountain within the Sunset Forest, claimed by the Poison Douluo. It is said to house rare medicinal herbs. The village healer has mentioned that aged herbs can greatly benefit a soul master's cultivation," Yi Feng explained. Having already acquired 2 soul rings and on the verge of obtaining a third, Yi Feng, as a time traveler, was well aware of the existence of unique herbs in Dugobo's garden that could significantly enhance physical strength. The amount of years a soul master could absorb from a soul ring was not fixed. It depended on their physical strength. Yi Feng knew of the ice and fire yin-yang well, the scarlet fire apricot, and the 8 angles profound ice grass, which combined could not only enhance physical resilience, but also bestow extraordinary resistance to both ice and fire. Had he not taken Douluo as his master, Yi Feng would have simply waited for the right moment. However, with the powerful Sword Douluo as his mentor, he yearned to advance his combat capabilities further. "Are you suggesting that the old poisoner has a poisonous mountain in the Sunset Forest?" Jian Shinshin halted, gazing intently at Yi Feng. "Yes. I have also heard that there is a medicinal garden situated on that mountain," Yi Feng replied. "Is this information reliable?" Jian Shinshin asked. "I cannot say for certain. I merely overheard it from a soul master during a chance encounter." Yi Feng's eyes flickered as he told a white lie to avoid complications. "Yi Feng, remember that relying on external forces to enhance one's power is not a wise course of action," Jian Shinshin cautioned. worried that Yifeng might become overly ambitious and anxious, hastily pursuing the elevation of his soul power level at the expense of his foundation. I understand, Master. However, should the information prove true, I would still wish to obtain some medicinal herbs, Yifeng asserted with determination. Very well. Once we conclude our tasks here, I shall send someone from the Wind Clan to investigate the Sunset Forest. If there truly exists the poisonous mountain you speak of, I shall take you on an excursion. Jian Qinshin replied. Thank you, Master, Yifeng expressed with joy. You are my student. There is no need for such formality, Jian Qinshin said, affectionately ruffling Yifeng's hair. 5 days later, Yifeng acquired his third soul ring. Subsequently, he rode Jian Qinshin's 7-kill sword as they soared back to Nodding City. Upon reaching the entrance of Nodding Academy, Jian Qinshin took his leave to head towards the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, while Yifeng returned to the dormitory alone. Teacher, is what we are doing not a bit unethical? Tang San asked the master Yu Shaojing beside him, his expression fraught with struggle. Different individuals hold varying definitions of ethics based on their circumstances. If we do not act, we will merely be cast aside like the others, Master Yu Shaojing responded. Before Tang San and Yu Shaojing, a group of work-study students was seen leaving the dormitory, burdened with their belongings. As Yifeng returned to the dormitory building, he witnessed the scene. Yifeng, you have finally returned, Zhao Wu exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with emotion as she greeted him with a hint of sorrow. Zhao Wu, what has happened to you all? Yifeng asked, his brow furrowing in curiosity. Zhao Wu, along with Wang Sheng and 7 other work-study students, carried their bedding on their shoulders while each held a bucket containing towels and toothpaste along with other daily necessities. We have been expelled from the academy, Zhao Wu said. Her head bowed, her expression heart-wrenching. Expelled? Yifeng was taken aback. Yes, Zhao Wu nodded. What transpired? What did you do to warrant expulsion? Yifeng's frown deepened as he pressed for answers, his curiosity piqued. In the original storyline, Zhao Wu had graduated normally from Nodding City Junior Soulmaster Academy. Now, however, she faced expulsion, leading Yifeng to wonder if this was somehow related to him. Indeed, in the account provided by Zhao Wu, it became evident that Yifeng was intricately involved in the matter. Prior to his departure, Yifeng had issued an IOU to 9 work-study students from the 7th dormitory, stemming from a recent attempt by upperclassmen to intimidate them. Zhao Wu obtained an IOU worth 500 gold soul coins from Xiao Qinyu, while Wang Sheng, Tang San, and others received varying benefits. In a bid to shed their identities as work-study students, Zhao Wu and Wang Sheng commenced their pursuit of debt repayment from Xiao Qinyu. Despite his assurances to repay the debt, Xiao Qinyu consistently failed to fulfill his promise. Today, upon witnessing Tang San reclaim his soul ring and noticing Yifeng's absence, Xiao Qinyu presumed Yifeng would not return. Consequently, a confrontation ensued, with Zhao Wu, bolstered by her first soul ring, effortlessly overpowering Xiao Qinyu. However, this incident soon spiraled out of control. After returning home for lunch, Xiao Qinyu's father discerned the underlying issues and, concerned for his son, interrogated him about the events. Driven by paternal instinct, Xiao Qinyu's father utilized his connections to compel the vice principal of Nodding Academy to expel the work-study students who had dared to bully his son. Is this true, Tang San? Yifeng inquired, aware of Tang San's mentor, Yu Shaojing, who had ties to the academy's president. Had Yu Shaojing intervened, Zhao Wu and her companions would not have faced expulsion. The root of the issue lay in the bullying perpetrated by Xiao Qinyu and his upperclassmen against Yifeng and Wang Sheng. Do not question him further. He is not one of us, Wang Sheng remarked coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Tang San, his words reflecting palpable disdain. What is his issue? Yifeng asked curiously. Through Wang Sheng's response, Yifeng learned that Tang San had not been expelled. Originally, he too faced expulsion due to possessing an IOU given by Yifeng. However, his association with Yu Shaojing resulted in the vice principal granting Tang San a probationary status, which effectively spared him from any punitive measures. Where are the work-study students who struck my son? A commanding male voice resonated from the outskirts of the onlookers. Before the figure was visible, his voice preceded him. Yifeng turned to see a middle-aged man in splendid attire approaching, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, flanked by 6 bodyguards and a visibly defeated Xiao Qinyu. Xiao Qinyu? Yifeng muttered with a furrowed brow. Please do not misunderstand, Yifeng. It was my father who insisted on intervening on my behalf. Your expulsion was not my intention, Xiao Qinyu hastily clarified. Yifeng, are you the one who fractured my son's rib? The middle-aged man glared angrily at Yifeng. And if I am? Yifeng, tortet. In that case, let's engage in battle, the middle-aged man declared. Are you seeking to bully the weak? Yifeng raised an eyebrow. Enough of this banter. You broke my son's ribs, and, as the wealthiest man in Noting City, it would be unseemly for me to remain silent, the man proclaimed, conjuring 3 soul rings of white, yellow, and yellow, with a red light coalescing behind him into a looming wolf-like shadow. This was the dormitory of Noting City Soul Master Academy, and the unusual commotion caught the attention of the dormitory supervisor. Observing the adults' intent to engage in violence, a teacher stepped forward, stating, Xiao, this is an academy. Bringing people here to assault students would not reflect well on you. Is this your first encounter with me? Xiao coldly retorted, glaring at the teacher. Moreover, they are no longer your students. They have been expelled. You would do well to refrain from meddling in my affairs. Intimidated by Zhao's influence, the teacher, who had intended to protect Yifeng, was deterred from further opposition. As Noting City's wealthiest individual, Xiao also had connections to a notable power in the Heaven Do Empire. His authoritative presence cast a pall over the gathered students and teachers as he fixed his icy gaze on Yifeng. You broke my son's rib, so I shall break 2 of yours. I advise you not to resist, lest you incur even harsher consequences. With that, his first soul technique, Wolf Claw, ignited in a white glow as he lunged toward Yifeng, claw poised to strike at his chest. Should he connect, grievous injury was inevitable. Clearly, this individual, named Xiao, intended to do more than merely break Yifeng's ribs. As the wolf claw descended, blood was imminent. Yet astonishingly, Xiao's attack met no resistance, as his claw passed through Yifeng's figure, revealing a mere afterimage. An illusion? Xiao's expression shifted to one of disbelief, astonished that his assault had failed to connect. Yifeng stood grounded, 3 soul rings shimmering beneath him, 2 yellow and 1 purple. 3 soul rings? A soul master? Gasps of astonishment echoed among the onlookers. Eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld Yifeng's prowess. His 3 soul rings indicated he was a soul master of over level 30. The term 9-heart begonia, spoken by the renowned Yu Xiaojang, echoed in the air. Yu Xiaojang, a disciple of the upper 3 sects, recognized with a keen eye that Yifeng's martial soul was not pear blossom, but rather the 9-heart begonia. Unable to contain his frustration, Yu Xiaojing muttered under his breath, Who is the fool that mistook the 9-heart begonia for the worthless pear blossom? Tang San, equally astonished, queried, Master, is the 9-heart begonia truly formidable? Yu Xiaojang replied, Regardless of the number of soul rings it possesses, the 9-heart begonia soul ability is a range-based healing technique. Its quality is that of an exceptional support martial soul. But what of but? Tang San pressed. However, Yifeng's martial soul resembles the 9-heart begonia in form, but differs in color and quality. If I am not mistaken, he is a descendant of the lower 3 sects, possessing a mutated martial soul. Yu Xiaojang elucidated, a shadow of melancholy crossing his features, both being mutated martial souls. Yifeng's was potent, while Yu Xiaojang's was feeble. Yet, the question of Yifeng's soul power level lingered. How could he possess a soul power exceeding 30 levels? I recall you mentioning that possessing 3 soul rings indicates a level beyond 30. His martial soul awakening certificate from the Spirit Hall noted his innate soul power as merely 20. Perhaps someone misjudged, Yu Xiaojang speculated. Is there truly anyone with innate full soul power of 30? Tang San asked, a hint of envy in his tone. There wasn't before, but now there is, Yifeng. Yu Xiaojang affirmed, regret evident in his gaze. Such a prodigious talent. Yet he could not take him as a disciple. The Spirit Hall's verification noted Yifeng's innate soul power as 20, yet he was merely 6 years old. In Yu Xiaojang's mind, regardless of how exceptional Yifeng's aptitude was, it seemed implausible for him to have achieved a 10-level increase in such a brief span. Ultimately, the truth was singular. Yifeng was not born with innate full soul power of 20. He was born with innate full soul power of 30. Innate full soul power of 30. A soul master. An astonishing sound resonated from the outskirts of the crowd. Everyone turned toward the source, and 2 figures emerged. One young and one old. The elder, with slightly graying hair, appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, donned in the teacher's uniform of Nodding Academy. However, unlike the standard attire, the elder's sleeves were adorned with golden embroidery, exuding an air of nobility. "The dean," a teacher exclaimed. This elderly gentleman was indeed the head of the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. Walking alongside him was a middle-aged man who, despite his handsome and cultured appearance, emanated a commanding presence that was unmistakably beyond that of an ordinary individual. He possessed a unique charisma that engendered a sense of heartfelt familiarity, devoid of any hint of menace. "Ning Fengji," Yu Xiaojing murmured. As a disciple of the top 3 sects, Yu Xiaojing instantly recognized the middle-aged man as the master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Fengji. Yu Xiaojing was perplexed as to how this busy individual could find the time to visit the Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City. "Master Ning," Xiao exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, his tone laden with surprise. He abandoned his pursuit of bullying Yifeng, hurriedly approached Ning Fengji with a deep bow, and respectfully inquired, "What brings you here?" The educators present were well aware that the affluent Xiao had connections with the powerful noble of the empire, who was none other than Ning Fengji. "I merely passed by and thought to take a look," Ning Fengji replied with a smile. "You could have informed me, and I would have prepared a warm welcome," Xiao responded. "What are you doing here, Xiao?" Ning Fengji questioned. "This child broke one of my son's ribs, and I am merely teaching him a lesson on behalf of his parents," Xiao replied. "Xiao, this is my academy. How can you, as an adult, come here to assault my students? Have you no shame?" The dean of Nodding Academy admonished. "Dean Shun, you may not be aware, but these work-study students have been expelled, and they are no longer students of your academy," Xiao explained. "How can I not know this?" The dean of Nodding Academy frowned. "It was he who expelled us." Wang Sheng pointed at the vice dean in the crowd. "You?" The dean's gaze fell upon the vice dean, and he reproached Qian Ming. "How dare you expel students without my consent? Do you not regard me as the dean? Moreover, among them is a third-ring soul master." "Dean, I only just learned that he was a soul master," the vice dean replied, looking aggrieved. "Hey, weren't you going to teach me a lesson? Please continue," Yifeng interjected. "Brat, today, out of respect for Master Ning and the dean, I shall spare you this time." Xiao's eyes gleamed with sharpness, and the cold light within them indicated that he would not easily let Yifeng off the hook. With the dean of Nodding Academy and the master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School present, Xiao, as an adult, found it difficult to continue his bullying, particularly with Ning Fengji, who was a significant business partner. Logic dictated that Xiao could not afford to leave a negative impression on Ning Fengji. As Xiao sought to conclude the matter, Yifeng was unwilling to relent. With piercing eyes, he declared, "You used a soul skill on me earlier. It would be impolite not to retaliate. Now it is my turn." The first soul skill, Beast Blood Boiling, activated as the first soul ring around Yifeng glowed with a yellow light, enveloping him in a crimson aura, enhancing his vitality. The second soul skill, Ice Seal, followed swiftly as the second soul ring of Yifeng's 9 Hearts mysterious tread martial soul illuminated, instantly encasing Xiao in a thick layer of ice nearly 30 centimeters deep. "Instantaneous," the dean of Nodding Academy exclaimed. The moment Yifeng unleashed his first soul skill, he promptly utilized his second. Yifeng's innate talent was such that he had reached the level of instantaneous soul skill activation. All of this transpired in a heartbeat. By the time Xiao reacted, Yifeng's fist had already struck the ice-encased Xiao. With a resounding impact, Yifeng's punch sent Xiao flying over 10 meters away. Is he truly a control-type soul master? One of the teachers from Nodding Academy could not help but exclaim in astonishment. That punch was comparable to that of a soul master above level 30. And he is just a child. His soul power is at level 34. Ning Fengji called out. Yifeng had absorbed 3 soul rings, elevating his soul power to 34. By employing the first soul skill, Blood Boiling, his speed and strength increased by 34%, which accounted for the power of his punch being comparable to that of a higher-level soul master. "Vice Dean, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" The dean of Nodding Academy rebuked the vice dean in exasperation. 34 at the age of 6. If Yifeng continues to grow, he is destined to become a title de law. The name of Nodding Academy will surely be etched in his illustrious academic record. Yet, this promising future was jeopardized by the vice dean's recklessness. "I have already expelled them. They were indeed the instigators." By the Academy's rules, expulsion was warranted. The Vice Dean declared arrogantly. I will hold you accountable for this matter, the Dean asserted, casting a furtive glance at Ning Fengji. I will bear the responsibility alone if it comes to that, the Vice Dean retorted defiantly. Just hope you can bear it, the Dean shot back angrily. Meanwhile, Yifeng advanced toward Xiao Xiao. What are you planning to do? Xiao Xiao asked gravely, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, eyeing Yifeng warily. As a 36-level soul master, he had been unable to withstand a single punch from a 6-year-old. Weren't you going to break 2 of my ribs? If I were lacking in strength today, you would have indeed succeeded. But now that you are no match for me, I shall break 4 of your ribs instead. This is a lesson on behalf of your parents. Remember, being so arrogant when out and about will eventually come back to haunt you. As Yifeng spoke, he continued to close the distance to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao was momentarily stunned. As an adult, he found himself chastised by a 6-year-old in a tone reminiscent of a mature individual. It was, for him, a stinging slap to the face. Clenching his fists, he activated his 3rd soul ring, which glowed with yellow light. The 3rd soul skill, Wolf Howl, unleashed wave-like sound waves from his mouth, aimed at Yifeng. Not only did it impede Yifeng's advance, but the force of the sound waves also pushed him backward. The 2nd soul skill, Ice Seal, followed as a wave of icy energy spread outwards, encasing Xiao Xiao in ice once more. By the time Yifeng reached Xiao Xiao, the ice erupted around him. With a powerful stomp, he aimed to evade Yifeng's punch. Fleeing won't be so easy, Yifeng remarked, a smug smile gracing his lips. The 3rd soul skill, Essence of Water, activated as Yifeng's 3rd soul ring glowed with purple light, revealing a 5-meter radius of water beneath Xiao Xiao's feet. This was no ordinary water. Standing upon the ground, Xiao Xiao found his mobility diminished by 50%. In stark contrast, the caster, Yifeng, remained entirely unaffected. A sense of dread washed over Xiao Xiao as he realized escape was futile. He could only watch as Yifeng approached, ultimately allowing the latter's fist to crash against his chest. The sound of impact resonated, accompanied by the faint echoes of several bones fracturing. Silence. The arena fell into an eerie stillness. It must be said, this was a remarkable battle. A 6-year-old child vanquishing a man in his 30s. Xiao Xiao rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, clutching his painful chest, and glaring fiercely at Yifeng. You little brat, I shall remember this day, he declared. I'm always ready for a rematch. Yifeng, undeterred, smiled and replied, Master Ning, I apologize for the spectacle. Xiao Xiao awkwardly approached Master Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Simultaneously, Yifeng walked up to Ning Fengji and inquired with a smile. Uncle Ning, what brings you here? Uncle Ning. Xiao Xiao's expression froze, as if petrified. Yifeng had the audacity to refer to his significant business partner in such a familiar manner. I happened to be passing through and heard from the townsfolk that you and Uncle Jian returned to the city, so I came to see you, Ning Fengji replied, affectionately ruffling Yifeng's hair. Uncle Jian? On the side, Master Yu Xiaojiang, noticing Ning Fengji's choice of words, gasped and muttered. Could it be that Yifeng's teacher is Jian Dao Qinshin? Although his voice was low, Tang San heard every word. Curiously, he asked Master, is Yifeng's teacher truly more formidable than you? Yu Xiaojiang turned to Tang San at a loss for words. Jian Dao Qinshin was not merely superior to him. He was in an entirely different league. Chapter 24. Jian Dao Qinshin. Uncle Ning, the vice president of the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, was momentarily taken aback, then approached the president, lowering his voice to inquire, President, does he know Master Ning? The president nodded slightly. The vice president, who had previously sought to expel Yifeng, was now in a state of panic, glancing at Yifeng, unsure of what to say. Now you are concerned? The president mocked. You must speak well of me to Master Ning. The vice president, desperate, pleaded with the president, who had brought Ning Fengji into the academy. Master Ning is magnanimous. He would not hold a grudge against you. However, you may not be aware of who his student is. The president remarked. Who is his student? The vice president asked. Jian Dao Qinshin, the president replied. What? It is him? The vice president gasped in disbelief, his eyes wide, as if he were a condemned man awaiting execution. Jian Dao Qinshin was a renowned figure in the Soul Master community. The vice president's astonishment stemmed from his awareness of Jian Dao Qinshin's reputation for independence. rivaling that of the ruthless Tang Hao of the Soul Douluo, to Ning Fengji, as long as Jian Dao Qinshin had not offended the Pope of the Spirit Hall. The latter's actions were inconsequential. Now, having expelled Jian Dao Qinshin's disciple Yi Feng, the vice president feared that Jian Dao Qinshin might retaliate against the president. The Heaven Dou Empire would not intervene in such matters. The vice president was genuinely afraid, realizing he had provoked someone he should not have. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji learned the full story from Yi Feng, his gaze settling on the bullying Xiao Xiao. His tone remained calm, yet authoritative. Xiao Xiao, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School will no longer conduct any business with you. Master Ning, it is a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. We are like family, Xiao Xiao frantically explained. Enough. I do not consider you family. Such kinship is beyond my reach. Within 3 days, you are to settle all debts incurred with me. Ning Fengji declared. Master Ning, today's events were truly a misunderstanding. I beg you, let bygones be bygones and spare me this time. I am willing to accept any punishment you deem fit, Xiao Xiao pleaded, his face contorted in despair. Despite his wealth, he owed Ning Fengji a considerable sum, and the repercussions of this incident would lead many to distance themselves from him, hoping to curry favor with Ning Fengji. Such actions would inevitably result in his bankruptcy. Stop. I am merely an ordinary person. How could I punish you? I will send someone from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School in Nodding City to settle your debts. Ning Fengji stated coldly. Xiao Zhao's face paled as he sank to the ground, unable to bear the weight of this revelation. He stared blankly at Yi Feng, unable to fathom that he could face bankruptcy for bullying a mere student, a poor boy. Xiao Xiao gazed at Yi Feng, a sudden realization flashing in his mind. He disregarded any remnants of dignity. Accustomed to wealth and arrogance, he felt that being reduced to poverty was worse than death. With a thud, Xiao Xiao knelt, a mournful expression on his face. Little brother, no, little ancestor, I implore you, show mercy and persuade Master Ning to retract his order. I, Xiao Xiao, would be willing to serve you in any capacity to repay your kindness. Yi Feng remained unmoved, his gaze icy as he replied indifferently. This is all Master Ning's decision. As a junior, I possess limited power. You are seeking help from the wrong person. Ning Fengji paused, looking at Yi Feng, and smiled as he ruffled Yi Feng's hair. Pleased with his response, he understood that a leader must sometimes be ruthless. Yi Feng. The president rushed forward, smiling as he called out to Yi Feng. I am no longer a student of the academy. You expelled me not long ago, Yi Feng retorted. Yi Feng, what are you saying? I was deceived by a villain. From this moment forth, I declare that the students employed part-time will have their enrollment reinstated, the vice president said with a smile. You were the one who expelled us, and now you want us to stay? Do you view us as mere commodities? Yi Feng coldly rebuked. Yi Feng, please, for my sake, consider staying. I deeply regret your expulsion, the president said sincerely, bowing to Yi Feng. What are you doing? Yi Feng hurriedly stepped forward to help the president up. Yi Feng, please stay. I assure you that I will provide justice for today's events. Those involved will face severe consequences, the president continued earnestly, looking at the vice president. Yi Feng hesitated, noticing the expectant gazes of Wang Sheng and Xiao Wu. It was evident they needed to receive systematic education on soul knowledge. Very well, Yi Feng conceded. Yi Feng, where is Uncle Jian? Ning Fengji inquired curiously. Why isn't he here with you? Yi Feng then conveyed the news of Jian Dao Qinshin's departure to Ning Fengji, who bid farewell, promising to visit Yi Feng when time permitted. Yi Feng embarked on his journey to the Wuhuan Temple branch in Nodding City. In her leisure time, Xiao Wu expressed her desire to accompany Yi Feng to the Wuhuan Temple for the Soul Master Advancement Assessment, to which Yi Feng gladly consented. Before departing, Xiao Wu could not resist letting out a soft grunt towards Tang San. It was evident that Xiao Wu harbored dissatisfaction towards Tang San for relying on his teacher, Yu Xiaojiang, to secure her place in the academy, rather than advocating for the work-study students like themselves. After Yi Feng and Xiao Wu left, the vice principal, who had expelled Yi Feng, breathed a sigh of relief, stating, Principal, I accept today's events. I am willing to endure any punishment from the academy. He thought to himself that Ning Fengji had not imposed any punishment upon him. At most, he would lose his position as vice principal. The principal glanced at the vice principal, his worldly eyes discerning the latter's inner thoughts, and kindly warned, Do not think I am unaware of what you are contemplating. Do not blame me for not cautioning you. Yifeng's teacher is the Soul Douluo, Jian Daochen. Ning Zhongzhu has chosen not to hold you accountable. But what of Jian Daochen? The mention of Jian Daochen caused the vice principal to freeze momentarily, his face paling as the image of Jian Daochen surfaced in his mind. Indeed, the principal continued. How do you think Jian Daochen's direct disciple will treat you after your actions? If I were in your position, I would kneel at the gate of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, pleading for his punishment. This may be your only chance to preserve your life. Chapter 25. Departure to the setting sun on the Douluo continent. The Wuhuan temple branches can be found in both bustling cities and humble villages alike. Yifeng and Zhao Wuji soon located the iconic structure of the Wuhuan temple branch in Nodding City. Halt, young ones. This is not a place to wander indiscriminately. This is the Wuhuan temple, the gatekeeper admonished as they ascended the steps. Hello, we are here for the soul assessment. Yifeng replied with a smile. Are you certain? The gatekeeper inquired skeptically. Indeed, we are sure, Yifeng affirmed. Very well, proceed inside. Go to the reception area on the first floor and seek Master Zhao. He is specifically responsible for the soul assessments. Remember, you may only visit the reception area. Once inside, do not roam about, the gatekeeper maintained his doubtful tone. Understood. Uncle Gatekeeper, Yifeng responded with a grin. The Wuhuan Temple in Nodding City was a grand dome structure, towering over 20 meters high, consisting of 3 levels. The entire building was brown, and the emblem on the main entrance featured a single long sword, indicating that it was the lowest-ranking branch of the Wuhuan Temple. Wow, it's so vast, Zhao Wu exclaimed as she entered through the temple's grand doors. The hall before her was at least 3 times the size of the dining hall at Nodding Academy. Zhao Wu, do you have a fondness for large things? Yifeng inquired. Of course. Who doesn't tea like grand things? Zhao Wu replied. Does that include everything? Yifeng teased. Absolutely. Zhao Wu responded without a moment's hesitation. As the embodiment of a century-old soul beast, Zhao Wu's eyes twinkled as she realized Yifeng's words carried a deeper meaning. Ha ha! Yifeng laughed at her response. What are you laughing at? Zhao Wu queried. Nothing, just thinking you also like grand things, Yifeng chuckled. What do you mean? Zhao Wu's eyes darted, confirming her inner thoughts that Yifeng's words were indeed suggestive. As she considered the implications, her face flushed, and she murmured softly, What would you know, you little brat? Who are you calling little? Yifeng retorted. You are Yifeng. Just as Yifeng and Zhao Wu were jesting, a familiar voice called out to him. Following the sound, Yifeng turned to see Su Yuntao approaching. Out of respect, he exclaimed, Uncle Su Yuntao. Yifeng, are you here for the soul assessment as well? Su Yuntao inquired thoughtfully. Yes. Are there others here for the assessment today? Yifeng asked. Indeed, coincidentally, Tang San from your village also arrived. Cool. I will take you to meet Master Zhao, Su Yuntao said, leading Yifeng and Zhao Wu to the grand hall at the end of the corridor. The grand hall was expansive, measuring around 200 square meters. Countless fist-sized black stones were embedded in the surrounding walls. In the center stood a large blue crystal ball, flanked by an elder and a youth. The young man was none other than Tang San, while the elder was presumably Master Zhao. Zhao Wu, Yifeng, Tang San said, momentarily taken aback as he gazed at them. Are you here for the soul assessment too? Yes, Yifeng nodded affirmatively. Yifeng, why are you even acknowledging him? Zhao Wu cast an unhappy glance at Tang San, still harboring resentment towards him. Tang San is still young, and his teacher-S abilities are limited. We cannot fault him for today's events. Yifeng defended Tang San, aiming to secure the system's rewards. Zhao Wu huffed, clearly still displeased with Tang San. Master Zhao, this is the child I mentioned to you, possessing innate soul power of level 20. Yet his wound is that of a pear flower, Su Yuntao interjected. Yuntao, are you certain this child is here for the advancement assessment, and not for awakening his Wuhuan? Master Zhao questioned with a skeptical gaze fixed on Yifeng. I am certain. His Wuhuan is indeed the one I awakened. Please assess him, as I have an appointment with Cici and must take my leave. Su Yuntao stated before exiting the grand hall. Who will go first? Master Zhao eyes fell upon Yifeng and Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu, you may go ahead. Yifeng suggested with a smile. All right. Zhao Wu nodded, turning to Master Zhao and asking, What should I do? Unleash your Wuhuan and release your soul ring. Infuse your soul power into this large crystal ball, so I may ascertain your level. Theoretically, you should be at 11, Master Zhao instructed, but before he could finish stating the level, His expression froze in astonishment as he declared, 12. Your soul power is astonishingly at level 12. Indeed, it is level 12. Zhao Wu murmured to herself, drawing upon her experience as a soul beast, feeling confident in her soul power level. The test results confirmed her belief. Child, may I inquire what soul beast your soul ring was acquired from? Master Zhao asked with curiosity. It was from the soft-bone rabbit. Zhao Wu replied, her eyes shimmering. The soft-bone rabbit? It is no wonder your soul power has risen by 2 levels. It is indeed the most cunning of rabbits. It complements your Wuhuan perfectly. Both being rabbits, Master Zhao exclaimed in surprise, then turned his gaze to Yi Feng, saying, now it is your turn, child. Zhao Wu stood aside, and Tang San remained present. Yi Feng complied, releasing his Wuhuan. The transparent, jade-like Wuhuan now exhibited 3 colors. The petals bore 3 patterns, yellow, light blue, and blue, while the center had 3 stamens, also reflecting the 3 colors. 3 soul rings exceeding 30 levels? Master Zhao was taken aback, astonished at Yi Feng's 3 soul rings. Child, you have acquired 3 soul rings, and they are of standard configuration? Yes, Yi Feng nodded. Didn't T. Su Yuntao mention your innate soul power was level 20? You're merely 6 years old. How could you possibly possess 3 soul rings? Master Zhao queried, perplexed. My teacher stated that I was not born with a soul power level of 20, but rather 30. It was merely a misjudgment on the part of Uncle Su Yuntao, explained Yi Feng. This is not merely a misjudgment. It borders on blindness, Matthew remarked bluntly, assessing Su Yuntao's evaluation of Yi Feng's awakening of his martial soul. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Matthew inquired, what soul beast did your first 3 soul rings originate from, to elevate your soul power to 34? My first soul ring came from a rampaging gorilla, my second from a snow eagle, and my third from a 700-year-old Luo Shui spirit bamboo, Yi Feng replied candidly. No wonder. Each of your soul beasts is exceptionally rare. But wait, your martial soul is of the plant type. How could you possibly utilize animal-type soul rings? Child, you must have miscommunicated, Matthew questioned skeptically. I have not erred, Grandpa Matthew. My teacher mentioned that he had once seen records in an ancient text indicating that plant type, animal type, and weapon type soul masters could obtain soul rings from soul beasts of different categories than their martial souls. Yi Feng clarified. Listening intently, Tang San's expression became vacant as he interrupted the conversation, asking, Yi Feng, did your teacher truly say such a thing? Indeed, Yi Feng affirmed with a nod. Tang San was momentarily stunned. He distinctly recollected his teacher, Yu Xiaojing's theory of martial soul mimicry. Yet, Yi Feng claimed that his teacher had discovered relevant information in an ancient text, implying that Tang San's teacher might be a thief, stealing the insights of predecessors and presenting them as his own. Such actions could indeed be deemed thievery. Chapter 26. Zhao Wu's request. Who is your teacher? Matthew inquired. Everyone refers to him as Soul Douluo, Yi Feng replied. Soul Douluo, the guardian Douluo of the 7 treasures glazed tile school? Matthew's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing Yi Feng nod in affirmation. I cannot believe you have taken a title Douluo as your mentor. I presume you are not inclined to join the Spirit Hall, correct? My teacher has not urged me to join the 7 treasures glazed tile school. He said my future is mine to shape. However, I am quite content at Nodding Academy and have no desire to leave for now, Yi Feng responded. Well, even the Spirit Hall does not have the right to forcibly recruit from Nodding Academy. What about you, Zhao Wu? Would you like to join the Spirit Hall? Matthew turned his gaze toward the girl beside Yi Feng. Wherever Yi Feng goes, I shall follow, Zhao Wu replied. Matthew, upon hearing Zhao Wu's response, shook his head in resignation. She was still but a child, and such a response was indeed rather juvenile. And you, Tang San? Matthew's gaze settled on him. I've already been studying at Nodding Academy, Tang San declined politely. Ah, Matthew sighed, unable to suppress his frustration. It is all Su Yuntao's fault. He should have brought all of you to the Spirit Hall. Well, your advancement assessment has concluded. From this moment forth, Zhao Wu and Tang San, you are honored soul masters of the Tiando Empire. As for you, Yi Feng, you are now an esteemed soul zun of the Tiando Empire. In the future, you may receive monthly stipends from the Spirit Hall using the badges I will provide you shortly. Tang San and Zhao Wu, as soul masters, would each receive a gold soul coin monthly, while Yi Feng, as a soul zun, would receive 20 gold soul coins. After receiving badges specially crafted by the Spirit Hall, Zhao Wu, Tang San, and Yi Feng departed together. As they exited the Spirit Hall, Zhao Wu seemed to harbor a dislike for Tang San, finding a convenient excuse to pull Yi Feng away from him. Once they had distanced themselves from Tang San, Yi Feng could not help but inquire, Zhao Wu, do you dislike Tang San? Without hesitation, Zhao Wu replied, who could possibly like him? Cowardly and self-serving. If it weren't for being a work-study student, I would not wish to share a roof with him. By the way, Yi Feng, now that we can receive stipends as Soul Masters, we no longer need to be work-study students. That won't do. You may choose not to be a work-study student, but I cannot forego that role, Yi Feng stated. Why not? Zhao Wu tilted her head, puzzled. Though Yi Feng possessed a black card, which exempted him from being a work-study student, he still chose to remain one. After a moment, he asked, you don't truly think, as Wang Sheng suggested, that I am merely a scion from a prominent family here to experience life, do you? That is somewhat accurate, Yi Feng admitted. My teacher said that the cultivation of one's character is also part of Soul Master's training. Being a work-study student places one at the lowest echelons of society, which is an excellent way to hone one's character. Thus, I shall continue as a work-study student. Then I shall accompany you to cultivate my character, Zhao Wu declared, dismissing her earlier thoughts. After receiving their monthly stipends from the Spirit Hall, Zhao Wu and Yi Feng decided to dine independently at a restaurant. Following their meal, they took a leisurely stroll by an artificial lake in Nodding City. Yi Feng, I wish to discuss something with you, Zhao Wu suddenly said. What is it? Yi Feng inquired. Zhao Wu paused, facing Yi Feng with an unusually grave expression. Thank you. Yi Feng, she expressed gratefully. Thank me for what? Yi Feng asked, perplexed. Thank you for always being by my side, Zhao Wu replied sincerely. Why do you say this so suddenly? Yi Feng chuckled, reaching out to touch Zhao Wu's ear. It was soft and fluffy, delightful sensation. Rabbit ears are indeed sensitive areas. Yet surprisingly, Zhao Wu did not react with anger or withdraw from his touch. Yi Feng, you are alone at home, and I am alone too. We are both orphans. I have always longed for a family member. How about I become your sister? Zhao Wu proposed. Huh? Yi Feng looked at her in astonishment. In the original storyline, Zhao Wu had bonded with Tang San as siblings. Now, due to Yi Feng's presence, Zhao Wu actively wished to become his sister. Do you not wish for that? Zhao Wu raised an eyebrow, gazing at him with dreamy eyes. Not exactly. I simply wonder why you would be the sister while I must assume the role of the brother, Yi Feng replied. I am a lady. Naturally, I shall be the sister. Hurry, call me sister a few times, Zhao Wu smiled. That simply cannot be. By age calculation, you are a few days younger than me. According to the regulations of our group, I am still the leader. In terms of Soul Master rankings, I am a Soul Zune while you are a Soul Master. Thus, you ought to call me brother, Yi Feng argued playfully. I shall only be the sister, not the younger sister. Can't you yield a little? Zhao Wu pouted, her gaze pleading as she looked at Yi Feng. This is a matter of principle. If I were to be the younger brother, you would then be responsible for my protection. Should I be the older brother, it is my duty to protect my sister, Yi Feng stated with a serious tone, his demeanor akin to that of an adult. Are you serious? Zhao Wu gazed at him in bewilderment. This is indeed a significant matter. Therefore, I am earnest, Yi Feng affirmed. Then will you always protect me, ensuring I suffer no harm? Zhao Wu asked with genuine concern. Of course, Yi Feng nodded resolutely. What if one day, many people wish to harm me, and those people are beyond your ability to defeat? Zhao Wu queried. Then let them step over my corpse before they can harm you, Yi Feng declared with unwavering confidence. Gently caressing Zhao Wu's head, he continued, are you referring to your identity as a spirit beast? Zhao Wu's eyes glazed over as she took 2 steps back, her gaze timidly fixed on Yi Feng. How do you know my identity? She murmured. Don't forget, I have a master who is a Soul Douluo. My master told me that transforming spirit beasts can evade the eyes of most, but not those of Soul Douluo and Soul Douluo. My master has already informed me that you are a transforming spirit beast, Yi Feng replied. Then do you intend to kill me to acquire my spirit ring and spirit bones? Zhao Wu's eyes brimmed with caution as she warily regarded Yi Feng. On the contrary, I yearn to merge you into my very being. How could I bear to kill such a delightful creature, such a charming rabbit? Keeping you by my side would be a joy in itself. Yi Feng answered with a smile, his gaze unwavering and pure. What? You see me as a pet rabbit? Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Zhao Wu, infuriated, raised her hand to strike him. However, before her delicate fist could land, Yi Feng's palm enveloped it. Xiao Wu, would you consider being my sister? Yi Feng implored, his eyes earnest. If you accept, a title Douluo will protect you, along with the entire seven-treasure glazed tile school. Xiao Wu met Yi Feng's gaze, their eyes locking. In his eyes, she saw no other emotions. After a pause, she replied, let it be clear, I will be your sister, not your pet rabbit. Chapter 27. The tempering of ice and fire. The tranquil days continued for a month. After Xiao Wu acknowledged Yi Feng as family, the Soul Douluo returned to Notting Academy. Upon his arrival, he heard that someone had bullied his disciple, and that very day, he rendered the bully, Xiao, incapacitated, severing her tendons. Had the vice president of Notting Academy not gone to the seven-treasure glazed tile school to apologize, he too would have met a similar fate. The Soul Douluo sought out Yi Feng this time because he had confirmed the existence of a peak shrouded in toxic mists within the Sunset Forest, indicating that he had located Dugu Bo's medicinal garden. Since Xiao Wu was now considered Yi Feng's family, at his request, the Soul Douluo agreed to bring her along. Now, Yi Feng, a soul master of over level 30, was a prized asset for Notting Academy. Upon hearing that Yi Feng intended to leave the academy for a while, the principal immediately acquiesced. To him, as long as Yi Feng did not wish to drop out, all matters were negotiable. Yi Feng had reached level 30 at the age of 6 and had a title Douluo as a master. He was destined to become a title Douluo himself. Having Notting Academy's name associated with his future accomplishments would be an unparalleled honor for the institution. In fact, the principal had already arranged for Yi Feng's portrait to be hung on the Academy's Wall of Fame. For this honor, Yi Feng could only accept it with resignation, as he was indeed the youngest soul master in history to reach such a level. Yi Feng and Xiao Wu, accompanied by the Soul Douluo, arrived at a nearby natural spirit beast forest, renowned as the Sunset Forest. With the Soul Douluo's presence, the surrounding spirit beasts did not attack them. After entering the forest for a day, they arrived at the base of a hill approximately 500 meters high. This hill was extraordinary, with a thick layer of toxic mist swirling at its base. Through the fog, the outline of the hill could be faintly discerned. Seated atop the Soul Douluo's 7-kill sword, they avoided the toxic mist surrounding the hill. From their elevated vantage point, they observed a vast, bowl-shaped pit below, from which thick steam emanated, filling the air with a sulfurous scent. The pit was not a volcano. At its center lay a hot spring, oval in shape, with waters that were milk-white and crimson, distinctly separated like a Taiji symbol. What a peculiar hot spring, Xiao Wu murmured, unable to contain her intrigue. She moved to approach the spring, but the Soul Douluo's hand stopped her. Initially intimidated by the Soul Douluo, Xiao Wu had grown more comfortable with him over time, especially upon sensing his lack of hostility. Be cautious. That spring water is toxic, he warned. Indeed, that is the eye of ice and fire, Yi Feng interjected, feeling a surge of excitement. You recognize it? The Soul Douluo regarded Yi Feng with surprise, recalling that he had not imparted knowledge regarding the eye of ice and fire to him. Caught off guard, Yi Feng realized he had spoken out of turn. With a quick mental shift, he replied, I once heard a beggar describe its characteristics in a story. A beggar? The Soul Douluo's curiosity piqued further. Yes, he was a beggar who passed through my village and shared many legendary tales, one of which included information about the Eye of Ice and Fire, Yi Feng explained. Oh, the Soul Douluo acknowledged, not dwelling further on the matter. Observing the Eye of Ice and Fire and the surrounding flora, he continued. The hot spring itself is not conducive to nurturing plants due to its excessive mineral content. Yet, some unique plants thrive on the minerals and heat it provides. What do you intend to do next? Many of the plants here are extremely poisonous. Allow me to investigate first, Yi Feng replied. As a time traveler, he possessed limited knowledge of medicinal herbs, recognizing only a few special varieties. The flora surrounding the Eye of Ice and Fire was diverse, resembling a botanical museum. Chihuahua tulip. Yi Feng paused beside a medicinal plant with large, pink flowers. Being a time traveler, he knew this herb could evolve one's martial soul. Its faint fragrance was intoxicating. Snui Svankish, longing for autumn dew. Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower. Yi Feng wandered amidst the valuable herbs of the garden, finally halting before a white medicinal plant. At this moment, he exerted all his soul power, causing a faint white mist to envelop his skin. The top of this white herb resembled a large white flower with an octagonal shape, its center sparkling like ice crystals, devoid of any fragrance. Positioned right at the center of the cold extreme, in spring. I found it. Yi Feng sighed in relief. This white herb was the octagonal mysterious ice grass. He then approached the center of the hot extreme yang spring and indeed discovered a white, fiery red plant. Fiery apricot blossom. Yi Feng beamed with delight. The Soul Douluo, concerned, followed closely behind Yi Feng, observing the herbs before him. Disciple, you don't intend to covet it, do you? Indeed. Yi Feng nodded with a smile. Are you certain? This plant emits intense heat. Prolonged exposure will lead to heat toxicity. The Soul Douluo questioned skeptically. Master. The beggar warned that consuming these two herbs alone would result in an inability to withstand the opposing cold and heat, leading to death. If these two medicinal herbs are consumed simultaneously, coupled with the suppression of the ice and fire yin-yang, it is entirely feasible. Upon success, one would gain immunity to both fire and ice, Leaf Peak replied. Another beggar? Do you know his name? Jian Dao Qinshin inquired with unease. He calls himself the third young master of the Tang family. Leaf Peak smiled as he answered. The third young master of the Tang family? Why have I never heard of such a person? Jian Dao Qinshin continued to question Leaf Peak with lingering doubt. Master, the two herbs he mentioned have been verified. I wish to give a try. Leaf Peak clearly preferred to divert the conversation away from the third young master of the Tang family. No, that is too perilous. How can we risk our lives based on the words of an unknown individual? Jian Dao Qinshin's tone remained calm, but was imbued with an undeniable firmness. He continued with concern. Both of these are highly toxic substances. Should anything go awry, I cannot guarantee your safety. Chapter 28. Zhao Wu. Together? Master. Leaf Peak called out. No, this is not a game. A moment's carelessness could lead to grave danger, Jian Dao Qinshin asserted resolutely. Master, how about this? Bring over a soul beast, and we shall conduct our experiment on it. If all goes well, then we may proceed with the method I suggested for tempering the body. Leaf Peak proposed a palatable solution. Very well, Jian Dao Qinshin agreed. Before long, Jian Dao Qinshin actually captured a soul beast, notably a rabbit with merely 10 years of age. Subsequently, Leaf Peak instructed Jian Dao Qinshin to utilize his fifth soul skill, 10,000 Swords Return to Origin, to combine the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. The two herbs, possessing contrasting properties, neutralize their original extremes of cold and heat. Even standing a mere meter away, one would not feel the intense cold or heat emanating from them. Leaf Peak plucked the leaves from both the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, grasped the rabbit's mouth, and forcibly stuffed the leaves into it. Such a scene was unbearable for Zhao Wu, who softly advised, Leaf Peak, isn't this too cruel? Leaf Peak smiled reassuringly at Zhao Wu. Do not worry. It will be fine. Once the rabbit was compelled to consume both the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, it began to exhibit alternating symptoms of cold and heat. Leaf Peak then carried the rabbit to the vicinity of the ice and fire yin-yang, tossing it into the toxic waters within. A miraculous scene unfolded. All three substances, the 8-pointed ice grass, the fiery apricot blossom, and the ice and fire yin-yang, were highly toxic. Yet, the rabbit, upon being cast into the depths of the ice and fire yin-yang, exhibited no signs of death, aside from its pain struggles. After 20 minutes, Jian Dao Qinshin retrieved the rabbit from the ice and fire yin-yang. Observing its intact condition, he turned to Leaf Peak and asked, Is that beggar truly just a beggar? Jian Dao Qinshin had to concede that even he was unaware that the combination of the ice and fire yin-yang, the fiery apricot blossom, and the 8-pointed ice grass could counteract poison with poison. He instinctively sensed that the individual known as the third young master of the Tang family was not to be underestimated. Leaf Peak rubbed his finger against his nose. Nodding with a smile, Master, can we now temper the body? Yes, Jian Dao Qinshin affirmed. Zhao Wu, let us commence, Leaf Peak urged. Are you suggesting we bathe together? Zhao Wu's face flushed crimson, and her tone was peculiar. Indeed, this is not a place we discovered first. Time is of the essence. Bathing together will save us time. With your soul beast nature, the years of the soul ring you acquire will be proportional to the strength of your body. Should we pursue this method of tempering the body, your next soul ring could very well be a purple 1,000-year soul ring, or even a black 10,000-year soul ring. Leaf Peak remarked, gazing at Zhao Wu with anticipation. As a transmigrant, Leaf Peak was well aware of the benefits of this method of tempering the body. In the original storyline, Tang San gained his fourth soul ring through this very technique, resulting in a soul ring of 10,000 years. Zhao Wu, being a soul beast, needed to rely on her own efforts to condense her first 6 soul rings. The years of those rings were proportional to her body's strength during the condensation process. The stronger her body, the higher the years of the resulting soul ring. Of course, these insights were imparted to Leaf Peak by Jian Dao Chenxin. A soul ring of 1,000 years? Zhao Wu pondered, her interest piqued by Leaf Peak's words. She could not deny the allure of his proposition. Well, what is there to worry about? Let's begin, Leaf Peak urged once more. But there is a distinction between genders, Zhao Wu reminded him softly. A hint of resistance in her voice. I do not mind. Why should you? Besides, you're already family to me. We are still young. What difference does it make to bathe together? Leaf Peak chuckled, turning away and ceasing to press Zhao Wu further. He then plucked the leaves from the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, chewed them briefly, and swallowed. As the leaves of these 2 distinctly different herbs flowed into Leaf Peak's stomach, he felt as if he had swallowed a massive ice block and taken a sip of boiling water. Cold. In the next moment, Leaf Peak clasped his arms around himself. Shivering uncontrollably, ice crystals began to form on his skin. This condition lasted but a second before the ice crystals disappeared, and his skin turned a deep crimson, akin to a heated iron. Hot. The intense heat erupted within Leaf Peak's body, prompting him to instinctively channel his soul power, causing his clothes to burst apart and fly away. He stood bare, completely exposed. Zhao Wu gasped in shock, her gaze involuntarily drifting downward. Her face flushed as she shielded her eyes with her hands. Leaf Peak was momentarily taken aback, as the extreme heat within him began to transform into extreme cold. A thin layer of ice crystals reappeared on his skin. Cold. Leaf Peak trembled violently. The alternating sensations of extreme cold and heat subjected his body to relentless torment, gnawing at his consciousness and heightening his awareness. Ignoring the gaps his fingers created, he curiously peeked at himself through Zhao Wu's eyes. With a splash, she leaped into the waters of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. As she entered the spring, the self-generated extremes of cold and heat were significantly mitigated. Though the pain persisted, it remained within the bounds of what Leaf Peak could endure. Zhao Wu, Jian Dao Chenxin observed her, stating, whether or not you undergo transformation is entirely up to you. Having said this, Jian Dao Chenxin refrained from persuading Zhao Wu further, standing like a sentinel to safeguard Leaf Peak. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Wu gazed at Leaf Peak, who was immersed in the waters, then at the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. Her expression hardened with determination as she resolved to take action. She plucked the leaves from both herbs and consumed them simultaneously. Soon after, Zhao Wu began to exhibit the same alternating sensations of cold and heat. Suppressing the pain in her abdomen, she lightly sprang upward and leaped into the waters of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, embarking on this rare transformation alongside Leaf Peak. Zhao Wu's heart raced with curiosity, pondering whether her second soul ring would indeed become a purple 1,000-year soul ring following this tempering of her body. I recommend a book title beginning with Douluo, the tyrannical protagonist. In Chapter 29, a title known as Poison engages in cultivation without a sense of time. Yi Feng and Zhao Wu, regardless of who awakens first, ascend to the surface to consume a slice of the octagonal ice grass and the leaves of the fiery apricot, before diving back into the eye of ice and fire to temper their physiques. Yi Feng, as a man, and Jian Dao Chenxin, also a man, feel no embarrassment even in their nudity. However, Zhao Wu, as a woman, especially one with a consciousness that has lived for 100,000 years, experiences a flush of shyness whenever she emerges, even if Jian Dao Chenxin turns his back to her. The moment she ingests the octagonal ice grass and the leaves of the fiery apricot, and plunges into the spring waters of ice and fire, her complexion deepens in hue, reflecting her embarrassment at the sight of a naked boy in the water. This routine persists for a considerable duration. Yi Feng eventually steps ashore, retrieves a set of clothing from his storage soul guide, dresses, and approaches Jian Dao Chenxin. With a look of surprise, Jian Dao Chenxin opens his eyes and inquires, "Are we continuing?" At this point, they have merely consumed half of the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot. Yi Feng could easily continue the physical tempering. With a smile, Yi Feng responds, "Master, allow me to protect you. It is your turn to temper your body." Jian Dao Chan Xian shakes his head, saying, no need. My soul power has already reached level 96. Further tempering holds little significance for my combat prowess. You may continue your cultivation. Yi Feng does not argue. Recognizing that Jian Dao Chan Xian, now a title Duo with 9 soul rings, cannot gain any additional rings. When a soul master breaks through to level 95, each subsequent increase in soul power results in an evolution of their martial soul. For Jian Dao Chan Xian, the enhancement of soul power is paramount, overshadowing the need for physical tempering. Suddenly, a deep, hoarse voice emanates from a nearby hill. Who are you? What are you doing in my medicinal garden? Jian Dao Chan Xian remarks. He has arrived. Even before the owner of the voice appears, Jian Dao Chan Xian has already deduced his identity. Shortly thereafter, the voice's owner approaches Yi Feng and Jian Dao Chan Xian. Tall and slender, he possesses hair and beard of a dark green hue, with eyes that shine like emeralds. This figure exudes an ethereal quality, moving with a grace that belies his presence. His expression is entirely rigid, with sunken cheeks and disheveled green hair. Clad in a simple gray robe, his hands are concealed within the sleeves of his robe, and his serpent-like gaze fixates on Yi Feng and Jian Dao Chan Xian. The elder exclaims incredulously, Jian Dao Chan Xian, is it truly you? His tone carries a hint of trepidation. He knows that there are only a few individuals in the Soul Master realm who pose a threat to him, one of whom is Jian Dao Chan Xian, often seen in the company of Ning Fengji. The elder frequently frequents the Tiando royal family, thus easily recognizing Jian Dao Chan Xian. His gaze falls upon the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot, and he gasps in distress, my celestial herbs. You have stolen my celestial herbs. Jian Dao Chan Xian replies calmly, Dugabo, mind your language. Even if the Sunset Forest were to have an owner, it would belong to the Tiando Empire. Furthermore, your abilities would not allow you to cultivate these celestial herbs. They are in essence unclaimed. Dugabo, incensed by Jian Dao Chan Xian's words, retorts, even so, this is a place I discovered 40 years ago. For 4 decades, I have meticulously tended to everything here. Thus, these items should rightfully belong to me. Jian Dao Chan Xian's sharp gaze counters, and what of it? It's merely 2 celestial herbs consumed. Do you wish to spar with me? Spow. Dugabo is taken aback, his eyes reflecting his wariness of Jian Dao Chan Xian. Should a confrontation arise, he recognizes he cannot contend with the battle-hungry Jian Dao Chan Xian. Old senior, I sincerely apologize for consuming 2 of your celestial herbs without permission. However, I shall offer you something you truly need. Yi Feng interjects with an awkward smile. What could a mere child like you possibly offer me? Very well, it is already done. Since you are with him, I shall overlook this incident this time. You may leave. Dugabo gestures dismissively, eager to expel Yi Feng and Jian Dao Chan Xian. Old senior, the night of the full moon approaches. Are you here to alleviate your own suffering? Ye Feng Inwides. Dugabo's expression flickers, and he turns to assess Yi Feng, scrutinizing him closely. You child, what nonsense are you spouting? Depart quickly. I have said I will not hold you accountable for the herbs. Dugabo insists. He, who has designated himself as poison, is revered in the Soul Master community as the Poison Douluo. Should word of his affliction spread, he would lose face in the community. Yi Feng observes Dugabo's demeanor, discerning the elder's internal conflict. Old senior, during rainy days, do you not experience a tingling sensation in your sides, occurring once at noon and again at midnight? Given your current condition, it should last for over an hour each time. Furthermore, do you not feel a stabbing pain in your head and soles during the witching hour? You need not conceal anything from me. You are not only poisoned, but the venom has permeated your very marrow. Poisoned? Jian Dao Chan Xian exclaims in astonishment, staring at Dugabo. The irony of a master of toxins ultimately falling victim to his own craft is indeed a cruel jest. It seems I must engage in a spar today. Dugabo's gaze sharpens. Yi Feng's words compel him to reconsider his stance against Jian Dao Chan Xian, wishing to detain Yi Feng. What Yi Feng stated earlier is undeniably factual. Should these secrets fall into the hands of Dugabo's enemies, the repercussions could be catastrophic. In Chapter 30, Yi Feng keenly observes Dugabo, recognizing the elder's ulterior motives. Old senior, you need not harbor animosity towards us. As I mentioned earlier, we have consumed 2 of your celestial herbs, and I intend to present you with a gift that will surely satisfy you. A gift? Douluo falters, retracting the surging soul power around him, pondering in astonishment. Are you suggesting you possess a means to detoxify me? Not at all. Yifeng shakes his head. Then what is the point of your words? Douluo retorts sharply. Disciple, there's no need to waste time with him. He is merely a titled Douluo at level 92. I do not regard him as a threat. Jian Dao Chun Exine interjects. Douluo, Shalvispar. Zian Daotian Xin Jialens. Are you truly afraid of me? Zian Daotian Xin. Douluo responds, stepping forward, revealing 9 soul rings of varying colors. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. The atmosphere is thick with tension, and the battle seems imminent as Jian Dao Chun Exine summons his martial soul, the 7 killing sword. With a swift motion, Yifeng leaps between the 2 formidable figures. Master, do not act impulsively. Esteemed elder, please do not misunderstand. Yifeng hastily spoke to calm both Jian Dao Qinshin and the elder poison master Douluo, his gaze resting on Douluo as he explained, Respected elder, you are indeed a titled Dao known for your poison, and your body is infused with toxins. If we were to detoxify you completely, it would equate to taking your life, would it not? Upon hearing this, Douluo pondered for a moment, recognizing that despite Yifeng's youth, his words held considerable wisdom. Temporarily setting aside his age bias, he inquired about the implications of this statement. Yifeng, with a serious demeanor, continued, The 2 herbs we consumed, the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, once ingested, create a miniature ice-fire duality within our bodies. To resolve the issues afflicting you, there are 2 potential methods. The first involves consuming these 2 divine herbs and utilizing your formidable soul power to absorb their medicinal properties. However, this would simultaneously neutralize your toxic abilities, which I presume you would not prefer. Douluo nodded in agreement. He had tirelessly achieved the rank of titled Douluo. Losing his toxic powers would render his previous efforts futile. Curiosity piqued, he asked, What is the second method? Yifeng elaborated, The second method is relatively simpler. Your cultivation is centered on poison, yet your martial spirit is a beast type, resulting in the integration of toxins within you. While your soul power can manage and suppress them, the human body is inherently unsuitable for toxins. To master poison manipulation without self-harm, one must find a means to store one's own toxins. When needed, they can be released from this storage. This container could be your 6 soul bones, external soul bones, or even your martial spirit itself. A light bulb went off in Douluo's mind, and he exclaimed, So you mean to say that I should force my toxins into my soul bones, thus sparing myself from their harmful effects? Precisely. Yifeng affirmed with a nod and a smile. However, compared to the first method, this second approach will retain your toxic abilities, but will require a considerable amount of time. Douluo fell into deep thought, gazing intently at Yifeng. He found it difficult to fathom that such profound insights could originate from a mere child. Yifeng articulated his thoughts with clarity, and Douluo believed there was merit in his suggestions worth exploring. Noticing Jian Dao Qinshin's presence, Douluo recalled that she had referred to Yifeng as her disciple. He asked, Did he impart this knowledge to you? Yifeng glanced at his master, Jian Dao Qinshin, shaking his head. These insights were not shared by my master, but rather by a beggar named Tangjia Sanshao. Tangjia Sanshao. Douluo repeated, momentarily taken aback, as he pondered this name with skepticism. Though I cannot claim to know every soul master in the realm, I do not recall anyone by that name. Is he truly a beggar? Yifeng sheepishly rubbed his nose, replying, I'm not certain. He lingered in my village for a while, and after I offered him some steam buns, he shared these thoughts with me, along with many fascinating stories. Douluo stroked his beard thoughtfully, summarizing, So, he might be a reclusive sage? Yifeng chuckled, who knows? Perhaps. Douluo turned to Yifeng, his expression softening with familiarity. Little monster, you have been of tremendous help. Speak, what do you wish to gain in return? Yifeng smiled, pointing towards the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom on the shore. Respected elder, have I not already received my reward? Without hesitation, Douluo shook his head. You have enlightened me, saving my life in the process. I'm not one to be ungrateful. Aside from those 2 herbs, what else do you desire? Yifeng contemplated briefly, surveying the surrounding medicinal garden, which hosted numerous divine herbs that could greatly benefit his cultivation. With a smile, he stated, If you truly feel indebted, allow me to gather some medicinal materials from here. Very well, Bo replied without a second thought. Feel free to harvest whatever you wish from this garden. 10 minutes later, Bo regretted his decision. Before Yifeng lay a dozen varieties of divine herbs, effectively depleting the garden of its treasures, leaving only inferior materials behind. Observing the array of herbs before Yifeng, Bo felt a pang of regret, his lips twitching in distress. Yifeng, taking note of Bo's reaction, remarked, "Elder, those herbs shall remain with you. If consumed simultaneously with the ice-fire duality eye suppression, they will enhance your physical strength and grant you a higher age limit for soul rings, along with the abilities of ice immunity and fire immunity." What? Ice immunity? Fire immunity? Bo's eyes widened in astonishment, envisioning his granddaughter Yen. If Yifeng's claims were true, it could bestow her with remarkable abilities. "Yifeng, are you not cultivating?" A sudden voice interrupted, startling Yifeng as he nearly forgot about Zhao Wu's presence. Her words drew Bo's attention again, and he gasped in surprise. "She is a soul beast?" Ding! At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Yifeng's mind. "Congratulations. You have altered the storyline of Douluo, revealing to Bo the method to cure his toxicity and preemptively seizing numerous divine herbs that were meant for Tang San. Reward: 180 attribute points." Chapter 31. The first encounter with Daimu by 5 years later, in the kingdom of Barak, Soto City. Soto City, the capital of the Barak Kingdom, one of the 4 major kingdoms of the Tiando Empire. The sweltering summer sun blazed down, and the streets were sparsely populated. 3 youths in their teens strolled confidently along the thoroughfare. 2 were male, and 1 was female. The girl had long black hair styled into a scorpion braid, cascading past her calves. She wore a pink top that accentuated her developing figure perfectly. While her bosom was not yet ample, her waist was slender, inviting the desire to embrace it. One of the boys stood around 7 meters tall, sporting a belt adorned with 24 gemstones, a gentle smile always playing on his lips. The other boy was taller, with black hair and eyes, possessing a countenance worthy of the term handsome. Despite being male, he wore a bracelet embedded with golden threads. These 3 were Zhao Wu, Tang San, and Yifeng. "I truly do not understand how your teacher could decide that you should attend an unranked academy, Tang San." Zhao Wu pouted, glancing at Tang San beside her, then turning to Yifeng to continue her grievances. "And you, Yifeng, despite having several mid-level academies eager to enroll us unconditionally, you still chose to follow Tang San to that wretched Shrek Academy." Yifeng smiled softly, glancing at Zhao Wu, sensing her inner turmoil and uncertainty. She feared that Shrek Academy might harbor soul masters of the Soul Douluo and title Douluo levels. If that were the case, her identity as a soul beast would be exposed. Ever since Zhao Wu and Yifeng had utilized the ice and fire yin-yang eye to refine their physical forms, a subtle transformation had taken place. In Bo's medicinal garden, Bo had ultimately discerned Zhao Wu's soul beast identity. However, due to his feelings for her, he refrained from impulsively ending her life, allowing his granddaughter Yin to obtain Zhao Wu's soul bone. Bo's combat prowess was inferior to that of Jian Dao Chenxian. Had he acted otherwise, Jian Dao Chenxian would undoubtedly have sought retribution, particularly for the sake of his granddaughter. As the saying goes, one can earn a life but cannot spend it. Thus, even if Bo had slain Zhao Wu for her soul bone, Yin would not live to enjoy it. Consequently, upon learning of Zhao Wu's true nature, Bo merely felt a pang of desire, wisely refraining from rash actions. Now, as Zhao Wu approached Shrek Academy, her heart was heavy with anxiety about the potential presence of formidable soul masters. Yifeng extended his hand, taking hers. Zhao Wu's rabbit ears perked up, her cheeks flushing as she stared at him in surprise. Yifeng reassured her, "My mentor once said that cultivation is a personal journey. Rather than fretting over which academy to choose, we might as well choose one at random." Pouting, Zhao Wu replied, "But we cannot select an unranked academy like Shrek. We know nothing of its strength." Yifeng similet kunojin, comforting her, resta surit. Tang San's teacher informed me that Shrek Academy has only 5 instructors, 3 soul emperors and 2 soul saints. Zhao Wu murmured, 3 soul emperors and 2 soul saints? Is it true that Shrek Academy has only 5 instructors? He nodded emphatically. Relieved, Zhao Wu acquiesced. "All right, let us enroll in Shrek Academy. After our long journey, I'm tired. Let's find a place to rest and seek out the academy tomorrow." "Of course," Yifeng replied with a smile. Pointing down the street, Zhao Wu indicated a hotel. The three-story establishment, though not overly large, was adorned in a romantic style, resembling a grand rose. The Rose Hotel? Yifeng mused, recalling its significance. Ah, it has a faintly alluring fragrance. I have made my decision. This shall be our lodging. Zhao Wu inhaled deeply, her satisfaction evident. Entering the hotel, they were greeted by an inviting scent. The decor featured a palette of white, silver, and rose red, exuding warmth and elegance, seamlessly blending romance with nobility. Sir, are you certain you wish to book 2 rooms? The attendant inquired. Is that not possible? Yifeng queried. I apologize, sir, but we have only 1 room available. The attendant replied, her gaze laden with implication as she regarded Yifeng, Zhao Wu, and Tang San. Internally, she mused about Yifeng's intentions. Yifeng observed the attendant's expression, realizing the misunderstanding. Before he could clarify, a figure approached from behind. This room should belong to me. The name Dai Mubai sprang to Yifeng's mind. Turning, he, Zhao Wu, and Tang San beheld 3 individuals approaching the counter. A strikingly handsome young man and 2 elegantly dressed young women, who were notably twins. The young man paid little heed to Yifeng and Tang San, but when his gaze fell upon Zhao Wu, a flicker of surprise danced in his eyes. Seemingly captivated by her beauty, as he leaned against the counter, he addressed the attendant dismissively. You're new, aren't you? Fetch your manager. The attendant, visibly unnerved, hurried away to find the manager. Yifeng, caught in a dilemma, pondered whether to yield the last room to Dai Mubai, which could alter a minor plotline and grant him freely assignable attribute points. However, doing so would mean forfeiting the rare opportunity to share a room with Zhao Wu. I believe we arrived first, Zhao Wu interjected. So what? Dai Mubai replied arrogantly, disregarding her presence. It doesn't matter. You should leave. She retorted coolly. Very well. He laughed. It's rare for someone to speak to me so boldly. Come, let us see if you can make me leave. He turned, casting a scornful glance at Zhao Wu, tauntingly challenging her. Let me handle this. Zhao Wu. Tang San stepped forward, eager to alter Zhao Wu's perception of him, which had been tainted by his previous reluctance to engage in conflict. Zhao Wu shook her head, insisting, he told me to leave. Let me take this opportunity. With a firm step, she unleashed 3 soul rings around her, 1 yellow and 2 purple. Dai Mubai's eyes widened in astonishment. Typically, a soul master's first 2 rings are yellow. However, Zhao Wu's second and third rings were of the 1,000-year variety. Her second soul ring bore 4 purple patterns, indicating its age of 4,000 years, while her third ring, also a 1,000-year type, displayed 8 patterns, suggesting an age exceeding 8,000 years. As a soul beast, Zhao Wu had condensed her first 6 soul rings through cultivation. The rigorous trials involving the octagonal ice grass, the fiery apricot, and the ice and fire yin-yang, I had transformed her second and third rings into 1,000-year purple soul rings. Noticing Dai Mubai's astonishment, Zhao Wu grinned triumphantly, taunting, Are you frightened? If so, perhaps you should demonstrate what it means to leave. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's expression darkened. With a stern demeanor, he fixed his gaze upon Zhao Wu. As the 3rd prince of the Star Luo Empire, how could he possibly be expelled from the Rose Hotel? With a firm step, a brilliant pale light erupted from within him. His arms extended to the sides, chest puffed out, and his bones cracked audibly as his muscles suddenly swelled. 3 soul rings manifested beneath his feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Oh, Zhao Wu mused, her tone contemplative, a knowing smile gracing her lips. So you're a soul master of over the 30th level. Come, let us battle. If I were afraid of you, I wouldn't be called Zhao Wu. Dai Mubai's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he replied playfully, So your name is Zhao Wu. I am Dai Mubai, with a white tiger martial spirit, 37th level soul master. Please enlighten me. Zhao Wu, with a rabbit martial spirit, a 33rd level soul master. With a flicker, Zhao Wu activated her second soul skill, enchantment. A purple light radiated from her second soul ring, and her eyes sparkled with a pink hue. Dai Mubai, meeting her gaze, instantly fell under her spell, his expression dazed as he stood rooted to the spot. Notably, Zhao Wu's second soul ring was 4,000 years old. The power of a soul skill correlates with the age of the soul ring. Thus, a 4,000-year soul ring possesses greater control than a century-old one, both in strength and duration. Next, with a swift motion, Zhao Wu propelled herself towards the entranced Dai Mu Bai, unleashing her first soul skill, Waist Bow. This skill instantaneously doubled her waist strength and enhanced her flexibility by 50%. After reaching the 10th level of soul power, each additional level increases the effect of Waist Bow by 1%. Now, with her 33rd level of soul power, the skill's effect surged to 123%. With a resounding thud, Dai Mu Bai was kicked away, crashing into the hotel wall like an arrow, leaving a significant dent surrounded by fine cracks. Even onlookers felt a twinge of pain witnessing the scene. Zhao Wu, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, wore a satisfied smile as she declared, "That's a wrap. Dai Xiao, Dai Xiao," the twin sisters exclaimed, snapping back to reality as they pulled Dai Mu Bai from the wall. He glared at Zhao Wu, his teeth clenched in frustration, and muttered, "Let us go." As Dai Mu Bai attempted to leave, Tang San used his ghost shadow perplexing track to block his path. "What do you want?" Dai Mu Bai glared at Tang San. "Nothing much. If we were the ones who lost today, we would likely be the ones to leave in disgrace. Now that you have lost, it is only fitting that you demonstrate what it means to roll out of here," Tang San replied clearly, casting a glance at Zhao Wu. Indeed, Zhao Wu appeared momentarily stunned, her expression softening as she looked at Tang San. "Do not be so arrogant. Had she not ambushed me, I might not have lost. If you insist on this, I will ensure you regret it," Dai Mu Bai warned, his anger palpable. "If you wish to continue this fight, I am more than willing to oblige," Tang San replied with a smile, intentionally seeking to reshape Zhao Wu's impression of him. "You're Dai Mu Bai, correct?" "You are not our match," Yi Feng interjected, having observed Tang San's intentions and determined not to let him succeed. After all, he had painstakingly earned Zhao Wu's favor and would not allow her to develop any fondness for Tang San, thus preventing any sacrificial notions. As Yi Feng focused his intent, 4 soul rings appeared beneath his feet, colored yellow, purple, and black. 4 soul rings? Soul sect is the 4th soul ring of a 10,000-year level. Dai Mu Bai's expression paled, his eyes glazing over as he became petrified. Yi Feng was 3 to 4 years younger than Dai Mu Bai, yet he had already reached over the 40th level within the soul sect, and his 4th soul ring exceeded the standard 10,000-year mark. "Do you wish for me to leave as well?" Dai Mu Bai clenched his fists, his gaze wary of Yi Feng. Although he had become a playboy, as the 3rd prince of the Star Luo Empire, he still possessed his pride. He resolved that he would never roll out of the Rose Hotel. If he were to fall, it would be in battle. "Leave if you must." Yi Feng waved his hand, retracting his martial spirit and speaking with a calm demeanor. "Remember, there are always higher peaks beyond the mountains. When venturing outside, do not be so overbearing." Dai Mu Bai fell silent, observing Yi Feng for a moment. Ultimately, with the assistance of the twin sisters, he departed from the Rose Hotel. Ding dong. At this moment, the system's voice chimed in. "Congratulations, you have altered the original storyline. You have frightened off the evil-eyed white tiger, Dai Mu Bai. Reward, 10 distributable attribute points. Chapter Otuzuch, Yi Feng, Zhao Wu." My first love Yi Feng had dealt with Dai Mu Bai. As the Rose Hotel had only 1 room, Tang San suggested that they leave it for Yi Feng, given that he was the leader of the 7 Shrek monsters. Tang San and Zhao Wu could find another hotel to stay in. Yi Feng, however, rejected this notion. He argued that the hotel room was spacious enough for both 2 and 3 occupants. He mentioned that he would not stop Tang San from finding another place, and inquired if Zhao Wu wished to do the same. Zhao Wu responded that she preferred to share the night with Yi Feng, recalling their previous cohabitation at Notting Academy. After Tang San departed, Yi Feng took the room key and, following the attendant's directions, searched for their designated room. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks. With a blush, Zhao Wu lamented, "Brother, what are you doing?" Yi Feng innocently pointed ahead, explaining, "I am opening the door." As he spoke, he unlocked the door with the key. Upon the door's opening, Zhao was taken aback. The room was expansive, the living area exceeding 50 square meters. Most notably, the bed was indeed large enough to accommodate 3 people comfortably. Yi Feng gazed at Zhao Wu, uncertain if she had developed feelings for him. Tentatively, he remarked, "Zhao Wu, look, it says 1001 and you are my only. The rose decorations make this place feel like a romantic retreat." Zhao Wu's face flushed as she stepped forward, avoiding eye contact. "Brother, is it not lovely? You're not so old-fashioned. Comfort is what matters." It smells wonderful here. The decor is beautiful. I find myself quite fond of this place." Brother, it is not expensive either, just 10 gold soul coins per night. Shall we come here often? Yifeng chuckled wryly, shaking his head. He was nearly certain that Zhao Wu harbored romantic feelings for him. 10 gold soul coins is not cheap. If you insist on coming, you can come alone. Zhao Wu turned, her brows raised in exasperation as she poked his chest, admonishing, I meant us. What is the point of being alone? Brother, sometimes it can be quite foolish. With such a demeanor, how will you ever find a wife? To be honest, brother, I sometimes question if you're even a man. Yifeng paused, rubbing his nose as he retorted, What are you talking about? Zhao Wu, without a moment's hesitation, reiterated, I must say, with your pure and unblemished demeanor. I truly question whether you are a man. Hearing her words, Yifeng felt a surge of irritation rising within him. He smiled while glaring at Zhao Wu and retorted, Dare to say that again. Zhao Wu chuckled, emboldened by her confidence, and replied, What if I do? Brother, please don't tell me you're really not a man, right? She teased him with a playful grin, locking eyes with Yifeng. Their gazes exchanged, subtly igniting sparks of tension. Yifeng looked at Zhao Wu. At that moment, resembled a ripe peach, evoking an irresistible desire to taste her sweetness. His mind became a blank slate, entirely governed by a singular thought. As his lips drew ever closer to hers, the air thickened with anticipation. Zhao Wu sensed the shift in atmosphere. Though she had an inkling of what was about to unfold, she remained frozen in place, similarly blank-minded as Yifeng. Their lips met, a spark igniting a fervor previously unexperienced by either. After a brief 10 seconds, Yifeng regained his composure, stepping back as if caught in the act of pilfering. He stood there, bewildered, eyes fixed on Zhao Wu, whose cheeks flushed crimson. He stammered awkwardly, Zhao Wu, I was merely proving. Zhao Wu stepped forward, wrapping her arms around his waist, soothing his inner turmoil with her actions. Sodo City, a bustling metropolis of the Bala Kingdom, boasted a significantly faster pace of life compared to Nodding City, with throngs of busy people everywhere. A young couple strolled hand in hand along the vibrant streets of Sodo. The city was dotted with numerous shops, particularly clothing boutiques. Zhao Wu eagerly dragged Yifeng through several stores. Now that they were officially a couple, the veil of mere friendship had been lifted. Whenever Zhao Wu found something she liked, Yifeng would willingly pay for it. Yifeng exclaimed in surprise while shopping. What is wrong? Zhao Wu asked, intrigued by his reaction, following his gaze. There, they spotted a shop with a sign emblazoned with a circular emblem, adorned with peculiar symbols. Soul Master Shop? The symbols depicted a sword, a hammer, and a blue electric tyrannosaurus, indicating that this establishment sold items essential for soul masters. Let us go inside, Zhao Wu said, linking her arm with Yifeng's and guiding him toward the shop. Inside, the ambience was dim, infused with unusual energy fluctuations emanating from the soul-guiding devices. In the middle of the shop sat a rocking chair, occupied by a middle-aged man wearing glasses, swaying gently with his eyes closed. The man appeared to be in his 50s, and the chair creaked under his weight. Yifeng recognized him as Flender, one of the Golden Iron Triangle. Taking in the surroundings, Yifeng realized he hadn't known the shop's location, which prevented him from arriving sooner. With Tang San temporarily separated from them, Yifeng was uncertain whether Tang San had visited this place. In the original storyline, Tang San had acquired the invaluable dragon whisker needle here. Curious, Yifeng scanned the area, his gaze landing on a nondescript crystal the size of a human head by the wall. A board crystal? Yifeng gasped, his heart leaping with joy. The presence of the crystal meant that Tang San had yet to arrive to claim his fortune. Turning to Zhao Wu, he purposefully initiated a conversation. Zhao Wu, shall we register at Shrek Academy this afternoon? No, Shrek Academy is located on the outskirts of Sodo City. I've heard it takes several hours to walk there. Registration is open for the next few days, so we need not rush. Let us go tomorrow morning instead, Zhao Wu replied. All right then. We shall go to Shrek Academy tomorrow, Yifeng agreed, smiling as he cast a glance at Flender, who remained oblivious to their chatter. Although Flender had not opened his eyes, Yifeng noted a brief pause in the rocking chair's motion during their conversation. Chapter 34. Flender's Generosity. Yifeng approached the corner of the shop, picking up the crystal he had previously eyed. Zhao Wu, intrigued, followed him and asked Yifeng, What do you want with this shabby crystal? It isn't worth anything. Only purple crystals hold value. You don't intend to buy it, do you? Well, I'm just curious about its worth. Yifeng smiled and nodded. Take it. It's free, Flender interjected. Free? Zhao Wu blinked in surprise. Although the crystal lacked luster and wasn't purple, it still held some value, likely fetching around 10 gold soul coins. Are you certain? Zhao Wu inquired, astonished. I said it's free. It's not worth much anyway. Flinder waved his hand dismissively. Then we can truly take it? Zhao Wu's eyes gleamed with curiosity as she confirmed with Flinder. Yes, he nodded, keeping his eyes closed and continuing to rest in the rocking chair. Zhao Wu, astonished, looked at Flinder before confidently pulling Yi Feng out of the shop. Once outside, Yi Feng paused and smiled. Zhao Wu, why the hurry? Zhao Wu glanced at the crystal in Yi Feng's hands, explaining, this crystal could sell for at least 10 gold soul coins. It's rare for him to offer it for free. If we linger, what if he changes his mind? Ding dong. Congratulations, you have altered the original storyline. You have acquired the Dragon Whisker Needle before Tang San and received a freebie from the Shrewd Flinder. You have 15 attribute points to distribute. Eagerly, Yi Feng and Zhao Wu returned to their hotel, excitement radiating from Yi Feng as he urged Zhao Wu, quick, close the door. Huh? Close the door? Zhao Wu looked at him, bewildered. Yes, Yi Feng affirmed emphatically. Isn't that a bit much? It's still daylight. You don't intend to sleep now, do you? Zhao Wu's cheeks flushed with shyness as she gazed at him. What are you saying? I merely asked you to close the door, not that I want to sleep. Yi Feng chuckled, reaching for the storage soul guiding bracelet on his wrist, retrieving the crystal obtained from Flinder's shop. The bracelet was the only relic left to him by his mother. Following Yi Feng's instructions, Zhao Wu shut the door. Yi Feng gazed at the crystal on the table, clenching his fists in exhilaration. Name, Yi Feng. Soul power, level 48. Martial soul, Xinyuan sword, 9-hearted begonia. Eye of hell. Soul rings, none. Soul skills, none. In the comprehension phase of human sword unity. Extra strength, 159. Extra agility, 140. Extra spirit, 10. Extra defense, 10. Distributable attribute points, 0. In Yi Feng's personal attribute panel, his extra strength stood at 159 points and his extra agility at 140 points. Speed and strength were now his primary focus. The previous 54 points in extra strength were akin to the power of 5 bulls, comparable to a level 20 soul master. Now, with an extra strength of 159 points, his brute force rivaled that of a level 40 soul master. It is noteworthy that the personal attribute panel displayed only Yi Feng's additional attributes. Yi Feng's physique, having endured the trials of the ice and fire eyes, had significantly enhanced his resilience. With a resounding crash, Yi Feng's fist struck the crystal, causing it to shatter into a myriad of golden sparks that soared into the air, each glimmering like fine gold. Quickly, Zhao Wu, help me collect them, Yi Feng instructed. Brother, what are these golden orbs? They certainly don't resemble gold. Why are you so excited? Zhao Wu inquired as she began gathering the floating golden spheres. These are not ordinary golden beads. They're the essence hidden within the crystal. Yi Feng replied. Essence? Crystal? Zhao Wu's curiosity intensified. Certain crystals, when influenced by external factors, develop golden threads within. These threads are remarkably resilient, and upon the crystal's destruction, they manifest as these golden beads. Crystals containing such threads are known as hijinks, with the finest being Banjing. Yi Feng elaborated. What purpose do they serve? Zhao Wu asked. Intrigued, these transformed golden beads, when infused with soul energy, can revert into threads finer than hair. Their function is to penetrate the protective aura of soul masters who possess beast martial souls. Upon striking an opponent, they will revert to the bead form, causing the targeted body part to curl. Yi Feng explained, demonstrating by striking the bed with a bead, which caused the sheets to crumple and tear. Zhao Wu, excited, hopped onto the bed to retrieve the hijinks embedded within. Yi Feng paused, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Zhao Wu, who was kneeling on the bed with her back to him, creating an inadvertently intimate moment. Zhao Wu, are you tired? Yi Feng asked. A little, she admitted. If you're fatigued, perhaps we should rest for a while, he suggested. Now, Zhao Wu responded, surprised. Yes, Yi Feng affirmed, leaning closer to her. Their relationship had evolved beyond mere friendship during the midday hours. Zhao Wu blushed, but did not shy away. Instead, she closed her eyes, savoring the moment. The next day, as the sun rose on the horizon, Zhao Wu, Yi Feng, and Tang San embarked on their journey to enroll at Shrek Academy. The academy lay a considerable distance from Soto City, requiring a 2-hour walk. Zhao Wu, feeling exhausted, requested Yi Feng to carry her, to which he readily agreed. Hop on. He smiled as he crouched down. Zhao Wu blushed, climbing onto his back. Observing this, Tang San felt a twinge of helplessness, silently lamenting. It seems there is no hope for me and Zhao Wu. Throughout their journey, Tang San noticed Zhao Wu's flushed cheeks, akin to a bloom of rouge. Zhao Wu, are you feeling hot? He asked, puzzled. Huh? Zhao Wu stammered. I see your face is quite red, and your breathing seems hurried. Are you uncomfortably warm? Tang San, oblivious to the underlying cause, inquired with concern. And no, I'm fine, Zhao Wu replied, avoiding his gaze. You lead the way, Tang San. All right, he complied, walking ahead without suspicion. Unbeknownst to them, a mischievous hand was causing Zhao Wu's flushed state, leaving her feeling flustered. Brother? She whispered softly, leaning close to Yi Feng's ear. Perhaps we should wait until evening. Tang San is right beside us. Throughout the journey, Yi Feng remained undeterred by Zhao Wu's protests, seizing every opportunity to indulge in playful mischief. Despite her attempts to dissuade him, Zhao Wu ultimately succumbed to the comfort of his embrace, relishing the sensation. After approximately 2 hours of travel, a village appeared before them, marked by a long queue at its entrance. A simple tent sheltered an elderly man in his 60s, seated before a table. Behind him stood a wooden archway bearing the inscription, Shrek Academy. Could it be, brother, that we are truly entering this academy? Zhao Wu exclaimed in astonishment, eyeing the sign. One must not judge by appearances. One cannot ascertain the value of something merely by sight. Yi Feng replied with a smile. Well, since we are here, we might as well take a look, Zhao Wu conceded. Recalling Yi Feng's words about Shrek Academy lacking soul masters of the Douluo or titled Douluo levels, easing her trepidation. Is this dilapidated place truly Shrek Academy? The institution reputed to grant noble titles upon graduation? She mused, feeling embarrassed. I am a genius at the Junior Soul Master Academy. I cannot bear to study here. As they approached the shabby academy, the gathering of parents and children awaiting enrollment could not help but murmur amongst themselves. The enrollment process, overseen by the elderly man, proceeded in an orderly fashion despite some questioning the academy's stringent entrance criteria and even requesting a refund of the enrollment fee. However, under the authoritative presence of the elder and Dai Mubai, the process continued smoothly. Next, a young girl stepped forward, presenting her delicate wrist to the elder. She appeared to be alone, unaccompanied by any guardians. When the elder's hand brushed against the girl, he was momentarily stunned. May I inquire if I've passed the test? Her melodious voice rang out, captivating all who heard it. Are your family members aware of your presence here? Yi Feng's attention was drawn, recognizing the familiarity of the exchange. He couldn't help but wonder if this girl was Ning Rongrong. It is said that everyone is welcome, as long as I meet the academy's requirements. There is no reason for you to reject me, the girl smiled. The academy's instructor nodded in agreement, and the girl successfully passed the assessment. Soon it was Yi Feng, Zhao Wu, and Tang San's turn. Teacher, we would like to enroll the three of us, Yi Feng stated, tossing the payment into the box as the instructor began to assess their bone age. Well, your muscular development appears promising, especially you, young man. What is your name? The instructor inquired, focusing on Yi Feng. Yi Feng, he replied. Yi Feng. The girl who had just passed the test paused, her gaze scrutinizing him. Yi Feng, the instructor murmured, searching his memory, realizing that apart from the soul master with the 9-heart begonia martial soul, he could recall no other family bearing the surname Yi. He commanded, indeed, your muscle development is quite impressive. Release your martial souls. Tang San, Zhao Wu, and Yi Feng complied, each unveiling their respective martial souls. Beneath their feet, Tang San and Zhao Wu manifested their soul rings, with Zhao Wu possessing 3 rings, her second and third soul rings shimmering in a 1,000-year purple hue, one being over 4,000 years old and the other over 8,000. 1,000-year soul rings? The teacher from Shrek Academy was momentarily taken aback, gazing in astonishment at Zhao Wu. When his gaze shifted to Yi Feng, he appeared utterly petrified. Words of disbelief escaped his lips. Soul sect? 10,000-year soul ring? Yi Feng stood with 4 soul rings beneath him, the color of his 4th soul ring a profound black, indicative of its 10,000-year age. Zhao Wu smiled gently and inquired, have you met the requirements? The teacher from Shrek Academy nodded, his eyes ablaze with enthusiasm as he scrutinized Tang San, Zhao Wu, and Yi Feng. particularly noting the exceptional nature of Zhao Wu and Yi Feng's soul rings, which astonishingly surpassed the limits of the second, third, and fourth soul rings. Zhao Wu cast a sidelong glance at Yi Feng, recalling that all of this was bestowed upon her by him, without the tempering of the ice and fire-tuing eyes. Her second soul ring could not have attained a 4,000-year age. With a glint of pride in her eyes, she addressed the Shrek Academy teacher. You only accept monsters here, right? Do we qualify as monsters? The teacher nodded, a triumphant smile breaking across his face. Indeed, you two are remarkable little monsters. Mubai, escort them inside. Understood. Dai Mubai replied, stepping forward to Zhao Wu, Yi Feng, and Tang San. We meet again, Zhao Wu remarked with a playful smirk. Aren't we going in? Follow me, Dai Mubai said, eyeing Zhao Wu warily. Despite being a 39th level Great Soul Master, he dared not engage her in combat. He still felt the lingering pain from their previous encounter. You mentioned your name is Yi Feng? A girl who had passed the assessment asked, smiling at him. Yes. Yi Feng nodded. Hello, I am Ning Rongrong. You might have heard of me from your teacher. The girl extended her hand, introducing herself with a smile. Yi Feng observed Ning Rongrong, clad in a white long dress that imparted a sense of purity. Her long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, enhancing her femininity. Her skin was strikingly fair with a hint of rosy undertones, setting her apart. Though still young, she would undoubtedly blossom into a great beauty. Yi Feng extended his hand, shaking hers amicably. Greetings, little junior sister. Little junior sister? Ning Rongrong blinked in surprise. Yi Feng smiled and clarified, since you refer to the teacher as Grandpa Jian. You are his disciple. By the hierarchy, you should call me senior uncle. However, considering our ages, it seems more fitting for me to refer to you as little junior sister, does it not? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong, much like Zhao Wu, was incensed. She placed her hands on her hips and retorted, I will only acknowledge you as a senior sister, not a junior sister. Moreover, we were born on the same day. The distinction in our ages is not so clear-cut. Chapter 36. The system is unyielding. Yi Feng chuckled. Then let us not consider age. I encourage you to call me senior uncle. You wish. Ning Rongrong shot back without a moment's hesitation. So, do you prefer to call me senior uncle or senior brother? Yi Feng inquired with a playful glint in his eyes. I will just call you senior brother, Ning Rongrong conceded. Very well. Later, I shall present you with a gift. Yi Feng replied with a smile. A gift? What kind of gift? Ning Rongrong asked, curiosity piqued. You shall find out once you enter Shrek Academy. Yi Feng replied with a grin. All right. Ning Rongrong agreed without hesitation. Following Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong arrived at Shrek Academy. The second assessment at Shrek Academy evaluated the student's soul power. Zhao Wu's soul power level stood at 33, Ning Rongrong's at 26, while Yi Feng boasted an impressive 48, allowing him to proceed unconditionally to the fourth assessment. During the evaluation, Dai Mubai brought Cha-ching to the assessment area, with Oscar appearing midway to sell sausages. Fortunately, Yi Feng was well-versed in the storyline and paid no heed to Oscar's sausages. When Zhao Wu inquired why Yi Feng did not purchase any, he explained that Oscar's martial soul was sausages, and all sausages came from him, according to Shrek Academy's regulations. Any student with soul power exceeding 25 could bypass the test and directly enter the fourth assessment. After displaying their soul power, Yi Feng, Oscar, Zhao Wu, Tang San, and Ning Rongrong seamlessly advanced to the fourth assessment. Along the way, Dai Mubai provided insights about Shrek Academy to Yi Feng and the others, ultimately leading them to a modest square of merely 200 square meters. A middle-aged man in his 50s sat at a table, dozing off. Teacher Zhao, I have brought the participants for the fourth assessment, Dai Mubai said respectfully. This year, we have students eligible for the fourth assessment, and 5 have arrived at once. The middle-aged man exclaimed, blinking away his drowsiness as he regarded Yi Feng, Zhao Wu, and Ning Rongrong in disbelief. These 5 have passed the second and third assessments, Dai Mubai explained. Zhao Wujing's eyes lit up as he rose from his chair. Although not tall, he possessed a sturdy physique, exuding an aura of strength, slightly shorter than the 12-year-old Yi Feng, yet radiating a formidable presence. All 5 possess soul power exceeding 25. Not bad, not bad. It seems there are many little monsters this year. I am Zhao Wuji, and since you have bypassed the second and third assessments, I shall personally engage you. You'll have an incense sticks time to familiarize yourselves and strategize. After that, you will need to withstand my attacks for the same duration. As long as one of you can endure until the end, you will pass. However, I must warn you, this final test is not so easily overcome. Zhao Wuji declared with a smile. Teacher Zhao, is this appropriate? Dai Mubai cautioned. What is inappropriate? The dean is not present, and I am the highest authority in the academy. What I say goes, Zhao Wuji insisted firmly. No need to argue, Dai Mubai. Please inform them of my soul power and combat characteristics. I will grant them an incense sticks time. I hope you understand that attempting to take shortcuts will be futile. No one can escape my attack range with speed. I remind you that defeating me alone is impossible. Only through mutual coordination can you hope to triumph. Zhao Wuji interrupted, kindly advising Yi Feng and the others. Dai Mubai stepped before Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Yi Feng, reluctantly explaining, originally, to pass the fourth assessment. You only needed to defeat me. I did not expect Teacher Zhao to personally intervene. You must be cautious. Is this teacher, Zhao, also a soul emperor like the teacher at the entrance? Xiao Wu inquired. Not quite, Oscar replied. In that case, we need not fear. After all, our average soul power exceeds 30, Xiao Wu stated nonchalantly. No, you misunderstand. Teacher Zhao's spirit master rank is not that of a spirit emperor, but rather a spirit saint of the seventh ring, known as the unmoved king, explained Dai Mubai. What? A spirit saint? Exclaimed Xiao Wu and the others in astonishment. Indeed, Teacher Zhao possesses a soul power level of 76, with a beast martial soul, specifically the great strength diamond bear, leaving almost no flaws. His only shortcoming is his speed. Dai Mubai elaborated. What? He is the unmoved king? Ningrongrong Cuspet. Do you know the unmoved king? Xiao Wu inquired curiously. The unmoved king is infamous in the spirit master world, regarded as the demon king of chaos, also known as the unmoved king. The spirit hall once dispatched 20 spirit emperors to capture him, yet he managed to escape. Zhao Wuji excels in close combat, and speed is the only advantage we can leverage to pass the assessment. His martial soul is the great strength diamond bear, and, as a spirit saint, he possesses almost no weaknesses. Even spirit masters of the same rank find it challenging to inflict harm upon him. Ning Rongrong murmured in astonishment. She is correct. Dai Mubai concurred. Though speed is his weakness, the vast difference in soul power renders it worthless. If you truly wish to pass Teacher Zhao's assessment, you must carefully strategize. Ning Rongrong nodded, as did Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Tang San. Facing a spirit saint over 70 levels for the first time posed a challenge for them. Not only Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Tang San, but even Yi Feng felt anxious, despite having acquired the profound sword techniques of the Chun family. His current soul power level was merely in the 40s. Even he could not hope to defeat Zhao Wuji alone. Would he have to endure a beating from Zhao Wuji only to have Tang San turn the tide at the last moment? Ding dong. As Yi Feng pondered this, the system's voice rang out as expected. The system detected that the host was about to be severely beaten by Zhao Wuji and expressed its discontent, rewarding the host with a Soul Douluo experience card. Chapter 37. Soul Douluo experience card. Soul Douluo experience card. Upon use, it grants the user the soul power of an 89th level Soul Douluo for 30 minutes. The Soul Douluo experience card. Yi Feng was taken back. He had not anticipated receiving a Soul Douluo experience card, which would allow him to temporarily wield the soul power of an 89th level Soul Douluo, just a step away from the coveted title of 90 title Douluo. With this card, Yi Feng could swiftly conclude the battle. The challenge, however, lay in how he would explain this to his companions. After all, with his current soul power level at 48, suddenly acquiring the power of 89 would inevitably raise suspicions. Why don't you discuss how to fight? Dai Mubai suggested. Without coordinated efforts, you cannot withstand a single wave of attacks from Teacher Zhao. Dai Mubai shook his head, still doubtful of Xiao Wu, Yi Feng, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Tang San, despite Xiao Wu reaching the 33rd level and Yi Feng the 48th. Indeed, we need to coordinate better. I have an idea. Everyone come here and listen, Tang San added, eager for the opportunity to shine. Tang San, skilled in strategy, already had a plan to counter Zhao Wuji. Yi Feng, seeing Tang San about to seize the spotlight, felt a surge of agitation, his body trembling as if he were having a seizure. Brother, what's wrong? Xiao Wu asked anxiously, concerned for Yi Feng's well-being. Senior brother, are you all right? Ning Rongrong frowned. Observing ye feng soudain distress. Could be epilepsy? Tang San pondered aloud in surprise. Epilepsy? Epilepsy? Zhao Wu and Ning Rongrong exclaimed in unison, looking worriedly at Tang San. What is epilepsy? Epilepsy is a rare condition characterized by convulsions, loss of consciousness, and other symptoms, Tang San explained in detail. At that moment, Yifeng lay on the ground, twitching but not exhibiting the more severe symptoms of foaming at the mouth or loss of bladder control. Suddenly, Yifeng ceased convulsing and sprang upright. No need, Yifeng stated. Brother, are you sure you're okay? Zhao Wu asked with concern. I'm fine, Yifeng replied. Yifeng, hurry over. We only have a short time to discuss our strategy, Tang San urged. No need, Yifeng responded firmly. Yifeng? Tang San raised an eyebrow in confusion. Facing a spirit saint over 70 levels, why should we not all join forces? In the face of absolute strength, any strategy is futile. Zhao Wuji, you truly have the audacity to bully the young. A spirit master of over 70 levels, yet you stoop to such tactics against mere youngsters, Yifeng stated seriously. His gaze fixed on Zhao Wuji. This is an assessment, Zhao Wuji retorted, looking at Yifeng with a disdainful reminder. Hurry and strategize, soon. There will be no opportunity left. No need. I can handle you alone, Yifeng insisted. Alone? Yifeng, do you intend to face Teacher Zhao by yourself? Are you certain? Daimu Bai, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing stared at Yifeng in shock, while Tang San regarded him with skepticism. Ningrongrong, who referred to the sword master as Grandfather Jian, queried Yifeng with a mix of belief and doubt. To rally the entire group is my responsibility. I will show Shrek Academy that no one can bully Yifeng, Yifeng declared, his tone oddly resolute, as if he had transformed into a different person. Are you sure? Zhao Wuji asked. Let us begin, Zhao Wuji. Yifeng replied without hesitation. Are you truly certain? Zhao Wuji inquired once more. As his words fell, 7 soul rings appeared beneath Zhao Wuji's feet, colored in 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. A radiant aura coalesced behind him into a towering great strength diamond bear. With the manifestation of the great strength diamond bear, Zhao Wuji's physique appeared even more imposing, exuding a savage aura from his being. I am certain, Yifeng responded with calm assurance. As Yifeng spoke, 4 soul rings emerged beneath him, colored 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black. Oh, a soul master. When the dean hears of this, he will undoubtedly be elated. But even if you're a soul master, you will not be my match, Zhao Wuji remarked, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared fixedly at Yifeng. Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, Soul Douluo, Zhao Wuji stammered, astonished as the names of 3 powerful ranks slipped from his lips. Yifeng's soul power surged rapidly, ultimately reaching the realm of Soul Douluo. How can your soul power exceed 80? Zhao Wuji gazed at Yifeng in disbelief. With only 4 soul rings, Yifeng's soul power should not exceed 50. Yet now, his level soared beyond 80. Why not? Did you not wish to bully a few juniors? Today, I shall turn the tables on you, unmoved king, rasped Yifeng. Oh man? Zhao Wuji was taken aback, gazing at Feng with astonishment. He finally noticed Yifeng's self-reference. Yifeng referred to himself as this old man. But Yifeng was only 12 years old. What on earth was going on? Zhao Wuji's mind was a whirlwind of questions. Why? Why did Yifeng possess only 4 soul rings, yet boast a soul power exceeding the 80th level? Yifeng extended a finger. What could this mean? With a grave expression, Zhao Wuji inquired, 1 move. With just 1 move, I will surely defeat you. Come at me, Zhao Wuji. Upon speaking, Yifeng's soul rings vanished, and the 9-hearted mysterious flower martial soul in his right hand disappeared. In its place, a 3-foot golden long sword materialized in his left hand. The blade was etched with celestial bodies on one side and inscribed with agricultural and animal husbandry techniques on the other, alongside strategies for unification across the seas. It shimmered with radiant hues, exuding an extraordinary aura. Although the golden miniature sword currently had no attached soul rings, one could still observe the delicate ripples emanating around it. This was Yifeng's primary martial soul, the Xianyuan sword. As the sword manifested, Tang San furrowed his brow, acutely sensing the agitation of his hammer martial soul, as if encountering some dreadful entity. With continuous infusions of soul power, the Xianyuan sword began to radiate brilliant light. Zhao Wuji's expression grew solemn as his seventh soul ring ignited with a black glow, activating his seventh soul skill, the true form of the mighty golden bear. In an instant, Zhao Wuji's height surpassed 5 meters, his muscles grotesquely swelling as he transformed into a true giant bear. His brown fur erupted, and once fully transformed, it glimmered with a golden sheen. Martial soul, true form? Dai Mubai exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that his practical instructor had unleashed his martial soul's true form. Zhao Wuji's fourth soul skill, target tracking, allowed him to utilize all soul skills below the seventh ring, excluding the martial soul true form, for 30 minutes. With a potency of 150% and a defensive boost of 200%. However, each use diminished his attributes by 50% and required 7 days for recovery. Zhao Wuji's fourth soul skill was nearly instantaneous. Yet, his target was not Yifeng, but a large tree 150 meters away. He was not aiming to attack Yifeng, but rather to escape. With a powerful leap, Zhao Wuji bounded into the air, attempting to evade Yifeng's assault. At that moment, Yifeng executed the union of man and sword. The long sword descended from above, cleaving Zhao Wuji, who was still airborne, down to the ground. Boom! The overwhelming sword energy surged from the Xianyuan sword, transforming into a fierce gale that swept outward. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring vision. As the dust settled, a long, sword-shaped scar marred the ground. Zhao Wuji lay motionless, struck down by the formidable blade. Teacher Zhao. Dai Mubai's heart raced. He leapt toward Zhao Wuji, extending his hand to check for a pulse. He breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Wuji was merely unconscious and would recover after some rest, posing no threat to his life. After successfully landing a blow, Yifeng began to convulse, as if seized by an epileptic fit. His eyes rolled back. Once he regained his composure, Xiao Wu approached him with concern, anxiously asking, "Brother, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Yifeng replied. "Senior brother, what just happened? How are you so powerful?" Ning Rongrong inquired, her curiosity piqued. Yifeng, of course, could not divulge the truth, and instead questioned Ning Rongrong about the events that transpired. After she recounted the incident, Yifeng feigned contemplation, claiming he too was bewildered by the occurrence. "Could it be that you possess a latent soul within you?" Tang San suddenly suggested. "A latent soul?" Yifeng looked at Tang San, intrigued. "I have read about such phenomena. It is said that some powerful beings, even in death, can have their souls inhabit the bodies of others, akin to what you experienced earlier," Tang San speculated. "Is that so?" Yifeng regarded Tang San in surprise, not expecting him to be aware of such a phenomenon. "Indeed, from what we witnessed, it appears that this soul means you no harm. So you need not worry about its presence," Tang San reassured him. The night at Shrek Academy was tranquil, occasionally interrupted by the calls of unknown creatures. Thanks to Yifeng's use of the Soul Douluo experience card to defeat Zhao Wuji, Ning Rongrong, Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu all passed the admission assessment, becoming students of Shrek Academy. As for Yifeng, although he had disrupted the original storyline, preventing Tang San from shining, he had utilized the system-awarded Soul Douluo experience card. Thus, despite altering the narrative, he ultimately did not receive any system rewards. As Yifeng prepared for slumber, a voice suddenly emerged from outside his window. "Disciple, come fort." The voice did not belong to the Haoyan Douluo Tang Hao, but rather to the Sword Douluo Jian Dao Qinshin. Since Zhao Wuji had not bullied Tang San, Haoyan Douluo Tang Hao would not emerge tonight to reprimand Zhao Wuji. Following the voice's direction, Yifeng arrived at the academy's small square, where he indeed found Jian Dao Qinshin. Grandfather Sword, Yifeng exclaimed. He was not alone. Ning Rongrong, the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, was also present. "Rongrong, are you still awake?" Jian Dao Qinshin inquired with a smile. "Grandfather Sword, you are so biased. Now that you have a disciple, do you no longer care for me?" Ning Rongrong pouted, casting a jealous glance at Yifeng. "Not all. How could Grandfather Sword ever disregard you?" Jian Dao Qinshin lovingly ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair. "We're a grandfather Bone and father," Ning Rongrong asked, scanning the area for the absence of Bone, Douluo Gu Rong, and Ning Fengji. "This visit is primarily for Yifeng. So your father and old Bone did not accompany me," Jian Dao Qinshin explained. "You see, I told you, you weren't here just to see me," Ning Rongrong sulked, casting another envious look at Yifeng. Rong Rong has grown up and knows how to feel jealous, Jian Dao Qinshin chuckled, affectionately patting her head. Grandfather Sword, did you come here for any urgent matter regarding seeing your brother? Ning Rong Rong asked curiously. It's getting late, and most people have already gone to bed, she said, eager to understand what had brought Jian Dao Qinshin to seek Yifeng. Come with me, Jian Dao Qinshin replied, summoning the 7-killing sword. As Ning Rong Rong prepared to step forward to ride Jian Dao Qinshin's sword, he halted her. Ning Rong Rong looked at him in confusion. Jian Dao Qinshin elucidated. Yifeng can now fly with a sword. You should ride with him for this opportunity to help him gain experience. Ning Rong Rong was taken aback. Although she had a temper befitting a young lady, she was not foolish. Both she and Yifeng, upon reflection, suspected that Jian Dao Qinshin was intentionally trying to bring them closer together. Grandpa Jian, it is unexpected that not only has he grown indifferent towards Rong Rong, but he has also become increasingly miserly. Ning Rong Rong let out an unhappy hum. Her cheeks flushed as she approached Yifeng, her tone shy as she said, Brother, I am sorry to trouble you. Not a bother at all, Yifeng replied with a smile. With a thought, he summoned his martial soul, the Xianyuan sword. Now, the Xianyuan sword was devoid of any soul rings, measuring about 3 feet in length, perfectly accommodating 2 individuals. Sister, would you prefer to stand in front or behind? Yifeng invited. I'll stand behind. Ning Rong Rong responded, her face a deep crimson. Very well. Then please step aboard. Yifeng called out, positioning himself at the front half of the Xianyuan sword, leaving ample space for Ning Rong Rong. She nodded and stepped onto the sword. As Yifeng flew with the sword, Ning Rong Rong could not help but scream. The inertia of her body caused her to lean back, nearly toppling off the Xianyuan sword. Instinctively, she reached out, wrapping her arms around Yifeng's waist. The affectionate gesture resembled that of a couple. Are you all right, sister? Yifeng asked. I'm fine, Ning Rong Rong replied, her face still flushed as she shyly released her grip around his waist. Just as she let go, another scream escaped her lips as her hands instinctively returned to embrace Yifeng's waist. The physical intimacy was compounded by the fluctuating speed of the sword, causing her to acutely feel the pressure of 2 forms pressed against her. Are you all right, sister? Yifeng asked again. I'm fine, but could you fly a bit more steadily? Ning Rong Rong reproached him. She wanted to accuse Yifeng of doing this on purpose to take advantage of her, but alas, she had no evidence. Sister, I cannot help it. Perhaps it is you who should consider shedding a few pounds. Yifeng replied in a lowered voice. This was hardly Yifeng's fault. Ever since he learned to fly with the sword, he had never taken anyone with him before. This was indeed his first experience in doing so. Perhaps it was a training exercise devised by Jian Dao Qinshin for Yifeng. What did you say? Ning Rong Rong's expression froze, and her face shifted instantly. Did Yifeng just imply that she needed to lose weight? Yifeng, too, was taken aback, realizing he had opened a can of worms. After a brief moment of contemplation, he said, Sister, I didn't mean anything by it. You clearly stated that I'm fat and need to lose weight. Ning Rong Rong insisted. Indeed, as your elder brother, I worry that if you remain too heavy, you may struggle to find a suitor in the future. Yifeng smiled. You speak nonsense. If I can't marry, I'll hold you accountable. Ning Rong Rong exclaimed, letting out another scream. The Xianyuan sword suddenly swayed violently, startling Rong Rong, who clung tightly to Yifeng from behind. Sister, it seems you're not only a bit overweight, but perhaps a tad foolish as well, Yifeng teased. How am I foolish? Ning Rong Rong retorted. Consider this. A dog is a dog. An elephant is an elephant. How could a dog possibly give birth to ivory? Isn't that asking too much? Yifeng chuckled. Ning Rong Rong bit her lip in frustration, wishing she could hit Yifeng a few times. However, given their current situation, she was unable to free her hands. As she gazed ahead, all she could see was the back of Jian Douluo Qinshin. With the speed and prowess of Jian Douluo, he could easily leave both Yifeng and Ning Rong Rong behind, and could have effortlessly carried Ning Rong Rong with him. Yet, Jian Douluo chose to fly alone, seemingly indifferent to their situation. Ning Rong Rong suspected her grandpa Jian was intentionally trying to bring her and Yifeng together, but she had no proof. As this realization dawned on her, her cheeks tinged with a deeper hue. Due to the regulations of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, her future partner must be a battle-oriented soul master. Ning Rong Rong recalled the events of the day. Yifeng had single-handedly defeated Zhao Wuji, leaving a profound impression on her, especially considering Yi Feng's intriguing nature. She felt that accompanying him would ensure her later years would never be dull. With this thought, as she already had her arms around Yi Feng's waist, she leaned her face against his back, displaying a shy smile as she reminded him, "Brother, Grandpa Jian has flown quite far ahead. We should hurry." Yi Feng responded accordingly. As they continued, laughter and chatter filled the air. After a brief passage of time, they followed Jian Duo to a mountain peak. The mountain was unremarkable, primarily composed of rock, with hardly any vegetation. Any soul beast ascending the peak would be easily spotted under the moonlight. Upon arriving, Yi Feng found Jian Duo already standing atop the mountain. "Grandpa Jian, you haven't told us what we are to do yet?" Ning Rongrong inquired curiously. "Naturally. We are to facilitate the secondary awakening of your martial soul and unlock the martial soul domain," Jian Duo replied. "What? The martial soul domain?" Yi Feng and Ning Rongrong exchanged astonished glances at Jian Duo's declaration. He intended to help Yi Feng unlock his martial soul domain. Only a select few soul masters in the realm possessed a martial soul domain, whose benefits were self-evident, as it allowed one to gain a skill comparable to a soul technique. The nature of these domains varied from individual to individual, with different effects for each martial soul. Among the most renowned domains in the Soul Master world was the Killing God domain, which required one to enter the city of killing and traverse the Hell Road to acquire such a domain for their martial soul. Domains are categorized into innate and acquired ones. The Killing God domain is an acquired one, whereas only a few soul masters possess innate domains upon the awakening of their martial souls. However, exceptions do exist, as there are unique methods that allow a soul master's martial soul to undergo a secondary awakening in the later stages, granting a domain that lies between innate and acquired. At present, Jian Duo was revealing to Yi Feng and Ning Rongrong that he had come to assist Yi Feng in unlocking his martial soul domain. With a swift motion of his hand, Jian Duo conjured forth countless silver lights from his storage soul guide. These lights descended upon the mountain, their numbers likely exceeding 10,000. These silver lights were no ordinary entities, but rather an array of swords, each with a distinct shape. As they appeared, a unique energy fluctuation enveloped the surrounding space, one that was different from the fundamental elements of water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, or darkness. While Ning Rongrong may not have sensed this energy deeply, Yi Feng, possessing the Xinyuan sword martial soul, could perceive it distinctly. He recognized that the energy fluctuation emanated from the swords themselves. Luo Shui's sword, Qianming's sword, Flame Sword. Ning Rongrong exclaimed as she approached the swords, astonished. "Grandpa Jian, when did you start collecting swords?" As the heiress of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong was well aware of the origins of these swords. Each was an exceptionally sharp blade, some capable of severing a strand of hair with ease. She never anticipated that her grandpa Jian would possess such rare treasures. Though these swords were indeed remarkable, their brilliance had been overshadowed by the soul masters who wielded them. The blacksmiths who forged these blades were equally lost to history. Jian Dao Qinxi nodded, feeling gratified. "Ever since I took your elder brother as my disciple, I instructed Feng Ji to gather these precious swords. After an arduous 6-year quest, we have finally amassed a collection of 18,000 swords. It is time to awaken your brother's martial soul domain." 6 years? Ye Feng exclaimed in astonishment. It had been a full 6 years since Jian Dao Qinxin accepted Yi Feng as his disciple. During this time, Jian Dao Qinxin often distanced himself from Yi Feng, who assumed that as the guardian duo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, he was obliged to frequently return to maintain order there. Little did Yi Feng realize that his teacher's constant absences were due to the pursuit of these rare swords. The Yin sword belongs to the Fire Leopard sect, while the Luo Shui sword is overseen by the Water Clan's grandfather Jian. "How did you acquire these ancient weapons?" Ning Rongrong inquired with curiosity. "Naturally, I challenged them to duels," Jian Dao Qinxin replied. "Duels?" Ning Rongrong's expression shifted in surprise. "Some sword-wielding soul masters in the soul master realm yearned for my guidance. Some of these swords were offered to me after I defeated them in combat. Others were procured at great expense by your father," Jian Dao Qinxin elaborated. "In the realm of soul masters, weapons are often viewed as mere trinkets, secondary to their martial souls. As long as they can derive some benefit, relinquishing these rare collections is entirely feasible." Grandfather Jian, you mentioned awakening my brother's martial soul domain. Will there be any risks involved in this process? Ning Rongrong glanced at Yi Feng with concern. Rongrong, I understand your worries. The domain of my martial soul was unlocked with the aid of my father, and I am well versed in awakening sword-shaped martial souls. Your brother will be safe, Jian Dao Qinshin reassured her affectionately, gently patting her head. That's a relief, Ning Rongrong sighed, gazing enviously at Yi Feng. Disciple, let us begin. When my father assisted me in awakening my martial soul, it required only 10,000 ancient swords. I wish to see how the awakening of your martial soul domain with 18,000 ancient swords differs from my own, Jian Dao Qinshin urged. Master, what must I do? Yi Feng asked, suppressing his inner excitement. In the original storyline, Tang San relied on the 10,000-year-old Blue-Silver King for his second martial soul awakening, which granted him his sixth spirit ring and the Blue-Silver domain. Now, Yi Feng was on the verge of awakening the domain belonging to his Xianyuan sword with Jian Dao Qinshin's guidance. Sit cross-legged at the center of the peak. Remember to maintain your spirit platform. As long as a thought remains, you shall not perish, Jian Dao Qinshin solemnly instructed. Understood, Yi Feng nodded. Yi Feng positioned himself at the summit, sitting cross-legged. Jian Dao Qinshin closed his eyes, and a surge of silver radiance erupted from him. His formidable silver soul power summoned the 18,000 swords scattered across the mountain, drawing them toward Yi Feng with a stream of silver energy. Individually, these energies were unremarkable, but when gathered, they resembled a stream converging into a lake. The silver glow halted a meter around Yi Feng, forming a colossal silver cocoon. The energy permeated his body through his pores. Do not underestimate this silver glow. It is the essence of energy from the ancient swords, imbued with a sword attribute. Yi Feng, being but a mortal, found his body trembling slightly in pain as the energy surged within him. As long as a thought remains, you shall not perish. Jian Dao Qinshin's voice echoed in Yi Feng's mind. As long as a thought remains, you shall not perish. Yi Feng murmured, forcefully suppressing the pain and focusing his consciousness. Regardless of the agony his body endured, he ignored it entirely, keeping his eyes closed and silently accepting the baptism of energy from the ancient swords. Ning Rongrong stood nearby, witnessing the unfolding events. Noticing Yi Feng's contorted features and clenched hands, she nervously prayed, Brother, you must endure, as the mountain peak was enveloped by the overwhelming sword-shaped energy. And since this was not the Soul Beast Forest, the awakening ceremony proceeded smoothly. The awakening process of Yi Feng's Xianyuan sword martial soul bore similarities to Tang San's second awakening of the blue-silver grass martial soul. Both relied on external forces to facilitate the so-called second awakening. Tang San's martial soul was the blue-silver grass, aided by the Blue-Silver King and a vast expanse of blue-silver grass, ultimately granting him the blue-silver domain. Yi Feng's martial soul, the Xianyuan sword, was also on the brink of a second awakening. Supported not only by 18,000 ancient swords of various ages and ranks, but also by Jian Dao Qinshin's profound understanding of swordsmanship, both essential conditions for the second awakening of sword-shaped martial souls. Moreover, the final necessary condition was Jian Dao Qinshin's formidable soul power, ranked at 96. Without such immense soul power to drive the awakening ceremony, assisting Yi Feng in achieving a second awakening would have been impossible. The majority of sword-shaped martial soul masters fail to achieve a second awakening due to the lack of these crucial requirements. In the realm of soul masters, it is likely that only Jian Dao Qinshin possesses such a rare technique. The awakening ceremony proceeded methodically. As the first rays of sunlight graced the mountain peak the following day, Yi Feng gradually opened his eyes. At that moment, two silver sword-shaped glimmers flickered within his gaze. Jian Dao Qinshin's fatigued eyes sparkled with satisfaction as he waved his hand, causing the surrounding silver radiance to vanish. As the silver glow dissipated, Jian Dao Qinshin staggered back 3 steps. Grandfather Jian, Ning Rongrong gasped in alarm. Quick to react, she caught Jian Dao Qinshin before he fell. Observing him closely, she noted that his once rosy complexion had turned pale as snow. Despite being a 96th ranked title Doa, the prolonged exertion of controlling so many ancient swords had taken its toll. Are you all right? Ning Rongrong inquired with concern. Rongrong, do not fret. Grandfather Jian is merely fatigued from soul power consumption. A brief rest will suffice, Jian Dao Qinshin replied, forcing a smile. Master, Yifeng called out, touched by the sight. At that moment, Jian Dao Qinshin's appearance belied the simplicity of his words. After leading the lengthy domain awakening ceremony, it was evident that his soul power was nearly depleted. Not only his soul power, but Jian Dao Qinshin appeared as though he had aged 5 or 6 years in an instant. Disciple, quickly let me see your Xianyuan sword's domain, Jian Dao Qinshin urged with curiosity. Yifeng nodded, extending his right hand, where a golden ancient sword materialized. Though the ancient sword martial soul bore no attached spirit rings, a peculiar energy wave radiated outward. Suddenly, a distinct golden wave surged forth, expanding outward from Yifeng and enveloping a radius of 50 meters in a soft golden glow. In the midst of the atmosphere enveloping Ning Rongrong and Jian Dao Qinshin, a resonant thud echoed. Ning Rongrong knelt on one knee, her complexion pale, her expression one of profound shock as she gazed at Yifeng. At that moment, even Jian Dao Qinshin, the title Dao known as the Sword, appeared even more ashen, resembling a specter. Coughing softly, Jian Dao Qinshin could distinctly feel the oppressive force emanating from Yifeng's domain. Had it not been for his indomitable spirit, he too would have found himself kneeling before Yifeng, just like Ning Rongrong, his soul power depleted. Master, Yifeng exclaimed, his heart aching as he hastily withdrew his domain. Martial soul domain. Ning Rongrong rose, gazing enviously at Yifeng. Jian Dao Qinshin, with a gentle touch upon Yifeng's head, revealed a comforting smile, remarking, indeed, your Xianyuan sword martial soul's domain surpasses my 7-killing sword. I have a strong premonition that the title of the continent's foremost weapon martial soul will soon change hands. For ages, the Haotian hammer has reigned as the pinnacle of assault-type weapon martial souls on Doa continent, a veritable nemesis to all other assault-type souls. Although Jian Dao Qinshin possessed the 7-killing sword and its corresponding domain, peak-level soul masters wielding the 7-killing sword could not best their counterparts with the Haotian hammer. Why, you may ask? Because the Haotian sect boasts 3 unparalleled techniques: the chaotic wind hammer method, the Haotian 9 absolutes, and the grand Sumura hammer. Yifeng had been imparted with the Chun family's ultimate technique of unifying man and sword by Jian Dao Qinshin, and he had already crossed the threshold into this realm. Now, with the awakening of a domain stronger than that of Jian Dao Qinshin, the latter believed that Yifeng might enable his Xianyuan sword to ascend to the status of the continent's preeminent weapon martial soul. Brother, quickly tell me, what abilities does your martial soul domain possess? Ning Rongrong inquired with curiosity. The domain of my Xianyuan sword martial soul. I have named the Sword Emperor domain. Sword Emperor domain? My domain grants me dominion over all sword weapons within its confines, allowing me to command them as I wish. However, I can only manipulate the weapons, not the soul masters wielding them, hence the name Sword Emperor domain, Yifeng responded. The ability to control sword weapons within the domain indeed befits the title of Sword Emperor. What else? Ning Rongrong continued, her curiosity piqued. At the moment Yifeng unleashed his martial soul domain, Ning Rongrong had felt an intense pressure. Her combat power had been significantly diminished, not by a trivial amount. Furthermore, it could reduce the combat power of soul masters within the domain by 30%, while enhancing her own by 100%. So many? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. As a support-type soul master, she understood the implications of such abilities. Her martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed tile, limited her soul power to a maximum of level 80. With this martial soul, her support capacity caps at 80%. In contrast, Yifeng's Sword Emperor domain could elevate his combat power by 100% while weakening the enemies by 30%, effectively creating a disparity of 130% between them and other soul masters within the domain. Yifeng nodded, albeit with a hint of dissatisfaction. Although the enhancement is substantial, it bears a notable flaw. It cannot distinguish between friend and foe. Even allies standing within the Sword Emperor domain will have their combat power reduced by 30%. Ning Rongrong's expression turned blank. Indeed, she had felt a considerable suppression of her abilities, as if an overwhelming royal presence was stifling her strength. Her gaze shifted toward her grandfather, Jian Dao Qinshin. His 7 killing domain also lacked the ability to differentiate between allies and adversaries, sharing the same domineering essence as Yifeng's martial soul domain. Jian Dao Qinshin regarded Yifeng with a mixture of regret and admiration. Alas, I have devoted my life to the sword. Besides your Xianyuan sword martial soul, you also possess the 9-heart Xiantang and the Hell I martial souls. I shall contemplate further. Perhaps it may be possible to produce a soul master capable of wielding all 3 domains. As Jian Dao Qinshin spoke, his heart surged with excitement. Throughout the annals of soul master history, few have possessed multiple domains. The existence of a soul master with 2 distinct domains is a rarity. And should Yifeng acquire 3, he would etch his name into history as a legend. Jian Dao Qinshin's keen gaze fixated on Yifeng. Should Yifeng manage to attain 4 domains, he would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the soul master hierarchy. Contemplating the future, Jian Dao Qinshin envisioned a glorious destiny for Yifeng. If Yifeng were to become a Soul Douluo, could he not avenge Jian Dao Qinshin's father, Chun Jianjun, by vanquishing the Judgment Elder of the Spirit Hall, known as the invincible Qian Daolu? Currently, Yifeng possessed only the Sword Emperor domain. In Jian Dao Qinshin's vivid imaginings, the other 3 domains would include the 9-heart Xiantang, the Hell Eye, and the God of Slaughter domains. To acquire the God of Slaughter domain, one must venture to the City of Slaughter and traverse the Hell Road. The 9-heart Xiantang evolved from the 9-heart Begonia, and Jian Dao Qinshin could not ascertain whether a soul master of merely the 80th rank possessed the capability to grant others a martial soul domain. As for the Hell I martial soul, Jian Dao Qinshin had traversed the soul master realm, and had yet to hear of any soul master possessing such a unique martial soul. Awakening the Hell I martial soul's domain would undoubtedly be an arduous task. Jian Dao Qinshin's fragmented discourse caught the attention of both Yifeng and Ning Rongrong. Yifeng furrowed his brow. Concerned, Master, what are you saying? Jian Dao Qinshin extended his hand, instinctively patting Yifeng's shoulder. Disciple, dawn approaches. I must take my leave. So soon? Yifeng asked, reluctant to part. Indeed. Gather these ancient swords. Your Sword Emperor domain can manipulate all sword-shaped weapons within it, and these ancient swords may prove immensely beneficial to you, Jian Dao Qinshin instructed. Understood. Yifeng nodded, summoning the 7 killing sword. Jian Dao Qinshin harnessed the scant soul power within him and soared away from the mountain peak. Chapter 42. The third update. Ning Rongrong and Yifeng busily collected the ancient swords, taking nearly half an hour before finally storing all of them within Yifeng's storage soul guide. As the last of the 18,000 ancient swords was secured, Yifeng's storage soul guide was nearing its capacity. Brother, your storage soul guide has such a vast capacity, Ning Rongrong exclaimed in awe. Indeed, Yifeng replied, extending his right hand to touch the jade bracelet upon his left wrist. The bracelet bore intricate golden patterns, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. As the daughter of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, the wealthiest sect in the Soul Master realm with extensive business throughout the Tiando Empire, Ning Rongrong immediately recognized the bracelet's extraordinary nature. By the standards of soul guides, Yifeng's storage soul guide was a rare treasure. However, brother, don't you think it's a bit peculiar? Ning Rongrong asked, her tone somewhat strange. Yifeng stared blankly at Ning Rongrong. A man choosing a storage soul guide in the form of a jade bracelet. Doesn't that strike you as a tad odd? Ning Rongrong pointed out. Sister, I understand your meaning. Yifeng lowered his head, gazing at the jade bracelet adorning his left wrist, his eyes tinged with a hint of sorrow as he replied. This is the only keepsake left to me by my mother. When I was born, my parents were pursued by enemies. In their final moments, they entrusted me to Grandpa Jack in the village. I don't even know my parents' names. This bracelet is my mother's only legacy. Understanding dawned on Ning Rongrong, and after a brief pause, she apologized. I'm sorry, senior brother. I didn't mean to pry. I had no idea your parents were. Yifeng forced a smile and placed a hand on Ning Rongrong's shoulder. But I still have Zhao Wu, master, and you, my junior sister. He continued, it's time to return now that dawn has broken. All right. Ning Rongrong nodded with a smile. Shall we take the flying sword? Yifeng asked awkwardly, recalling a previous incident as he rubbed his nose. Of course. It's quite a distance to the academy. Walking would take hours, Ning Rongrong replied. Her cheeks flushed, memories of their previous closeness flooding her mind. The mere thought of what was to come made both their hearts race uncontrollably. All right then, come aboard, Yi Feng said, summoning the Xianyuan sword. As they took flight, both were momentarily stunned by the stability with which Yi Feng managed to control the sword, even while carrying another person. Senior brother, you've mastered flying with a passenger? Ning Rongrong asked in astonishment. Do you wish for my skills to be lacking? Yi Feng, teased. Senior brother, you're teasing me again. Ning Rongrong lamented, casting a longing glance at his profile, feeling a subtle sense of disappointment at the absence of physical contact they once shared. Not just Ning Rongrong, but Yi Feng too felt a tinge of loss. As a man, a normal man, he naturally yearned for some physical closeness with Ning Rongrong. He attributed his remarkable improvement in sword flight to the awakening of his sword-shaped martial soul. After Yi Feng and Ning Rongrong departed the mountaintop, a man clad in simple black robes descended upon it. Little did Yi Feng, Ning Rongrong, and Jian Dao Chun Xin know, the events of the previous night had all been witnessed by this enigmatic figure. A sword, seeking to become the foremost martial soul? A hoarse voice emanated from the man in black, his gaze growing increasingly cold as he watched the direction in which Yi Feng and Ning Rongrong had left, sending chills down one's spine. It was anyone's guess what thoughts occupied his mind. Though it was early morning, some villagers had already begun their daily toil. Rising with the sun was a customary practice for them. Lacking the privileges of soul masters and state stipends, they relied on agriculture to sustain their families. As Ning Rongrong rode Yi Feng's flying sword, she savored the picturesque scenery surrounding Shrek Academy. Approaching her destination, she suddenly pointed to a spot on the ground, exclaiming, "Senior brother, look over there." Following her gesture, Yi Feng noticed something amiss. In a dilapidated, thatched house, a boy was seen pushing a girl to the ground, attempting to force himself upon her. Driven by curiosity, Yi Feng maneuvered the Xianyuan sword to hover above the thatched roof, allowing them a clear view of the unfolding scene within. Through a hole in the roof, they glimpsed the young girl, appearing around 4 or 5 years old. Possessing an ordinary yet youthful visage, clad in simple attire, she seemed to belong to the nearby village. The boy attempting to commit the heinous act was similarly young, appearing even slightly younger than the girl, short and plump with messy red hair. "You let go of me. Ma Hongjun, release me at once. I've made it abundantly clear that my aunt visited last night. This is not the time for such things." The girl named Suehua protested. "Suehua, you were having so much fun yesterday. Don't lie," Ma Hongjun retorted. "Ma Hongjun, I am not lying. Stop. I'm telling you to stop," Suehua cried, struggling against his advances. "Suehua, I really can't take any more. Please, lend me a hand. I promise it won't take long," Ma Hongjun pleaded. "Enough of this nonsense." Suehua glared at him, pushing him away and hastily donning her discarded clothes before bolting out the door. Ma Hongjun, seeing her escape, rushed forward and grasped her wrist, apologizing earnestly. "Suehua, I'm sorry. I was too impulsive. Please forgive me." Suehua's eyes reflected a glimmer of fear, and the recollection of the earlier incident sent shivers down her spine. "Ma Hongjun, don't ever seek me out again. I won't be with you anymore." "Suehua, you can't possibly mean you want to break up with me?" he asked, desperation creeping into his voice. "Yes," she affirmed. "Suehua, haven't I treated you well? Why would you want to end things? You've enjoyed our moments together, haven't you? You've been good to me, and I've enjoyed it too. But whenever your martial soul's evil fire flares, I can no longer tolerate it. My aunt is here, and you only think of your own desires." "Suehua, I didn't go through with anything," Ma Hongjun insisted. "The dean said there would be a solution." "Enough. How many times have you said that? I must consider my own safety." Their heated argument continued as Ma Hongjun held on to Suehua, refusing to let her leave. A soft cough from Yi Feng drew their attention. Ma Hongjun cast a displeased glance at him, his expression darkening. Noticing Ning Rongrong beside Yi Feng, his eyes brightened with a hint of mischief. "What's this? Do you wish to meddle? Release that girl," Yi Feng commanded. Just then, a familiar voice echoed nearby. He turned to see Zhao Wu and Tang San approaching. "Zhao Wu." Yi Feng's expression faltered. In the original storyline, Zhao Wu had scolded Ma Hongjun, leading to Tang San's intervention, resulting in a confrontation. Now, with Zhao Wu alongside Tang San, could it be that the protagonist's aura was at play? Had Zhao Wu developed feelings for Tang San? "Brother, I knew I would find you here," Zhao Wu exclaimed, leaving Tang San's side to rush toward Yifeng. I wanted to invite you to breakfast, but you weren't in your room. I happened to run into Tang San on the way. He mentioned you hadn't returned all night, and I was worried for your safety, so I came with him. Please don't misunderstand. Understanding washed over Yifeng. It was merely his overthinking. He reached out and gently ruffled Zhao Wu's hair. It's my fault for not informing you before I left last night. Zhao Wu cast a curious glance at Ning Rongrong, her eyes tinged with a hint of jealousy. Brother, where did you go last night? She inquired. Yifeng replied candidly. My master arrived. I went out with him last night. Oh, so it was Senior Sword who came, Zhao Wu said, her expression clearing. As a spirit beast, she held Senior Sword, a title de law, in high regard, especially since he treated her with respect due to her connection with Yifeng. After finishing his conversation with Zhao Wu, Yifeng approached Ma Hongjun and Suihua. I sense the fluctuation of soul power emanating from you. Earlier, you mentioned the dean. You must also be a student of Shrek Academy, right? Ma Hongjun scrutinized Yifeng for a moment before nodding. Yifeng smiled and said, let her go. A forced situation bears no sweetness. Ma Hongjun frowned and glanced at Tang San, asking, are you also meddling? Yifeng chuckled softly and reassured him. We are all students of the academy. We shall be comrades in the future. Your matters are hardly trivial to me. If you trust me, release her and allow me to resolve this. I assure you, the outcome will satisfy you. After a brief silence, Ma Hongjun hesitantly released Suihua's hand. She did not leave immediately, but remained, curious to hear what Yifeng would say. Yifeng pointed at Ma Hongjun and Suihua, his expression serious. The issue between you two is quite simple to resolve. The reason for your breakup, Suihua, is your inability to bear Ma Hongjun's demands. To remedy this, why not provide Ma Hongjun with a few more hens to alleviate your burden? What? Hens? What do you mean by that? Ma Hongjun and Suihua looked at Yifeng, perplexed. Yifeng elaborated. If the hens cannot endure the rooster's demands, then providing the rooster with more hens will allow it to release its pent-up desires, will it not? Suihua pondered for a moment before asking, are you suggesting that Ma Hongjun should find a few more women? Yifeng nodded. Suihua looked at Ma Hongjun and blurted out. No way. You want me to share my service with other women from Ma Hongjun? What kind of solution is that? That's just shameless. Yifeng shook his head and explained, Suihua, what plans do you have for your future? Plans? Suihua's expression faltered, her gaze vacant. She realized she had no concrete plans for her life. Suihua, you are not young anymore. You are even older than Ma Hongjun, aren't you? According to rural customs, in a year or two, you will likely be expected to marry, Yifeng continued. Suihua nodded, understanding the implications. In rural areas, there's a saying, raising a daughter is a financial loss, meaning that once a daughter grows up, she must marry into another family, often leading to pressure for her family to marry her off as soon as she reaches the appropriate age. You were born in the countryside. When the time comes for you to marry, what kind of person do you think you'll end up with? Most likely a farmer, right? Yifeng inquired. Suihua seemed to grasp Yifeng's point, nodding as she looked at Ma Hongjun. Farmers toil in the fields, raising pigs, and performing hard labor, often earning little despite their relentless efforts. In times of natural disasters or chaos, it is often the farmers who suffer the most. Yifeng turned his gaze to Ma Hongjun, asking, what is your current rank as a soul master? Great soul master, Hongjun replied. Suihua, you might not be aware of the benefits of becoming a great soul master. Once you achieve that rank, you can receive a stipend of 10 gold soul coins each month from a spirit hall. Over a year, that amounts to 120 gold soul coins. Suihua, have you ever seen so much money? Yifeng asked. Suihua, her eyes wide, shook her head. 120 gold soul coins. Most farmers toil their entire lives and never earn that much. Ma Hongjun is still young, and as his soul master rank increases, so too will his monthly stipend. By being with Ma Hongjun, she could live a life of comfort. In life, one must give to gain. Accepting that Ma Hongjun may have other women would lead her to a life free from worries, benefiting her family as well. Breaking up with Ma Hongjun could lead to a life of hardship and hunger. Think carefully. Would you rather be a wealthy lady or a poor farmer's wife? Moreover, in the earlier situation, Ma Hongjun refrained from crossing the line, indicating that you still hold significant importance in his heart. Yifeng urged Suihua. Having said that, he did not pressure her or Ma Hongjun, allowing her time to contemplate whether to break up with him or not. Chapter 44. Ning Rongrong. Brother, you are truly wicked. Brother, is this really all right? Ning Rongrong looked at Yi Feng in astonishment. He had not rescued Suehua, but instead supported Ma Hongjun, encouraging Suehua to share her service with other women. Yi Feng's earlier words clearly suggested that he was urging Suehua to become materialistic. In our society, is it not entirely normal for women to share a husband? Yi Feng countered. Ning Rongrong found herself at a loss for words. In their world, polygamy was indeed commonplace. The laws of the empire did not explicitly mandate monogamy. Many nobles and wealthy merchants regarded having multiple wives as a mark of personal honor and social status. Suehua was still young and unaware of what the future held for her. I merely presented her with two potential paths for her future for her to consider. Ultimately, the choice is hers to make, not one born of momentary anger that would lead to lifelong regret, Yi Feng clarified. Suehua merely gazed at Ma Hongjun, who remained silent, waiting for her to speak first, aware that she needed time to make a decision that would shape her life. Ma Hongjun, how about we don't break up, and you find another woman? Suehua suggested shyly, her face flushed. All right, Suehua, rest assured, Ma Hongjun replied, his face lighting up. He extended his hand and vowed, Ma Hongjun, swear that regardless of wealth or poverty, no matter how many women I have around me, I will never treat you poorly. I believe you, Suehua said, reaching out to embrace Ma Hongjun. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have altered the original storyline, preventing Ma Hongjun and Suehua from breaking up. You have earned 8 distributable attribute points as a reward. Perhaps this was merely a minor storyline. Hence Yi Feng received only 8 attribute points. Suehua, let go of me quickly. I can barely contain myself. I need to find Oscar, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, pushing Suehua away in haste. Suehua's embrace had ignited a fire within Ma Hongjun that had been previously suppressed. Indeed, a small bulge was already forming in his trousers. Oscar? Yi Feng's expression became serious. As someone who had traversed time, he was aware that Oscar and Ma Hongjun had once shared a room. Ma Hongjun's urgency to find Oscar carried significant implications. Noticing Yi Feng's gaze, Ma Hongjun expressed his gratitude. Brother, you have ensured that Suehua didn't leave me. I will remember this kindness. I must take my leave now. I have urgent matters to attend to. I will treat you to a meal another day. Seeing Ma Hongjun preparing to leave, Yi Feng quickly grabbed his arm. Brother? Ma Hongjun furrowed his brow, perplexed by Yi Feng's intentions as the urgency of the situation loomed over him. Yi Feng stepped closer, whispering something in Ma Hongjun's ear. Ma Hongjun extended his hands, staring in astonishment at his palms, exclaiming in disbelief, Ah, is that really possible? Yi Feng nodded, casting a quick glance at Suehua before sharing another hushed word with Ma Hongjun. Brother, Ma Hongjun's eyes widened in admiration. You truly are a great brother. Look at my thick-headedness. How did I not think of that? Good brother, I shall remember this kindness. Yi Feng patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder and smiled. Ma Hongjun, I haven't had breakfast yet, so I won't disturb you any longer. Zhao Wu, Rong, didn't you just mention wanting breakfast? Let's go eat together. As he spoke, Yi Feng turned to leave, heading towards the Shrek Academy cafeteria, with Zhao Wu, Rong, and Tang San following closely behind. On their way to the cafeteria, Zhao Wu glanced back at Ma Hongjun and Suehua, who had returned to the thatched house, and curiously inquired, Yi Feng, what did you just say to that chubby guy? Yi Feng chuckled and shook his head. I cannot say, it is not for sharing. Zhao Wu pouted, her tone tinged with disappointment. Not even to me? Yi Feng felt a jolt in his heart, turned to Zhao Wu, and asked, Do you truly wish to know? Zhao Wu nodded. Yi Feng teasingly began to muse aloud. I just shared 3 ideas with Ma Hongjun. What 3 ideas? Zhao Wu pressed. Yi Feng leaned in close to Zhao Wu's ear, whispering the first idea. Ah, her face flushed, and her delicate hands instinctively moved to her own hips. Then, Yi Feng whispered the second idea in her ear. You. Zhao Wu was momentarily speechless, pointing at Yi Feng in shock, her face turning an even deeper shade of crimson. Finally, Yi Feng shared the third idea with her in a soft whisper, leaving Zhao Wu utterly stunned, her cheeks resembling a ripe peach, tempting enough to bite. Her dreamy eyes turned to Yi Feng, questioning, Is that really possible? Absolutely, Yi Feng affirmed with a nod. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong observed the secretive exchange between Yi Feng and Zhao Wu, especially Zhao Wu's animated reactions, fueling her curiosity. Senior brother, you're being biased. You tell Zhao Wu, but not me. I want to know what you said to that red-haired chubby guy. Yifeng regarded Rongrong, his junior, with consideration. Zhao Wu was now his girlfriend, and sharing certain private matters with her was quite reasonable. It would strengthen their bond rather than incite her anger. However, with Ning Rongrong, the situation was different. Yifeng shook his head. Junior sister, it is perhaps best that you remain uninformed. No, I truly wish to know. Ning Rongrong insisted with determination. The more Yifeng resisted, the more Ning Rongrong's curiosity piqued. Understanding Yifeng's predicament, Zhao Wu leaned in and whispered to Ning Rongrong what Yifeng had just conveyed. As Ning Rongrong listened, her complexion deepened in hue, and she looked at Yifeng, her breath quickening, shyly exclaiming, "Senior brother, you are quite the rascal." Later, after breakfast, Yifeng, Zhao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Dai Mubai gathered at the Academy Square. Shortly thereafter, Ma Hongjun joined them, having resolved his personal matters. He playfully punched Yifeng's shoulder, expressing gratitude. "Brother, thank you." Yifeng smiled and shrugged. "I merely spoke. I did nothing substantial." Ma Hongjun draped an arm around Yifeng's shoulder, affectionately stating, "Brother, that's not how it is. Without you, I would have lost another girlfriend. I shall remember this kindness. By the way, what is your name? I am yet to learn it." Yifeng came to reply. "Yifeng. I shall remember that. From now on, I will call you Brother Yi-san. If not for Dai Mubai and Oscar, I would surely call you Big Brother Yi." Ma Hongjun nodded. "Just stick to calling him Big Brother Yi," Dai Mubai interjected. "Is that acceptable?" Ma Hongjun asked. Dai Mubai, who often prioritized his own enjoyment, had initially taken Ma Hongjun out for frivolous pursuits, but had since grown wary of Ma Hongjun's prowess. Thus, he had refrained from involving him in such escapades recently. Yifeng, however, was different. He had just alleviated a significant dilemma for Ma Hongjun, freeing him from worries about his martial spirit. "Of course it is." Dai Mubai surveyed their companions, locking eyes with Yifeng. "In this world, strength determines hierarchy. Yifeng's prowess surpasses mine. I am willing to call him Big Brother Yi." Subsequently, they ranked themselves by age. Due to Tang San's lack of opportunity to showcase his abilities, he found himself in 4th place, with Yifeng, Dai Mubai, and Oscar above him, followed by Ma Hongjun, Zhao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. Yifeng snapped his fingers, retrieving a black card from his storage soul guide. A black card? Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also stared in astonishment at Yifeng. As the 3rd prince of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Mubai, the young lady of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and Zhu Zhuqing from a noble family, all understood the significance of the black card. They had not anticipated that Yifeng possessed the strength to hold one. Ning Rongrong was particularly intrigued as to why her senior brother presented the card at that moment. Yifeng extended the black card to Ma Hongjun. "You want to give this to me?" Ma Hongjun was astonished. "Don't you need to find a few more girlfriends?" "You can't do that without money," Yifeng smiled. "But Tsuehua hasn't left me yet." Ma Hongjun hesitated, the image of Tsuehua flashing in his mind. "That may be true, but are you not aware of your own situation? I heard Mubai say that you need it 4 times a day at most. Tsuehua is not made of iron. Without good friends to share with her, do you wish for her to be drained of vitality and suffer early demise?" Yifeng questioned it. Ma Hongjun hesitated, acknowledging the truth in Yifeng's words. "Take it. Since you call me Big Brother Yi, your matters are my matters," Yifeng insisted, pressing the black card into Ma Hongjun's hands. "Big Brother Yi, once I have money, I will certainly repay you," Ma Hongjun vowed earnestly. "Since you call each other brothers, there's no need for formality," Yifeng chuckled. Yifeng regarded Ma Hongjun, understanding that he was a good person. His need for release was merely a consequence of his martial spirit. Yifeng's assistance stemmed from his recognition of Ma Hongjun's worthiness. "You are not saving him. You are causing him harm." Just as Yifeng and Ma Hongjun were engaged in conversation, a voice, somewhat hoarse, echoed from the front, indicating its speaker was of advanced age. All turned to see a middle-aged man approaching from another direction on the playground. He appeared to be in his 50s, with a robust physique and a distinctly shaped face. His chin protruded slightly, his forehead was broad, his features were flat, and he possessed a hooked nose. "Brother, it's him," Zhao Wu whispered. "Indeed," Yifeng nodded. The newcomer was none other than Flender, the head of Shrek Academy. Zhao Wu and Yifeng had previously visited Flender's shop when they came to enroll at the academy. Thus they were acquainted with him. "Teacher," Ma Hongjun called out. Flinder possessed the martial spirit of a cat eagle, while Ma Hongjun was the evil fire phoenix. Upon entering Shrek Academy, Flinder had taken Ma Hongjun as his disciple, making him Flinder's direct apprentice. Have you truly made up your mind? Flinder inquired. Why do you say that Yi Feng is harming him? He is clearly helping him. Xiao Wu defended Yi Feng. As a new student, it would be wise for you to read more. It will benefit you, Flinder remarked. His concern lies in the fact that if this continues, Ma Hongjun might become an evil soul master, Yi Feng interjected. Evil soul master? Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing as she blurted, he always seeks out women. Could it be due to his martial spirit? The words hung unspoken in her throat as she stared in disbelief at Ma Hongjun. Could he truly gain the soul power necessary for a soul master's elevation through the union of man and woman? Indeed, Flinder affirmed with a nod. How could such a bizarre martial spirit exist in this world? Xiao Wu questioned skeptically. Thus, I say he appears to be helping him, yet in truth, he is causing him harm. Flinder gazed intently at Ma Hongjun. He had sought many solutions and consulted numerous ancient texts, yet he remained unable to resolve the issues arising from Ma Hongjun's martial spirit. Flinder felt a deep sense of relief, for he had received word that his good friend, Yu Xiaojiang, was soon to arrive at Shrek Academy. Perhaps then, a solution to Ma Hongjun's dilemma would present itself. Director, can you not escape the biases of the world? Yi Feng asked. Bias? This is not mere bias. Yi Feng, as a top graduate of the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, you should understand how the Spirit Hall treats evil soul masters, Flinder reminded him. Director, that is the Spirit Hall's rule. We are Shrek Academy, not a Soul Master Academy of the Spirit Hall. Why must we adhere to their regulations? Furthermore, to me, even if one awakens an evil martial spirit, as long as they possess a kind heart, they are not an evil soul master, Yi Feng asserted resolutely. Chapter 46. Evil Soul Master. Evil Soul Masters are the most reviled practitioners in the world of Douluo continent. They possess powers that surpass ordinary individuals and exist within various ranks. The higher the rank, the greater the ability. The history of evil soul masters stretches back to the era of the Spirit Hall, where some soul masters practice forbidden arts to become evil soul masters. Generally, evil soul masters cultivate faster than ordinary soul masters before reaching the title Douluo level. However, due to the threats they face from others, as well as their own martial spirit's demands for blood and soul power, few can attain the title Douluo rank. Unlike the revered soul masters, evil soul masters are despised by society. Throughout nearly all periods and nations, except for the Sun Moon Empire during the era of the Peerless Tang sect, evil soul masters were universally scorned and hunted down. The definition of an evil soul master has varied over time. In the era of the Peerless Tang sect, merely possessing an evil martial spirit sufficed for such a classification. Yet, during the era of the Dragon King legend, it was deemed that as long as one possessed a kind heart, they could not be labeled as an evil soul master. This is why Tang Wulin, who absorbs life force through the golden dragon spear, and Yuan Duhua, who wields the fallen angel evil martial spirit, are not classified as evil soul masters. This standard only applies to Shrek Academy. Should an evil martial spirit bearer appear in the Sun Moon Federation, even with a kind heart, they would still be captured, punished, or killed. Typically, when an evil soul master's mind wavers, their entire body emanates a dark blue aura. In the world of Douluo continent, there are 10 types of soul masters: assault type, agility type, control type, defense type, healing type, support type, food type, summoning type, power type, and range type. Evil soul masters give rise to categories such as corpse control, spirit manipulation, beast taming, through the cultivation of evil soul beasts, exorcism, evil summoning, and blood transformation. Yi Feng, who told you these things? Flinder asked. Director, am I wrong in what I say? Yi Feng, repeat. This world does not operate solely on words. In many places, reason holds no sway. It is the one with the strongest fist who dictates the truth, Flinder retorted, sidestepping the core issue. Director, as the saying goes, a master leads one to the door, but the cultivation relies on the individual. You are Ma Hongjun's teacher, yet his path must be forged by him alone, Yi Feng countered. Yi Feng touched the bracelet on his left wrist, which contained the coveted phoenix crown flower, capable of resolving Ma Hongjun's martial spirit issues. However, he hesitated to offer it to Ma Hongjun, feeling that he possessed a remarkably powerful advantage. only to have it squandered by the director, to gain innate soul power through the union of yin and yang. What a formidable advantage! Ma Hongjuan's evil fire phoenix truly evoked envy in Yifeng. He wished to seize the opportunity. I am his teacher, Flender stated. I am his brother, Yifeng replied. Flender and Yifeng exchanged intense gazes, the atmosphere thick with tension. Ning Rongrong stepped forward, curious, and asked, Senior brother, did these words come from Grandfather Jian? Yifeng pondered for a moment. Grandfather Jian? Flender furrowed his brow, taking note of Ning Rongrong's words, and interjected, Yifeng, your teacher is not. Yes, Yifeng nodded. Flender regarded Ma Ongjun. In terms of education, he dared not overshadow Jian Daochen. However, should the Spirit Hall learn that Ma Hongjun was an evil soul master, they would undoubtedly seek to kill him or cast him into the city of slaughter, leaving him to fend for himself. This was a common tactic employed by the Spirit Hall against evil soul masters. Yifeng perceived a shift in Flender's demeanor and, in an effort to alter the narrative and secure distributable attribute points for Ma Hongjuan's future, urged director. Your primary concern seems to be that Ma Hongjuan's identity might be exposed, leading to his persecution by the Spirit Hall. In my view, you need not worry so much. Oh, pray tell, Flender responded. Firstly, I have provided Ma Hongjun with sufficient funds to support 20 girlfriends. With 20 girlfriends, even if he requires 4 encounters a day, each woman would only receive his attention once every 5 days. Secondly, our Shrek Academy is situated in a rural area, where information is scarce. As long as Ma Hongjun does not go to the Spirit Hall for a soul master level assessment before becoming a title Douluo, they will remain unaware of whether he is an evil soul master. Even if the Spirit Hall does find out, so what? Is it a crime to indulge in one's own wife or girlfriend? Yifeng retorted. Flender fell silent, lost in contemplation. As the head of Shrek Academy, he understood the advantages of possessing an evil martial spirit. Once one acquires such a spirit, their cultivation would soar to unprecedented heights. Ma Hongjun, I inquire of you. After each encounter with a woman, does your soul power not increase significantly? Yifeng asked. Indeed, especially when it's a woman experiencing it for the first time, the soul power I gain is markedly greater, Ma Hongjun replied candidly. Let me ask you again. Ma Hongjun, if you were to have 20 wives, would you still seek other women? The issue you face is not with your martial spirit, but rather with your mindset. If you possess a kind heart, then you shall not be an evil soul master, and there is no need to worry about your martial spirit, Yifeng continued. Ma Hongjun gazed at Flender, a sense of urgency in his eyes. Ma Hongjun, should I discover you violating innocent women, I shall personally ensure your demise, Flender stated sternly. Teacher, I vow to remain true to my principles and never commit any heinous acts, Ma Hongjun asserted with conviction, locking eyes with Flender. Return to your duties, Flender commanded. Yes, teacher, Ma Hongjun responded joyfully. Ding dong. Congratulations. You have overturned the original storyline and, through your eloquence, persuaded Flender and Ma Hongjun to abandon the pursuit of enhancing Ma Hongjun's martial spirit, a decision with profound implications. Reward, 100 distributable attribute points. 100 points? Yifeng was taken aback. He had unexpectedly received 100 attribute points. He turned to Ma Hongjun, curious if his possession of the golden-fingered evil fire phoenix would allow him to rapidly enhance his soul power, and whether his future accomplishments would remain confined to the realm of a secondary deity, the Phoenix God. Subsequently, Flender, as the Academy's headmaster, delivered a welcoming speech to the new students. As the first class would commence after dusk, everyone engaged in their own activities. Ma Hongjun, true to form, sought out his former girlfriend, unable to resist the allure of his martial spirit. He made promises to those without partners and provided financial support to their families, ultimately gathering 12 girlfriends. His dilemma of unexpressed evil fire had found a preliminary resolution. Meanwhile, Yifeng approached Headmaster Flender, seeking to acquire additional distributable attribute points. Flender had astutely remarked that in this world, those with the strongest fists hold the most authority. Chapter 47. Breaking up a couple when Yifeng found Flender. Tang San had just exited Flender's office. Their conversation had been brief, undoubtedly focused on Yu Shaojiang. Although Yifeng had not eavesdropped, he could intuit the discussion's content. He suddenly realized he relished this sensation of control, Everything lay within his grasp. Yifeng, do you require something from me? Flander inquired. Headmaster, I heard from Dai Mubai that the academy is facing financial difficulties. Yifeng stated his purpose. If you wish to support the academy financially, I suggest you reconsider. Did Dai Mubai not inform you that Shrek Academy has a rule against accepting private donations from students? Flander spoke in a neutral tone. He was aware of Yifeng's wealth, as his mentor was Jin Dao Chan Xian from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Yet he held no hopes of relying on Yifeng and Ning Rongrong to resolve Shrek Academy's fiscal challenges. Headmaster, you misunderstand. I propose a business partnership. Yifeng clarified with a smile. A business partnership? You wish to engage in commerce with a 12-year-old? Flander chuckled, unable to suppress his amusement. And what of it? Are not the students you enroll extraordinary? Yifeng replied, unperturbed by Flander's derision. Very well. I shall grant you 10 minutes to present your case, Flander conceded, still skeptical of Yifeng's ideas. Yifeng proceeded to outline various cutting-edge industries from the 21st century to Flander, such as food delivery, courier services, supermarkets, and notably, the real estate model that had propelled Su Jiayin to wealth. He spoke from morning until noon, and Flander listened with keen interest. Is it truly profitable? Flander queried in astonishment. In every industry, when the majority recognize its profitability, it is on the verge of collapse. Headmaster, consider this. When a location offers a plethora of essential goods, would you prefer to browse there or scurry about the streets? Do not forget, the prices in supermarkets are generally lower than in the market, Yifeng advised. If this succeeds, you will undoubtedly be the savior of Shrek Academy, Flander exclaimed excitedly. Are you willing to give it a try? Yifeng asked. Let us commence with the supermarket concept, Flander mused before responding. Upon leaving Flander's office, Yifeng pondered aloud. System, did I not just overturn a storyline? Why did I not receive any distributable attribute points? In the original narrative, Shrek Academy nearly faced closure due to financial issues, unable to facilitate connections owing to a lack of funds, and ultimately resorting to borrowing from the Royal Academy of the Tiando Empire. Now, Yifeng had guided Flander, who was willing to explore opening a supermarket to address the Academy's financial woes. However, Yifeng was most concerned about the reward of distributable attribute points. Name, Yifeng. Soul Power, level 49. Martial Spirit, Xianyuan Sword, 9 Hearts Black Bamboo, Eye of Hell. Soul Rings, Yellow, Yellow, Purple, Black. Soul Ring Abilities, Beast Blood Boiling, Ice Sealing. Water Spirit, Earth Shattering. Self-created Soul Skill, Unity of Man and Sword Beginner. Domain, Sword Emperor Domain. Additional Strength, 159 additional Agility, 140 additional Spirit, 10 additional Defense, 10 distributable attribute points, 108 points. Host, as Flander has yet to establish the supermarket, and merely harbors the intention without taking action, the financial issues of Shrek Academy remain unresolved. Thus, your previous actions did not overturn the storyline, the system replied. In other words, I must wait until Flander earns sufficient money to resolve the Academy's operating funds before receiving any relevant rewards, correct? Yifeng asked. Indeed, host. The system confirmed. Oscar, how much farther do we have to run? I mentioned this was an impossible task from the outset. But fear not. We shall not go hungry at noon. I have a delightful sausage. As Yifeng conversed with the system, a familiar voice echoed from ahead. He turned to see Oscar and Ning Rongrong running while conversing. Oscar even produced a sausage to offer Ning Rongrong. As both Oscar and Ning Rongrong were support-type soul masters, running was an essential skill, which is why Flander had assigned them 20 laps to complete before lunch, without which they would miss the meal. Rongrong, just have one. This sausage is delectable. It not only aids in wound healing, but also replenishes stamina. Have a bite, with my sausage to support you. There is no need to worry about food, Oscar insisted. I said I'm not eating, she replied. Just a little, it's my sausage. Once you eat it, you'll regain your strength. Your sausage. You have sausage, but I have 2 thick slices of bread to quench my thirst. No way I'm eating that. Ning Rongrong cast a strange glance at Oscar's sausage, unable to suppress a curse. Noticing Yifeng, she trotted over to him, seemingly forgetting her fatigue, and smiled. Senior, what brings you here? Yifeng reached out to pat Ning Rongrong on the head and replied with a smile, just passing by. Senior, can you help me keep an eye on him? He always bullies me. Ning Rongrong glanced at Oscar, seeking help from Yifeng. What is the matter? Yifeng asked curiously. Senior, you know how he runs, but his eyes are always sneakily watching me. He even wants me to eat his sausage. Ning Rongrong's face turned slightly red, her expression somewhat complex. Though she spoke disdainfully of Oscar, there was an undeniable pride in her demeanor. For she realized that Oscar might have developed feelings for her. As a girl, how could she not feel delighted that someone liked her? Yet at that moment, Ning Rongrong's heart belonged to another. Oscar, have you fallen for Rongrong? Yifeng inquired. Oscar stared blankly at Ning Rongrong, his passionate gaze revealing everything. Oscar, don't say I didn't warn you. My junior sister is the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and her martial spirit is the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile. The sect has a rule that any disciple who awakens the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile must take a partner who is not an auxiliary spirit master. Do you really wish to pursue my junior sister further? Yifeng reminded him in a neutral tone. What? The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has such a rule? Oscar looked astonished as he gazed at Ning Rongrong. She was simply beautiful, with a neat bob, skin as tender as lychee, and a delicate face. Standing at around 165 meters, her figure was harmonious, exuding an ethereal charm. Oscar swore he genuinely liked Ning Rongrong this time. Ning Rongrong nodded without hesitation. All right, I understand. Rongrong Yi, I'm going for a run. Oscar's expression dimmed as he turned to leave. Finally got rid of him. Senior, thank you. Ning Rongrong breathed a sigh of relief. Looking gratefully at Yifeng. No need to thank me. It was a trivial matter. Yifeng smiled and then teasingly asked, Junior sister, isn't it a good thing that someone likes you? Why are you so eager to cut ties with him? Fool. Naturally, I don't want others to misunderstand. Ning Rongrong's face flushed as she gazed dreamily at Yifeng. It was evident that she harbored feelings for him. To avoid misunderstandings, she was eager to distance herself from Oscar. Who would misunderstand? You don't already have someone you like, do you? Who is it? I can play matchmaker for you. Yifeng asked, intrigued. Senior, sometimes you are very clever, and other times you seem as foolish as a pig. Ning Rongrong pouted, looking at Yifeng with a forlorn expression. After a pause, she continued, Senior, what is going on with Flandra? Why did he make me and Oscar run 20 laps? That's an impossible task. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong sat down beside a stone by the roadside. Yifeng stood while she sat, their proximity heightened by the fact that Ning Rongrong had just run a long distance, her clothes clinging to her form, revealing her developing figure. Ning Rongrong, not receiving a response, lifted her head only to meet Yifeng's gaze. She quickly lowered her head to her chest and, turning her back to him, blushed and exclaimed shyly, Senior, I'm asking you a question. Ahem. Yifeng awkwardly cleared his throat and asked, Junior sister, what did you just ask me? I asked you, what is the deal with Flandra making me run 20 laps with Oscar? We're only at 12 laps, and it's already lunchtime. There's no way we can finish. This is an impossible task. Forget it. If he doesn't let me go to the cafeteria, can I just go to the city to buy something to eat? Ning Rongrong stood up, grinning mischievously. If you do that, you'll be falling in a Flandra-esque trap, Yifeng warned. Trap? Ning Rongrong turned to look at Yifeng, questioning, what do you mean? It means Flandra is deliberately making things difficult for you. He noticed your spoiled temperament as a young lady. Among the 5 new students entering Shrek Academy, he chose to target you to establish authority, Yifeng explained in detail. So that is how it is. I was wondering why he didn't ask anyone else to run, but specifically chose Oscar and me. He really wants to mess with me, Ning Rongrong said, her tone contemplative and irate. Thus, if you truly refuse to run, you'll be playing right into Flandra's hands. When you go to Soto City and return, he will certainly exploit the situation. He might even be lurking in the shadows watching you now. Don't forget, his martial spirit is the four-eyed cat eagle. Yifeng reminded her once more. Am I just supposed to obediently comply? Ning Rongrong replied indignantly. Junior sister, there is something I'm unsure if I should say. Yifeng, chaklit akardli. Go ahead, Ning Rongrong urged. I think you should listen to him. If you don't finish the run, you won't get to eat. To be honest, you're a bit plump. It's time to lose some weight, Yifeng said with a smile. Plump? Ning Rongrong blinked in surprise. Memories of Yifeng carrying her on a flying sword last night flooded her mind, recalling how he had said that she needed to lose weight. Hearing Yifeng call her plump again, Ning Rongrong raised her delicate fist, ready to hit him. How dare you? You're my senior, and you call me fat. Seeing Ning Rongrong's fierce demeanor, Yifeng knew he shouldn't linger. Ha ha ha, junior sister, you just keep running. I'll take my leave now. He swiftly dodged her punch and disappeared in a flash. Ning Rongrong stood there, hands on her hips, pouting until Yi Feng's figure vanished from sight. She then looked down at her long legs and not-so-bulky waist, pinching her abdomen, only feeling a slight bit of excess flesh. Pouting, she muttered softly, "It's just a little bit of excess flesh. I'm not fat." Gurgle. Ning Rongrong's stomach growled with hunger, longing for something to eat. Recalling what her crush had just said, she gritted her teeth and decided against going to Soto City for a meal, continuing her run diligently. Ding dong. Congratulations. You have altered the original storyline, preventing Oscar from pursuing Ning Rongrong. The impact is profound. Reward: 66 distributable attribute points. Congratulations, you have altered the original storyline, motivating Ning Rongrong and preventing her from falling into Flanders' trap. Reward: 9 distributable attribute points. System: Open Personal Attribute Interface. Name: Yi Feng. Soul Power: Level 49. Martial Spirit: Xinyuan Sword, 9 Heart Mysterious Tofu, Eye of Hell. Soul Rings: Yellow, Yellow, Purple, Black. Soul Ring Abilities: Beast Blood Boiling, Ice Seal, Water Essence, Mountain Collapse. Self-Created Soul Ability: Unity of Man and Sword Beginner. Field: Sword Emperor Domain. Additional Strength: 159. Additional Agility: 140. Additional Spirit: 10. Additional Defense: 10. Allocable Attribute Points: 193. What should I do next? Yi Feng gazed at the holographic photon screen before him, feeling a sense of unease. Through various interventions and efforts, he had amassed 193 allocable attribute points. These points could enhance his attributes, excluding soul rings and his physical form. Each point of strength equated to 10. 10 points represented 1 unit of force. With 159 points of strength, his explosive attack power approached 16 units. 10 points of agility could enhance one's movement speed by an additional meter per second, while 140 points of agility increased his speed by an additional 14 meters per second. As a level 49, 4-ring Soul Master, combined with the system's extra 140 points in agility, Yi Feng's movement speed reached 30 meters per second. In the realm of martial arts, speed is invincible, echoed a profound saying in his mind. System: Allocate all 193 points to agility. Chapter 49. A change of circumstances. As the system's voice faded, Yi Feng felt his body becoming even lighter. Ning Rongrong, reminded by Yi Feng, persisted through hunger and fatigue. Recalling his words, "Junior sister, you should lose weight." Just the thought of this phrase fortified her resolve, especially when she envisioned the perfect figures of Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. No matter how arduous the journey, she would press on, determined to become more graceful. Ning Rongrong plucked a fruit from a nearby tree, chewed it briefly, and continued her run. Ultimately, she completed the task set by Flender, earning his admiration. As night fell, Flender led Yi Feng, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San to the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. "Dean, is it appropriate to take them there on the first day?" Dai Mubai inquired. "They are monsters. If they are monsters, they must train like one." Flender replied in a calm tone. "What is the Grand Soul Arena?" Xiao Wu asked, her curiosity piqued. "It is a place where soul masters battle with their martial souls, and a venue for wagers. For you, it is the best place to enhance your practical combat experience," Dai Mubai answered. "So, we're just performing for others?" Xiao Wu, being a soul beast, felt her pride exceed that of humans. "You are mistaken. Although I dislike such places, I must admit, the Grand Soul Arena is the best platform to demonstrate one's worth. It has a complete system and independent forces. More importantly, it is relatively fair," Dai Mubai explained. "Fair? Is there truly a fair place in this world?" Tang San questioned skeptically. "Even in matches involving heirs from prominent families, the Grand Soul Arena presents a severe test of life and death," Dai Mubai replied. Yi Feng remained silent, casting a glance at the icy Zhu Zhuqing, who had yet to exchange a word with her fiancé, Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to regard Dai Mubai as a stranger. Due to Yi Feng's influence, Oscar had given up pursuing Ning Rongrong. However, he felt no sorrow, as he had only just met her and had yet to develop any genuine feelings. As for Zhu Zhuqing, Yi Feng had to admit her figure was indeed striking. He was curious whether her tale was real. In his curiosity, he inadvertently stepped on Zhu Zhuqing's cattail, causing her ears to perk up as she emitted an instinctive meow, glaring at Yi Feng. Her exclamation drew the attention of everyone present, and Flender, Dai Mubai, and others turned their gaze toward Yi Feng. Ahem, Yifeng coughed awkwardly, offering an apology. I'm sorry, I accidentally stepped on your tail. Through this encounter, Yifeng confirmed that Zhu Zhuqing's tail was indeed genuine, much like Xiao Wu's rabbit ears. Zhu Zhuqing, upon hearing his apology, ceased her glare and continued following Flinder towards the Grand Soul Arena. Yifeng trailed behind, lost in thought. It was said that some soul masters exhibited traits related to their martial souls upon awakening, particularly those with beast martial souls. Xiao Wu, embodying a 10,000-year soul beast, possessed rabbit ears. In the Douluo continent, there was no reproductive isolation between humans and transformed soul beasts. As for Zhu Zhuqing, her cat ears and tail suggested that her ancestors might have been a transformed spectral cat. Each participant would receive an Iron Soul badge upon registration. Winning a match would earn 1 point, while losing would result in a deduction. Accumulating 100 points would allow a promotion to a Copper Soul badge. Before graduation, I expect each of you to attain a Silver Soul badge, Flinder stated seriously. Yes, Dean Yifeng, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai chorused without hesitation. Dean, do I also need to obtain a Silver Soul badge? Ning Grongrong inquired. Indeed, Flinder confirmed with a nod. But I am an auxiliary soul master, Ning Rongrong reminded him. In the original storyline, Ning Rongrong was not present at this juncture, due to Yifeng's intervention. She had successfully completed Flinder's task, bringing her and Oscar to this point. The Grand Soul Arena featured 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles, with 8 of them present. The auxiliary soul masters numbered only 2. She and Oscar could form a duo with another partner. Your martial soul is the precious glazed pagoda, and Oscar is a sustenance-type soul master. Even in a duo, there are undeniable advantages. Flinder surveyed the group, addressing not only Ning Rongrong, but also instructing Yifeng, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others. Senior brother, may I form a duo with you? Ning Rongrong smiled and asked Yifeng. Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. In the original storyline, Ning Rongrong had teamed with Zhu Zhuqing, while Tang San and Xiao Wu formed a pair, leaving Oscar with Dai Mubai. Now, the Shrek Academy had 8 unique individuals, allowing each person to pair with another. Is that not acceptable? Ning Rongrong asked, her expression pleading. Rongrong, I suggest you choose one from Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, or Tang San to form a duo, Flinder interjected. Why? Ning Rongrong queried, puslet. Because Yifeng is currently at level 49. According to the Grand Soul Arena's rules, should you pair with him, you will face opponents of over 40 levels, while you're merely a 2-ring soul master. This would be quite disadvantageous for both you and Yifeng, Flinder explained. Ning Rongrong pondered as she gazed at her companions, and ultimately her eyes settled on Xiao Wu. How about we form a duo? She suggested. Xiao Wu, being Yifeng's sworn sister, and Ning Rongrong, his junior, felt that fostering a good relationship with Xiao Wu was essential, especially since her affections for Yifeng had begun to blossom. She believed that embarking on adventures in the Great Soul Arena alongside Xiao Wu was an opportunity she couldn't afford to miss. All right, Xiao Wu responded without hesitation. It was evident that they shared a bond as good sisters. Ning Rongrong smiled brightly and affectionately linked her arm with Xiao Wu's. Xiao Wu beamed back, her gaze drifting toward Yifeng. Her decision to team up with Ning Rongrong was clearly influenced by her feelings for Yifeng, as she naturally wanted to cultivate a friendship with Ning Rongrong, his junior. Soon, the remarkable students of Shrek Academy began pairing off into duos. Oscar approached Dai Mubai. Ma Hongjun partnered with Tang San, and Xiao Wu formed a team with Ning Rongrong. Before long, only Yifeng and Zhu Zhuqing remained unpaired. Yifeng, shall we team up? I have a feeling that we can create a soul fusion technique together, Zhu Zhuqing stated calmly, concealing her own excitement. A soul fusion technique? The crowd gasped in astonishment at Zhu Zhuqing's claim that she could form such a technique with Yifeng. Is that true? Flinder asked, astonished. As a member of the Golden Triangle, he understood the significance of soul fusion techniques for soul masters. The power of such techniques was not merely additive. It exponentially increased combat capabilities. In the realm of soul masters, forming a soul fusion technique with another was not a simple task, even for twins or those with identical soul abilities. Yes, Zhu Zhuqing affirmed with a nod. You can truly create a soul fusion technique with Yifeng? Dai Mubai scrutinized her with furrowed brows. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing confirmed again. Dai Mubai, her fiancé, was a formidable soul master with the evil-eyed white tiger. Capable of merging with Cha-ching to form the soul fusion technique, the netherworld white tiger. Now, Cha-ching was revealing that she would merge with another man. I feel the same way. Yifeng nodded confidently. This year our academy has welcomed two exceptional talents. Cha-ching and Yifeng. You two should form a duo? Flender exclaimed joyously. Principal, the elite competition of the advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent is approaching. I propose that we each don masks during the competition and minimize our speech, using only aliases. This will help conceal our ages and prevent our combat styles from being deciphered by those with ulterior motives, Yifeng suggested. Excellent proposal. We shall proceed as you advise. Flender nodded in agreement. Additionally, the 8 of us must engage in a team battle every day to enhance our coordination and unleash greater combat strength, Yifeng continued. Agreed, Flender replied. Furthermore, I personally request that we maintain a rigorous routine between Shrek Academy and Soto City, running 30 round trips daily with a 100-kilogram weight. What? 30 round trips? With a 100-kilogram weight? Yifeng, are you not aware of the distance between Shrek Academy and Soto City? Dai Mubai and the others stared in disbelief at Yifeng's proposal. A 100-kilogram weight and 30 round trips daily was more suited for monsters than humans. It's rare for you to set such a demanding requirement. But can you truly handle it? Even walking. It takes over 2 hours to travel from our academy to Soto City, Flender queried. Unjan, Yifeng, repied resolutely. With his plan to run 30 round trips daily, he would forego practical combat lessons with Zhao Wuji and guidance from other instructors. It's commendable that you are so diligent. We shall commence this trial tomorrow, Flender concluded. All right. Yifeng nodded. Dai Mubai, please take them to register, Flender instructed. Understood, Dai Mubai acknowledged, leading the other 7 students of Shrek into the Great Soul Arena. Through Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu and the others learned about the levels of soul battle badges, which were categorized into 8 ranks: iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. A silver battle badge is at the 3rd level. It's manageable, Xiao Wu said with a confident smile. Not quite so simple. I began competing at the Great Soul Arena when I reached level 20, and my current record is 29 victories and 27 losses, accumulating only 2 points. Dai Mubai clenched his fists. Dai Mubai, with your strength, how have you only managed 2 points? Tang San inquired, surprised. Although he and T fought Dai Mubai directly at the Rose Hotel, he had witnessed Dai Mubai's prowess during his battles with Xiao Wu. Nothing is impossible. The Great Soul Arena is not easy to navigate, Dai Mubai stated. Fatty, share your record, he ordered. 21 victories and 12 losses, totaling 9 points, Ma Hongjun replied. Do you understand now? Battles at the Great Soul Arena are organized by rank. Soul Masters face opponents of corresponding levels. The Duo-S opponents are determined by the highest-ranking Soul Master in the pair. Yifeng, with a Soul Power level of 49, and Cha-ching at 27, would face opponents at a higher level. Most likely, both opponents would be over level 40, Dai Mubai elaborated, once again urging Cha-ching not to partner with another man. There can be no motivation without pressure, Cha-ching replied calmly. Very well, go ahead and register, Dai Mubai relented. At the Great Soul Arena, each participant could only compete in one individual match per day, but they could participate in various types simultaneously. With a stroke of luck, one could earn 3 points in a single day, potentially achieving a silver battle badge in just 2 months. Dai Mubai teamed up with Oscar. Xiao Wu partnered with Ning Rongrong for the 7 Treasures Charm Rabbit duo, and Tang San formed a trio with Ma Hongjun. Registration fee, 10 gold soul coins. The service attendant at the counter announced. Yifeng flicked his fingers, retrieving 10 gold soul coins from his bracelet and placing them on the counter. Team name? The attendant inquired. Zhu-ching, please name it, Yifeng smiled. Let's call it 9 Heart Spirit Cats, Zhu-ching suggested after a moment of thought. Chapter 51. The first match in the Iron Battle Arena. Shortly thereafter, the announcer's voice echoed through the hall. Iron Battle Soul, Soft Bone Charm Rabbit. Please proceed to the 14th Battle Arena. Xiao Wu's opponent was a formidable attack-type Soul Master. Xiao Wu, utilizing her alluring proximity, effortlessly defeated her opponent with her second soul skill, the Waist Bow. Notably, her second and third soul rings were both purple and over 1,000 years old, leaving the audience in awe. Some nobles even sought to gather information about her in hopes of recruiting her into their factions. However, Zhao Wu participated in the competition while wearing a mask, and the Grand Soul Arena had regulations in place to protect the identities of the contestants, thwarting the nobles' attempts. Please summon Iron Fighting Soul's Thousand-Handed Azura to the 15-point arena, and Iron Fighting Soul's Yang Qingfeng to the same venue. The Thousand-Handed Azura is Tang San's moniker. Initially, Zhu Juqing intended to register for the individual competition, but was stopped by Yi Feng, who sent her to fetch a bottle of water, thereby altering the storyline. Consequently, Zhu Juqing's first opponent in the Grand Soul Arena was not Tang San, but another contestant of equal rank. Please summon Iron Fighting Soul's Nether Spirit Cat to the 16-point arena, and Iron Fighting Soul's Chun Sime to the same venue. Zhu Juqing's opponent this time was not Tang San, but a soul master named Chun Sime. Zhu Juqing's soul power level was 27, while Chun Sime's was 28. Leveraging her extensive combat experience and the suppression of her martial spirit's rank, Zhu Juqing easily triumphed over her opponent. Winning a match earns 1 point. Ding! Congratulations. You have subverted the original storyline, allowing Zhu Juqing's first match in the Grand Soul Arena to be against someone other than Tang San and indirectly enabling her to secure victory. Reward: 1 distributable attribute point. Listening to the system's notification, Yi Feng smiled faintly. Though he had only gained a single point to distribute, even the smallest gain is significant. If he were to allocate this point to strength, it would grant him a permanent increase of 10 pounds in power. The matches at the Grand Soul Arena proceeded in an orderly fashion. Yi Feng's opponent was merely a 46th level power type Soul Master, while Yi Feng's additional attribute points had reached 159, approaching a strength of 16 yo. He easily defeated his opponent. Once Yi Feng's score was registered, the announcer's voice rang out. The third match, a 2-on-2, Qingfeng combination versus 9-Heart Spirit Cat combination. Please prepare. It's our turn, Yi Feng stated. Zhu Juqing nodded. Following closely behind Yi Feng, Zhu Juqing made her way toward the duo's competition arena. Tang San, observing Yi Feng's figure, called out, "Shall we go take a look?" Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun all nodded in agreement, eager to witness the true strength of Shrek Academy's most formidable monster, especially Tang San. He believed that with the Tang Sect's ultimate skills, he could match Yi Feng's prowess. After 6 years at the New Oding City Primary Soul Master Academy, Tang San diligently trained daily, but found his soul power level still lagging behind Yi Feng's. Yi Feng was now at level 49, while Tang San remained at 29, a disparity of 20 levels. Tang San clenched his fists, feeling a twinge of frustration at being outdone. As Yi Feng and Zhu Juqing ascended the arena, their masks obscured their identities, making it difficult for others to ascertain their ages. In the center of the ring stood a pair, 1 male and 1 female, both tall and well-proportioned. Naturally, they were dubbed the Qingfeng combination, and they did not appear to be power-type soul masters. They exude a fleeting aura. They must be soul masters, Yi Feng conjectured. Zhu Juqing nodded, her reticence evident. Since their encounter, she had spoken no more than 5 sentences, her icy demeanor making her difficult to approach. The match begins, announced the referee. I am Yang Qingqing. My martial spirit is the White Crane. I am a 46th level soul master. Please guide me, the girl proclaimed, for soul rings shimmering beneath her, colored 1 white, 2 yellow, and 1 purple. I am Lu Feng. My martial spirit is the 4-winged hummingbird. I am a 47th level soul master. Please guide me, the boy declared, his 4 soul rings echoing a similar color scheme. For many soul masters, the lack of a capable mentor or family support meant they often had to rely solely on themselves to acquire soul rings. Although they received assistance during their time at the Primary Soul Master Academy for their first 2 rings, the majority of teachers there lacked the prowess to help students obtain satisfactory soul rings. Yang Qingqing and Lu Feng epitomized this struggle. Zhu Juqing refrained from introducing herself, as Yi Feng preferred silence during battles. 2 soul rings appeared beneath her, both yellow, with a dark wind attribute enveloping her. Her hair flowed gracefully, enhancing her allure. 2 soul rings? A great soul master? Yang Qingqing and Lu Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Feng, unable to contain his skepticism, questioned, "Is there a mistake? We are both over level 40. How do we get matched with a great soul master of merely 20 levels?" As Lu Feng spoke, his expression became vacant as he noticed Yi Feng had summoned his martial spirit, the 9-Heart Mystic Lotus. Beneath Yi Feng, for soul rings emerged. Their colors distinctly two yellow, one purple, and one black. A 10,000-year soul ring? Young King Guspet. It finally dawned on them why they were matched against a 20-something great soul master. Zhu Zhuqing's partner was a soul master over level 40 with a 10,000-year black soul ring. Yang Qingqing glanced at her boyfriend, Lu Feng. His expression turned serious as he sensed the pressure emanating from Yi Feng. Yet he confidently reassured her, Qingqing, do not be afraid. While he possesses a 10,000-year soul ring, his martial spirit is a flower. If I am not mistaken, he is either a control type or support type soul master. As long as we focus on targeting his partner, victory in this match will surely belong to us. Girlfriend? Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, surprised that her opponent had mistakenly assumed she was Yi Feng's girlfriend. Chapter 52. Zhu Zhuqing. I can win without effort, haha look. Zhu Zhuqing's opponent thinks she's Yi Laoda's girlfriend. Maon Vijun laughed et artidi. You know, they do make a handsome couple. Ma Hongjuan's words elicited an angry glare from Dai Mubai. What is wrong, Dai Lauda? You don't mean to say you like Zhu Zhuqing too? Ma Hongjun inquired. Dai Mubai remained silent, as he was not merely fond of Zhu Zhuqing. He was her fiancé. He suddenly realized that pairing Zhu Zhuqing with Yi Feng for a team was a significant mistake. First soul skill, Beast Blood Boiling. A crimson light shot forth from Yi Feng's 9-heart mystic lotus, entering Zhu Zhuqing's body. She felt her heart race and her soul power surge. Beast Blood Boiling is a growth-type soul skill. For every level Yi Feng's soul power increases, his speed and strength enhanced by 1%. Currently, with Yi Feng at soul power level 49, the potential increase amounted to 49%, with a fixed radius of effect extending 40 meters around him. With a swift motion, Zhu Zhuqing lightly tapped her toes, rendering her body even more agile. In a single stride, she covered 7 meters, launching an attack towards her opponent, Yang Qingqing. Utilizing her first soul skill, Phantom Stab, Zhu Zhuqing's claws extended suddenly, doubling her speed as she aimed to strike her adversary. Simultaneously, Yang Qingqing unleashed her own first soul skill, resulting in a fierce confrontation between the two. The clash of their claws produced dazzling sparks. Despite Yang Qingqing's soul power exceeding 40 levels, she was unable to withstand Zhu Zhuqing's ferocity. In almost the same moment, Lu Feng, Yang Qingqing's boyfriend, activated his first soul skill, Bird Shred, joining Yang Qingqing in their assault on Zhu Zhuqing. Just as Lu Feng was about to strike, he found himself encased in a block of dark ice. Yang Qingqing was similarly frozen by Yi Feng's powerful second soul skill, Ice Seal. Zhu Zhuqing's second soul ring glimmered with light as she executed her second soul skill, Phantom 100 Claws. With rapid spins and the sharp, penetrating force of her claws, she unleashed a barrage of attacks upon Yang Qingqing's position within an incredibly short time. The speed and destructive power were overwhelming, piercing through the ice surrounding Yang Qingqing and leaving numerous scars upon her. Zhu Zhuqing, unfazed, repeated her assault with Phantom 100 Claws on Lu Feng, who was still encased in ice. After delivering her blows, she retreated several meters, declaring her victory. Lu Feng and Yang Qingqing exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their unwillingness to concede. Despite lacking the standard configuration of soul rings, they found themselves defeated by a soul master of merely over 20 levels, an embarrassment for their esteemed soul sect. In unison, Lu Feng and Yang Qingqing activated their second and third soul rings, manifesting wings behind them as they soared over Zhu Zhuqing towards Yi Feng, who specialized in support and control. They believed Zhu Zhuqing could compete due to Yi Feng's assistance and control skills, particularly the instant activation of Ice Seal, which rendered them helpless. They realized too late that their strategy was flawed. They should have targeted Yi Feng first instead of underestimating Zhu Zhuqing. Caught off guard, Zhu Zhuqing was surprised to see Lu Feng and Yang Qingqing bypass her to attack Yi Feng. By the time she reacted, they had closed the distance of merely 7 meters to Yi Feng. Yi Feng, with a faint smile, activated his fourth soul skill, Earth Shatter. His fourth soul ring emanated a dark glow, and the 9-heart mystic flower in his hand radiated a blend of red and yellow light. As he struck the ground, fissures extending over 10 meters appeared, not genuine cracks, but an illusion created by molten lava. With a thundering eruption, lava is spewed forth, striking Yang Qingqing and Lu Feng mid-attack. This fourth soul skill, derived from millennium-old soul ring, propelled them into the air. However, As they attempted to escape the lava's reach, they discovered their movements slowed, as if bound by the very molten substance. With fierce determination, they channeled their soul power to disperse the sticky lava. Yet, just as they prepared to retaliate against Yifeng, he sprang into action, targeting Lu Feng with astonishing speed that even the four-ring agility-focused Lu Feng could not match. Yifeng's fist met Lu Feng's chest with a resounding thud, sending him flying from the arena. As Yifeng landed, Yang Qingqing followed suit. Upon realizing Lu Feng had been knocked out of the ring, she turned only to have Yifeng's fist collide with her chest. Yifeng showed no mercy, his punch compressing her form before transferring the remaining force into her body, propelling Yang Qingqing out of the arena. Blood splattered visibly in the air as she flew back, landing with a heavy thud. A profound silence enveloped the arena. As the audience regained their senses, whispers of disbelief arose. Is this truly a support type, Soul Master? Yifeng's strength and speed rivaled that of a three-ring Soul Venerable, even capable of contending with a five-ring Soul King. Not only the audience, but Zhu Zhuqing too was left speechless by Yifeng's formidable prowess. She never anticipated his speed and strength could reach such heights. Even without her intervention, she could have secured victory effortlessly. Chapter 53. The eruption of conflict, the nine-heart Mysticat combination emerged victorious. As the host announced the result, applause erupted from the crowd. Yifeng approached Zhu Zhuqing, extending his hand and whispering, "Zhuqing, we have triumphed." "Yes," Zhu Zhuqing nodded, hesitating for a moment before meeting his palm with a celebratory clap. "Let us proceed to register," Yifeng suggested. "All right," Zhu Zhuqing replied, her demeanor chilly as if she were a beauty carved from ice. Regardless of what Yifeng said, her responses were brief. Yet, Yifeng understood Zhu Zhuqing's nature. She was someone who appeared aloof but was warm-hearted beneath the surface. Where her companions were in danger, she would undoubtedly come to their aid. As they walked, Yifeng occasionally touched his left wrist, a gesture Zhu Zhuqing noticed. "Yifeng, do you have something to say?" she inquired. "Nothing," he smiled, though he contemplated gifting her a celestial herb to enhance her grace and speed. With her soul power at 27, she was on the verge of a breakthrough. But without a third soul ring, the herb's efficacy would be wasted. He decided it best to wait until she acquired her third soul ring before bestowing the appropriate herb upon her. After the duo competition between Zhu Zhuqing and Yifeng, the group battle of Shrek Academy commenced. Given that Yifeng currently possessed a soul power level of 40, he did not participate in the group battle. Once the skirmish concluded, Yifeng arrived at the gates of Soto City, observing his companions who had been waiting. He turned to Zhao Wu and inquired, "Where's the dean?" The dean said he had matters to attend to at the shop and left early, Zhao Wu replied, pausing briefly before placing her finger on her lips and adding, "However, he seemed quite happy when he departed." "Is that so?" Yifeng responded, to which Zhao Wu nodded affirmatively. Yifeng hesitated, lost in thought. Flinder had not shown his face to them throughout the night. The Great Soul Arena was a place dominated by gamblers and their bets. If Yifeng's conjecture was correct, Flinder had likely won a significant sum through gambling this evening. Shrek Academy recruits exceptional talents. Among peers, as long as a student's soul power level does not fall more than 3 ranks below the next threshold, their chances of victory are considerably high. Flinder must have desired to maintain his dignity, opting to place his bets on Yifeng and the other's success in secret rather than facing them. "Then let us return," Yifeng suggested. "All right," Zhao Wu agreed. "You all go ahead. I have matters to attend to as well," Oscar interjected. "What matters?" Zhao Wu inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Girls shouldn't ask too many questions," Oscar replied, exchanging knowing glances with Ma Hongjun and making suggestive sounds. "I'm not going." "You and Brother Dai can go," Ma Hongjun resolutely declined. "Fatty, what's the matter? Have you turned into a girl?" Oscar jested, casting a glance at Ma Hongjun's lower half. "You're the one who turned into a girl. I already have Tsuehua, Aluo, Yin Yin, and Huamei. I promised Boss Yi that I would take responsibility for my women," Ma Hongjun asserted with determination. With Yifeng's generous gifts, Ma Hongjun had acquired numerous girlfriends. He had no need to seek solace elsewhere. "All right then, Brother Dai." Oscar turned to Dai Mubai with a wink. "Take care," Dai Mubai replied. "You're not going either?" Oscar asked quietly. Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, memories of the twin sisters flooding his mind. A wave of heat surged within him, but he noticed a pair of icy eyes fixed upon him. With a hint of resignation, He replied, I want to go. Come on, let us go together, Oscar urged. Get lost, I don't share your taste, Dai Mubai retorted, eager to distance himself from Oscar. Oomph. If you're not going, then fine. No need to be so fierce, Oscar grumbled, turning to stride alone toward the brightly lit district of Soto City. Zhu Juqing turned away, not glancing back at Dai Mubai. As she passed by him, her lips moved slightly. If Yifeng's intuition was correct, Zhu Juqing uttered the words filthy and disgusting. Stop right there, Dai Mubai bellowed in anger. Zhu Juqing ignored him completely, striding purposefully toward the city gates of Soto, leaving Dai Mubai with clenched fists. Let us head back as well, Yifeng called out. Bossy, aren't you even have some fun? Ma Hongjun asked. Not interested, Yifeng replied in an even tone. Bossy, sometimes I truly wonder, with your wealth, have you never indulged in the company of women? Ma Hongjun teased quietly. Although Ma Hongjun's voice was low, it was still audible to Zhao Wuji, Tang San, and Ning Rongrong, all of whom were present. Indeed, Yifeng nodded. Ah, are you really still a virgin? Ma Hongjun exclaimed in surprise. Isn't that how it should be? Yifeng retorted. No, bossy, you've misunderstood my meaning. I meant to say that with your wealth and age, you've never been with a woman. I find you quite unusual. Akin to Tang San, not frivolous, Ma Hongjun praised. Fatty, if your definition of frivolous is to have only one woman in a lifetime, then you are mistaken. The reason I do not seek companionship outside is that not every woman is worthy of being my Yifeng's partner, Yifeng declared with pride. Ma Hongjun was momentarily stunned, staring at Yifeng in astonishment. Not only Ma Hongjun, but even Zhao Wuji and Ning Rongrong, who harbored feelings for Yifeng, were equally taken aback. As Yifeng, Zhao Wuji, Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San caught up with Dai Mubai and Zhu Juqing, they found the two embroiled in a quarrel. Juqing, what do you mean by that? Don't touch me. Tell me, what do you really mean? Have you forgotten who I am? Filthy. You. Dai Mubai pointed an accusing finger at Zhu Juqing, attempting to seize her, but she deftly evaded his grasp. Chapter 54. Comforting the Little Kitty, third update. Days passed in tranquility, each one resembling the last. Every morning after breakfast, Yifeng and the Shrek 7 would embark on a new day of training. Yifeng would carry a 100-kilogram load, with a basket on his back and heavy iron plates strapped to his legs, tirelessly traversing between Shrek Academy and Soto City. He would make this journey 30 times each day. As for Zhao Wuji, Tang San, Zhu Juqing, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai, they would each bear a 30-kilogram weight and run 5 laps daily. Particularly, Ning Rongrong would summon her resolve each time she felt she could not continue. Recalling Yifeng's words, Junior sister, you ought to lose some weight. Whenever this thought crossed her mind, she would muster her spirits and persist unwaveringly. Tang San, inspired by Yifeng, continuously increased his burdens. He had resolved to take Yifeng as his benchmark, vowing one day to catch up to him and surpass him. For 4 days, Zhao Wuji had scarcely spoken to Yifeng, troubled by his declaration that his life might not involve only one woman. As a timid rabbit, she had yet to determine whether she could accept Yifeng having other women. On the 7th day of Yifeng's arrival at Shrek Academy, while walking along a tranquil path, a voice emerged from the thicket. Yifeng lightly leapt onto a large tree. Beneath the tree lay a considerable boulder, where a man was pinning a young girl beneath him, gripping her wrists tightly and preventing her from escaping his torment. Let me go. Release me. Juqing, please help me. Just let me go. Juqing, are you still angry with me? I've refrained from going out to play for days for your sake. As a prince, I have made such sacrifices. Can you not see my sincerity? Just let me go. Juqing, help me. I can't hold back any longer. It's all Ma Hongjun's fault for bringing his girlfriend to school and disregarding our feelings. Despite Zhu Juqing's struggles and protests, Dai Mubai, like a parched ascetic in the desert, refused to relinquish his hold on her. Dai Mubai. Yifeng jumped down from the tree and spoke. I shouldn't interfere in your matters, but since Juqing has not agreed to submit herself to you, even if you have a betrothal, you should not force her. Juqing, Dai Mubai coldly remarked, noticing Yifeng's affectionate address. You speak so intimately. This is a matter between Juqing and me. I advise you not to meddle. Very well. Then I shall not interfere, Yifeng replied with a smile. Yifeng lightly tapped his toes and leaped onto the large rock, crouching on the ground. His eyes fixed intently on Dai Mubai and Zhu Juqing without so much as a blink. Dai Bai, why are you still here? He urged. Yifeng offered a faint smile in response, retorting, this is not the Star Luo Empire. I wish to rest here. Are you going to dictate my actions? Both Dai Bai and Zhu Juqing stood there, momentarily stunned, gazing at Yifeng blankly. I am a man of my word. If I say I won't intervene, I certainly won't. Dai Bai, you may proceed, Yifeng insisted. Dai Bai, initially dazed, then glared furiously at Yifeng. Did he really expect him to stage a live confrontation with Yifeng? After a prolonged moment of intense scrutiny, Dai Bai ultimately relented, rising from Zhu Juqing's side. His fists clenched tightly. Although he yearned to strike Yifeng, he knew he was no match for him, despite being a dual cultivation soul master of level 49. Yifeng's strength and speed surpassed that of even the most agile attack type soul masters. Cunning as ever, Dai Bai fixed Yifeng with a long stare before uttering those words and turning to leave. Once he departed, Zhu Juqing curled up on the ground, hugging her knees. The resolute Zhu Juqing held back her sobs, but under the silvery moonlight, tears could be seen cascading down her cheeks. Had it not been for Yifeng's timely arrival, her purity might have been compromised. Yifeng did not leave. After Zhu Juqing shed a few tears, he reached for a bracelet, retrieving some tissue and offering it to her. Zhu Juqing hesitated momentarily, but eventually accepted the paper and began to wipe her tears. Juqing, there's something I wish to ask, though I'm uncertain if I should. Yifeng suddenly spoke. Go ahead, she replied. If we disregard Dai Bai's identity, would you still harbor feelings for him? Yifeng inwarded. Zhu Juqing paused, contemplating Yifeng's words. If Dai Bai were not the prince of the Star Luo Empire and lacked the emperor's betrothal, would she still be fond of him? She admitted that she had never considered such a notion. They say a fruit that is forced to ripen is never sweet. If two individuals do not genuinely like each other, but are compelled to be together, it will only lead to mutual suffering, Yifeng continued. Would he suffer too? Zhu Juqing retorted coldly. Had it not been for Yifeng's interference, she would have lost her honor, and she could not believe that Dai Bai would experience any pain. Before you arrived at Shrek Academy, Dai Bai often indulged in fleeting romances. At times, he entertained two women simultaneously. This, I believe, you are aware of, correct? Yifeng asked. Zhu Juqing nodded. The person you saw lurking outside the Rose Hotel was indeed me. Was it not? Yifeng gazed at Zhu Juqing. He had felt watched during the incident when Zhao Wu confronted Dai Bai at the Rose Hotel. Zhu Juqing nodded again. In truth, Dai Bai was oblivious to the fact that Zhu Juqing had been in Soto City for some time and had witnessed him entering the Rose Hotel with various women on several occasions. She chose not to intervene, harboring resentment towards him for abandoning the competition upon leaving the Star Luo Empire. Witnessing his self-indulgence only fueled her anger, prompting her to refrain from stopping him. Having been at the academy for quite a while, Dai Bai had pursued these fleeting affairs for an extended period. According to Ma Hongjun, Dai Bai indulged in these escapades nearly every other day. The fact that he managed to restrain himself for 6 days after your arrival demonstrates his care for you, Yifeng remarked. He just attempted to strike you, and yet you defend him? Zhu Juqing asked incredulously. I merely state the facts. To be fair, tonight's events are partly my fault. Had I not assisted Ma Hongjun in seeking out so many women, he would not have brought them to the academy dormitory, thereby provoking Dai Bai's desires and leading to tonight's ordeal. Yifeng reflected, gazing up at the moonlit sky. Since his arrival, he had noticed many unforeseen changes unfolding. His past actions were now yielding unexpected consequences. As for the fate of the Shrek 7 monsters, Yifeng felt uncertain about what transformations awaited them. The night is deep. It is time to return and rest, Yifeng declared. Zhu Juqing nodded in agreement. Fearing that Dai Bai's lust would resurface, she followed closely behind Yifeng as they made their way back to Shrek Academy. After they departed, Dai Bai emerged from the shadows, his expression one of bewilderment as he watched Yifeng's retreating figure, his thoughts a mystery. Chapter 55. Departing for the Stardow Forest on the 8th day, as everyone gathered at Shrek Academy's training grounds, Oscar joyfully announced his soul rank had surpassed level 30. Consequently, Flinder declared that Zhao Wuji would accompany them, and they would set off early the next morning for the Stardow Forest to procure the soul ring Oscar required. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Wu felt a surge of excitement, as her soul power exhibited signs of nearing level 40. She had been searching for an excuse to leave the academy and hoped to obtain a soul ring through cultivation. The Douluo Forest is renowned as one of the most significant gathering places for soul beasts on the Douluo continent. Its vast expanse, nearly equal to that of the Barak Kingdom, spanning the borders of the Tiando Empire and the Douluo Empire. 2/5 of its area lies within the Tiando Empire, while 3/5 resides in the Douluo Empire. The Douluo Forest, a primeval woodland within the Douluo Empire, features a complex terrain with wetlands and marshes. The soul beasts within are formidable, growing increasingly powerful the closer one approaches the center. It is said that there exist soul beasts of 10,000 years or more. Located southeast of the Barak Kingdom, a small portion of the forest borders it. Situated only 500 kilometers away from Shrek Academy. Thanks to Oscar's sausage support, it took merely a day for the 9 members of Shrek Academy to reach the nearest town to the Douluo Forest. As the saying goes, one thrives by utilizing the resources at hand. The town's proximity to the Douluo Forest means it frequently welcomes soul masters, boosting its economy. The town resembles a small city, boasting a variety of shops selling weapons, poisons, and more. Upon entering the town, Zhao Wuji led Yifeng and the others to a shop before heading upstairs to rest. Yifeng, as the leader, conferred with everyone and ultimately rented 5 rooms. Yifeng shared a room with Oscar, Xiao Wu shared with Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing had a single room, and Tang San paired with Dai Mu Bai. As for Ma Hongjun, who was feared for his uncontrollable desires, he was given a room of his own. After a long day, everyone except Yifeng slumped over the table in exhaustion. "Aren't you tired, Yifeng?" Tang San inquired. "Not particularly," Yifeng replied. Although he was the leader of the Shrek 8 monsters, Tang San never referred to him as such, indicating the uniqueness of Tang San's pride. Before Yifeng arrived at Shrek Academy, Dai Mu Bai had been the leader among the students. After Yifeng's arrival, Dai Mu Bai, feeling overshadowed by Yifeng's prowess, began to affectionately refer to him as Boss Yi, especially after a playful remark from Ma Hongjun. However, Tang San remained unaffected. "Order the dishes." "Hurry, order." "After consuming sausages all day, I'm on the verge of nausea." "Boss Yi, please expedite the order." "Ma Hongjun urged." "All right." Yifeng nodded in agreement. He waved to summon a waiter and inquired with Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, who all suggested he order whatever he liked. Consequently, Yifeng opted for several signature dishes from the menu. "Please wait a moment," the waiter said respectfully as he retreated with the bill. While they waited, 8 individuals entered the hotel. Their behavior starkly contrasted with that of the other patrons. They aggressively shoved anyone in their path, disregarding the hotel guests, even those who fell to the ground without a second glance. The bullied guests, noticing the attire of their assailants, suppressed their anger and quietly rose to their feet. Leading the group was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s. He possessed a handsome visage, his hair slicked back gleamingly, reminiscent of egg whites. Clad in an exquisite moon-white soul master robe adorned with silver embroidery, he emanated a radiant aura with each movement. This was the sole reason the bullied patrons dared not confront them. They were all soul masters. Trailing behind the middle-aged man were 6 young men and 1 young woman, all of whom appeared quite youthful and donned identical moon-white soul master robes. Each of their left shoulders bore a green circular insignia embroidered with the words Tsang Hui. "Wow, that girl looks quite attractive," Oscar remarked, his gaze fixed on a female student from Tsang Hui Academy. "Oscar, you're not developing feelings for her, are you?" Dai Mu Bai inquired. "Though she is beautiful, she seems overly audacious and unruly. She must be a handful. Even if she returns, she'll undoubtedly be a fierce tiger," Oscar sighed, shaking his head. As Oscar finished speaking, the Tsang Hui Academy female student's expression shifted dramatically. The students seated beside her shared her concern. One of them stood up, intending to act as a chivalrous protector and teach Oscar a lesson. However, he was swiftly restrained by the teacher beside him. The teacher from Tsang Hui Academy whispered something to the student, who nodded in agreement. Just then, the waiter approached with a large bowl of soup. The Tsang Hui Academy student stood up and, in a cunning maneuver, tripped the waiter. "Ah!" the waiter screamed, stumbling. As the bowl filled to the brim with soup threatened to spill onto Yifeng. In a flash, Yifeng moved with remarkable speed, catching the bowl just before it could fall, not a single drop spilling. Simultaneously, he reached out to steady the faltering waiter. "Looking for trouble?" Yi Feng shot a sidelong glance at the Tsanhui Academy student. And if I am? What will you do? The student retorted, raising his foot to kick Yi Feng. With a thud, Yi Feng did not evade. He allowed the kick to land on his foot. The Tsanhui Academy student cried out, clutching his leg in agony. Gasping in pain, his kick felt akin to striking iron. He stared at Yi Feng bewildered, unable to comprehend how he had attacked Yi Feng, yet ended up in such torment, while Yi Feng remained unscathed. With a swift motion, Yi Feng delivered a palm strike to the Tsanhui Academy student's chest. The sound of the impact echoed, accompanied by the ominous crack of bones. Today they're finished, Zhao Wu proclaimed, shaking her head in resignation as she observed the Tsanhui Academy's faculty and students. Familiar with Yi Feng's modus operandi, she knew that once he took action, there would be no chance for these individuals to leave the hotel unscathed. Chapter 56. A soul master who dares not cause trouble is not an exemplary soul master. The leading teacher from Tsanhui Academy gaped in disbelief at the students sprawled on the ground. Yi Feng's palm strike had perfectly positioned the troublesome student directly onto the teacher's table, shattering it to pieces. The female Tsanhui Academy student squatted down, attempting to assist her bloodied peer, gently caressing his ribs in shock. It's broken. All the ribs are shattered. What? At this, everyone present was left speechless, including the leading teacher from Tsanhui Academy, who knelt to examine the injured student's ribs, his expression darkening as he recognized the severity of the injuries. This indicated the end of the injured student's career as a soul master. You. The teacher glared at Yi Feng, seething, you have ruined him. Attack. Capture him and bring him back to our academy. The Tsanhui Academy students summoned their martial souls, intending to unleash their soul skills, only to be swiftly defeated by Yi Feng. Unsurprisingly, all 7 arrogant students from Tsanhui Academy were incapacitated by him. Will you come or not? Yi Feng inquired with a calm demeanor, directing his question at the Tsanhui Academy teacher. I am Yi Zhiqiu, the Director of External Affairs at Tsanhui Academy. Which academy do you belong to? Bring out your teacher. We demand an explanation from Tsanhui Academy today. The teacher scrutinized Yi Feng, realizing the latter's extraordinary abilities, having defeated all his students without even utilizing his martial soul. He was eager to meet the individual who had accompanied Yi Feng. To see our teacher, you must first defeat me, Yi Feng replied with a smirk. When arrogant little brat, Yi Zhiqiu retorted, activating his martial soul. As he stepped forward, 5 soul rings appeared around him, colored 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple. A green radiance coalesced upon him, forming a sturdy turtle shell. Wow, 5 soul rings. Is he a soul king? The revelation of Yi Zhiqiu's martial soul elicited gasps of astonishment from the hotel patrons, feeling the fervent gazes from the crowd. Yi Zhiqiu couldn't suppress his smugness as he cast a derisive glance at Yi Feng. However, he was taken aback by Yi Feng's composed demeanor. Esteemed soul masters, I implore you, refrain from brawling in this humble establishment. My business is modest. I beg you to show mercy. The shopkeeper had no choice but to step forward, attempting to mediate between Yi Zhiqiu and Yi Feng. If he remained silent, he risked losing a month's worth of business. Kid, I'll be waiting outside for you. If you have the guts, come out, or summon your teacher, Yi Zhiqiu declared before exiting the hotel. Hearing this, Yi Feng followed him outside, with Dai Mu Bai, Zhu Qing, Zhao Wu, and Ning Rongrong trailing closely behind. Yi Zhiqiu frowned and pressed. Where is your teacher? Yi Feng replied, you're not worthy to meet my teacher. Yi Zhiqiu's expression darkened as he said, very well, today I shall teach you a lesson on how to conduct yourself in the world. With that, he unleashed his second soul skill, Mysterious Water Ice Seal, sending a torrent of icy water surging towards Yi Feng. In an instant, Yi Feng closed the distance, appearing right beside Yi Zhiqiu. Yi Zhiqiu's heart sank, realizing he was in grave danger. The first soul skill, Xian Gui's embodiment, Yi Zhiqiu felt a fierce gust of wind approaching from behind, instinctively activating his first soul skill for protection. With a resounding thump, Yi Feng's fist struck Yi Zhiqiu, sending him flying 10 meters away, crashing heavily onto the ground. A spurt of blood erupted from Yi Zhiqiu's mouth as he struggled to rise. Yet, barely regaining his footing, Yi Feng's fist descended upon him once more. With a crack, the tortoise shell on Yi Zhiqiu shattered, and he was once again propelled away, blood splattering from his lips. He collided with 5 trees by the roadside before hitting the ground. Another spurt of blood escaped him as he struggled to stand, failing 3 attempts. As he looked up at Yifeng approaching him, memories of his 7 students' tragic fates flooded his mind, and he exclaimed in terror, "What do you intend to do?" "I am Yi Zhiqiu, the Director of Foreign Affairs at Songhui Academy. If you incapacitate me, Songhui Academy will not let you go." Yifeng's gaze was cold as he looked down at Yi Zhiqiu, dismissively replying, "A school that bullies the weak and fears the strong. What is there to fear?" Yi Zhiqiu, who had always relied on his position, had never encountered such a formidable opponent. In a state of panic, he pleaded, "What are you doing? Don't act recklessly." Yifeng retorted, "Yi Zhiqiu, we share the same surname. While you exploit the weak, you are nothing but trash. Do you understand? That is your greatest sin." Raising his foot, he pressed it onto Yi Zhiqiu's chest. The sound resonated deeply, making the ground tremble slightly. The tortoise shell shattered under Yifeng's foot, and blood erupted from Yi Zhiqiu's mouth. Soul masters with beast martial souls possess robust physiques. However, they also bear a significant flaw. If their martial soul suffers severe damage, they too will be gravely harmed. In Yi Zhiqiu's case, the shattering of his tortoise shell would hinder his future cultivation, possibly ending his career as a soul master, leaving him unable to rely on his martial prowess. After dealing with Yi Zhiqiu, Yifeng turned to the Shrek 7 monsters. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes flickered, while Xiao Wu remained calm, and Ning Rongrong was visibly shaken by Yifeng's actions. Xiao Wu, having lived alongside Yifeng for 6 years at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, was not surprised by his behavior. Ning Rongrong had only known her grandfather as a decisive figure and was astonished to discover that his direct disciple shared the same ruthless nature. At such a young age, he displayed no hesitation in violence. Zhu Zhuqing's reaction stemmed from the stark contrast between Yifeng's actions and those of her fiancé, Dai Mubai, who was a coward that fled the Star Luo Empire. Yifeng's demeanor was precisely what Zhu Zhuqing felt was lacking in Dai Mubai. To her, Dai Mubai lacked the courage of a true man. Yifeng took in the expressions of the Shrek 7 monsters and remarked nonchalantly, "Did someone not mention hunger?" Without further explanation, he strode into the hotel to dine. Although he entered the establishment, he left an indelible impression on Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. "Ding! Congratulations, you have altered the storyline. Before Tang San and his companions, you have severely punished the bullies of Songhui Academy. Reward: 6 attribute points to allocate." Chapter 57, Star Douluo Forest Name. Yifeng's Soul Power. Level 49 Martial Soul. Xinyuan Sword. 9 Hearts Begonia. Hell's Eye Soul Rings. Yellow, purple, black soul skills. Beast Blood Boiling. Ice Seal. Essence of Water. Mountain Collapse, self-created soul skill. Unity of Man and Sword, Beginner, Domain. Sword Emperor's Domain Extra Strength. 159 Extra Agility. 333 Extra Spirit. 10 Extra Defense. 10 Available Attribute Points. 7 System. Allocate all attribute points to Agility, Yifeng commanded. A warm surge flowed from his mind into his body, making him feel lighter. Having incapacitated 8 individuals from Songhui Academy, Yifeng faced no repercussions from the city guards of Balak Kingdom, even after causing such chaos. However, as he prepared to leave the next day, the hotel manager regarded him with a peculiar expression, hesitant to speak. Yifeng discerned the manager's unease. Songhui Academy was known for its bullying behavior, and upon returning, they might vent their frustrations on the hotel staff for not safeguarding them. Thus, before departing, Yifeng wrote in bold letters on a nearby stone, "The assailant, Yifeng." As the sun rose in the east, casting a gentle light, the Shrek 8 monsters, led by Zhao Wuji, ventured into the dense trees of the Star Douluo Forest. This forest is one of the 3 great gathering places for soul beasts, a haven that soul masters yearn to explore, as each visit signifies a step toward advancement. Naturally, the outskirts of the Star Douluo Forest are frequented by soul masters hunting for soul beasts, aiding in obtaining soul rings, and selling the flesh of these creatures at high prices to the nobility of the 2 empires. The flesh of soul beasts, particularly those of higher ages, is said to enhance longevity for ordinary people, making it the finest supplement for nobles. Upon entering the forest, one must remain vigilant against both the lurking soul beasts and other humans, as the most lethal threats may not always be the beasts themselves. Zhao Wuji stated firmly, "Once inside, I will not take action unless we encounter a soul beast of 1,000 years or older." so be cautious. He regarded the task of assisting Oscar in hunting soul beasts as a training exercise for the Shrek 8 monsters, cautioning them not to stray more than 20 meters from him. Oscar, Ning Rong, stay close behind me. The Stardow Forest is not a domesticated territory. We may encounter soul beasts that are 1,000 or even 10,000 years old. Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, you two head right. Dai Mu Bai, Tang San, you go left. Yi Feng, you are the strongest among them. You will follow up from behind. Soul beasts particularly favor attacking from the rear, so remain vigilant. As Zhao Wuji finished speaking, everyone sprang into action, ready to protect the support and food-type soul masters should they come under attack. The plants within the Stardow Forest exuded a refreshing fragrance, providing a sense of comfort. Once inside, Yi Feng activated his martial soul, Hell's Eye, enhancing his vision and clarity. Towering trees loomed over 50 meters high. As they walked, Tang San glanced back, a hint of superiority in his gaze. He seemed to take great pride in his possession of the purple extreme demon eye. However, when his gaze fell upon Yi Feng's eyes, now entirely transformed into an eerie black, he was momentarily taken aback. Tang San was astonished. He had never anticipated that Yi Feng would possess a power akin to his own purple extreme demon eye. Could it be an external soul bone? Tang San pondered. Yi Feng's master was the Sword Douluo Cha-ching, a guardian Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Indeed, the status of a Sword Douluo could grant Yi Feng access to such rare treasures as external soul bones. Tang San surmised that Yi Feng's hell was likely a gift from Xian. The sense of superiority in his eyes vanished, replaced by an involuntary envy as he remarked, Yi Feng truly has an excellent master. Under the guidance of Zhao Wuji, the faculty and students of Shrek Academy proceeded cautiously, filled with a mix of trepidation and excitement. Among them, Xiao Wu maintained the most buoyant spirit, bouncing along joyfully, seemingly oblivious to the inherent dangers of their surroundings. Suddenly, the trees ahead began to tremble. Something's coming, both Yi Feng and Tang San exclaimed simultaneously, exchanging a knowing glance as they sensed the disturbance in the air. Be cautious. Something is approaching rapidly. Oscar, Ning Rong, stay close to me, Zhao Wuji commanded, his tone grave. As Oscar and Ning Rong moved nearer, Zhao Wuji instructed Zhu Qing, climb up the tree and assess the situation. Zhu Qing nodded and ascended the trunk. Can you see clearly? Zhao Wuji inquired. It appears to be a flying snake. A flying snake? What does its tail look like? Its tail is fan-shaped, with a bright red crown atop its head. It's only a few meters off the ground, around 3 or 4. It's a phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Oscar, you are in luck. I wonder how many years old it is, Zhao Wuji said, lightly punching Oscar on the shoulder in excitement. Zhu Qing, check its length and the color of its wings. It measures 6 to 8 meters long. Its wings are a pale red, Zhu Qing replied. It's between 300 and 800 years old, within the age range suitable for a soul master's third soul ring. Its attributes also align perfectly with Oscar's. A 1,000-year phoenix tail coxcomb snake is quite rare, indeed. Oscar, you are exceptionally fortunate, Tang San smiled. Really? Oscar exclaimed with delight. Though the 1,000-year phoenix tail coxcomb snake has a singular attack method, primarily constricting its prey, it is incredibly swift. Moreover, the nutrients stored within its crown allow for a rapid escape in times of danger, making it a challenging soul beast to capture. However, there is no need for concern. Snakes are wary of birds, and Fatty's martial soul is a phoenix, which will effectively suppress the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Our only concern is its potential flight, Tang San analyzed, his expression triumphant. Although his soul power level was currently inferior to Yi Feng's, he believed his understanding of soul beasts surpassed that of Yi Feng. I advise against targeting it, Yi Feng interjected suddenly. Why? Tang San questioned, gazing at Yi Feng skeptically. Are you aware that this phoenix tail coxcomb snake's age and attributes are perfectly suited for Oscar? As they spoke, the phoenix tail coxcomb snake surged toward Yi Feng and Tang San. It is said that soul beasts possess an acute sense of danger. Yet despite the presence of the group, the snake charged recklessly towards them. It's coming. We don't have time. Tang San, since you're so familiar with the phoenix tail coxcomb snake, you shall lead this battle, Zhao Wuji ordered. All right, everyone, let us engage, Tang San replied with a smile. Following this, the Shrek 7 monsters displayed their unique abilities. Tang San, in particular, wove his blue silvergrass into a massive cage to restrain the phoenix tail coxcomb snake's movements. It was unclear whether Tang San intentionally excluded Yi Feng from participating, as he never called upon Yi Feng to act throughout the encounter. Nevertheless, even after exhausting their collective efforts, the phoenix tail coxcomb snake managed to escape. Its speed was remarkable. Despite Tang San employing Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, he could not catch up with the serpent. Ultimately, it was Zhao Wuji who utilized a tracking soul skill to severely injure the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. With a swift motion, Zhao Wuji seized the snake by its tail and accurately tossed it in front of Oscar. Oscar, do not hesitate. Strike down into its crown and claim its soul ring as your own, Zhao Wuji instructed with a smile. Understood, Oscar nodded, retrieving a dagger from his storage soul guide. Stop. Just as Oscar was about to deliver the fatal blow, a raspy, aged voice emerged from the direction the phoenix tail coxcomb snake had appeared. Two women approached, one elderly and the other a young girl. The elder appeared to be in her 60s or 70s, her white hair meticulously arranged. Despite her age, her complexion was vibrant and her demeanor spirited, resembling that of a youthful girl. She wielded a 3-meter-long serpent-headed staff, adorned with 6 soul rings. I am Chao Tianxiang. The old woman introduced herself, her 6 soul rings colored 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. Accompanying her was a striking young girl, appearing slightly older than Yi Feng, around 16 or 17. She wore a fitted outfit that accentuated her well-developed figure, and her deep brown eyes were fixed intently on the phoenix tail coxcomb snake at Oscar's feet. The girl also held a serpent-headed staff, though it was somewhat shorter, measuring only 2 meters and adorned with 2 yellow soul rings. 6 soul rings? A soul emperor? Zhao Wuji remarked with a grin, simultaneously revealing his own soul rings, which numbered 7, comprising 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. Greetings, esteemed soul saint. Might I inquire why you believe this phoenix tail coxcomb snake's soul ring should be awarded to this child? The elderly woman asked politely. Why? Zhao Wuji countered. Because we discovered this snake first, the girl interjected, her tone assertive. You discovered it first? How can you prove that? We did not see you around when we found it. Oscar challenged anxiously. Young man, do not be hasty. Do you see those 3 fresh scars on the snake's belly? They match perfectly with my staff, the old woman said with a smile. Following her suggestion, Oscar indeed found 3 new wounds on the snake's belly that aligned with the shape of the staff held by the elderly woman. Oscar was at a loss, casting a pleading glance at Zhao Wuji. And what of it? Zhao Wuji replied dismissively. While it may be true that you discovered the phoenix tail coxcomb snake first, it was our team who defeated it. Without our intervention, it might have escaped. Perhaps, the elderly woman conceded, her expression growing serious. However, my granddaughter has just reached the 30th level. This soul ring is ideal for her. Zhao Wuji shook his head. Elder, your argument is flawed. You assert that this soul ring is suitable for your granddaughter, yet it is equally fitting for my student. Oh, the elderly woman exclaimed in surprise. Are you implying that one of these children has also reached the 30th level? Zhao Wuji nodded in affirmation. After a moment of contemplation, the elderly woman continued. In that case, let us adhere to the conventions of the Soul Master community. Zhao Wuji displayed a look of perplexity and inquired what rules. The child who broke through to the 3rd level is to spar with my granddaughter. The victor shall obtain the soul ring of the phoenix tail chicken crown snake. The elderly woman replied, That won't do. My student is a food system soul master. How could he possibly compete with your granddaughter? Zhao Wuji suggested. Perhaps one of our students could spar with your granddaughter instead? The elderly woman surveyed the Shrek 8 monsters, noting that their ages and soul power levels were likely comparable to her granddaughter, and thus consented. Oscar, whom do you wish to represent you in this contest? Zhao Wuji asked. Oscar's gaze shifted among Tang San, Yi Feng, and others, lighting up as he approached Yi Feng with a smile. Big brother Yi, would you stand in for me? Me? Yi Feng responded, momentarily taken aback. Not only he, but also Zhao Wuji, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun were astonished. Yi Feng's soul power was not merely in the 20s or 30s, but an impressive 49. Should Yi Feng and Meng Iran compete, it would be tantamount to bullying her. This was the reason for their collective bewilderment. Very well, Oscar grinned cunningly, nodding. since this esteemed elder has permitted us to select any student from Shrek Academy for this spar, we must honor her kindness. Indeed, Oscar continued, winking at Yifeng while turning away from the elderly woman and her granddaughter. The elderly woman, growing impatient, urged, "Have you reached a decision? Let's begin swiftly." "All right." Yifeng acquiesced, stepping forward to meet the gaze of the elderly woman and her granddaughter. "I will represent Oscar in this spar." "Agreed." The elderly woman appraised Yifeng, nodding without hesitation. Yifeng appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years old, seemingly younger than her granddaughter, and she did not suspect that his soul power level exceeded that of her granddaughter. She signaled her granddaughter, who understood immediately and stepped forward confidently. Introducing herself, "I am Meng Iran, wielding the martial soul serpent staff, a 30-level 2-ring battle soul master." "Yifeng, I look forward to your guidance," Yifeng replied succinctly. Yifeng was a 49-level 4-ring soul scholar. Revealing his soul power level would surely startle Meng Iran. "What your martial soul? Why have you not summoned it?" Meng Iran pressed. "No need. Against you, I do not require my martial soul," Yifeng declared with confidence. "Are you certain?" Meng Iran questioned, brow furrowed. "I am indeed certain," Yifeng affirmed. With a swift motion, Meng Iran, incensed, lunged at Yifeng with her serpent staff. Yifeng refrained from employing any soul techniques, and Meng Iran interpreted this not as concession, but as an affront. Despite being younger, Meng Iran awakened her martial soul at a soul power level of 9, just shy of innate full soul power, and she regarded herself as a genius. Thus, it was an insult in her eyes for Yifeng to suggest he could handle her without resorting to soul techniques. Meng Iran unleashed a flurry of strikes with her staff, but Yifeng deftly evaded each one. Determined not to be outdone, she activated her first soul technique, summoning multiple serpent staffs that surged towards Yifeng. Yet, with a mere flick of his toes, Yifeng leaped 3 to 4 meters high, effortlessly avoiding the onslaught of Meng Iran's first soul ring. As he landed, Meng Iran wore a smug smile, directing her serpent staffs, which had flown far, to curve back and attack Yifeng from behind. Typically, a soul master would be preoccupied with defending against the initial attack, not anticipating a follow-up from afar. "Beware!" Zhao Wuji cried out. Yifeng, however, closed the distance to Meng Iran with remarkable speed, reaching her before she could react and seizing her serpent staff. "You!" Meng Iran exclaimed in shock. The serpent staffs that had been controlled by her staff were now rendered ineffective, their attack dissipating into the air. Meng Iran gazed at Yifeng in astonishment, awed by his swiftness. "You are courting death," she warned. "My staff is laced with deadly poison." Yifeng smiled faintly and replied, "Alas, your poison is ineffective against me. I am immune." "Immune?" Meng Iran gasped. The elderly woman echoed her surprise, as did Tang San, Zhao Wuji, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai. Especially Tang San, who realized that had he fought, his Xianyu hand would have shielded him from the poison. Now, using his purple extreme magic eye, he confirmed that Yifeng lacked any similar soul technique. Tang San was deeply curious about how Yifeng managed to disregard Meng Iran's poison. Little did they know, Yifeng had undergone rigorous training with the 8-petal ice grass and the fire apricot, alongside the duality of ice and fire, granting him a robust physical resistance to toxins. Most poisons were ineffective against him. "You have lost," Yifeng proclaimed, suddenly releasing Meng Iran's staff and striking it with a swift palm, sending her stumbling back several steps. Meng Iran furrowed her brow, stunned, as her soul power surged once more. Observing her determination to continue, Yifeng crouched and struck the ground, causing it to tremble. The force was comparable to that of a soul master at the soul scholar level. Meng Iran was left speechless, her eyes wide as she witnessed the ground shatter beneath Yifeng's punch. Had he unleashed such power upon her, she would have undoubtedly been defeated. She recognized his mercy. "You have won," the elderly woman sighed, her tone resigned. "We must honor our wager. The soul ring of the phoenix tail, chicken-crowned snake belongs to you." Meng Iran frowned, calling out anxiously, "Grandmother." The elderly woman regarded her with kindness, offering comfort. "We have lost. We shall discuss this with your grandfather later." As they turned to leave, Yifeng interjected, "Are you departing?" The elderly woman, her expression grave, angrily hurled her serpent staff to the ground with a loud thud, retorting, "What else do you desire?" Yifeng maintained a calm demeanor, explaining, Esteemed elder, do not allow your anger to affect your health. In your advanced years, it is wise to keep your temper in check. I only wish to ask Oscar a single question. Oscar, do you desire the soul ring of the phoenix tail, chicken-crowned snake? Oscar gazed into Yi Feng's eyes, his expression filled with confusion as he inquired. Boss Yi, I do not comprehend your meaning. Yi Feng replied, Oscar, I advise against pursuing the soul ring of the phoenix tail, chicken-crowned snake. Why? Tang San interjected. Oscar remained silent, prompting Tang San to question. The age and attributes of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake are highly suitable for you. Moreover, it is a challenging soul beast to capture. Why should we not consider it? Yi Feng cast a sidelong glance at Tang San before addressing Oscar. My mentor once stated that a soul master can acquire a soul skill from a soul beast soul ring, provided the ring's age is under 100,000 years. The so-called soul skill is a capability possessed by the soul beast in its lifetime. The specific skill a soul master can gain is closely tied to their martial soul. Oscar, your martial soul is a sausage, a food-type martial soul. If you acquire the soul ring of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, there is a significant likelihood that your third soul skill will enhance speed, potentially allowing you to harness the nutrients stored in its comb to temporarily augment your movement speed. Is there something wrong with that? Tang San queried. I merely stated it is a skill that increases flight speed for a limited time. Yi Feng cast a questioning glance at Tang San, pondering why he was so insistent on Oscar obtaining the soul ring, whether it was due to his lack of understanding or a desire to uphold his dignity. Yi Feng continued to address Oscar. If your third soul skill aims to enhance your speed, you could easily seek out avian soul beasts, who are the natural enemies of snakes. Oscar, do you still wish to pursue the phoenix tail, chicken-crowned snake soul ring? In an effort to alter the narrative and acquire distributable attribute points, Yi Feng patiently counseled Oscar. Oscar hesitated, his gaze shifting to Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji found Yi Feng's words quite reasonable, especially knowing that Yi Feng's master was Jian Daoqinshin, a figure of considerable repute. Thus, Zhao Wuji chose to remain silent, withholding his inner thoughts. Tang San, however, felt displeased by Yi Feng's remarks. His own master was the Grand Master, who had proposed the 10 core competitive theories of martial souls. To him, Yi Feng's opposition to Oscar obtaining the soul ring was a provocation. The age of this soul beast was indeed highly suitable for Oscar. Yi Feng should understand that soul rings can enhance a soul master's attributes, making high-age rings significantly valuable. Oscar's resolve wavered as he turned to Yi Feng, seeking his justification. Yi Feng responded, losing this soul beast soul ring does not mean we cannot acquire other suitable rings of appropriate ages. Oscar, you're the one who needs the soul ring. Ultimately, the decision lies with you. Remember these 6 words: do not fear, do not regret. The gazes of Yi Feng, Tang San, Zhao Wuji, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai all converge on Oscar. After much contemplation, Oscar came to understand Yi Feng's perspective. Although the soul ring of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake was exceptional, it was highly likely that he would acquire a skill related to escape, which would be time-limited. Tang San's arguments also held merit. The age of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake was indeed fitting for Oscar, estimated at 1,600 years, close to the upper limit of the third soul ring absorption for a soul master, which is 1,760 years. As a soul master, Oscar naturally aspired to grow stronger. With a conflicted heart, Oscar looked at Yi Feng and asked, Boss Yi, if I do not obtain this soul ring, would it not be a waste? Yi Feng, upon hearing this, smiled and leaned closer to Oscar, whispering something in his ear. Initially taken aback, Oscar then nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking a grain. Once Yi Feng finished speaking, Oscar approached Meng Iran with a smile and said, the soul ring belongs to you. Meng Iran gazed at Oscar in astonishment, clearly taken aback by his words, and questioned, are you really giving this soul ring to me? Oscar nodded earnestly. Why? Meng Iran asked, puzzled. If you do not desire this soul ring, why did you compete with me for it earlier? Oscar smiled and explained, contesting for this soul ring was my duty, as it was indeed my intention to present it to you, given that we were the ones who intercepted and subdued it. Meng Iran found herself at a loss for words, recognizing the validity of Oscar's reasoning. The snake matriarch, Ko Xingxiang, stepped forward, her expression one of surprise. She had not anticipated such a significant turn of events. After examining Oscar closely, she kindly inquired, young man, what is your name? Madam, I am Oscar, he replied warmly. Madam? Hijinks was momentarily taken aback, not paying heed to Oscar's affectionate address. She continued, "How old are you? Do you have a girlfriend?" "I am 15, and I do not yet have a girlfriend," Oscar shyly responded, scratching his head. The same age as Iran," Hijinks remarked with a knowing smile. As a food-type soul master, she considered that if Oscar were to unite with her granddaughter Meng Iran, it would be beneficial for Iran. "Nana." Meng Iran's face flushed as she discerned her grandmother's suggestive tone, and she shyly interjected, "I should be the one to obtain the soul ring first." "Indeed," Hijinks nodded. "Let us move on and find a more suitable soul ring for Oscar," Yifeng suggested. Oscar exchanged farewells with Hijinks and Meng Iran before following the group away from the site. After walking some distance, Ma Hongjun, glancing back at Meng Iran and Hijinks, inquired, "Bossy, are you trying to find a girlfriend for Oscar?" Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, especially his somewhat loud tone, Yifeng turned to look at Meng Iran and Hijinks, understanding Ma Hongjun's intent, and replied with a similar volume, "Oscar is a food-type soul master, and he awakened his martial soul with innate full soul power. I believe he is quite suited to match the daughters of prominent families." Innate full soul power? Hijinks was taken aback, her gaze fixed on Oscar's retreating figure. Oscar could distinctly sense the fervent admiration in Hijinks' eyes, realizing her growing fondness for him. He nudged Yifeng with his shoulder and whispered gratefully, "Thanks, boss." Yifeng smiled and said, "What are you thanking me for? I have done nothing." Yifeng Oscar, Zhao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Zhao Wuji continued their stroll along the forest edge. Upon reaching a small plain, a piercing eagle's cry suddenly echoed through the air. A resplendent eagle, adorned in azure feathers, soared gracefully beneath the cerulean sky. The azure feather eagle, a paragon among avian creatures, was said to possess a trace of the fearsome bloodline of the azure-scaled eagle. The millennium-grade azure feather eagle, when in swift flight, can rival the speed of an ordinary 10,000-year avian. It boasts a singular crown of feathers atop its head, its age exceeding a millennium. Yifeng, invoking the power of the underworld, clearly observed that the azure feather eagle bore but one feathered crown. This spirit beast was indeed remarkable, its age well suited for Oscar. Yet, who will be the one to hunt it? Tang San inquired with a calm demeanor. Among the 9 teachers and students of Shrek Academy, aside from Ma Hongjun, who possessed the ability to soar, no one else had the gift of flight. Tang deliberately cast his gaze towards Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun waved his hands repeatedly, exclaiming, "I cannot do it. My flight is limited to a brief duration, and my speed pales in comparison to that of the eagle. Capturing it is utterly impossible." "I shall take on the task," declared Yifeng. With a mere thought, he summoned his martial soul, the Xianyuan sword. "Is this the Xianyuan sword?" Tang San was taken aback. He had nearly forgotten that aside from the 9 Hearts Mystic Lotus, Yifeng possessed another martial soul, the Xianyuan sword. Like Tang, Yifeng was a soul master who had awakened dual martial souls. Of course, Tang was unaware that Yifeng had not merely awakened 2, but 3 martial souls. With a swift motion, Yifeng mounted the Xianyuan sword and soared into the sky. His speed was astonishing, reaching an alarming 37 meters per second during full flight. Chapter 61, a dazzling performance. 37 meters per second was the limit for Yifeng. Currently, he was at the 49th level of soul power, equipped with 4 soul rings. Coupled with the Ice and Fire 2 EI, the refining of the Fire of the Phoenix, and the 8-angled Mystic Ice Grass. Along with an additional 340 points of agility granted by the system, he achieved a velocity surpassing 120 kilometers per hour. In contrast, the average speed of avian creatures is merely 80 kilometers per hour. Thus, Yifeng's flight speed was already beyond that of ordinary birds of prey. Yet, the azure feather eagle he pursued was no ordinary avian, but a paragon among them. With a century of age, its flying speed could contend with that of an ordinary millennium-aged bird. In the sky, Yifeng relentlessly pursued the azure feather eagle, maintaining a certain distance between them. On the ground, Ning Rongrong summoned 2 martial souls, conjuring the 7 treasures glazed tower in her hand, gazing up at Yifeng with a smile. "Senior brother, allow me to lend you my assistance." The 7 treasures' first spirit ability, speed, radiated a cerulean light. As Yifeng chased the azure feather eagle, he too was enveloped in a similar azure glow. With Ning Rongrong's soul power now at the 27th level, Her first spirit ability could enhance the movement speed of the aided by 20%. The gap between Yifeng and the azure feather eagle began to diminish. The eagle emitted a piercing cry, sensing the threat from behind. Its crown of feathers glowed with a cerulean light, and the azure luminescence enveloped its body, suddenly amplifying its flying speed by 30%. The azure feather eagle's newfound velocity created further distance between itself and Yifeng. It seems I must act decisively, Yifeng declared. Suddenly, he propelled himself forward, his speed multiplying several times. Almost simultaneously, he retracted the Xianyuan sword. The force from his toes allowed Yifeng to accelerate even further. However, with such maneuvers, he was left with nothing beneath him, suspended in midair, a perilous situation for any human. Senior brother, Yifeng, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhao Wuji exclaimed in unison, their hearts racing with anxiety for Yifeng. At that moment, Yifeng was hundreds of meters above the ground. A fall would undoubtedly result in his demise. As Yifeng reached the pinnacle of his ascent and felt himself beginning to descend, he once again summoned the Xianyuan sword. With a swift motion, he employed the force of his body to propel himself forward. He executed this maneuver several times, closing the distance between himself and the azure feather eagle. Observing that Yifeng was unharmed, Ning Rongrong's racing heart finally settled. Senior brother, let me assist you once more. The Seven Treasures' second spirit ability, Strength, activated, engulfing Yifeng in a golden glow. His power surged by 20%. With Ning Rongrong's assistance, the distance between Yifeng and the azure feather eagle continued to shrink. Remarkable. Zhao Wuji marveled at the spectacle unfolding in the sky. To fly using a sword in such a manner, truly, he is a prodigy. At a certain moment, the azure feather eagle, noticing the diminishing gap between itself and Yifeng, ceased its retreat. It drew its wings together before extending them with force, unleashing a torrent of soul power that manifested as two slicing wind blades aimed directly at Yifeng. Though the azure feather eagle was swift among birds, its method of attack was singular, relying solely on wind blades. This particular azure feather eagle, aged a millennium, faced Yifeng, who possessed 49th level soul power. Its attack was trivial in comparison. Yifeng did not shy away from the incoming wind blades. Instead, he propelled himself forward with swift leg movements, reaching his zenith while gripping the Xianyuan sword. Infusing the sword with surging soul power, a blade extending 49 meters formed along its edge. United with his weapon, Yifeng executed a decisive slash, the golden blade descending from above to intercept the two wind blades launched by the azure feather eagle. The residual force of his strike sent the eagle plummeting from the sky. The battlefield was set in the heavens. Should the wounded azure feather eagle crash to the ground, it would surely perish at Yifeng's hands, and Oscar would then be deprived of the spirit beast's essence. Yifeng soared to the side of the azure feather eagle, swiftly switching martial souls. As the Nine Hearts mystic lotus appeared in his palm, his second soul ring glowed with a yellow light. The severely injured azure feather eagle was immediately encased in a thick layer of mystic ice. With the second spirit ability, Ice Seal, activated, Yifeng switched martial souls once more, summoning the Xianyuan sword as he pursued the plummeting azure feather eagle. Just as it was about to hit the ground, he expertly caught it, landing gently without stirring a speck of dust. All of this transpired with a seamless grace, like flowing clouds and flowing water, a self-created soul technique. Tang San felt a jolt of realization. He had witnessed it. Yifeng's Xianyuan sword bore no additional soul rings, and the strike he had just executed was indeed a self-created technique. However, Tang San did not harbor any envy towards Yifeng, for he too possessed his own self-created techniques. Both he and Yifeng were dual martial soul wielders, leaving Tang San with no sense of jealousy. Instead, he found himself curious, pondering whether Yifeng's recent strike was superior or if his own chaotic windhammer method held greater merit. Turning to Yifeng, Tang San proposed, "Yifeng, I wish to challenge you to a duel." Yifeng smiled, his tone calm. "You are not my match. I am a soul master of the fourth ring." Undeterred, Tang San continued, "When we are of the same soul master rank, shall you be willing to duel me then?" Before Tang San could finish, Ma Hongjun interjected, "Fourth brother, do not jest. Yifeng is a soul master of the 49th level, while you are merely at the 29th level. How could your soul power possibly catch up to his?" Tang San did not approach Ma Hongjun, nor did he pay heed to Ma Hongjun's words. With a serious expression, he inquired, Yi Feng, you have yet to respond to my question. Yi Feng nodded and replied, Very well, I shall await your readiness. Once your soul power matches mine at the same rank, I shall engage you in battle. At that moment, Zhao Wu approached Yi Feng. Her eyes filled with reproach as she said, You startled me just now. Yi Feng reached out, gently caressing Zhao Wu's ear, and smiled. See, I am perfectly fine. All right. Oscar, absorb its soul ring now. Chapter 62. External soul bone. Attributes points acquired. Oscar gazed at Yi Feng, a faint smile gracing his lips, warmth enveloping his heart. The recent battle had been both thrilling and perilous. Oscar had witnessed the entire confrontation, deeply moved by it. He lightly patted Yi Feng's shoulder, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Yi Laoda. No need to be so formal among brothers. Yi Feng chuckled, slightly embarrassed, as he rubbed his nose with his finger. To alter the storyline, Yi Feng had previously informed Oscar about the regulations of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Any soul master who awakened the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower spirit must have a spouse who is a battle soul master. Oscar was not a battle soul master, not least for now. Therefore, he and Ning Rongrong could never be together. Since learning of this regulation, Oscar had ceased any entanglement with Ning Rongrong. Although at that time, Ning Rongrong had sought Yi Feng's help to avoid Oscar's advances. Yi Feng felt guilty for inadvertently breaking apart a couple that could have been together. This guilt was further compounded by Yi Feng's decision to pass the soul ring of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake to Meng Yiran as an attempt to atone for Oscar. Yi Feng awkwardly smiled and urged, Hurry and obtain its soul ring. The azure feather eagle is a challenging soul beast to capture. If your third soul skill grants you its flying speed, the auxiliary abilities of your third soul ring will be formidable. Indeed, Oscar nodded, making his way toward the azure feather eagle. The ice enveloping the azure feather eagle was nearly melted. Oscar drew a dagger, ending the azure feather eagle's life, and then sat cross-legged to absorb its soul ring. Yi Feng excitedly moved closer to Oscar, thinking, Finally, I am about to gain assignable attribute points. In the original storyline, Oscar had obtained the soul ring of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. Now, due to Yi Feng's interference, Oscar was about to acquire the soul ring of the azure feather eagle. Once Oscar secured the azure feather eagle's soul ring, Yi Feng would receive the system's reward of assignable attribute points, which could significantly enhance his strength, agility, spirit, and defense. Wait, its age is not merely over 1,000 years. Tang San suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing this, everyone gathered around the corpse of the azure feather eagle. The bird bore a feather crown atop its head, marking its age at a millennium. The teacher had once said that the number of feather crowns increased with each 1,000 years until it reached 10,000 years, at which point no further crowns would be added. That is correct. It only has one feather crown. Zhao Wu looked puzzled at Tang San's alarm. No, Zhao Wu. Look here. Tang San pointed to a specific area on the head of the azure feather eagle. Next to the feather crown, there was a small protrusion that would easily go unnoticed without careful observation. What is this? Zhao Wu inquired. From the base of this small protrusion and the base of the feather crown, it was evident that it had been a destroyed feather crown. Tang San did not continue, casting a reproachful glance at Yi Feng. For Tang San, had it not been for Yi Feng's interference, Oscar would not be facing life-threatening danger at that moment. In other words, Yi Feng had inadvertently caused trouble despite his good intentions. This meant that the true age of the azure feather eagle was not merely approaching 2,000 years, but it was highly likely that it had surpassed that threshold. Dai Mubai, following Tang San's words, couldn't help but glance at Oscar with worry. What? 2,000 years? Zhao Wuji was stunned, standing frozen in place. For soul masters, the upper limit for absorbing a third soul ring was 1,760 years. Exceeding this limit would result in the soul master being unable to absorb or withstand the energy of the soul ring, ultimately leading to a catastrophic explosion. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the history of soul masters. What should we do? Zhao Wuji was a loss. Everything had surpassed his control. Tang San remained silent, as did Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai. Even Yi Feng chose to remain silent. It was not that Yi Feng wished to withhold his words, but rather that Tang San's assertion was indeed factual. The true age of this azure feather eagle was either approaching 2,000 years or had already reached that milestone. Yifeng could only fervently hope that Oscar could endure and that the actual age of the Azure Feather Eagle was merely close to 2,000 years. If that were the case, Oscar might still have a glimmer of hope. Amidst the anxious anticipation, Oscar let out a blood-curdling scream. The soul power surrounding him began to ripple, becoming exceedingly unstable. Just as everyone was deeply concerned for Oscar, a new phenomenon emerged. On Oscar's back, a blue light burst forth. Utilizing his third martial spirit, the Eye of Hell, Yifeng glimpsed the situation within the radiant glow. Two small branches were forming on Oscar's back. Oscar, being immortal, was experiencing agony as the energy of the soul ring forcibly expanded his back, resulting in the emergence of these branches. Ding dong! Simultaneously, the system's voice resonated in Yifeng's mind. Congratulations, you have subverted the original storyline. Oscar's third soul ring approaches 2,000 years in age, granting him not only a more powerful third soul skill, but also an external soul bone. The impact is profound. You receive assignable attribute points, 66 points. Congratulations, you have subverted the original storyline, allowing Meng Yiran to acquire the soul ring of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. You receive assignable attribute points, 11 points. While the storyline of Meng Yiran obtaining the soul ring of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake paled in comparison to Oscar acquiring the Azure Feather Eagle's soul ring and external soul bone. The former rewarded 66 assignable attribute points, whereas the latter merely awarded 11. After a short while, the two branches on Oscar's back ceased their expansion. The blue light radiated from his back, coalescing into a pair of blue wings. Wings? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Is Oscar becoming a birdman? In response to the azure wings on Oscar's back, both Tang San and Zhao Wuji wore puzzled expressions, uncertain of what these wings truly represented. Just as Ma Hongjun's words left his lips, Yifeng reached out and lightly tapped the back of Ma Hongjun's head. Ma Hongjun turned to Yifeng, his expression one of grievance as he asked, Yi Lao Da, why did you hit me? Yifeng corrected him. Oscar is not becoming a birdman. Those azure wings are his external soul bone. Chapter 63. System. Yifeng envy again external soul bone? Oscar opened his eyes and caught Yifeng's words. Yi Lao Da. Are you saying that what is on my back is an external soul bone? Indeed. Yifeng nodded affirmatively. The external soul bones are rarer than the ordinary soul bones and possess the ability to grow. They are a wondrous existence, a unique form beyond the 6 major categories of soul bones. If the chance of an ordinary soul bone appearing from a soul beast is 1 in 1,000, then the probability of an external soul bone manifesting is even less than 1 in 10,000. Within the realm of soul masters, there exists a ranking of the most precious treasures, known as the Soul Master Dream List, where the external soul bone consistently ranks second, just below the almost mythical 10,000-year soul ring. Yifeng gazed enviously at Oscar, his heart filled with admiration. It was astonishing that Oscar had obtained an external soul bone. Oscar's soul power level was still only in the 30s, yet the growth potential of the external soul bone was immense. One cannot deny that Oscar is indeed enviable. Ding dong. The system sensed the host's envy towards Oscar's possession of the external soul bone and responded with discontent, rewarding the host with an external soul bone, the purple cloud wings. The purple cloud wings are crafted from the wings and soul of a 5th-tier magical beast, the black flame purple cloud eagle. Purple cloud wings? Yifeng was taken aback, astonished to have received the purple cloud wings. System, we're in the Douluo realm. Will the purple cloud wings evolve alongside my increasing soul power? Indeed, host, the system replied. Hearing the system's response brought a smile to Yifeng's face. The flight speed of the purple cloud wings was commendable, and more importantly, it had the potential for evolution. Yifeng was curious about how far the purple cloud wings could evolve in the Douluo continent. As the system's voice faded, Yifeng felt warmth spreading across his back as 2 branches began to form. Perhaps due to the fact that the purple cloud wings were a reward from the system, Yifeng did not experience the same pain that Oscar had moments ago. With a smile, Yifeng looked at Oscar, never expecting that a mere moment of envy would lead him to receive the reward of the purple cloud wings. Now, he too possessed his own external soul bone. Oscar. Zhao Wuji gently patted Oscar's shoulder, exclaiming with joy, I never imagined you would be so fortunate to acquire an external soul bone. Now that you have obtained your 3rd soul ring, we should head back. No, that's simply one T-do. Both Tang San and Zhao Wu interjected simultaneously. Tang San, Zhao Wu, and Yi Feng exchanged thoughtful glances, pondering the situation. Why? Zhao Wuji inquired. Because my soul power has reached level 30, Tang San answered. And you? Zhao Wuji turned to Zhao Wu. My soul power has reached level 40, Zhao Wu replied, casting a significant glance towards Yi Feng, a silent plea for help. As a transformed soul beast, Zhao Wu could only condense her first 6 soul rings through training. If she did not acquire her soul ring through hunting soul beasts, her identity as a soul beast would inevitably be revealed. Thus, she looked to Yi Feng, hoping he could devise a solution. Yi Feng noticed Zhao Wu's expression and pondered for a moment, quickly grasping her intent. He smiled reassuringly at her, indicating that he would find a way. Zhao Wuji, contemplating Tang San and Zhao Wu's responses, turned to Yi Feng, asking, "And you, what is your reason? Surely your soul power has reached level 50? With a satisfied smile, Yi Feng replied in a calm tone, "I'm afraid it is just as you imagined. My soul power has indeed reached level 50. At this, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar gazed at Yi Feng with envy. While they were still in their 20s and 30s, Yi Feng was about to become a soul king at over 50. Oscar, having received Yi Feng's assistance, gently patted Yi Feng's shoulder and sincerely rejoiced. Yi Laoda, it's infuriating how much you surpass us. I'm only at 32, and you're on the verge of breaking 50. Congratulations, Yi Laoda, on becoming a 5-ring soul king. Ma Hongjun, who had frequently benefited from Yi Feng's help, similarly congratulated Yi Laoda. Congratulations. Zhu Zhuqing, as Yi Feng's partner in the Nine-Hearted Cat, rarely smiled and remarked, Yi Laoda, do you know? Sometimes I really want to crack open your head to see what's inside. Yi Feng chuckled as he surveyed the group. Among the Shrek's 7 monsters, Zhao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun held a high regard for Yi Feng. Only Dai Mubai and Tang San remained indifferent, with Tang San often appearing as a companion, yet exuding a colder demeanor than that of a stranger. Yi Feng smiled and said, "Wait until I acquire my 5th soul ring before you congratulate me." "All right," Oscar replied without hesitation. Although it seemed that Ning Rongrong had a fondness for Yi Feng, Oscar accepted the situation, acknowledging that he was not a battle soul master. He genuinely wished for Ning Rongrong and Yi Feng's happiness. "Then let us assist Tang San, Zhao Wu, and Yi Feng in acquiring the soul rings they require. Let the training continue," Zhao Wuji declared. Under Zhao Wuji's guidance, the students of Shrek Academy continued to wander the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. As they walked, Zhao Wuji inquired Tang San, "What is your desired age for your 3rd soul ring?" Tang San glanced at Oscar and replied, "At least 1,300 years. Originally, Tang San had considered stating 1,700 years, especially since Oscar had obtained a nearly 2,000-year soul ring without adverse effects. Tang San believed his rigorous training and physical resilience surpassed Oscar's, yet he realized that encountering a soul beast of such age was exceedingly rare. Thus, he settled on a minimum requirement of 1,300 years. 1,300 years. Zhao Wuji turned to Zhao Wu and asked, "And you?" "Huh?" Zhao Wu was momentarily taken aback. Replying in surprise, "Me?" Zhao Wuji nodded yes. Tang San's requirement for his 3rd soul ring is at least 1,300 years. "What about you? What do you desire for your 4th soul ring?" Zhao Wu hesitated. As a soul beast, she had no need to hunt for her 4th soul ring. Pausing for a moment, to avoid raising Zhao Wuji's suspicions, she answered, 10,000 years. 10,000? 10,000? 10,000? Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhao Wuji all stared at Zhao Wu in astonishment. The upper limit for a soul master absorbing their 4th soul ring is 5,000 years. However, Zhao Wu's requirement of 10,000 years was a staggering 5,000 years more. Chapter 64. King of the Forest, Titan Giant Ape 10,000 years? Zhao Wuji was momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at Zhao Wu. When he realized that Zhao Wu's 3rd soul ring had already reached 8,000 years, his shock turned to understanding. Zhao Wu's demand for her 4th soul ring to be 10,000 years was not unreasonable. In truth, if Zhao Wu were to condense her 4th soul ring through meditation, she was confident it would indeed be of 10,000 years' worth. Zhao Wuji turned his gaze to Yi Feng, inquiring, "And you, little monster?" "Little monster?" Tang San's heart skipped a beat. noting Zhao Wuji's unique title for Yifeng. Shrek Academy was known for nurturing monsters, yet Zhao Wuji referred to Yifeng as Little Monster. Tang San clenched his fists lightly. His heart was not filled with discontent, but rather a determination to strive for excellence, hoping that one day he could surpass Yifeng. Yifeng responded, I wish for the age of my 5th spirit ring to be 30,000 years. 30,000 years? Zhao Wuji exclaimed in astonishment. The upper limit for a spirit master to absorb a 5th spirit ring was 12,000 years, yet Yifeng demanded 30,000 years for his 5th spirit ring. Zhao Wuji gazed intently at Yifeng. If he were unaware that Yifeng's 4th spirit ring was already a 10,000-year ring, he would surely reprimand him for being overly ambitious. Yifeng inquired, Teacher Zhao, is there a problem? Zhao Wuji extended his hand and gently patted Yifeng's shoulder, reassuring him, do not worry, I am a spirit sage. A 30,000-year spirit beast is well within my capabilities. However, Yifeng, has your teacher set any particular requirements for your 5th spirit ring? Zhao Wuji was aware that Jian Dao Xian had visited Shrek Academy that night, and from Ning Rongrong, he had learned that Yifeng's teacher was indeed Jian Dao Xian. Every teacher had stringent expectations for their disciples, and Zhao Wuji wished to avoid provoking Jian Dao Xian, a notorious battle enthusiast who often sought sparring partners. Yifeng smiled and replied, my master has no specific demands for my 5th spirit ring. He merely hopes that it will enhance my control skills, different from the previous 4, or provide auxiliary abilities. Is that all he desires? Zhao Wuji asked. Yes, Yifeng nodded. That is good. Zhao Wuji chuckled lightly. Suddenly, the smile on Zhao Wuji's face vanished, and an imposing aura emanated from him. With a low growl, he summoned his martial spirit, the powerful diamond bear, instantly enveloping him. Teacher, what's wrong? Dai Mubai rushed to Zhao Wuji's side. Brother, Xiao Wu softly called out. Yifeng approached Xiao Wu, activating his 3rd martial spirit, the Eye of Hell, allowing him to clearly perceive a colossal figure approaching. Xiao Wu, your opportunity has arrived, Yifeng whispered, ensuring only she could hear. Brother, you mean Xiao Wu is clever? She pondered, quickly grasping the implication of Yifeng's words. Life is like a play, entirely reliant on performance. Make sure to shine, Yifeng smiled. MHM, Xiao Wu nodded. She had been longing for an opportunity to leave the group and cultivate her 4th spirit ring, and now with the Titan Great Ape approaching, it was indeed her best chance. Moments later, as Zhao Wuji, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Yifeng focused their attention, 2 towering trees slowly parted, revealing a massive silhouette emerging silently. The sight left everyone, except Yifeng and Xiao Wu, stunned into silence. It was a being akin to a mountain, its dark fur glimmering faintly under the light. Although it crouched, its shoulders spanned over 7 meters wide. If it stood upright, it would likely surpass 15 meters in height. Its appearance resembled both a monkey and a gorilla, with lantern-sized eyes sparkling like yellow crystals. In the darkness, one could scarcely discern its form unless it moved. This was the Titan Great Ape, the king of the Star Do Forest. The Titan Great Ape was immensely imposing, not only massive in size, but also possessing muscles more formidable than granite, each muscle resembling a small hill. The king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape. Tang San's tone shifted, tinged with alarm. The Titan Great Ape was undoubtedly a dominant force. Even a 100-year-old Titan Great Ape could contend with 10,000-year spirit beasts. They possessed unmatched strength and speed, with nearly no flaws in attack or defense, and frighteningly, they could execute skills akin to spirit techniques. Despite being a level 70 spirit sage, Zhao Wuji's gaze flickered with trepidation as he faced the Titan Great Ape. Esteemed king of the forest, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we shall withdraw immediately. Zhao Wuji spoke, not caring whether his words held any weight. Roar. The Titan Great Ape let out a roar that transformed into a fierce gust, nearly toppling Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun. Observing the Titan Great Ape's demeanor, Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth and declared, I will hold it off. Oscar, immediately use your 3rd spirit technique to aid our escape. I fear I cannot hold on for long. You must act swiftly. With his 7th spirit technique, the true body of the Diamond Bear, Zhao Wuji unleashed a significant enhancement of his attributes. The Titan Great Ape understood Zhao Wuji's intent and became agitated as it saw Xiao Wu preparing to leave. It moved toward Zhao Wuji. With Zhao Wujing's capabilities, he could not withstand the Titan Great Ape. With a single punch, the Titan Great Ape sent Zhao Wujing reeling. We cannot leave teacher Zhao behind. Attack! Ma Ongjunurjid. In an instant, Yi Feng, Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu launched an assault on the Titan Great Ape. However, the King of the Forest was far beyond their current capabilities. The Titan Great Ape swiftly dispatched them all. Now, Yi Feng urged Xiao Wu beside him. With a leap, Xiao Wu soared towards the Titan Great Ape, which reached out to grasp her. Xiao Wu, Yi Feng called out in alarm, taking to the skies himself. The Titan Great Ape swatted him away, sending him crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu whispered something to the Titan Great Ape. Showing no desire to linger, the Titan Great Ape obediently departed. Yi Feng coughed up blood, watching the Titan Great Ape's retreating figure, feeling dizzy as he collapsed to the ground. In that moment, he thought to himself, the act has become reality. Chapter 65, Tang San. I know it's fake, but unfortunately, there is no evidence. The night was tranquil. Beneath the trees of the Stardo Forest, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Dai Mubai, and Tang San surrounded Zhao Wujing, Ning Rongrong, and Yi Feng. Zhao Wujing awoke from meditation, rising to his feet and glancing at the unconscious Yi Feng. Is Yi Feng still not awake? He inquired. Ning Rongrong shook her head. Worry etched on her face as she gazed at Yi Feng. Half a day had passed since Xiao Wu was taken, and during this time, Ning Rongrong had exhausted every possible method to awaken Yi Feng, yet to no avail. Zhao Wujing approached Yi Feng, grasping his wrist and closing his eyes to sense his condition. Furrowing his brow, he discerned that although Yi Feng had endured a blow from the Titan Great Ape, his internal organs had only suffered a slight tremor, not enough to prevent him from waking. Could it be that his brain had sustained a concussion? Zhao Wujing articulated a possible reason for Yi Feng's current state of unconsciousness. Upon hearing Dai Mu's words, Oscar was immediately taken aback and expressed his concern. Teacher Zhao, could it be that Yi Laoda will become an imbecile from now on? Imbecile? Ning Rongrong's expression froze, her gaze vacant as she stared at the unconscious Yi Feng lying on the ground. Zhao Wuji's demeanor turned grave as he replied, such a possibility cannot be ruled out. There have been precedents in the realm of soul masters where some have suffered brain injuries and subsequently became imbeciles. What? Ning Rongrong's face turned anxious, her brows furrowing as she looked down at Yi Feng, repeatedly calling out, impossible. How can my senior brother become an imbecile? Absolutely impossible. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun shared her concern for Yi Feng's injuries. Strangely, Tang San and Dai Mubai, for reasons unbeknownst to them, felt a subtle sense of satisfaction. It seemed they hoped Yi Feng would be rendered a waste. Tang San approached Ning Rongrong, gently patting her shoulder in comfort. Rongrong, do not be disheartened. The situation is not yet conclusive. There is no definitive evidence that Yi Feng will truly become an imbecile. If he were awake, he would not want to see you in such distress. Ning Rongrong ignored Tang San's words, affectionately grasping Yi Feng's hand and incessantly calling, Senior brother, please wake up. It's me, Rongrong, your junior sister. Please wake up. Despite her fervent pleas, Yi Feng remained unresponsive. Brother. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the air. Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Zhao Wuji turned towards the source of the voice and saw Xiao Wu returning. Unharmed, her eyes fixed on the figure of Yi Feng. Xiao Wu, you're back. Tang San exclaimed with delight. Yes, Xiao Wu nodded. Did the Titan giant ape harm you? Tang San inquired with concern. Do you hope it did? Xiao Wu retorted playfully. Xiao Wu, you jest, Tang San replied with a sheepish smile. As he gazed at Yi Feng lying motionless, his heart swelled with secret glee. For a long time, Yi Feng had been a barrier to his pursuits of Xiao Wu. Now, with Yi Feng incapacitated, Xiao Wu would need to reevaluate her affections, presenting a golden opportunity for Tang San. Perhaps this was one of the reasons behind his covert joy at Yi Feng's plight. Xiao Wu, how did you escape the clutches of the Titan giant ape? Zhao Wuji asked curiously. I'm not quite sure. The Titan giant ape grabbed me and ran into the forest. Not long after, I heard a thunderous roar. The Titan giant ape seemed alarmed and tossed me aside. Xiao Wu recounted, having already prepared her explanation for the journey back. A roar? What kind of roar could possibly frighten a Titan giant ape? Zhao Wuji queried, perplexed. I cannot say. I only know that before it left, it roared loudly enough to stun me. When I regained consciousness, it was already gone. Coincidentally, I found several soul beasts that had been stunned by the Titan giant ape nearby, and among them was a suitable 10,000-year soul beast. I defeated it and obtained its soul ring, Zhao Wu explained. What? Zhao Wuji stared at Zhao Wu in disbelief. Is it even possible? Maon Gujunekod, equally astonished. Zhao Wu's remarkable tale seemed more fitting for a novel than reality. I thought I was doomed, but against all odds, I survived. Once I absorbed the soul ring and regained my strength, I rushed to find you, Zhao Wu continued. Zhao Wu, you truly are exceptionally fortunate, Oscar exclaimed enviously. Perhaps this is the blessing that follows a great calamity. Zhao Wu smiled, her gaze shifting to the still unconscious Yi Feng as she inquired. What happened to my brother? Zhao Wu, please don't be anxious. Zhao Wuji consoled her, sorrowfully adding, Yi Feng has been in a coma since the Titan giant ape attacked him. There is a possibility that he may become an imbecile. What? Zhao Wu's eyes widened, and she rushed to Yi Feng's side, crouching down to call out, Brother, please wake up. It's me, Zhao Wu. Open your eyes and look at me. As Zhao Wu's voice fell, Yi Feng's eyes slowly fluttered open. Cough, cough, Yi Feng coughed a couple of times. Senior brother, you're awake. Ningrong grong etflamet yoifulli. Cough, cough, Yi Feng continued to cough, feeling guilty as he looked at Ning Rong Rong. In truth, he had awoken long ago. He had merely been pretending to be asleep. Regardless of how fervently Ning Rong Rong called out, it was futile to awaken someone who feigned slumber. Yi Feng had heard everything that the Shrek Academy students had said. He had chosen not to wake up until Zhao Wu returned, to prevent her from searching for them in the forest. Zhao Wu, are you all right? Yi Feng asked. I'm fine, Zhao Wu replied with a smile. How curious. Just now, Rong Rong called out so many times, yet you allowed Ah wouldn't he wake. But as soon as you called, he awoke, Ma Hongju marveled. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Zhao Wu chuckled, feeling an instinctive belief that Yi Feng's unconsciousness was an act. Meanwhile, Tang San felt a jolt in his heart. His gaze shifted between Zhao Wu and Yi Feng, sensing something peculiar about their interactions. He could not articulate precisely what felt amiss, but an instinct told him that both Zhao Wu's capture and Yi Feng's unconsciousness were fabricated. Unbeknownst to them, Ning Rong Rong, listening to Ma Hongjun, cast a glance at Yi Feng before turning her gaze toward Zhao Wu, her brows slightly furrowed with a hint of jealousy. She envied the bond between Yi Feng and Zhao Wu. All right, Zhao Wuji had declared with relief. It seems the danger has passed. Zhao Wu, by a twist of fate, has acquired her fourth soul ring. Next, we must assist Yi Feng and Tang San in obtaining their fifth and third soul rings, respectively. The journey continues. Chapter 66. The powerful aura of the protagonist under Zhao Wuji's guidance. Yi Feng, Zhao Wu, Ning Rong Rong, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Dai Mu Bai, and Tang San continued their wanderings in the Stardo Forest. For the safety of the group, Zhao Wuji took the lead. The support type Ning Rong Rong and Oscar followed closely behind him. On their right were the power type Dai Mu Bai and the control type Tang San, while on their left were the power type Zhao Wu and the agility type Zhu Zhuqing. Yi Feng, the strongest among the Shrek 8 monsters, brought up the rear. Yi Feng cast a glance at Tang San ahead of him, a faint smirk gracing his lips. In the original storyline, Tang San chased after the Titan giant ape and encountered an ambush from the man-faced demon spider. Ultimately, Tang San defeated the spider, gaining its soul ring and fortuitously acquiring the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances. Now, with Yi Feng's intervention, Tang San would be unable to obtain the soul ring or soul bone from the man-faced demon spider. As they continued their journey, Yi Feng unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance, Oscar and Meng Yiran. Both Yi Feng and Meng Yiran exclaimed in surprise upon seeing each other. It was none other than Meng Yiran, whom Yi Feng had met previously, along with her grandmother, the snake lady Chao Tianxiang. Meng Yiran had previously received a soul ring from Oscar. Meng Yiran felt a surge of gratitude, and thus the name she called out was neither Tang San nor Yi Feng, but rather Oscar. Haven't you already acquired your third spirit ring? Why are you still here? Oscar inquired, puzzled. My grandmother and I are searching for my grandfather, and we have followed his trail to this place, Meng Yiran explained. Long Gong Meng Shu, Oscar exclaimed in surprise, glancing around but failing to catch sight of Long Gong Meng Shu. Suddenly, a series of attacks echoed from the front. Moments later, an elder, bound in chains, dragged a creature known as the Faceless Demon Spider into view. The faceless demon spider. Tang San gasped. In the instructions given to him by his mentor, Yu Shaojiang, he was advised that if he encountered the faceless demon spider and the timing was right, he must acquire its spirit ring. Tang San turned his gaze towards Long Gongmeng Shu, who appeared tall and slender, with white hair and beard, yet his complexion was rosy and his spirit lively. Tang San contemplated how he might obtain the faceless demon spider from Meng Shu's grasp. Iran, who are these people? Meng Shu inquired. The fragrant voice of Pachaotian whispered something in Meng Shu's ear, after which she cast a glance at Oscar and smiled at Meng Shu. Oh, so it is him. Long Gongmeng Shu assessed Oscar from head to toe, stroking a small tuft of beard on his chin, and smiled. Indeed, he is quite handsome. Iran, you have an excellent eye. Meng Iran was taken aback, looking at Oscar. Oscar mirrored her surprise, gazing back at Meng Iran. Their eyes met, and a blush crept onto Meng Iran's cheeks as she shyly remarked, Grandfather, what nonsense are you speaking? Ha ha ha. Long Gongmeng Shu merely smiled, observing the flustered expression of Meng Iran. As someone who had experienced life, he recognized that his granddaughter harbored feelings for Oscar. Tang San stepped forward politely and respectfully asked, Senior Meng Shu, may I inquire as to why you are capturing the faceless demon spider? Hasn't your granddaughter already acquired her third spirit ring? With a smile, Long Gongmeng Shu replied, Indeed, Iran has obtained her third spirit ring. The reason I am capturing the faceless demon spider is for my kin. Your kin? Tang San furrowed his brow, realizing he might not be able to acquire the spirit ring from the faceless demon spider. The faceless demon spider was an exceedingly rare spirit beast, with a lifespan exceeding 1,000 years. Acquiring the spirit ring from the faceless demon spider would greatly benefit my clan. I intend to present it to them, Long Gongmeng Shu elucidated. Senior, I have an ungracious request, Tang San said, clasping his hands together. You wish for the faceless demon spider? Long Gongmeng Shu asked thoughtfully. Senior, to speak candidly, my spirit power has reached level 30. My martial spirit is blue silvergrass, and the spirit ring from the faceless demon spider is exceptionally suited for me. If you would grant me the spirit ring, I, Tang San, shall forever be grateful and will repay your kindness in the future, Tang San asserted earnestly. Take it. Long Gongmeng Shu replied without hesitation, forcefully tugging at the chains that bound the faceless demon spider, casting it at Tang San's feet. Thank you, Senior. Tang San exclaimed joyfully. Wait, ye feng intergested. Tang San furrowed his brow, his demeanor shifting dramatically as he warily regarded Yifeng. Isn't your fifth spirit ring's lifespan intended to be 30,000 years? Tang San, you misunderstand. I do not seek the spirit ring of the faceless demon spider. I merely wish to remind you that its lifespan exceeds 2,000 years, Yifeng cautioned. He was determined to prevent Tang San from acquiring the spirit ring. For if Tang San succeeded, he would attain the external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, which would shine brilliantly throughout Tang San's life. However, Yifeng's actions were not driven by malice towards Tang San. He felt an inexplicable chill from Tang San, as if they were separated by vast distances despite being close in proximity. Hence, Yifeng was intent on preventing Tang San from acquiring the spirit ring and the external spirit bone. 2,000 years? Tang San murmured, activating his purple extreme demon eye for a closer inspection. Indeed, it exceeds 2,000 years. Then, it is unwise to absorb its spirit ring, Zhao Wuji remarked. No, Teacher Zhao, I wish to give it a try, Tang San declared resolutely. Tang San, you yourself acknowledge that the faceless demon spider's lifespan exceeds 2,000 years. Are you willing to gamble with your life? Zhao Wuji admonished. Yes, Teacher Zhao, Tang San affirmed, glancing at Oscar. He believed his physical strength surpassed that of Oscar and continued, if Oscar can absorb a spirit ring of 2,000 years, I am confident I can as well. Are you certain? Zhao Wuji inquired. I am certain, Tang San replied. Very well. You must take responsibility for your own life, Zhao Wuji conceded. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. Tang San retrieved a dagger from the 24 Bridge Bright Moon Night and approached the faceless demon spider. With a swift motion, he slashed at its abdomen, ending its life. He then sat cross-legged, beginning the process of absorbing the spirit ring. Sighing softly, Yifeng felt helpless, despite his numerous interventions. He could not withstand the brilliance of the protagonist's aura. Ultimately, Tang San acquired the spirit ring from the faceless demon spider. Yifeng couldn't help but reflect. Tang San is truly fortunate. Despite my interference, he still obtained the spirit ring. Furthermore, he will not only acquire the spirit ring, but also the external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances. My own external spirit bone, the purple cloud wings, clearly pales in comparison to his 8 spider lances. The purple cloud wings merely granted him the ability to fly, while the 8 spider lances could absorb the opponent's spirit power and completely replenish one's own consumption, enhancing all states by 50%, boasting formidable leaping ability, climbing skills, and sharp, barbed attack capabilities. Truly enviable, indeed, the son of fortune from the Douluo realm. Ding dong. As Yifeng contemplated these thoughts, the voice of the system chimed once more. The system sensed the host's envy towards Tang San's possession of the external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, and expressed its dissatisfaction, rewarding the host with the DragonsPhoenix Ancient Wings. Chapter 67. Ning Rongrong. Senior brother, are you a spirit beast? Ding dong. Given that the host possessed the external spirit bone, the purple cloud wings, the system would automatically select the DragonsPhoenix Ancient Wings for the host. The purple cloud wings would automatically fall away, and the detached spirit bone would be stored in the host's storage soul guide. Within 3 seconds, if the host did not express any objections, the system would execute this action. 3, 2, 1. Yifeng silently counted in his mind. After 3 seconds, a warm sensation enveloped his back. Following this warmth was a refreshing feeling, akin to having his back anointed with wind essential oil. Soon after, another wave of warmth washed over his back, and Yifeng sensed the spirit bone becoming increasingly powerful. Unbeknownst to anyone at that moment, a black light emanated from Yifeng's back, traveling down his arm and into the jade bracelet adorning his left wrist. Yifeng closed his eyes, probing the contents of the storage soul guide within the bracelet, and discovered an additional scroll within. Yifeng opened his eyes. After a period of adjustment, Tang San had successfully acquired his 3rd spirit ring and external spirit bone. Little San, you can store the external spirit bone using your will, Zhao Wuji said, his face adorned with a joyful smile. For Shrek Academy now boasted 2 students who had obtained external spirit bones. Following his advice, Tang San attempted to integrate the external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, into his body, leaving 2 noticeable protrusions on his back that marred its aesthetic appeal. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Cha-ching furrowed their brows, clearly noticing this issue. Although Tang San had gained the 8 spider lances, it regrettably detracted from the beauty of his back. Yifeng observed Tang San, a faint smile gracing his lips, feeling no trace of envy within him. The capabilities of his external spirit bone, the DragonsPhoenix Ancient Wing, were not inferior to Tang San's 8 spider lances. Little San, congratulations, Dai Mubai said, gently patting Tang San's shoulder. Thank you, Tang San replied with a proud smile. Casting a glance at Oscar before looking back at Yifeng, he felt a sense of satisfaction, believing he possessed something Yifeng lacked, which filled him with secret delight. However, he was utterly unaware that Yifeng had already acquired an external spirit bone, the formidable DragonsPhoenix Ancient Wing. Little San, do not become complacent. Continue to strive, for you will eventually attain your 4th, 5th, and further spirit rings. I believe your future accomplishments will see you become a powerful title Douluo. Zhao Wuji encouraged as he patted Tang San's shoulder. I will, Master Zhao, Tang San replied with determination in his eyes. The 4th spirit ring? The 5th spirit ring? Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, pondering. If all goes as expected, Tang San's 4th spirit ring would derive from the 10,000-year-old cave magic spider, while his 5th spirit ring would materialize from the 2nd awakening of his blue silver grass, transforming into the blue silver emperor, thus acquiring a wealth of blue silver grass and the power of the 10,000-year blue silver king. He couldn't help but feel envious of Tang San's fortunate fate, especially given his mastery of the Tang sect's ultimate techniques and the dual martial spirits, alongside the bloodline of the blue silver emperor. Ding! The system sensed the host's envy towards Tang San's fortunate circumstances and, as your golden finger, expressed its discontent. Is it merely the bloodline of the blue silver emperor? The system shall awaken the 9-heart mystic lotus emperor bloodline for the host. Emperor bloodline? Yifeng's eyes widened, still grappling with the system's declaration. A peculiar wave emanated from his being, expanding outward. The area enveloped by the light wave was considerable, reaching 100 miles. Within this luminous expanse, all flora and fauna were adorned with a faint, ethereal glow. Subtle glimmers radiated from the plants, attracted by some mysterious call, converging toward Yi Feng's body. What is happening? Dai Mu Bai, faced with this sudden transformation, was at a loss for words. What is the meaning of this light? Oscar asked, his brows knitted in confusion, having never encountered such an occurrence. How beautiful! Ning Rong exclaimed, utterly captivated by the enchanting scene. Zhao Wu, momentarily taken aback, as a transformed spirit beast, began to contemplate a possibility. Her gaze, filled with disbelief, shifted toward Yi Feng, then shook her head in denial. Impossible, how could it be? Brother, he is actually condensing a spirit ring, Tang San blurted out. What? Condensing a spirit ring? No way. How could that be? Yi Laoda hasn't hunted any spirit beasts. How could he possibly condense a spirit ring? All present turned to Tang San with puzzled expressions. Utilizing his purple extreme demon eye, Tang San, however, could not discern the difference between spirit beasts and humans at his current level. He muttered to himself, "My teacher once told me that some transformed spirit beasts need to reach level 60 and possess 6 spirit rings to appear indistinguishable from humans. Before reaching this threshold, transformed spirit beasts can acquire standard spirit rings without hunting spirit beasts, and the spirit techniques within these rings will suit them perfectly." Are you suggesting that Yi Laoda is a transformed spirit beast? Oscar exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stared at Tang San. I merely suggested it was a possibility, Tang San replied cautiously. Hearing this, Long Gong Meng Shu narrowed his eyes, fixating on Yi Feng. Old man. Snake Lady Tian Xiang called out curiously to Long Gong Meng Shu. He shook his head slightly. As an 85th level spirit Douluo, he could firmly assert that Yi Feng was not a transformed spirit beast, but a perfectly normal human. Yet, he could not explain the peculiar phenomenon unfolding before him. Suddenly, Long Gong Meng Shu's gaze fell upon Zhao Wu. His eyes widened in shock, revealing an insatiable hunger. He instinctively took a step closer to her, his hands trembling slightly as he gripped his dragon-headed staff, overwhelmed with excitement. Zhao Wu, sensing the intensity of his gaze, lowered her head and timidly sidled behind Zhao Wuji. Meanwhile, Tang San noticed the change in Long Gong Meng Shu's expression. Following his gaze, he found it fixated on Zhao Wu. A thought crossed his mind. Why was Meng Shu looking at Zhao Wu in such a manner, as if he wished to devour her? Could it be that Zhao Wu? Tang San dared not ponder further. Could it be that Zhao Wu was a spirit beast? Such a thought lingered in Tang San's mind. Due to humanity's wanton slaughter, the spirit beasts in the forest harbored a strong animosity towards humans. Zhao Wu had already been captured by the Titan giant ape. Did it truly have the kindness to release her midway? Furthermore, Zhao Wu had fortuitously acquired a 10,000-year spirit ring. Strange occurrences often herald deeper mysteries. Now, with Long Gong Meng Shu's fervent gaze fixed upon Zhao Wu, Tang San could not help but speculate. Could Zhao Wu indeed be a transformed spirit beast? Chapter 68. Yi Feng's fifth spirit skill. Originally, Tang San would not have entertained the thought that Zhao Wu might be a transformed spirit beast, for who would casually suspect those around them of being spirit beasts? Yet, as he reflected on their 6 years at Nuoding Academy, he noted that Zhao Wu had never once returned home. She always celebrated festivals and New Year's in Shanghun Village with him and Yi Feng, while others would return home to reunite with their families during holidays. Even if their relatives had passed away, they would still pay respects. Yet Zhao Wu had never done so. As he recalled their shared memories, Tang San increasingly felt that Zhao Wu was not human, but rather a transformed spirit beast. Watching Zhao Wu, he began to struggle internally. What should he do? It seemed Long Gong Meng Shu was about to take action against her. Should he help Zhao Wu? Yet, he was merely a 30-something level spirit master, utterly incapable of absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring or spirit bone. Would today's events merely benefit Long Gong Meng Shu? Tang San's heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. Zhao Wu noticed the intensity of Long Gong Meng Shu's gaze and was also aware of Tang San's expression. With a slight furrow of her brow, Dai Mei gazed at Tang San with a mix of trepidation and uncertainty. She certainly did not believe that a soul master of merely 30 levels could discern the true identity of her spirit beast. Meanwhile, Tang San was embroiled in his own inner turmoil, as was Long Gong Meng Shu, who found himself conflicted about whether to seize Zhao Wu. As a mere rabbit, Zhao Wu was at a disadvantage against Meng Shu, whose martial spirit was a dragon-headed staff. Moreover, with his soul power only at level 85. Meng Shu had yet to require a soul ring to elevate his rank as a soul master. Zhao Wuji noticed the apprehension in Xiao Wu's eyes, as well as the predatory gaze of Long Gong Meng Shu. He pondered deeply, suspecting that Xiao Wu had somehow offended Meng Shu, prompting the latter's intent to act against her. Unbeknownst to Zhao Wuji, he was unable to see through Xiao Wu's true identity. To him, she was simply a student of Shrek Academy, and he could not stand idly by while Meng Shu harmed or chastised her. However, he was not a match for the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Wuji cast a glance at Yi Feng, who was seated cross-legged, and a plan formed in his mind. He approached Long Gong Meng Shu with cupped hands, respectfully stating, "Senior Meng Shu, may I have a word with you?" Meng Shu nodded in agreement and followed Zhao Wuji to a secluded spot. Their conversation was brief. Zhao Wuji informed Meng Shu that Xiao Wu was Yi Feng's girlfriend and that Yi Feng's master was the renowned Soul Douluo Chen, protector of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Zhao Wuji hoped that Meng Shu would, out of respect for Chen, forgive Xiao Wu for any actions that had displeased him. Meng Shu regarded Zhao Wuji with surprise, realizing that Zhao Wuji had misunderstood his intentions. However, upon hearing the names of Chen and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he inquired cautiously, "So, the Soul Douluo has indeed met that girl?" "Yes," Zhao Wuji affirmed with a nod. Meng Shu sighed, casting a regretful glance at Xiao Wu. He understood that he could not harm her. Having perceived her true identity, he knew that Soul Douluo Chen would also recognize her. Should he choose to strike, not only would Chen retaliate, but the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would not spare him or his family. Meng Shu contemplated eliminating everyone present, for they were deep within the Stardow Forest. Yet, he lacked the confidence to leave Shrek Academy unscathed before Zhao Wuji. Allowing even one to escape would spell disaster for Meng Shu and his kin. With a heavy sigh, he noticed Oscar, a food-type soul master, and his dissatisfaction was somewhat alleviated by the sight. Oscar and his granddaughter Meng Yuran appeared to have mutual feelings for one another. Ultimately, under the pressure from Soul Douluo Chen and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Meng Shu deliberated thoroughly and chose to relent, abandoning any thoughts of seizing Xiao Wu's soul rings or bones. At that moment, Yi Feng opened his eyes. The instant he did, a golden radiance manifested at his brow. Elated, he rose to his feet. "Brother, what is your fifth soul skill?" Ning Rongrong inquired with curiosity. With a thought, Yi Feng extended his left hand, revealing a crystal-clear begonia flower in his palm. The flower's heart bore 9 stamens, 5 of which were already colored, red, blue, yellow, and gold, while the remaining 4 were transparent like glass. As the 9-heart begonia appeared, Tang San distinctly felt a gentle pressure emanating from it. His martial spirit, blue silver grass, seemed to quiver in fear before Yi Feng's 9-heart begonia. Beneath Yi Feng, 5 soul rings manifested, colored 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black. His 5th soul ring bore 3 black stripes, with an impressive age of 30,000 years. 30,000 years! Dai Mubai gasped. The maximum age for a soul master to absorb their 5th soul ring was 12,000 years, and for the 6th, it was 20,000 years, while the 7th could only be below 50,000 years. Yet Yi Feng's 5th soul ring was an astounding 30,000 years. Not only Dai Mubai, but even the formidable couple of the dragon and serpent stared in shock at Yi Feng. Truly, he is the direct disciple of the Soul Douluo. "What is your soul skill, brother? What is your 5th soul skill?" Ning Rongrong pressed eagerly. With a wave of his hand, Yi Feng's 9-heart begonia radiated golden light, its petals scattering into beams of golden energy that enveloped him. As the golden light faded, Yi Feng donned armor reminiscent of a war general, characterized by dragon scales, eagle wings, tiger shoulders, mastiff back, and rhinoceros legs. The primary hue of the armor was a majestic gold, symbolizing imperial supremacy, accented with silver, while the bodysuit was black and purple. Key components, such as the eye shield and shoulder pads, were adorned in red, and the belt and knee areas displayed a yin-yang taiji diagram in black and white, surrounded by 8 yellow dots symbolizing the 8 trigrams and the 5 elements. "Is this your 5th soul skill?" Ning Rongrong's complexion paled slightly as she gazed in astonishment at the formidable Yi Feng. The moment Yi Feng activated his 5th skill, an imperial pressure enveloped everyone within 100 meters. Ning Rongrong felt her soul power stagnate, her strength suppressed to a degree. Indeed, I have named it the Nine-Heart Emperor Armor. Upon activation, it diminishes the combat strength of enemies within 100 meters by 10% while enhancing my own defense. Speed and attack power by an initial 10%. For every level my soul power increases, those attributes rise by 1%. Yi Feng replied with a smile, revealing that his fifth soul skill was a comprehensive support technique. Brother, your current soul power level is over 50. That means the total enhancement will exceed 60%, correct? Ningrongrong pondered, Astoni's head. As a support-type soul master, she understood the implications of such an enhancement for soul masters. Yes, Yi Feng confirmed with a nod. Goodness, Ye Laoda. Your fifth soul skill is too overwhelming. How can we compete with that? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, playfully slapping Yi Feng on the shoulder. Yi Feng smiled, knowing that his fifth soul skill was a gift from the system. The system's creations were far from ordinary. Yi Feng cast a curious glance at Tang San, wondering which would prove more formidable in the future, the blue-silver overlord spear that Tang San would one day wield or his own Nine-Heart Emperor armor. Chapter 69. Meng Iran and Meng Shu outside the Stardow forest. Meng Iran gazed into the distance, observing the Shrek Academy teachers and students making their way towards Soto City. Since Yi Feng had acquired his fifth soul ring, there was no longer a need for anyone from Shrek Academy to remain in the forest for further training. Meng Iran had also attained her third soul ring, and she and her grandparents saw no reason to linger in the Stardow forest any longer. Thus, they traveled together until they had no choice but to part ways. The Snake Lady approached Meng Iran, following her gaze until the figures of the Shrek Academy teachers and students disappeared from sight. Iran, what are you thinking about? She inquired. I'm not thinking about anything, Meng Iran replied, her eyes betraying a flicker of uncertainty. The students of Shrek Academy are truly exceptional individuals, yet regrettably, they are unwilling to join our family. Otherwise, within a mere 20 years, they could undoubtedly elevate our lineage to new heights, sighed Long Gong Meng Shu. The golden-scaled ones are not mere creatures of the pond. Yi Feng is commendable, Tang San is indeed remarkable, and even Oscar is quite impressive. I observe that the talents of those children are all quite outstanding. However, why have I never heard of Shrek Academy? Shi Pichao Tianxiang expressed her confusion, her gaze revealing a sense of bewilderment. An academy boasting such a plethora of outstanding students, and she, a renowned figure in the Spirit Master community, had never encountered it before. Still, what do you think of Oscar? Long Gong Meng Shu inquired. He is simply a somewhat larger child, and his spirit's incantations are rather peculiar. Meng Iran couldn't help but blush at the thought of Oscar's eccentric spells, such as I have a large sausage and I have a small sausage. I'm going to ask how you feel about him. Long Gong Meng Shu clarified. Grandfather, you aren't trying to matchmake arbitrarily, are you? Meng Iran was taken aback. Even though she harbored a fondness for Oscar, they had barely begun to know each other. What, are you unwilling? Long Gong Meng Shu raised an eyebrow, reminding her. That child possesses a commendable character. Just the other day, as we exited the forest, I could tell he seems quite interested in you. You must know that his spirit is of the food type. Should he assist you, it would only benefit you. Do you think his appearance is too ordinary? He is indeed quite average-looking. You wanted to assist me? Does that mean I would have to eat his sausages every day? Meng Iran's cheeks flushed as her thoughts wandered. Child, when did you begin to judge others by their looks? The food-type Spirit Master is not as simple as you might think. In our Spirit Master realm, encountering a talented food-type Spirit Master is quite a rarity. Long Gong Meng Shu could not resist raising his voice, chastising his beloved granddaughter. Grandfather, please don't be angry. Whether I can even meet him is still uncertain. Iran, you must think carefully. Opportunities are fleeting. You are still young. Do not leave regrets in your life. Long Gong Meng Shu earnestly advised Meng Iran. I understand, grandfather. I've already shared our family address with Oscar, Meng Iran replied shyly. On their way out of the Stardow Great Forest, Oscar relentlessly pursued her, inquiring about various details, including her family address. Eventually, Meng Iran could no longer resist and divulged her home location to Oscar. Ha ha, it seems I was the anxious one, Long Gong Meng Shu chuckled, stroking his goatee. Grandfather, why do you always mention Oscar? What about Yi Feng? Isn't he more outstanding than Oscar? He is younger than I am and has already attained the rank of Soul King at level 53. Why don't you consider him? Meng Yiran voiced her inner confusion. She felt that if her grandfather were to find her a husband, he should not set his sights on Oscar. Tang San's talents surpass Oscar's, and Yifeng's abilities are even greater. Yet, her grandfather seemed intent on pairing her with Oscar instead of mentioning Tang San or Yifeng. Yifeng already has a girlfriend. That little girl with rabbit ears is his partner. As for Tang San, his depth of character is evident. He is clearly a person of cunning. Your character is quite strong-willed. If you cannot manage him, you will only be subdued throughout your life. Fortunately, both of them are classmates with Oscar. If you were to unite with Oscar, would Yifeng and Tang San remain indifferent should our family encounter troubles? Long Gong Meng Shu smiled in response. Yifeng's brilliance is dazzling. At the age of 12, he was already a level 52 Soul King. If he continues to grow, he holds great potential to break the record of the Houjian Duo and become the youngest title Duo in history. However, Long Gong Meng Shu had no choice, for he knew his beloved granddaughter would not share a husband with another woman. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Yifeng, Tang San, Oscar, and others found that Flander had granted them a few days of leave, suggesting they take the time to rest. He also mentioned that a new training session would commence in 3 days. 3 days. If Yifeng's intuition served him correctly, Master Yu Shaojiang would arrive then to begin training the Shrek 8 monsters. Despite the break, Yifeng did not neglect his training, voluntarily subjecting himself to rigorous exercise. Each day, he would rise early, increasing his weighted running from 100 kilograms to 115 kilograms. He would run 30 round trips from Shrek Academy to Soto City. An ordinary person would take half a day even to walk that distance. For Spirit Master, completing 30 trips was a considerable challenge, especially while bearing an additional weight of 115 kilograms. Each day, Yifeng would exhaust his soul power and practice recovering it every evening. He discovered that after depleting his soul power, when he awaited its restoration, he would find it slightly increased each time. Though it was merely a small increment, his cultivation progressed daily. Inspired by Yifeng, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, Dai Mu Bai, and Tang San all voluntarily canceled their breaks to join Yifeng's grueling training regimen. Naturally, their physical abilities and soul power levels could not match Yifeng's. Thus, they each ran 7 laps between Shrek Academy and Soto City, bearing a weight of 50 kilograms. Among the Shrek 8 monsters, only Ma Hongjun continued to enjoy his holiday. On a watchtower at Shrek Academy, Zhao Wuji and teacher Li Yusong observed the training students ahead, expressing their delight. Truly remarkable, especially Yifeng, whose talent is undeniable. His dedication to training surpasses that of our youth by tenfold. Under Yifeng's influence, the other students are equally diligent, requiring no supervision for their training. Li Yusong glanced in a particular direction, his expression turning peculiar. Teacher Zhao, you seem to have forgotten someone. You mean the fatty? Indeed. Where is he? Listen. Li Yusong urja Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji perked up, concentrating intently. Faintly, he could hear the sound of a woman's moans, which caused his countenance to shift oddly as he enviously remarked, "That fatty truly is enviable." While other spirit masters must toil to elevate their levels, he simply engages with women to gain soul power. Chapter 70. The System Malfunction. Soto City remained as bustling as ever. It was morning, and all the shops had opened for business. The throng of people stood in stark contrast to the tranquility of the Star Do Great Forest. Yifeng, Xiao Wu, Oscar, and Tang San had a simple purpose for entering Soto City. They sought to collect their monthly Spirit Master allowances from the Spirit Hall. Among the Shrek 8 monsters, only Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun were Grand Spirit Masters, eligible to receive 10 gold soul coins as their allowance. Xiao Wu, Oscar, Tang San, and Dai Mu Bai, all of whom were rank 3 soul masters, received an allowance of 20 gold soul coins. As for Yifeng, he had ascended to rank 5 soul king, qualifying for an allowance of 80 gold soul coins. As they exited the Soto City Spirit Hall, Zhu Qing suddenly turned to her companions, saying, "Yi Lao Da, I won't be joining you for leisure. I must continue my training." "All right." Yifeng nodded in agreement. Zhu Qing is exceptionally diligent. Ever since Yifeng's Spirit Master rank ascended to Soul King, she has committed herself to rigorous training, even late into the night. Perhaps it is the inspiration drawn from Yifeng, or perhaps Zhu Qing simply yearns to grow even stronger. She turns away, never casting a glance at Dai Mubai, seemingly indifferent to whether he will squander his spirit master allowance on frivolities. Bossy, I must take my leave now. You all enjoy yourselves. Ma Hongjun chuckles. Fatty, when did you become so virtuous? Oscar quips, playfully resting a hand on Ma Hongjun's shoulder. I am no longer the person I once was. I have over a dozen girlfriends awaiting my attention. I've sworn before my numerous future fathers-in-law that I can take on more girlfriends. But I shall never let down their daughters. A true man must honor his word. Ma Hongjun replies, a proud smile gracing his lips. Then, Bossy, I shall also take my leave. I have yet to write to Mangaran today. Oscar adds, his thoughts drifting to Mangaran. For Oscar, she and her parents have never held his orphan status against him. Mangaran possesses commendable talent, and Oscar, as a food system spirit master, has relinquished his pursuit of Ning Rongrong in favor of someone who holds no ill impressions of him. Very well, Yi Feng nods, contemplating before suggesting, Fatty, why not join our training tomorrow? Bossy, I already have over a dozen girlfriends. Surely I need not join your training? Ma Hongjun responds with a grin. Engaging with women is how one becomes strong. He never imagined he would achieve this level of confidence. Fatty, your martial spirit is quite unique. Before becoming a title Douluo, you need not worry about the elevation of your soul power. However, what are your spirit rings? Yi Feng envies. Spirit rings? Ma Hongjun looks at Yi Feng, puzzled. The number of years of spirit rings a spirit master can obtain is proportional to their physical strength. I'm not concerned about your soul power. I'm worried about your spirit rings. Daily weighted training can enhance your physique. Ultimately, whether you join our training depends on your own desires. Yi Feng advises earnestly. Though Ma Hongjun's martial spirit grants him strength in that regard, he is not impervious to fatigue. Yi Feng senses that once Ma Hongjun attains title Douluo, the drawbacks of being a malevolent spirit master will become increasingly apparent. Becoming a title Douluo is not Yi Feng's ambition. Ascending to godhood is his foremost goal. As Ma Hongjun is his companion, he too must achieve divinity. When Yi Feng reaches the divine realm, he cannot be without friends to share in merriment. Thus, he is genuinely concerned for Ma Hongjun's training. All right, Bossy. Upon my return, I shall engage in weighted running. Ma Hongjun affirms without hesitation. Very well. Yi Feng nods. Consequently, among the trio from Shrek Academy, only Dai Mubai remains. Oscar, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun have traditionally indulged in pleasures of the flesh each month upon receiving their spirit master allowances. Yet this time Dai Mubai is left alone in Soto City. Yi Feng glances at Dai Mubai, who momentarily appears taken aback. You all have fun. I have matters to attend to. Do not wait for me, Dai Mubai states, turning to leave, heading unmistakably towards the Rose Hotel in Soto City. It has been some time since he sought out the twin sisters. Since Zhu Zhuqing shows no concern for him, he does not wish to suffer unduly. Perhaps he hopes to capture Zhu Zhuqing's attention. Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Dai Mubai depart one after another, leaving only Yi Feng, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong behind. Finally, Tang San speaks. Yi Feng, Xiao Wu, Rongrong. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now. I will return to the academy on my own. Very well, Yi Feng nods slightly. Once Tang San has distanced himself, Ning Rongrong curiously murmurs, Dai Mubai has gone to seek women. What could Tang San possibly be doing? Surely, he is not seeking women as well. That does not seem like him. He has never pursued women before. Yi Feng chuckles inwardly at her words. In the original storyline, upon returning to Soto City after obtaining his third spirit ring, Tang San sought out the blacksmith. This time, he aims to collaborate with the blacksmith to forge several more potent hidden weapons. The Tang sect's secret arts are Tang San's formidable advantage, aside from his twin martial spirits. In the annals of history, Tang sect's hidden weapons have played a pivotal role, shining brightly in the world of spirit masters. How enviable Tang San is. Besides his twin martial spirits, he possesses the Tang sect's hidden weapons as an invaluable asset. These hidden weapons have enabled him to forge connections with Ning Fengji and significantly alter many destinies. Yi Feng gazes at Tang San's retreating figure, unable to suppress his admiration. As he waits, Yi Feng's mind does not resonate with the system's voice. Yi Feng ponders, troubled. He is bound to a rather proud system. Whenever he expresses envy towards particular matters, if those matters are indeed real, the system reacts, granting him relevant rewards. Yet, Despite his envy of Tang San once more, the system remains silent. What could be the matter? Yifeng finds himself at a loss. It seems his system has suddenly malfunctioned. Chapter 71. When Tang Sek's hidden weapons encounter high technology. How could the system possibly fail? Could it be that the system has a mind of its own? The more he contemplates, the more he senses something amiss. His system cannot simply break down. This system is not like others. Though Yifeng merely expresses his feelings inwardly, the system has genuinely failed to provide him with any rewards this time. Hence, there can only be one explanation. The conditions required to trigger the system's rewards have not been met. What must one do to earn the system's rewards? The answer lies in overturning the storyline, or the matters Yifeng envies must genuinely exist. Clearly, at this moment, the reason must be the latter. Yifeng cannot help but continue his contemplation. Tang San has ventured to the blacksmith to create hidden weapons such as sleeve arrows, zhuge crossbows, and flying claw. Since the system has not granted me a reward, I must possess treasures of similar nature that are equally formidable. What treasures could I possibly hold? Thus far, I have only acquired the natural hidden weapon, Dragon Whiskers. However, in certain respects, the Dragon Whiskers cannot compare to zhuge crossbows or flying claws. Could it be? As Yifeng muses, a potential realization strikes him. Yifeng exclaims, patting the back of his head, laughing at his own folly. How could I have forgotten about that? His sudden exclamation captures Ning Rongrong's attention. Concerned, she looks at Yifeng and inquires, Senior brother, what is the matter? Rongrong, is there a blacksmith shop affiliated with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in Soto City? Yifeng asks earnestly. Indeed there is. Soto City is an essential stronghold of the Barak Kingdom, and our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School conducts extensive business here. Within Soto City, there exists a rather reputable blacksmith shop. However, what is your purpose for visiting the blacksmith? Ning Rongrong gazed at Yifeng with increasing curiosity. Let's not dwell on questions for now. Lead the way to our school's blacksmith shop, Yifeng cheerfully commanded. Following Ning Rongrong, Yifeng and Zhao Wuji made their way toward the manufacturing district of Soto City. Even before entering the blacksmith shop, they could hear the rhythmic clanging of hammers. The sounds were sharp and crisp, indicating that many blacksmiths were hard at work. Upon their arrival, a blacksmith emerged and inquired, What do you wish to purchase? Ning Rongrong did not respond. Instead, she touched her storage soul guide and produced a token. Upon seeing the token, the blacksmith's expression momentarily froze, and he scrutinized Ning Rongrong again, his tone transforming into one of utmost respect as he said, Please, follow me. Guided by the blacksmith, Ning Rongrong, Yifeng, and Zhao Wuji entered a private chamber. Shortly thereafter, a robust middle-aged man entered. His broad shoulders and hands calloused from years of blacksmithing bore witness to his strength and muscularity. You are? The middle-aged man appraised Ning Rongrong. She extended her right hand, summoning her martial soul, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, 2 soul rings, and so young. Could you be a young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? The man asked thoughtfully. For the disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Seven Treasure Tower was the finest proof of their identity. Brother, I leave the next steps to you. Ning Rongrong bypassed the question, stepping aside as she was eager to see what Yifeng had in mind. I wish to discuss a business proposition, Yifeng stated with a smile. What do you wish to forge? Just tell me directly, the middle-aged man replied. Do you have paper and a pen? Yifeng asked with a chuckle. The man summoned someone to bring the requested items before Yifeng. Closing his eyes to gather his thoughts, Yifeng began sketching on the paper, detailing various components with precise measurements. Young man, what are these items? Could you explain? The middle-aged man queried, looking at the schematic with confusion. You need not concern yourself with what they are. My inquiry is whether you can create them. They must be forged from high-quality iron, preferably refined iron, Yifeng responded. The middle-aged man frowned, raising an eyebrow as he cautioned. Do you understand the cost of refined iron? Including manufacturing expenses, it amounts to quite a sum. It would be wise to have your family discuss this. I am well aware of the price of refined iron. Should you be able to forge these items, this will serve as my deposit, Yifeng said, touching his wrist to reveal a pouch containing 100 gold soul coins. Brother, this is a shop of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. You need not pay. Ning Rongrong ethlimed anjosvi. Costs are not merely for labor. They encompass materials as well. As a disciple of a master, I should lead by example, Yifeng said, gently ruffling Ning Rongrong's hair. This amount will not merely cover one item, The middle-aged man pondered. Indeed, I require 10 pieces. Very well. Since you are referred by a disciple of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, I shall offer you a 20% discount. However, you must sign a confidentiality agreement to ensure that no details of the blueprints are disclosed. Agreed, Yi Feng replied without hesitation. The middle-aged man had encountered numerous eccentric clients in his time, some of whom demanded utmost privacy regarding their custom creations. After finalizing the terms with a blacksmith shop owner, Yi Feng returned to Shrek Academy with Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Along the way, Ning Rongrong incessantly inquired about the items Yi Feng intended to forge, but he deflected her questions with a promise of secrecy. That night, unable to sleep, Yi Feng ventured out for fresh air as Xiao Wu and Rongrong had gone shopping in the city. Upon reaching the academy gates, he spotted Zhu Zuqing engaged in weighted training. Yi Feng stood in place, astonished, and asked, "Why are you still training at this late hour?" Zhu Zuqing nodded in acknowledgement. Motivated by Yi Feng's example, she had been diligently training, running 5 kilometers with weights not only during the day, but also at night. At that moment, Zhu Zuqing, glistening with sweat, wore clothing that clung to her form, accentuating her graceful physique. Her cat tail flicked occasionally, exuding a wild allure. After answering Yi Feng, she turned and resumed her training. "Zuqing," Yi Feng suddenly called out. Zhu Zuqing halted, turning to face him. "Zuqing, as an agility-based soul master, you cannot continue to enhance your combat prowess through this method alone." Zhu Zuqing paused, intrigued, and asked, "Then what should I do?" "Engage in real combat," Yi Feng replied. "Real combat?" Zhu Zuqing echoed, pondering the suggestion. "Indeed, you must grow through practical experience, striving for improvement. I have a feasible approach. Would you be willing to train?" Yi Feng invited. "Young master, there you are. Excellent news. The items you requested are ready." At that moment, the shopkeeper from the blacksmith shop arrived at the gates of Shrek Academy, flanked by 2 blacksmiths carrying a large wooden box. Yi Feng accepted the box from the shopkeeper, opening it to examine the contents. After placing the remaining items into his storage soul guide, he paid the remaining 400 gold soul coins to the shopkeeper. Once the shopkeeper departed, Yi Feng opened the large box and began assembling the components within. Zhu Zuqing, curious about the items, asked Yi Laodao, "What are these?" "A handgun," Yi Feng replied. "A handgun?" Zhu Zuqing's expression shifted to one of increased curiosity and confusion. Yi Feng nodded, smiling, and continued assembling the handgun without further explanation. Shortly after, he completed the assembly and began loading it. He presented the handgun to Zhu Zuqing with a calm smile, saying, "This is a handgun. But what is its purpose?" Zhu Zuqing asked, intrigued. "To kill," Yi Feng replied succinctly. "This device can kill, but it hasn't been sharpened?" Zhu Zuqing questioned, skeptical as she regarded the handgun in Yi Feng's hand. Without sharp edges, Zhu Zuqing could not fathom how the handgun could be lethal, though she considered it capable of inflicting blunt force. Yi Feng, maintaining his composure, took the handgun and aimed at a rock 10 meters away, firing a shot. The sudden sound echoed in the stillness of the night, startling Zhu Zuqing. "Go take a look at that rock," Yi Feng smiled, directing her attention. Zhu Zuqing complied, crouching beside the rock to touch a small hole, the warmth around it indicating it was freshly made from Yi Feng's shot. With another shot, Yi Feng struck the rock again, and this time Zhu Zuqing could clearly see another hole appearing from a shot. The depth of the pit was considerable, enough to kill a soul master at the soul sovereign level, if one were to take advantage of an unsuspecting moment. Even Soul Douluo and title level soul masters could be slain before they had the chance to unleash their martial souls and soul power. Such immense power? Zhu Zuqing gazed at Yi Feng in astonishment, never anticipating that such a small gun could possess such formidable strength. "This is for you." Yi Feng tossed the handgun to Zhu Zuqing. "You intend to give this to me?" Zhu Zuqing was taken aback, staring at Yi Feng in disbelief. "You are an agility-type soul master, adept in ambush and assassination. This handgun is perfectly suited for you," Yi Feng smiled. "This is too precious. I cannot accept it." Zhu Zuqing attempted to return the handgun, but Yi Feng did not take it back. "Keep it. Everyone has one." Yi Feng smiled again. Hearing his words, Zhu Zuqing finally accepted his gift. Earlier, Yi Feng had envied Tang San for possessing Tang's sex hidden weapons. The system had not rewarded Yi Feng with anything. Why? Because he already possessed high-tech weaponry far superior to Tang's sex hidden weapons, and thus the system naturally offered no rewards to him. "Do you know how to handle a gun?" Yi Feng inquired. Zhu Zhuqing remained cold and taciturn, offering no reply. Mimicking Yifeng's stance, she awkwardly attempted to grip the gun, but her method was always flawed. Allow me to teach you. Yifeng chuckled and stepped forward. Your fingers should not be positioned like that. They should be here. Place your index finger on the trigger. Yes, right there. Do not move yet. The trigger is a mechanism. A forceful pull will fire the bullet. Your shooting stance is also incorrect. It should be like this. As Yifeng spoke, he corrected Zhu Zhuqing's mistakes, guiding her fingers to the proper placement. He then adjusted her shooting posture, moving behind her to assist in maintaining the correct stance. In doing so, Yifeng found himself closely pressed against Zhu Zhuqing's back. Having just completed a rigorous run, her clothes were soaked with sweat, and, at such proximity, Yifeng could easily catch the faint scent emanating from her. What are you two doing? Suddenly, an irate voice echoed from behind Yifeng and Zhu Zhuqing. They abandoned their training and turned to see the source of the voice. Dai Mubai had returned to Shrek Academy at some point, his furious gaze fixed on Yifeng. Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing murmured, noticing the fiery intensity in Dai Mubai's eyes directed at Yifeng. She pondered for a moment, and then realized that her previous interaction with Yifeng could be perceived as somewhat ambiguous. What a pair of shameless lovers. Dai Mubai scolded angrily. With each step forward, a soul ring appeared beneath his feet, culminating in 3 rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Zhu Zhuqing, sensing the situation, hurriedly attempted to explain, Mubai, it's not what you think. Hearing Zhu Zhuqing defend, Yifeng only fueled Dai Mubai's rage, which erupted like a volcano. I have seen it with my own eyes. What more is there to explain? Zhuqing, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. Yifeng, let's battle. Zhu Zhuqing frowned, questioning, what do you mean? Dai Mubai, his anger palpable, ignored Zhu Zhuqing's explanation, his gaze solely fixed on Yifeng as he spoke with utmost seriousness. Yifeng, let us engage in a battle between men. You are not my opponent. Yifeng replied calmly, his demeanor unruffled. Dai Mubai unleashed his second soul skill, the white tiger's radiant light wave, a milky white sphere erupting from his mouth. Yifeng's back trembled slightly as dual-colored rays of purple and gold radiated from him. Just as the luminous sphere was about to strike Yifeng, the purple and gold light surged forward, intercepting Dai Mubai's attack. With his third soul skill, White Tiger Transformation, Dai Mubai's muscles began to swell, black stripes appearing on his skin. Aware that he could not defeat Yifeng, now at the Soul King level. With just his second soul skill, he swiftly activated his third. At the moment, the milky white sphere was blocked by the purple and gold light. Dai Mubai propelled himself like an arrow, striking the dual-colored light with a powerful punch. Wings? Dai Mubai exclaimed in astonishment, staring at the ethereal wings manifesting within the light. Boom! The purple and gold wings unfurled dramatically, and the resulting shockwave sent Dai Mubai flying backward, landing 7 meters away. Dai Mubai stared in disbelief at the wings on Yifeng's back, which exuded a palpable pressure, suppressing his own cultivation. External soul bone. The envious words escaped Dai Mubai's lips. He has acquired an external soul bone, just like Tang San. Zhu Zhuqing gasped in surprise. An external soul bone. A third voice chimed in. Yifeng, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Zhuqing turned to see Tang San had also arrived. Tang San, drenched in sweat and burdened with a bamboo basket and added weight on his legs, had been diligently training just as Zhu Zhuqing had. Tang San, standing over 50 meters away, had witnessed the moment Yifeng activated his external soul bone. Confused, he thought he had finally gained something beyond Yifeng's reach. He felt a sense of superiority, only to be blindsided by the realization that both he and Yifeng possessed external soul bones. Yifeng paid Tang San no heed, casting a disdainful glance at Dai Mubai, and calmly asked, "Do you wish to continue?" After a moment of hesitation, Dai Mubai, feeling the overwhelming pressure from Yifeng's external soul bone, clenched his fists and, with a grunt, turned to leave the Shrek Academy gates. Oomph. After taking several steps, he suddenly appeared to realize something, casting a glance back at Zhu Zhuqing and Yifeng. With a final huff, he turned and headed towards Soto City. Yifeng, observing Dai Mubai's retreating figure, turned to Zhu Zhuqing and remarked, "It seems he intends to go to Soto City for some revelry." Zhuqing, won't you clarify things with him? Zhu Zhuqing's expression remained icy and detached as she stared at Dai Mubai's back, saying, "There is no need for explanation. It is all merely his misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Tang San picked up a stone weighing a couple of pounds from the ground and added it to his basket, continuing his weight training without pause. Yifeng gently retracted his external soul bone, the DragonsPhoenix Ancient Wings. Unlike Tang San's, Zhao Wuji noticed that Yifeng's external soul bone was adorned with intricate, palm-sized patterns, which not only retained the aesthetic appeal of his back, but also imbued it with a wild beauty. Zhao Wuji contemplated the suppression she had just experienced within her body, which stemmed from the ancient wings of the dragon phoenix. Curiously, she inquired, "Big brother Yi, why does your external soul bone exert such a sense of restraint over me?" "It is because it possesses the bloodline of both the dragon and the phoenix. These beings are the supreme soul beasts, and those soul beasts endowed with the dragon-phoenix bloodline are the emperors among them, commanding even the dragon and phoenix to bow before them. As your martial soul is a beast martial soul, it naturally imposes a certain degree of suppression upon you." Yifeng elucidated. Yifeng's external soul bone, the ancient wings of the dragon phoenix, lacked the devouring power of Tang San's 8 spider lances. However, it encapsulated the essence of the dragon phoenix bloodline, exerting a level of restraint on all beast martial souls. Moreover, the ancient wings not only granted Yi Feng the ability to fly, but also endowed him with extraordinarily formidable defensive capabilities. Being an external soul bone, it would continue to evolve as Yi Feng's cultivation progressed, promising to grow ever more powerful in the future. "Big brother Yi, you mentioned there exists a training method suitable for me. What might that method be?" Zhao Wuji asked with keen interest. Had it not been for the sudden interruption by the blacksmith shopkeeper, Yifeng would have revealed the pertinent information to her. He was further distracted by Dai Mu Bai, leading to 2 consecutive interruptions in their conversation. Zhao Wuji, eager to grow stronger, was intensely curious about the method. "I previously stated that you are an agility attack type soul master. If you focus solely on physical training without practical combat practice, it will all be in vain. To enhance your combat strength, you must improve your actual combat skills alongside your physical training," Yifeng responded. "How can I enhance my practical combat strength? As an agility attack type soul master, no one in the academy, aside from the dean, can surpass my speed," Zhao Wuji queried, gazing at Yifeng in confusion. "Have you forgotten about me?" Yifeng replied with a confident smile. "You?" Zhao Wuji regarded him skeptically, suddenly recalling Yi Feng's battle with the azure feather eagle and realizing, "Big brother Yi, how do you intend for us to spar? To elevate your realm, it requires more than mere sparring. Let's postpone it until tomorrow night. I am not in the mood tonight. We shall meet in the small forest on the back mountain," Yifeng stated. "All right." Zhao Wuji nodded in agreement. The 2 reached a consensus, and Zhao Wuji chose not to enter the academy for study, opting instead to engage in weighted running like Tang San. Yifeng, too, did not rest within the academy, choosing instead to sit on a large stone at the entrance, awaiting the return of Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, who had been shopping in Soto City. Approximately half an hour later, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong returned to Shrek Academy. "Back already?" Yifeng inquired. "Yes," they replied in unison. "Rongrong, you go in and rest first. I need to speak with Xiao Wu about something." "Okay," Ning Rongrong nodded, casting a glance at Xiao Wu and Yifeng, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Although she was curious about Yifeng's intentions with Xiao Wu, she refrained from asking and entered the academy alone. "Brother, what do you need from me? It's so late. You're not planning to spar with me, are you?" Xiao Wu questioned. "Follow me." Yifeng beckoned as he led her towards the back mountain of the academy. The back mountain of Shrek Academy was merely a small hill adorned with a pine forest. During the day, farmers often came to gather firewood or set traps for rabbits and wild boars. Now, in the quiet of the night, the hillside was tranquil, providing an ideal setting for private rendezvous without the fear of being discovered. Arriving at the summit, Yifeng halted. "Brother, why have you brought me here?" Xiao Wu asked, her gaze steady, unafraid of the night as a rabbit. "I have a gift for you," Yifeng said, touching the jade bracelet on his left wrist with his right hand, retrieving a scroll from within. "What is this?" Xiao Wu inquired as she curiously unfurled the scroll, revealing a pair of jet-black wings. The gentle breeze caused the feathers to flutter. "These are the purple cloud wings," Yifeng explained. "Purple cloud wings?" Xiao Wu's curiosity deepened as she gazed at Yifeng. "Obtaining these will grant you the external soul bone, the purple cloud wings. Until you reach level 60, your identity will be a cause for concern. However, with the purple cloud wings, you will become a flying rabbit. Many soul masters lack the ability to fly, including some title Douluo and Soul Douluo level masters. Once you possess the power of flight, even if your identity is exposed, you can soar into the sky and escape, significantly enhancing your survival capabilities, Yifeng elaborated. Since returning from the Stardow Forest, Yifeng had not forgotten the fervent gaze that the Dragon King Meng Shu had cast upon Zhao Wu. With Yifeng's intervention, he could not guarantee what changes might arise in the future. Should Zhao Wu acquire the purple cloud wings, it would signify her initial capability for self-preservation. Yifeng's reasoning resonated with her. If Zhao Wu were to gain the ability to fly, she could evade formidable foes in an instant, drastically improving her chances of survival. If she possessed the purple cloud wings, she would become the first flying rabbit in history. What must I do? Zhao Wu asked, her heart racing with excitement. First, do not use your soul power. Place your hands upon the wings depicted on the scroll. You will face the remnants of the purple cloud eagle's soul. Do not be afraid. It is merely an unconscious spirit. Do not resist. Instead, fortify your mind with your mental energy and allow it to attack. If you can withstand its assault, you will qualify to obtain it, Yifeng instructed. Touch the wings? Zhao Wu murmured to herself. The eagle wings on the scroll were as dark as ink, exuding faint warmth. The wings bore intricate purple cloud patterns, resembling black steel upon closer inspection, possessing a unique metallic texture. Listening to Yifeng's words, Zhao Wu placed the scroll on the ground and gently pressed her palms against the soft wings. Taking a deep breath, she slowly closed her eyes. 1 second, 3 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds passed before Zhao Wu opened her eyes, gazing at Yifeng in confusion. What happened? Yifeng inquired. Brother, why haven't I felt any attack? Zhao Wu looked at him, puzzled. She had waited 30 seconds without experiencing any assault. None at all? Yifeng raised an eyebrow, astonished. None, Zhao Wu affirmed, nodding her head. How could this be? Perhaps the effects of a system's reward are so potent that even the side effects have vanished? Yifeng muttered softly to himself. Brother, what are you saying? Zhao Wu asked with curiosity. Zhao Wu, it is remarkable that you did not endure an attack from the spirit within. Now, channel your soul power and gently press your hands down on the purple cloud wings, Yifeng commanded. All right, Zhao Wu nodded. As she summoned her soul power, the eagle wings on the black scroll suddenly radiated with brilliance, a blend of purple and black intensifying until it transformed into 2 slender beams of purple-black light, darting like lightning into Zhao Wu's palms. Once the beams entered her body, they surged through her meridians. Upon reaching the meridians in her back, they abruptly halted and turned back, forcibly tearing 2 exceedingly thin branches from her meridians. Ah! Zhao Wu cried out in pain, trembling violently, her complexion paling. A trickle of blood spread from her mouth, and unable to endure the excruciating agony of her meridians being torn, she fainted. When Zhao Wu awakened from her slumber, she found herself cradled in Yifeng's arms. Brother, she murmured shyly, although Zhao Wu is now Yifeng's girlfriend. Having entrusted her first kiss to him at the Rose Hotel, she still cannot help but blush whenever Yifeng behaves affectionately towards her. Has it succeeded? Zhao Wu suddenly realizes how she fell into a stupor. In the next moment, she glances at the scroll, only to find the eagle wing illustration has vanished. Yifeng retrieves a mirror from his bracelet and hands it to Zhao Wu, instructing her to look at her back. Following his command, Zhao Wu takes the mirror and uses it to examine her own back. To her surprise, she discovers a pair of palm-sized black eagle wing tattoos adorning her back. Is this my external spirit bone? Zhao Wu murmurs in confusion, for her external spirit bone is quite different from Tang San's 8 spider lances. Channeling her spirit power, Zhao Wu directs it through the small branching veins into the tattoos on her back. Under the influence of her spirit power, the dark tattoos begin to shimmer with a faint purple glow. The area of the black wings expands from palm size to about half a foot. Eventually, a pair of black wings adorned with purple cloud patterns materializes on her back. Zhao Wu's face beams with joy. She could scarcely have imagined soaring through the sky like a bird one day. As she flaps her wings, a gentle lift emerges, gradually allowing her to ascend from the ground. In her eagerness, Zhao Wu cannot help but channel more spirit power into the purple cloud wings while vigorously flapping her wings. With a sharp whoosh, she shoots upwards. However, her ascent is not vertical, but rather at an angle. as Zhao Wu experiences the instability of her newfound wings. She begins to plummet towards the foot of the mountain. Zhao Wu, Yifeng calls out urgently. With a quick motion, he leaps onto the Xianyuan sword and speeds towards the direction she is falling. In midair, he catches her hand and, with a gentle pull, brings her into his embrace. Yifeng expertly controls the Xianyuan sword, performing a rotation to dissipate the force of catching her. Zhao Wu exhales a long breath. Suddenly aware of the danger she just faced. Looking up at Yifeng's reasonably handsome face, she smiles and says, "Brother, you've saved me once again." Yifeng guides the Xianyuan sword to land in a field. Observing Zhao Wu in his arms, he playfully pinches her nose and admonishes, "You're like a rabbit. You weren't flying before. Flying cannot be rushed. It is night now. Let us practice again at dawn. Remember, Rome wasn't built in a day." Zhao Wu nods, taking his words to heart. "All right, it's late. Let us return," Yifeng says with a smile. "Brother, since you've gifted me this, I also wish to express my gratitude to you." Zhao Wu shyly mumbles, her head lowered. "Oh, how do you wish to express it?" Yifeng asks with a smile. On tiptoe, Zhao Wu lightly pecks Yifeng's cheek. Yifeng is caught off guard by the unexpected kiss. Zhao Wu, feeling mischievous, turns to leave. But her hand is caught by Yifeng. Blushing deeply, she turns back to him. Yifeng's gaze turns suggestively, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he teases. "I clearly gave you a gift, yet it seems you've taken advantage of me. This won't do." Affection and intimacy are entirely different notions. Zhao Wu's ears burn with embarrassment as she asks, "What do you want?" Yifeng remains silent, his gaze drifting downward. Startled, Zhao Wu takes a step back, exclaiming, "This won't do. I'm still young." Humans say that if you act like this before a girl reaches maturity, it can hinder her physical development. "Zhao Wu, what are you thinking?" "I merely want to take a glance," Yifeng replies, gently brushing her nose. This gesture serves as a playful reprimand whenever Zhao Wu misbehaves or they engage in flirtation. "Just a glance?" Zhao Wu asks earnestly. "Indeed," Yifeng affirms with a nod. "You mustn't act recklessly," Zhao Wu warns gravely. "Fear not. I shall behave. I merely wish to have a look," Yifeng chuckles, touching his nose. Whenever he exhibits this particular body language, it signifies his inner embarrassment or a lie. Upon arriving in Douluo continent, aside from the advanced technology of the 21st century, Yifeng has also mastered cutting-edge techniques in courtship. He once read a book on wooing women that stated, aside from one-night stands, prostitution, and rape, no woman would surrender her body before sharing a kiss or embrace. To gain a woman's trust, one must gradually draw closer, allowing her to lower her defenses. The female anatomy is not vastly different from that of males, save for the presence of two peaks and a valley. Yifeng's proposal was naturally a preparatory step in his pursuit of Zhao Wu. For having glimpsed, one could ponder the next steps. Zhao Wu's face flushes crimson as she approaches Yifeng, bashfully extending her finger to tease the collar of her clothing, inviting him to admire the beauty of her peaks. The following day, Yifeng seeks out Oscar alone. He presents Oscar with the mildly potent 8-petal immortal orchid. "You intend to gift me this miraculous herb?" Oscar gazes at Yifeng in astonishment. "You've already called me your boss. Accept it. You must become even more exceptional to be worthy of Meng Yiran's prestigious lineage," Yifeng says, gently patting Oscar's shoulder. "Thank you, Boss Yi," Oscar replies, no longer hesitating to accept the 8-petal immortal orchid. Bowing his head to gaze at the herb in his hands, he solemnly states, "I know you dislike my formality, but I still wish to express my gratitude. Boss Yi, I shall always remember your kindness." "Very well," Yifeng chuckles, rubbing his nose, then adds, "Absorb it, and remember to come to the playground afterward. I have gifts for you all." Yifeng leaves Oscar alone in the dormitory to absorb the 8-petal immortal orchid, and then seeks out Zhao Wu and Ning Rongrong for breakfast. After their meal, the three of them head to the playground. Soon, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Zhu Zhuqing arrive as well. Yifeng snaps his fingers, retrieving 4 handguns from the jade bracelet on his wrist, distributing them to Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Zhao Wu, and Ning Rongrong. "What is this?" Ma Hongjun asks, examining the object in his hand, along with a magazine filled with bullets. "Ahandgun, Yifeng, Riplius." Ning Rongrong studies the metallic object thoughtfully. "Is this what you intended to create yesterday?" "Indeed," Yifeng nods. The efficiency of the blacksmith shop at the 7-treasure glazed tile school is impressive. They crafted everything I desired in just a day. As Ning Rongrong revels in Yifeng's praise, she smiles proudly and inquires, "But what is this thing actually used for?" "To kill." Both Yifeng and Zhu Zhuqing answer in unison. Ning Rongrong glances between Yifeng and Zhu Zhuqing, pondering for a moment before asking, "Zhuqing, have you already received your senior brother's gift?" "Indeed." Zhu Zhuqing nodded, recalling the ambiguous scene from the previous night, her face involuntarily flushing with a faint hue. Last night, Yifeng had taught her how to handle a handgun, an act witnessed by Dai Mubai, who subsequently felt anger towards both her and Yifeng. Consequently, Dai Mubai chose not to return to Shrek Academy, but instead spent the night in Soto City. Zhao Wu, observing the object in her hand, curiously inquired, "But how does one use this to kill? Is it akin to smashing someone with a rock?" Yifeng chuckled, stepping closer to Zhao Wu, saying, "Let me teach you." As Zhao Wu recalled the events of the previous evening, she inwardly chastised herself for being so forward and brazen. When Yifeng suggested admiring the mountain scenery, she had unwittingly agreed. Flushing with embarrassment at the thought, Zhao Wu instinctively stepped back from Yifeng, worried he might perceive her as a promiscuous girl. "Zhao Wu, are you feeling hot?" Ning Rongrong asked with concern. "I'm fine," Zhao Wu replied, her heart racing and her cheeks reddening further under Ning Rongrong's gaze. Yifeng took another step toward Zhao Wu, prompting her to retreat once more. "Zhao Wu." Yifeng frowned, puzzled by her sudden aversion. Noting the change in Yifeng's expression, Zhao Wu hastily clarified, "Brother, why don't you teach Rongrong how to handle the handgun? I can just watch." "All right." Yifeng agreed without hesitation, moving to stand beside Ning Rongrong. "Junior sister, I'll teach you." "Okay," Ning Rongrong replied without a moment's hesitation, welcoming Yifeng's kind offer. As Yifeng reached out to grasp Ning Rongrong's hand, she instinctively pulled away, startled as if electrified. "Senior brother," she called out shyly. Unbeknownst to Yifeng, since Jian Daoqianxin had taken him as a disciple 6 years ago, both Jian Daoqianxin and Gurong, the Bon Delaw, had often mentioned his name to Ning Rongrong, leading her to harbor feelings for him. However, she did not consider herself the type to easily engage in such intimacy, believing they had yet to reach a level where hand-holding was appropriate. "Don't be nervous," Yifeng said seriously, reaching out again. "Didn't I say I would teach you how to use the handgun? How can I instruct you if you keep pulling away?" Ning Rongrong's face flushed with embarrassment as she glanced at Zhao Wu, who appeared bewildered by the notion that touching fingers was necessary for handling gun. "Your hand should be placed like this," Yifeng instructed, demonstrating the proper grip. "Rongrong, what are you thinking? Focus on what I'm saying." "Yes." "Your fingers rest on this part, known as the trigger. You can think of it as the mechanism that fires the bullet. Then, grip the handle like this." "Yes." "Just like that. Be cautious when shooting. There will be recoil. To prevent any accidents, try firing a shot. Don't aim at people or the sky. Just shoot at the ground." Yifeng patiently guided Ning Rongrong, positioning himself behind her, steadying her right hand as she prepared to fire. Bang! Following his instructions, Ning Rongrong squeezed the trigger, and the loud report startled her, causing her to lean back against Yifeng, who supported her to prevent her from stumbling. "Ah!" she exclaimed, her face ablaze, as the recoil pressed her body against his. Chapter 76. The bewildered Yu Xiaojiang startled like a frightened rabbit. Ning Rongrong quickly distanced herself from Yifeng, biting her lip in embarrassment, wishing to vanish into the ground. "Junior sister, do you understand how to shoot now?" Yifeng inquired. Ning Rongrong nodded. "What about you all? Have you learned?" Yifeng scanned Zhao Wu, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. "Junior sister, let me teach you," Ma Hongjun said with a teasing tone, reaching for Oscar's hand. "Brother, what are you doing?" Oscar retorted, shaking off Ma Hongjun's grip. "Don't be nervous. Didn't I say I would teach you how to handle a handgun? How can I instruct you if you act like this?" Ma Hongjun continued his playful banter, mimicking Yifeng's earlier demeanor. Yifeng halted, momentarily taken aback, before giving Ma Hongjun a firm kick. He turned to Ning Rongrong, their eyes meeting, causing both to blush deeply, a sight that stirred an instinctive desire to embrace her tenderly. "You incorrigible fool, have you learned? Especially you, Oscar," Yifeng admonished, his gaze fixed on the food-type soul master. With a handgun in his possession, Oscar would gain significant offensive capability, a transformative moment for him. "Yes," Oscar replied, suppressing a mischievous grin, his eyes filled with gratitude towards Yifeng. As Yifeng surveyed his companions, he noticed the absence of Dai Mubai and Tang San. "Where are Dai Mubai and Tang San? Why aren't they here?" he asked. Oscar, who shared a dorm with Dai Mubai, explained, Mubai didn't return last night. And as for Tang San, he left early to train. He is a training fanatic and does this every day. After Oscar's explanation, he subtly glanced at Zhu Juqing. Though he was unaware of the nature of Zhu Juqing and Dai Mubai's relationship, he could tell that Dai Mubai held a deep affection for Zhu Juqing. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong composed herself and approached Yi Feng, asking, Senior brother, may I discuss something with you? Go ahead, Yi Feng replied. Senior brother, could we sell the handguns to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? We lack offensive power, and having handguns would elevate our strength to new heights. Ning Rongrong spoke earnestly, fully aware of the significance of the handguns to her sect. Yi Feng smiled, gently ruffling Ning Rongrong's hair. Junior sister, my master is your sword grandfather. You need not be so formal with me. The blacksmith in Soto City has the blueprints I left behind. Later, I'll share the assembly method with you. You can forge as many handguns as you desire. Thank you, senior brother. Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully. You shouldn't be so polite with me, Yi Feng chuckled, patting her head once more. Just then, Dai Mubai, who had spent the night away, and Tang San, who had been training since dawn, arrived. At that moment, a system notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, you have guided Flinder in business matters. Shrek Academy now owns a supermarket, the first of its kind in the Douluo continent. The supermarket's business is thriving, resolving Shrek Academy's funding issues and altering the original storyline. This has far-reaching implications, earning you 66 attribute points. Name, Yi Feng. Soul Power, level 54. Martial Soul, Xianyuan Sword, 9 Hearts Mysterious Tangs, Hell's Eye. Soul Rings, Yellow, Yellow, Purple, Black, Black. Soul Ring Skills, Beast Blood Boiling, Ice Sealing. Essence of Water, Mountain Crumbling and Earth Shattering, 9 Hearts Emperor Armor Self-Created Skill, Unity of Man and Sword Beginner. External Soul Bone, DragonsPhoenix Ancient Wing. Domain, Sword Emperor Domain. Additional Strength, 159. Additional Agility, 340. Additional Spirit, 10. Additional Defense, 10. Distributable Attribute Points, 143. Yi Feng gazed at his personal attribute interface, noting that his available distributable attribute points had accumulated to 143. In recent days, he had either been accompanying Zhao Wu or engaging in cultivation. System. Allocate all distributable attribute points to Spirit. Yi Feng instructed internally. With this command, his strength reached 159 points and agility soared to 340. While his defense was enhanced by the external soul bone DragonsPhoenix Ancient Wing. The most crucial aspect for Yi Feng was to elevate his spiritual power. As the system's voice faded, a warm sensation enveloped his mind. Upon activating his 3rd martial soul, Hell's Eye, his vision experienced a significant enhancement. Notably, when he focused his gaze on Zhao Wu, he could discern the subtle differences between her and an ordinary human at the level of 54 soul power. The realm of Mustard Seed. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback. He realized he had reached this profound stage. The Tang Sect's Purple Extreme Demon eye levels progress from overview. Microcosm, Mustard Seed to Vastness. Allow me to present to you a gift from Tang San. Dai Mubai flicked his fingers, retrieving the Zhuge Divine Crossbow from his storage soul guide. Pulling the trigger, several arrows were shot forth, each possessing formidable lethality, leaving striking marks upon the stone. What is this? Ning Rongrong inquired with curiosity. Little Sin mentioned it's the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, Dai Mubai replied. Zhuge Divine Crossbow? Ning Rongrong echoed, casting a furtive glance at Yi Feng. Rest assured, each person will receive one, Tang San said, touching the 24-bridge Bright Moon Knight and pulling out several Zhuge Divine Crossbows, distributing them to Zhu Juqing, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Zhao Wu. When Tang San extended the Zhuge Divine Crossbow to Yi Feng, he declined with a smile, saying, No need, a handgun suffices for me. Yi Feng rejected Tang San's goodwill. The handgun's effective range reached 100 meters, its range and attacking power far surpassing that of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. A handgun? Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Yi Feng nodded. Everyone is present. A voice from the front belonged to Flandra, accompanied by Tang San's teacher, Yu Xiaojing. In a serious tone, he introduced, This is my old partner, Master Yu Xiaojing. He will be responsible for your training henceforth. I must attend to business in Soto City. After speaking, Flandra gently patted Yu Xiaojing's shoulder and departed from Shrek Academy, heading towards Soto City. Yu Xiaojiang surveyed the gathered individuals, stating solemnly, "I have reviewed your profiles, and I will guide your training from now on. Since it is still early, let us commence today. There are many prepared stones at the school gate. Each of you will run back and forth 10 times between the academy and Soto City, without using your soul power." "Only 10 times?" Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment, her hand pausing near her lips before she asked, "What is the weight?" "You are a team. The stones and backpacks are already prepared," Yu Xiaojiang replied. "When I arrived, I noticed those stones weigh around 300 pounds. With 8 of us, that averages less than 40 pounds per person," Xiao Wu analyzed. "Though the task may seem daunting, remember that every strong individual is forged through arduous trials," Yu Xiaojiang emphasized sternly. "No, Master, you misunderstand. I meant to say that the task is too simple. Not to mention Yifeng, even I have to run back and forth several dozen times daily while bearing 60 pounds each time," Xiao Wu clarified. "Several dozen times? With 60 pounds? Yu Xiaojiang frowned, pondering for a moment before asking, "Did Flandra instruct you to do this?" "No, it wasn't the dean. It was Yifeng," Oscar interjected. "Yifeng?" Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on Yifeng, revealing a complex expression that obscured his thoughts. Chapter 77. Unprincipled Training in Soto City. At the Great Soul Arena, Yu Xiaojiang was briefing those nearby on the latest training regimen. The battles at the Soul Arena were divided into 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and the final group battles. You may form your own teams, but each day, you must participate in at least one group battle. As for 1-on-1 or 2-on-2, I do not object if you wish to engage in 3 matches, provided you manage your soul power effectively. "What else?" Ning Rongrong inquired with a smile. "I have something to present to you all." Yu Xiaojiang produced several masquerade masks from seemingly nowhere. "Masks?" Ning Rongrong was taken aback. "Is there a problem?" Yu Xiaojiang asked in a neutral tone, having noticed the peculiar expressions of the Shrek Academy students. "Actually, we already possess masks," Ning Rongrong responded. "Oh, is that so?" "Indeed." Ning Rongrong nodded, producing a mask from her storage soul guide. Following suit, Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Xiao Wu, and Tang San each retrieved a mask from their own storage. "You were all prepared," Yu Xiaojiang observed in astonishment at the Shrek 6. "Yes, our senior brother informed us that the Great Soul Arena is merely a platform for practical training. The elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent is the ultimate stage for us to showcase ourselves. Each match prior to the competition must be attended wearing masks." Ning Rongrong reminisced about her senior brother with a hint of nostalgia. "Senior brother? You mean Yifeng?" Yu Xiaojiang asked in surprise. "Yes," Ning Rongrong affirmed. "What else did he say?" Yu Xiaojiang inquired with interest. "He also instructed us to refrain from speaking during the matches to avoid revealing our ages. We must register using nicknames for each competition," Ning Rongrong recounted in detail. Such foresight at a young age. Yu Xiaojiang was left bewildered. This was the second instance in which Yifeng's thoughts mirrored his own. Since entering Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang had faced setbacks for the second time. Internally, he mused, "Am I redundant in Shrek Academy?" At that moment, by an unnamed roadside amidst the foliage, a girl with a cat tail squatted beneath a large tree. Suddenly, a stone flew toward her. Bang! Caught off guard, the girl was struck in the chest by the stone. As she was in a vulnerable position, her face flushed crimson, and she glared in a certain direction, indignantly exclaiming, "Yifeng, are you attacking me while I am merely relieving myself?" Being a sensitive attack-type soul master, one must always be vigilant of their surroundings. "Zhu, you were careless again." In a hotel room, the door was firmly shut, and the windows were tightly closed. The girl with the cat tail lay comfortably in a wooden bathtub, enjoying a bath. Suddenly, a stone shot in from outside, striking her while she was bathing. "Yifeng, I am in the midst of a bath." On a great tree outside the window, Yifeng perched upon the trunk, his gaze peering through the curtains as he conversed with Zhu within the room. "I have mentioned before, you must remain vigilant against my ambushes along this journey. Of course, I also wholeheartedly welcome your attempts to surprise me. Had I thrown a dagger instead of stone just now, you would have been wounded." As night descended, Zhu found herself unable to sleep. She stepped out of the tavern and wandered into an open space in the small town, gazing at the moon. Recollections of recent events flooded her thoughts, causing her heart to waver. Was she truly ready to cease her training under Yifeng? Ever since Zhu soul power had surpassed the 30th level, Flander had instructed Yi Feng and Zhao Wuji to accompany her into the Star Dough Forest to acquire her third spirit ring. Initially, Zhao Wuji had insisted he need not accompany them, trusting in Yi Feng's strength. With his external spirit bone, the DragonsPhoenix Ancient Wing, Yi Feng could surely lead Zhu to safety even in perilous situations. Ultimately, Zhao Wuji could not resist Flander's words and followed Yi Feng into the Star Dough Forest to aid Zhu in obtaining the spirit ring she required. Flander had suggested that other formidable students from Shrek Academy accompany them, but this proposal was declined by Yu Xiaojing, who emphasized the greater importance of practical experience. Hence, the less experienced Xiao Wu, Tang San, Oscar, Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun remained at Shrek Academy. Before their departure, Zhu had broached the subject of the training Yi Feng had mentioned. The training regimen was straightforward. Zhu was to traverse with a burden of 30 kilograms on her hands, feet, and torso, all while being susceptible to Yi Feng's ambushes. Yet, Zhu had believed that as an agile attack-type spirit master, her speed, despite the added weight, would suffice to counter Yi Feng's attacks. However, the reality proved otherwise. Throughout their journey, it was Zhu who fell victim to Yi Feng's relentless ambushes. He would strike at any moment, even while she dined, bathed, or attended to nature's calls. Each of Yi Feng's attacks left her flushed and defenseless. Rising from her perch on the stone, Zhu set forth along the tranquil path towards the town's end. Suddenly, a shadow leaped from the darkness beside the path, launching an assault on her. With a reflex akin to instinct, Zhu invoked her martial spirit, unleashing her first soul skill, Phantom Stab. However, instead of attacking the shadow, she charged in the opposite direction. Another attempt to ambush me? She grinned. Indeed, your awareness has heightened significantly, almost reaching a reflexive level. Your first soul skill can be quite effectively utilized, Yi Feng praised. Zhu remained silent, a proud smile playing upon her lips. Through these days of training, her sensitivity to attacks had undoubtedly improved, particularly under Yi Feng's guidance. She realized that her first soul skill was not solely for assaulting foes, but could also be employed for evasion or escape. Shall we continue? Yi Feng inquired with a smile. I can't sleep. Accompany me for some warm-up exercises, Zhu insisted. With her words scarcely spoken, she propelled herself towards Yi Feng with a swift motion. Yi Feng's augmented agility had reached an astounding 340 points, even without employing soul power or his martial spirit. His movement speed had escalated to a terrifying 34 meters per second, sufficient to counter all of Zhu assaults. Close your eyes? Zhu felt a shiver. She noticed Yi Feng was not fighting with his eyes open, rather like a master. He relied solely on the sounds and the flow of air around him to evade her attacks. Yi Feng was not merely training Zhu. He was also honing his own combat abilities. In her heart, Zhu could not help but wonder, to what extent has Yi Feng truly grown in strength? Witnessing Yi Feng's formidable prowess, her previously hesitant heart solidified with determination. She resolved to persist in her training under Yi Feng, aspiring to one day become as strong as he. A week later, Zhu, Yi Feng, and Zhao Wuji returned to Shrek Academy. Their expedition to hunt soul beasts had gone exceedingly well. Upon entering the Star Dough Forest, they encountered a Millennium Spirit ring suitable for Zhu, who successfully acquired her third spirit ring, gaining the soul skill, Nether Slash. The night at Shrek Academy was tranquil, the sky adorned with countless stars, occasionally punctuated by the hoots of an owl. In the stillness, Yi Feng felt compelled to compose a poem, yet, lacking literary finesse, he could only silently exclaim, "What a beautiful night! All right, it's late. You two should rest early," Zhao Wuji stated as he entered the academy, heading straight inside. "Shall we go in as well?" "It feels good to be back," Yi Feng reflected. "Are you eager to return?" Zhu inquired, her tone slightly peculiar. "Of course. It's just that I don't wish to rest just yet." "You don't intend to have me train with you again, do you?" Yi Feng turned to look at Zhu thoughtfully. "Are you willing?" Zhu asked earnestly. "Very well, let's break a sweat, then we can wash up and sleep." Yi Feng chuckled, turning to face Zhu and closing his eyes. With a swift motion, Zhu executed a sweeping kick aimed at Yi Feng. He sensed the movement of the air, his foot barely shifting as he evaded her strike effortlessly. When Zhu's first attack failed, she quickly pivoted, launching a second kick. Yi Feng raised his hand to block her assault, but in that moment, A shadow descended towards his head. "How's there a third leg?" Yifeng exclaimed in surprise, abruptly opening his eyes. He instinctively retreated. "A tail?" Yifeng gasped in astonishment, realizing that the third leg belonged to Zhu Juqing. He could not help but commend. "Impressive, your practical experience has significantly improved." At his words, a proud smile graced Zhu Juqing's lips. Her tail, once perceived as a liability, now revealed its advantage. She discovered that it could be wielded like a whip during combat. Beneath the silvery moonlight, Zhu Juqing and Yifeng engaged in a spirited exchange, thoroughly enjoying the sparring session. "What are you two doing?" Suddenly came Dai Mubai's voice. Both Zhu Juqing and Yifeng froze, halting their attacks in unison. "Dai Mubai!" they exclaimed in surprise. Unbeknownst to them, Dai Mubai had appeared 30 meters away. Notably, Yifeng held one of Zhu Juqing's feet in one hand and her tail in the other. From Yifeng's perspective, he was relieved that Zhu Juqing was not wearing a skirt that night. Otherwise, her modesty would have been compromised. Nevertheless, their current posture appeared rather intimate. "Yifeng, what are you staring at?" Dai Mubai reprimanded. Instinctively, Yifeng released Zhu Juqing's tail and foot. "Dai Mubai, it's not what you think," he hurriedly explained. Dai Mubai's expression darkened as he scolded. "How could it not be? Juqing, have you forgotten what I told you? You must not become too close to Yifeng. Have you forgotten your own identity?" Zhu Juqing, inherently proud and aloof, retorted coldly to Dai Mubai's scornful dismissal. "My affairs do not require your concern." "Very well, I shall not meddle," he replied, his frustration boiling over as he hurled the object in his hand to the ground, stamping his foot in anger. With a huff, Dai Mubai turned and strode towards Soto City. It was only then that Yifeng noticed the item Dai Mubai had been holding, approaching the shattered remnants beside him. It was a crystal, from which the broken fragments suggested it had once resembled a cat and a tiger. Observing Dai Mubai's retreating figure, Yifeng cautioned Zhu Juqing. "Juqing, he intended to present you with a gift. He must have learned from the dean that we would return tonight and has been waiting for you nearby. You should go and clarify things. Do not allow him to misunderstand." Zhu Juqing's gaze was complex as she looked down at the broken crystal. "I'm aware. For today is my birthday." Yifeng's expression froze in surprise upon realizing that Dai Mubai had sought to bestow a birthday gift upon Zhu Juqing. He urged her, "Then hurry and explain." Zhu Juqing raised her head, her indifferent eyes betraying a flicker of anger as she regarded Dai Mubai's receding form. "There is nothing between us that warrants explanation." With that, she cast one last glance at the shattered crystal and turned towards the gates of Shrek Academy. "Juqing," Yifeng called out. She paused and turned to face him. "Today is your birthday. This is for you." He flicked his fingers, retrieving a medicinal herb from his storage soul guide. It was a pristine white flower that resembled an untouched lotus. "This is inappropriate," Zhu Juqing remarked, her tone devoid of emotion, leaving her true feelings ambiguous. "Do not mistake it. This is not an ordinary flower, but the celestial herb, water fairy jade bone. Consuming it will nourish your tendons and bones, enhancing your vital energy and unlocking your meridians," Yifeng elaborated. To him, offering a flower to a girl was a gesture to dispel any misconceptions Zhu Juqing might have about the dynamics between herself, Dai Mubai, and him. Zhu Juqing sought his training solely to become stronger. Is that so? Zhu Juqing felt a stirring within her. For her, the desire to grow stronger was paramount. If what Yifeng said held true, this could be a fortuitous opportunity. "Indeed," Yifeng said, extending the water fairy jade bone towards her with a smile. "Accept it. Your soul power has just surpassed level 30. Consuming this now will maximize its benefits. Simply eat the petals and then suck the nectar, channeling your soul power to absorb it. I recently learned that today is your birthday. Consider this a birthday gift." "Thank you." Zhu Juqing accepted the water fairy jade bone without further hesitation. Suddenly, a familiar voice caused both Yifeng and Zhu Juqing to flinch. They turned towards the source, finding Dai Mubai returning, having initially intended to head to Soto City. He happened upon the scene of Yifeng presenting Zhu Juqing with the celestial herb. As he walked, Dai Mubai realized his error. He should not have felt jealousy over their training. He had no right to interfere in Zhu Juqing's affairs. However, upon witnessing Yifeng's gesture, he felt a wave of jealousy wash over him. "Humph," he muttered, turning away and heading back to Soto City without looking back. Chapter 79. The transformation of Zhu Zhuqing please summoned the Copper Battle Soul, Thousand-Handed Azura, and the Copper Battle Soul, Nethercat, to the 15-minute battle arena. In a lounge of the Grand Soul Arena, Shrek Academy students were resting. The announcer's voice echoed through the room. My opponent in the one-on-one battle is actually Zhuqing? Tang San remarked in astonishment, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing, who sat coldly across the room. With a frosty demeanor, she stood, opened the door, and walked out of the lounge. Dai Mubai wished to say something, perhaps realizing his mistake from the night before, but before he could speak, Zhu Zhuqing had already exited. Helpless, Dai Mubai patted Tang San's shoulder, advising, Xiao San, be gentle. Understood, Tang San replied, a smile lingering on his lips as he nodded. After Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing departed, Yifeng too rose to leave the lounge. The faculty and students of Shrek Academy all made their way to witness the impending battle between Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing. As they walked, Xiao Wu inquired curiously, brother, did you place a bet? Yifeng nodded. The Grand Soul Arena served as a stage for soul masters to realize their worth and as a haven for gamblers. As long as they weren't participants, there were no restrictions on wagering on other competitors. How much did you bet on Tang San? Xiao Wu pressed. I did not wager on his victory. Did you bet on Zhuqing to win? Indeed. No way. Brother, Tang San is quite formidable. Apart from you and me, he is the strongest among us. Although Zhuqing's odds are 12-1, higher than Tang San's 11-1, she is no match for him. I trust in my own judgment, Yifeng replied, observing Zhu Zhuqing ascend the battle stage. He caught sight of a piercing gaze fixed upon him. Turning slightly to find Dai Mubai's complex and scrutinizing expression directed at him. He added, those I have trained. Dai Mubai felt a sense of relief wash over him upon hearing Yifeng's words. In a one-on-one arena, the third match featured the Soul Master, Thousand-Handed Azura, against the Soul Master, Nethercat. Notably, Thousand-Handed Azura had achieved 9 consecutive victories. Another win would grant him a 10-win streak, and a subsequent victory would yield 100 points. Nethercat had also won 5 matches in a row. A win here would earn her 10 points. The announcer's words made the stakes clear. This battle held immense significance for both Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing. Despite their acquaintance, neither would easily concede victory in this match. Tang San sought his 10th consecutive victory to secure 100 points in the next match. Zhu Zhuqing needed this win for 10 points. Though they were allies, neither would yield in this contest. Points were not their ultimate goal. Honing practical experience was their true aim. Standing with hands behind his back, Tang San exuded an air of composure, reminiscent of a master. Despite facing Zhu Zhuqing, a control-type soul master, he felt confident in securing victory. Feigning nobility, Tang San spoke grandiloquently. You may give it your all. I wish to ascertain whether a gap remains between us. Zhu Zhuqing's tone was flat, devoid of emotion. Unlike her usual demeanor, she did not prepare for battle, but instead stood still, seemingly indifferent to the impending confrontation. Moreover, she closed her eyes, leaving Tang San's heart momentarily unsettled. Zhu Zhuqing's tranquility enveloped the arena, instilling in Tang San a sense of trepidation. He feared that Zhu Zhuqing, with her calm demeanor akin to a majestic mountain, might unleash a sudden offensive. Begin. As the match commenced, Zhu Zhuqing utilized her first soul skill, entangling, deftly evading Tang San's advancing blue-silver grass with a nimble leap. Not only did she avoid his strikes, but she also closed in on him, retaliating with her own attacks. In response, Tang San's eyes shimmered with a violet hue as he activated his purple extreme magic eye. He narrowly dodged Zhu Zhuqing's assault and swiftly retreated. With a flick of his hand, numerous strands of blue-silver grass erupted from the soul arena, forming an immense cage that ensnared Zhu Zhuqing within. Oh no, Dai Mubai remarked with a furrowed brow. My little kitty, you are in quite a predicament. Your speed advantage is rendered ineffective within that cage. The enthralling battle captivated the audience, who were eager to see how the entrapped beauty would respond. With a resigned sigh, Zhu Zhuqing felt her sharp claws tear through her hands, chest, and pants. Undress? Gasped the spectator, but they soon realized she wore a tight-fitting suit underneath. The 5 weighted garments fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Tang San launched another attack. The blue-silver grass surged forth like whips, once again targeting Zhu Zhuqing. With a delicate push of her toes, she effortlessly dodged the onslaught. Look, the Thousand Hands Azura contestant is launching a fierce attack against the Phantom Spirit Cat contestant. Yet, our phantom spirit cat's speed is simply too swift. The blue-silver grass cannot even graze her tail. Cha-ching unleashed her first soul skill, Phantom Stab, darting towards Tang San once more. In desperation, Tang San resorted to his Tang Sec's ultimate technique, Ghost Shadow. But this time he realized he could not evade Cha-ching's pursuit. How can her speed be so extraordinary? He gasped internally, feeling increasingly cornered. Yuxia Gang echoed his astonishment, noting that Cha-ching's full-speed display had surpassed the capabilities of a Soul Sovereign, rivaling even the agility of Soul King. A smirk played on Yifeng's lips as he observed Cha-ching's progress, having trained her to exceed the typical speed of agile Soul Sovereigns. Moreover, after consuming the mystical herb, her body had become even more ethereal. At this moment, she was indeed capable of contending with regular Soul Kings. If not for Tang San's Ghost Shadow and Purple Extreme Magic Eye, he would have already succumbed to her prowess. It seems little San is bound for defeat, Yuxia Gang remarked. Tang San's blue-silver grass cage was not merely for confinement. It was a means to initiate aerial assaults. However, even amidst Yi Feng's relentless ambushes, Cha-ching's reflexes had honed to a point where she could adeptly evade any attack. Employing her third soul skill, Phantom Slash, Cha-ching brought her hands together above her head, her claws merging into a single blade of lethal precision. Infusing it with soul energy, she unleashed a black blade aimed directly at Tang San. In a moment of urgency, Tang San activated his Tang Sec skill, Mystic Jade Hand, to withstand Cha-ching's Phantom Slash. The impact reverberated through the arena, forcing him to retreat 3 steps, though he remained uninjured. However, the force left him reeling. Cha-ching pressed her advantage, launching another Phantom Stab toward Tang San. Here it comes again. Tang San frowned, activating Ghost Shadow to dodge Cha-ching. Just as he thought he had evaded her, a shadow shot toward him. Her tail. In a moment of realization, Tang San understood that Cha-ching's first soul skill was not an attack, but a feint aimed at closing the distance. Her tail was the true offensive weapon. Cha-ching's tail ensnared Tang San's ankle, yanking him forcefully toward the audience. With a resounding thud, he landed amidst the spectators. Wow, what a splendid third leg. Who would have thought a cat's tail could be wielded so effectively? The host exclaimed, applauding Cha-ching's remarkable performance. With 1,000 hands Azura contestant ejected from the arena, the winner of this match is the Phantom Spirit Cat. Congratulations to her for securing victory and earning 10 points, bringing her record to 6 wins and no losses. Let us give a warm round of applause for the captivating battle she has presented. As the applause erupted, Cha-ching exhibited no pride. Her face remained devoid of emotion. Quietly, she collected her weighted garments into her storage soul guide and exited the arena. She won. Dai Mubai gazed in disbelief at the approaching Cha-ching. He had advised Tang San to go easy on her, yet she had triumphed. When Tang San returned to his team, he was met with discontented glances from Xiao Wu, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong. Noticing their expressions, which conveyed a sense of grievance, he asked, "What is wrong?" Xiao Wu pouted, hands on her hips, lamenting, "Little San, how could you lose?" Oscar chimed in, "Yeah, I had all my savings riding on you. Now, I've lost it all and need to sell a lot of sausages to recover." Tang San was at a loss for words. It seemed he was to blame for their losses. Ning Rongrong, having lost a considerable amount herself, joined in the complaints. Cha-ching is an agile soul master. Her strengths lie in assassination, reconnaissance, and ambush. It's not like you were in a complex terrain. Even if Cha-ching's soul power exceeds yours, you are both soul sovereigns. How could you lose? Tang San was completely speechless, turning his gaze to Ma Hongjun, who sighed, "Fourth brother, I wish I could offer words of comfort, but my trust in you has cost me dearly. You truly let us down." Tang San felt a profound sense of shame. Though Ma Hongjun's words were less overtly accusatory than those of Xiao Wu, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong, their implicit reproach cut deeper. The phrase "let us down" left Tang San feeling utterly humiliated. Yuxia Gang's already stern demeanor darkened further. Having placed a significant bet on Tang San, his loss not only cost him money but also brought disgrace, as his disciple was defeated by an opponent merely guided by a 12-year-old child. Hence, his mood was equally dismal. Does it hurt? Yuxia Gang refrained from blaming Tang San, as he still needed to rely on him to prove his own worth. He noticed the bump on Tang San's forehead and inquired with genuine concern about his well-being. "It doesn't hurt," Tang San replied, warmth blossoming in his heart as he realized he had finally encountered someone who cared for him. Yuxiagang gently patted Tang San's shoulder, advising, "When you return, apply an egg to it. However, you were indeed careless tonight, even against a spirit master of the agility type. How could you allow your heart to be unsettled upon seeing your opponent remain composed? A disquieted heart is a precursor to failure." "Indeed," Tang San acknowledged, nodding as his gaze shifted towards Zhu Juqing. With curiosity, he asked, "Juqing, is your spirit power above 35? "It's 37. "What? 37? Upon hearing Zhu Juqing's response, the students and teachers of Shrek Academy, save for Yi Feng, stared at her in astonishment. Among the students, Oscar contemplated and then turned his gaze towards Yi Feng. Having received the 8-petal celestial orchid from Yi Feng, Oscar's spirit power had significantly increased. He surmised that Zhu Juqing's remarkable rise in spirit power within such a short time must also be attributed to a gift from Yi Feng. After absorbing her 3rd spirit ring, Zhu Juqing's spirit power had initially been at 31. It was only after consuming the water fairy jade skin bone that she had ascended to 37. Zhu Juqing looked towards Yi Feng, aware that without his assistance, she would not have triumphed over Tang San. She recognized that her profound transformation was due to encountering such an extraordinary benefactor. As the first match of the 2-on-2 team contest commenced, the announcer's voice rang out. "The 9-hearted spirit cat duo and the serpent turtle duo, please proceed to the 8th battle arena." Yuxiagang had intended to inquire why Zhu Juqing's spirit power had surged so dramatically after absorbing her 3rd spirit ring. But the announcer's timely interruption halted his thoughts. "Juqing, it's our turn," Yi Feng smiled. Zhu Juqing, maintaining her serious demeanor, turned and headed towards the 8th battle arena. By the time they arrived at the arena, their opponents had already taken the stage. Both sides summoned their martial spirits. As the announcer's words faded, the serpent turtle duo unveiled their martial spirits. One was short and stout, while the other was tall and slender. The former's martial spirit was a mysterious tortoise, and the latter's was a green serpent, both adorned with 5 spirit rings at their feet, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black. Zhu Juqing and Yi Feng each summoned their own martial spirits, with Yi Feng calling forth the 9-hearted Xiantang, characterized by 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black spirit rings, while Zhu Juqing's spirit rings were 2 yellow and 1 purple. Soul Scholar. Soul Scholar. The serpent turtle duo, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, gazed at Zhu Juqing's 3 spirit rings. Questioning, this is a battle of Soul King level, and she is merely a Soul Scholar. Do they not wish to win the match? The rules of the Great Soul Arena dictate that the battle's level is determined by the highest soul power among the duo. Although Zhu Juqing was a Soul Scholar, Yi Feng's status as a Soul King elevated their pairing to the Soul King level. "Brother, do not let your guard down. One of them possesses a spirit ring with a 10,000-year lifespan, and the 5th spirit ring boasts a staggering 30,000-year lifespan. Brother, perhaps we should aim for a swift resolution." Agreed. The 2 Soul Kings of the serpent turtle duo exchanged knowing glances, their lips curling into triumphant smiles. As the match commenced, the announcer's voice had barely faded when the serpent turtle duo did not launch an immediate attack against Yi Feng and Zhu Juqing. Instead, they extended their hands towards one another, initiating a rapid fusion of their spirit powers and martial spirits. Martial spirit fusion technique? Yi Feng's expression shifted in surprise. This evening, not only had he and Zhu Juqing encountered opponents with a standard configuration of spirit rings, but their adversaries were also capable of employing a martial spirit fusion technique. Yi Lao Da. Zhu Juqing turned her head towards Yi Feng. He mirrored her gesture, their eyes locking and exchanging unspoken understanding. Aldikt, Yi Feng nodded, extending his hand towards Zhu Juqing. He had not forgotten that they could also form a martial spirit fusion technique together, which was precisely why Zhu Juqing had paired with him. Chapter 81. Martial Spirit Fusion Technique. Zhu Juqing hesitated briefly before placing her hand in Yi Feng's palm. Their spirit powers and martial spirits began to intertwine. Observing this scene, Dai Mubai felt an odd sensation in his heart. "Look, they have fused," Ma Hongjun exclaimed with excitement. The term fusion struck Dai Mubai's ears with an unsettling clang. When Zhu Juqing had formed a duo with Yi Feng, she had mentioned a sense of closeness with him, believing they could achieve a martial spirit fusion technique. This sentiment was known to all of Shrek Academy's students and teachers, except for Yuxiagang. In the midst of executing the martial spirit fusion technique with Zhu Qing, Yifeng was met with Oscar's gratitude rather than envy. Even as an observer, Oscar could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Zhu Qing and Yi Laoda have finally fused." Oscar's words left Dai Mubai momentarily stunned. To him, the statement felt peculiar. He sensed a tinge of jealousy creeping in. Dai Mubai glared at Oscar, momentarily speechless, before returning his focus to the battle arena. A dazzling brilliance erupted from the arena. The light rapidly condensed, revealing the form of a curvaceous figure. The martial spirit fusion technique, Ancient Xuanwu, transformed the two members of the serpent-turtle duo into a colossal ancient tortoise. The tortoise's tail was uniquely fashioned, resembling the front half of a serpent. Look, the serpent-turtle duo has unleashed their martial spirit fusion technique, Ancient Xuanwu. Their opponents simultaneously executed their martial spirit fusion technique. What form would the nine-hearted Xiantang and the ghostly spirit cat ultimately take? Wow, so beautiful! The announcer could not help but exclaim in awe. From the original standing positions of Zhu Qing and Yi Feng, a stunning woman, standing at 5 feet 5 inches, emerged. Her figure was striking, with ample curves and long, cascading indigo hair that reached her waist. She wore no human garments, but was adorned in a dress formed from purple-black crystalline petals. The upper half was a low-cut bodice, and the lower half was a long, floral skirt. Beneath her feet bloomed a nine-hearted begonia, matching in color. At first glance, she resembled a celestial being descended to earth. Her visage bore feline whiskers reminiscent of Naruto from the Naruto universe, imparting an exotic wild beauty. The martial spirit fusion technique, Xiantang Cat Saint, was the culmination of Zhu Qing and Yi Feng's powers. The ancient Xuanwu radiated a brilliant light as yellow and blue hues swirled together, forming a towering 3-meter-high mudslide that surged towards the Xiantang Cat Saint. With a swift motion, Zhu Qing stood atop the nine-hearted Xiantang, her hands clasped together as her spirit power surged. As night fell, petals rained down from above, enveloping a vast area around the ancient Xuanwu. With a series of explosive sounds, the petals burst open, releasing clouds of purple-black mist that completely shrouded the ancient Xuanwu. Afterward, the sacred cat Saint Xiantang plunged into the violet-black mist. Bang, bang, bang. No one knew what transpired within that enigmatic haze. When the violet-black fog finally dissipated, Yi Feng and Zhu Qing stood upon the Soul arena, while the serpent-turtle duo lay motionless on the ground. 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to the Nine-Heart Spirit Cat duo for winning this round of the two-person competition. The Nine-Heart Spirit Cat duo has achieved 5 victories and 0 defeats, earning 1 point. Yifeng turned to Zhu Qing with a smile, saying, "Let us go register our points." Zhu Qing nodded, following Yifeng away from the Soul arena. Along the way, she murmured, "Boss Yi, I feel that we could form another type of martial soul fusion technique. Are you thinking of utilizing a fusion technique again?" Yifeng chuckled. Zhu Qing nodded affirmatively. "Perhaps next time, there will be opportunities." Yifeng gently patted Zhu Qing on the shoulder. Not only Zhu Qing, but Yifeng also sensed a possibility of forming another type of martial soul fusion technique with her. However, it wouldn't be with the Nine Hearts Xiantang soul, but rather with the Xianyuan sword soul merging with Zhu Qing. As Zhu Qing and Yifeng left the Soul arena to head to the registration counter, they were soon approached by Supervisor Ao of the Grand Soul Arena, who invited them to participate in the team match at the main arena that evening. From Xiao Wu, Yifeng learned that the Lake team had defeated the Frenzy team. The reason Supervisor Ao sought them was that the nobles of Soto City had invited a Silver Soul fighting team composed entirely of Soul Emperors from the Imperial capital. The Grand Soul Arena lacked a corresponding level team and had faced significant losses over the past several nights due to heavy bets placed by the city's nobles. Thus, they hoped the Shrek team could compete and defeat the Royal Fighting Team. Agreeing to Supervisor Ao's proposal, Yu Xiaojiang noted that since Yifeng was a Soul King of over 50 levels, he was unsuitable to fight alongside the Shrek 7 monsters. Therefore, the Shrek 7 monsters would represent the team in the evening's match. The outcome remained consistent. The Shrek team triumphed over the royal fighting team. The process of the battle differed somewhat, as Yifeng's interference provided Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing with celestial herbs, augmenting their combat prowess beyond the original storyline. Before Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai could utilize their martial soul fusion technique, the Shrek team had already bested the royal fighting team. You are indeed formidable, but I did not lose entirely to you. On the arena, Yu Qianheng glared defiantly at Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong, overhearing this, retorted without hesitation, "Humph. Are you still not satisfied after losing? This is the Grand Soul Arena. If my senior brother and Xiao Wu were able to fight, you would have faced an even more devastating defeat. Your senior brother and Xiao Wu?" Yu Qianheng, filled with indignation, questioned Ning Rongrong's taunt if they are capable. Why are they not fighting tonight? Ning Rongrong smiled smugly and replied, because they have both surpassed level 40 in soul power. What? Level 40? Are you certain the individuals you mentioned are students? The members of the royal fighting team, shocked and skeptical, questioned Ning Rongrong. They hailed from the Tiando Royal Academy, priding themselves on their genius status. Yet, there were individuals with even more extraordinary talents among them, students who had broken through to level 40. Having received substantial assistance from Yifeng, Ma Hongjun stepped forward, chuckling lightly. You need not doubt, Boss Yi and Xiao Wu are of similar age to me. Coincidentally, one of you possesses the 9 Hearts Haitang martial soul, while Boss Yi wields the 9 Hearts Xiantang. Moreover, you all share the surname Yi. 9 Hearts Xiantang? Yi Lingling of the royal fighting team paused, her expression turning serious as she approached Ma Hongjun, asking, Did you just say that the one with the 9 Hearts Xiantang martial soul also shares the surname Yi? Indeed. Where is he? Please take me to him. You wish to see our Boss Yi? Come on, you are no match for him. Boss Yi is the strongest among us. You certainly wouldn't last 10 seconds in his presence. You misunderstand. I wish to meet him, not to challenge him. He might be my relative, and this is of great importance to me. Yi Lingling gazed anxiously at Ma Hongjun. As a descendant of the third sect, she knew that the 9 Hearts Xianang was a variant of the 9 Hearts Haitang. Once the 9 Hearts Haitang mutated into the 9 Hearts Xiantang, its capabilities would no longer be limited to healing, but would diversify. To possess the 9 Hearts Xiantang, one must bear the bloodline of the 9 Hearts Haitang clan. Yi Lingling could surmise that the bossy mentioned by Ma Hongjun must be connected to the 9 Hearts Xiantang, very likely her long-lost cousin. All right, follow me. Ma Hongjun led Yi Lingling outside until they reached Yifeng and Xiao Wu. Pointing at Yifeng, he introduced, This is our boss Yi. Yi Lingling scrutinized Yifeng from head to toe, her gaze ultimately settling on the jade bracelet on his left wrist. Stuttering in shock, she exclaimed, You truly are my cousin? Cousin? Yifeng and Xiao Wu stared at Yi Lingling in astonishment. Xiao Wu was the first to react, glancing at Yi Lingling and asking, Fatty, who is this person, and why does she refer to my brother as cousin? She is from the royal fighting team. Ma Hongjun began, but then hesitated to recall Yi Lingling's name, prompting, You should explain yourself. Yi Lingling stepped forward, scrutinizing Yifeng. Although he did not possess Oscar's striking handsomeness, his appearance was still commendable. As she assessed him, her cheeks flushed, and she introduced herself. Hello, I am Yi Lingling, from the 9 Hearts Haitang family. The Phoenix jade bracelet you wear is a relic from my aunt. May I inquire about your relationship with the owner of this Phoenix bracelet? Your aunt? Are you saying my mother is your aunt? Yifeng looked at Yi Lingling in astonishment. So, you truly are my cousin. As Yi Lingling spoke, she raised her left hand to reveal the jade bracelet she wore. Identical bracelet. Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu gasped in unison. Yi Lingling explained earnestly, The Phoenix bracelet is a premium storage soul guide, possessing a considerable storage space and immense value. Only one pair exists on the entire continent, and it has always been held by my 9 Hearts Haitang family. When my aunt was born, my grandfather gifted one of the bracelets to her. When I was born, my father passed this bracelet to me. These 2 bracelets are a pair, and the golden patterns on them are not ordinary. They are crafted from a meteorite from beyond the heavens. When the 2 bracelets come together, they attract one another, requiring some force to separate them. After concluding her explanation, Yi Lingling extended her wrist toward Yifeng, her eyes fixed on the jade bracelet adorning his wrist. Yifeng understood her intent and gently brought his bracelet into contact with Yi Lingling's. As the 2 identical bracelets touched, a magnetic force emerged, binding them tightly together. Only with a bit of effort could they be separated. The bracelets are genuine. You truly are my cousin, Yi Lingling exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement as she gazed flirtatiously at Yi Feng. Cousin, Yi Lingling, overwhelmed with emotion, impulsively wished to embrace Yi Feng, but he took a step back, distancing himself from her. Cousin? Yi Lingling frowned slightly, sensing a coldness emanating from Yi Feng's gaze. How did my parents die? Yi Feng asked solemnly. You said my aunt and uncle are dead? Yi Lingling looked at Yi Feng in shock. Yi Feng took note of the changes in Yi Lingling's expression. It was evident that she was not feigning ignorance and truly did not know how his parents had met their demise. Nevertheless, he pressed on. You really don't know? Although Yi Feng's soul originated from the Huaxia dimension and had traversed into this body as an infant, he had long since bid farewell to all memories of his previous life. For as long as he could remember, he had believed himself to be an orphan. He never anticipated that he hailed from the Nine-Heart Begonia sect. Yi Feng was aware of a peculiar phenomenon within the sect. Only two individuals could simultaneously awaken the Nine-Heart Begonia martial soul, and the birth of a new disciple possessing this soul could only occur upon the death of one of its bearers. Throughout the history of the Nine-Heart Begonia sect, there have been numerous instances where individuals sought to possess the Nine-Heart Begonia martial soul, resorting to harm against fellow disciples. Now, with Yi Lingling revealing that his mother belonged to the Nine-Heart Begonia sect, Yi Feng had reason to suspect that someone was orchestrating events from the shadows, leading to his mother's death and facilitating the emergence of a new wielder of the Nine-Heart Begonia martial soul. Naturally, he hoped that his suspicions were unfounded, merely a figment of his imagination. From Yi Lingling's account, Yi Feng learned that his mother was named Yi Wan'er and his father was Yi Outyin. Notably, despite sharing the same surname, Yi Outyin was not a disciple of the Nine-Heart Begonia sect. He claimed to be an orphan without family or clan. Yi Lingling recounted that over a decade ago, Yi Outyin took Yi Wan'er on a trip, after which they never returned. The only information her father, Douluo Haitang, possessed was scant. He had scoured the continent, leveraging his connections, but found no trace of them. All he knew was that while Yi Feng's parents were traveling, they had encountered an old friend, after which they vanished without a trace. Are you saying that the last time anyone saw my parents, they were taken away by someone? Yi Feng, gazet intently at Yi Lingling. This was the only lead he had regarding the mysterious death of his parents. My father's information corroborates this. That person was cloaked in black, and the hotel owner could not discern their features. Based on my father's analysis, it seems to have been someone acquainted with my aunt and uncle. However, considering my aunt's martial soul is the Nine-Heart Begonia, a healing-type soul master with the rank of Soul Douluo, it is unlikely anyone would dare to target our family, not even the Spirit Hall, Yi Lingling recounted, imparting all the details she had. Brother, when do you plan to return with me to the Nine-Heart Begonia sect? If my father knew you were alive, he would be overjoyed, Yi Lingling inquired. Yi Feng regarded her with a contemplative expression. Until the truth was revealed, he needed to remain wary of every potential suspect. Responding to Yi Lingling's question, he replied, in due time, I will visit the Nine-Heart Begonia sect when I have the opportunity. Very well, Yi Lingling acknowledged his decision. Pausing, she glanced at the jade bracelet on her wrist, her cheeks flushing, withholding another matter concerning the bracelet and its dual owners. I lost the match tonight, and will return to the Heaven Do Royal Academy tomorrow. If you wish to find me, you may go there. At that moment, a girl with dark green hair and matching eyes approached Yi Feng, her gaze filled with uncertainty as she asked, Ning Rongrong calls you brother. You must be Yi Feng? Yi Feng smiled and nodded. I observed the battle earlier. Your martial soul is the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King. You must be the granddaughter of the old poison. Indeed, Yi Feng, it is truly you. At last we meet, Dugu Yin smiled. Yes, Yi Feng nodded. Brother, do you know each other? Ning Rongrong asked, unable to contain her curiosity. Yes, Yi Feng confirmed. His physique had endured the trials of the ice and fire yin-yang well. While refining his body alongside Zhao Wuji, he had intentionally left half of the octagonal ice grass and the fire apricot flower for Dugu Bo. Before departing, he had informed Dugu Bo that this method of body refinement was equally beneficial for him and his kin. During the earlier confrontation, Dugu Yin had displayed immunity to Ma Hongjuan's flames, suggesting that she had undergone the ice and fire body refinement, acquiring both fire and ice immunities. A young man stepped between Dugu Yin and Yi Feng, introducing himself with a smile. I am a soul master from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, the direct grandson of the current sect master. My name is Yu Qianheng. Yin Yin. Will you not introduce me to your friend? Yifeng furrowed his brow upon hearing the young man's introduction. He was clearly attempting to assert his status, laden with an air of intimidation. Meng Aran paid no heed to Yu Tianheng's demeanor, smiling as she introduced, "This is Yifeng, the direct disciple of the Soul Douluo. He knows my grandfather. I owe my ice and fire immunities to his assistance." "Oh, so you are the direct disciple of the Soul Douluo. My apologies," Yu Tianheng said, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he regarded Yifeng with newfound interest. Yifeng's initial impression of Yu Tianheng was less than favorable. He bid farewell to Du Guyan and Yi Lingling, departing the Grand Soul Arena with the Shrek's 7 monsters. After leaving the arena, Zhao Wu expressed her hunger and insisted on going for barbecue. Reluctantly, Yifeng allowed the others to return home first. By the time Yifeng and Zhao Wu finished their meal, night had fallen deeply, and the streets were nearly deserted. "Wow, this is delicious. I never imagined humans could create such exquisite cuisine. I now question whether what I previously consumed was fit for pigs," Zhao Wu exclaimed, patting her full belly, her light steps reflecting her satisfaction. "Zhao Wu, with such voracious eating, do you not worry about gaining weight?" Yifeng jested. "What, do you disapprove of my weight?" Zhao Wu placed her hands on her hips. Words spoken without malice can still carry weight, especially for women, who often harbor concerns about their appearance. This sentiment resonated even more when voiced by Yifeng, someone she held in high regard. "Even if I were to become as rotund as a pig, I would still be your kin." Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from the quiet passage ahead. Boom! Immediately, the sound echoed once more. Yifeng and Zhao Wu's expression shifted. He could distinctly sense the fluctuations of soul power. This was Soto City. How could there be soul masters battling in the dead of night? Yifeng and Zhao Wu exchanged glances, their eyes communicating a silent understanding. With a swift motion, they leapt towards the direction of the soul power disturbance. The site of the confrontation was not far from Yifeng, merely a street away. They perched upon the rooftop adjacent to the street, gazing down. Below, they could see 2 figures engaged in combat, a man and a woman. The man donned a spiked leather jacket and a hat, with 5 soul rings beneath his feet, colored white, yellow, purple, and purple. The woman, with a curvaceous figure, possessed 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple. The man's martial spirit was peculiar, resembling a device used by men to attract women. The woman appeared somewhat unusual, sporting a cat-like tail. The ghostly spirit cat? Could it be Zhu Zhuqing? Zhao Wu exclaimed. Yifeng's expression hardened. He was puzzled as to why Zhu Zhuqing was alone in Soto City, and even more so, why she was battling the notorious thief, Douluo. Douluo had attained the rank of Soul King, with a total soul ring age surpassing that of Zhu Zhuqing, having already activated his martial spirit. As a control-type soul master, sees an opportunity to bind Zhu Zhuqing with a sticky substance, rendering her immobile. "Wow, such a beautiful lady," Douluo leered, his eyes glinting with desire as he gazed at Zhu Zhuqing. "Let me go," Zhu Zhuqing shouted, struggling against her constraints, yet finding herself as immobile as if bound by ropes. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of you," Douluo replied with a sinister grin. "What are you planning to do?" She retorted. "What do you think?" He taunted. "I warn you, don't act recklessly. Rest assured, I won't be reckless. I will only make you feel as though you are floating in bliss, yet unable to escape. You shameless fiend. Oh, your face is turning red. Could it be that you're still a maiden? TSK, I never expected to stumble upon such a treasure tonight." Douluo continued to leer and rubbed his hands together, inching closer to Zhu Zhuqing. He reached her side and yanked at her clothing. The sound of fabric tearing pierced the silent night. Chapter 84. "Let go of that girl, let him go." Zhao Wu could no longer tolerate the scene and shouted vehemently, gracefully leaping down from the rooftop. "Oh, another lovely girl has arrived. TSK, my luck tonight is quite splendid," Douluo remarked, extending his hand and licking his lips, his gaze burning with intensity as he eyed Zhao Wu. "You're courting death." Yifeng landed immediately afterward, 5 soul rings appearing beneath his feet, 2 yellow and 2 black. With the illumination of his second soul ring, Yifeng unleashed his second soul skill, instantly encasing Douluo in ice. Boom! Just as Douluo broke free from the ice, Yifeng propelled himself forward like an arrow, landing before Douluo and delivering a powerful punch to his jaw. With a force of 1,600 kilograms, Yifeng sent Douluo flying 10 meters away. As Douluo attempted to rise and resist, Yifeng was already upon him. pressing a foot down on Bulu to keep him subdued. Dare to insult Zhu? You seek death. Yi Feng's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he summoned his first martial spirit, the Xianyuan sword. With a swift motion, he slashed, severing Bulu's throat. Blood gushed from the wound, and Bulu convulsed several times before finally lying still. The notorious thief of Soto City had met his end. After concluding his business with Bulu, Yi Feng approached Zhu. With Bulu's demise, the peculiar binding technique that had held Zhu vanished. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback. In the dim light, he noticed a substantial portion of Zhu clothing had been torn away, revealing her flawless figure. Zhu, noticing Yi Feng's gaze, felt puzzled by his expression. Lowering her head, she realized her exposed state and cried out in alarm, hastily attempting to cover herself. Her face flushed like a ripe peach, evoking a desire to take a bite. We should return, Yi Feng said, turning away from Zhu and heading towards Shrek Academy. Zhao Wu followed closely, retrieving a cloak from her storage soul guide to wrap around Zhu's form. Through their conversation, Yi Feng learned why Zhu had been alone in Soto City. While Yi Feng and Zhao Wu had gone out for barbecue, others had scattered. Ska had gone to buy a gift for Meng Iran. Ma Hongjun had sought out his girlfriend due to pin-up frustrations. Ning Rongrong, Yu Xiaojiang, and Tang San had returned to the academy to rest, and Dai Mubai had forcibly taken Zhu to a location. Dai Mubai had intended to resolve misunderstandings with Zhu, but their few exchanges had devolved into an argument, prompting Dai Mubai to leave in anger. Zhu, feeling disheartened, wandered alone by the river in Soto City. When she decided to leave for Shrek Academy, she encountered someone attempting to abduct a girl. Zhu did not stand idly by. She detained Bulu, rescuing the girl, but found herself outmatched, leading to the events Yi Feng had witnessed. Understanding dawned upon Yi Feng. He finally comprehended why Zhu had crossed paths with Bulu. Simultaneously, he sensed that his interventions were causing many events to deviate from the original storyline. In the original narrative, it was Ma Hongjun who sought to impress a girl by rescuing a maiden from Bulu, only to end up receiving a severe beating. Ultimately, Tang San, Zhao Wu, and others had come to Ma Hongjun's aid, avenging him. Now, due to Yi Feng's interference, the relationship between Dai Mubai and Zhu had soured, resulting in such a confrontation. As Yi Feng, Zhao Wu, and Zhu returned to Shrek Academy, they encountered Dai Mubai at the entrance, seemingly waiting for Zhu. Zhu, why are you with Yi Feng again? Dai Mubai questioned, irritation evident in his tone. What do you mean? Zhu retorted defiantly. Had she not encountered Yi Feng tonight, she would have lost her virtue. Yet, Dai Mubai had abandoned her, and upon her return, he confronted her with such hostility. How could Zhu endure this? In truth, Dai Mubai had intended to apologize and reconcile with Zhu, but upon seeing her with Yi Feng, his mood soured. Is my meaning not clear enough? Dai Mubai scolded. Dai Mubai, be more explicit, Zhu shot back, unwavering. Zhu, if you continue like this, perhaps we should part ways. Fine, let us part ways. I want to lament your absence. Then it's settled. From now on, we shall have nothing to do with each other. What will you say to His Majesty Xing Luo? What can I possibly say? We both know that our union was merely a means to an end, a way for certain individuals to grow stronger. As mere pawns, why should we provide an explanation? Very well, since you insist on ending our relationship, let it be so. Zhu had once hoped to intimidate Dai Mubai with the presence of Emperor Xinghua, yet she did not anticipate his dismissive demeanor. Exhausted, Zhu had traveled a great distance to the Shrek Academy in the Barak Kingdom, only to witness Dai Mubai's self-destructive behavior and his frivolous treatment of the twins. Now, Dai Mubai spoke to her with such indifference. Fine, he replied confidently, casting glances between Yi Feng and Zhu before letting out a grunt and turning to enter the academy. Coward, Zhu called after him, attempting to rouse Dai Mubai from his apathy. Dai Mubai, you are nothing but a coward. Ignoring her scorn, Dai Mubai continued on his path. Once she could no longer see him, Zhu crouched on the ground, hugging her knees and softly sobbing. Zhao Wu, with a look of sympathy, squatted beside Zhu, gently patting her back in a comforting gesture. At a loss for words, Zhao Wu glanced at Yi Feng, repeatedly signaling him to console Zhu. Ding dong, congratulations. You have altered the original storyline, resulting in the separation of Zhu and Dai Mubai through various actions. You have earned 46 distributable attribute points. Yifeng was genuinely taken aback. Dai Mubai's breakup with Zhu Zhuqing had unexpectedly yielded a reward. Accepting his fate, Yifeng agreed to become Xiao Wu's family, thereby preventing any further developments between Tang San and Xiao Wu. He acknowledged his role in persuading Ning Rongrong to dissuade Oscar from pursuing her, admitting to all these actions. However, he had not guided Zhu Zhuqing with the intention of causing her split with Dai Mubai. Yet, the reward had been bestowed upon him nonetheless, leaving Yifeng with an odd feeling. Chapter 85. A turn of events 20 miles outside of Tiando City. A range of undulating mountains could be seen. Atop one peak, rising 800 meters high, stood a cluster of brand new structures, all crafted from resilient granite. Thump, thump, thump. On that summit, workers could be seen laboring diligently. At the foot of the mountain stood 18 stone pillars, each 36 meters tall, connected by massive stone blocks, with the central stone block being the largest. Inscribed upon it were 5 grand characters, Shrek Academy. Beneath the stone, a bespectacled man warmly greeted several individuals clad in the uniforms of the Spirit Hall. Guardians, do come for tea when you have the time. As he spoke, he handed a large bag of gold soul coins to the leader of the Spirit Hall Soul Masters. What is this for? The leader inquired. For the rating of Shrek Academy. I apologize for any inconvenience. Consider this a gesture for your tea. Very well. We shall await news. The results will be available next year. Guardians, please think of another solution. A year is far too long. The bespectacled man retrieved another large bag of gold soul coins from his storage soul guide and offered it to the Spirit Hall Soul Master. All right, at most 7 or 8 months. The approval will certainly come through then. By that time, winter will have arrived. It will be quite inconvenient for the Guardians to make the trip. Upon saying this, the bespectacled man produced an even larger bag of gold soul coins to offer the Spirit Hall Soul Master. Indeed, it will be quite cold then. Leave the matter of Shrek Academy's rating to me. In 7 days, at most, I will ensure the rating certificate reaches Shrek Academy. Thank you, Guardians. Please take care. Flander watched as the Spirit Hall Soul Master departed, and once they were far away, he muttered under his breath, "Those old foxes are clearly after money. They have the appetite of lions, demanding 2,000 gold soul coins at once. If it weren't for the upcoming elite Soul Master competition across the continent, they wouldn't have gotten a single coin from me." Yu Xiaojiang placed a hand on Flander's shoulder, offering consolation. 2,000 gold soul coins is merely a small sum for us. Indeed, Flander nodded, feeling comforted by Yu Xiaojiang's words. He turned to gaze at the grand characters spelling out Shrek Academy, exclaiming joyfully, Who would have thought Shrek Academy would reach such heights today? Yifeng, you have done remarkably well. The credit for Shrek Academy's current success belongs to you. Yifeng had guided Flander, imparting the business wisdom of the 21st century. Initially, Flander had opened a supermarket in Soto City, the first of its kind in Douluo continent, which thrived immensely. Subsequently, Flander applied Yifeng's real estate model, using the supermarket as collateral to secure substantial financing. After acquiring a piece of inexpensive land, he swiftly constructed a shell of a building. When it opened, he sold all the units at a price 20% below market value. Of course, the land he purchased was located in a remote area of Soto City, making it improbable to sell all the units quickly, even at a discount. Flander's success stemmed from Yifeng's advice to hire promoters, not to genuinely sell houses, but to create a purchasing frenzy. Thanks to the psychology of the crowd, he sold all units within 3 days. Flander leveraged this building as collateral for further financing, and through his tireless efforts, his business flourished. Consequently, Shrek Academy was now able to purchase a mountain on the outskirts of Tiando City to establish a new campus. Yifeng dismissed Flander's praises, extending his hand to interrupt. Flattery 1T settle the debt. Want my payment for this month? You truly are a wily one. Flander remarked, flicking his fingers to send a black card soaring toward Yifeng. This is your earnings for the month. A total of 6,800 gold soul coins. Yifeng accepted the black card, unperturbed by the thought of being deceived, and stored it in the ring on his left hand's index finger. As for the jade bracelet left by his mother, Yifeng had already gifted it to Xiao Wu. 6,800 gold soul coins. 6,800 gold soul coins. 6,800 gold soul coins. Everyone present, save for Flander, gasped in astonishment, including Yu Xiaojiang, who hailed from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. After recovering from a shock, Ma Hongjun placed a hand on Yi Feng's shoulder, raising an eyebrow in jest. Do you need any maids? Even for warming your feet would suffice. Yi Feng rolled his eyes at Ma Hongjun. Spare me, fatty. If you warm my feet, one to your numerous girlfriends come after me? 6,800 gold soul coins. Ning Rongrong, born to the seven-treasure glazed tile sect and immensely wealthy, could not contain her surprise upon hearing Yi Feng's monthly earnings. Senior brother, is this truly just your payment for 1 month? Yi Feng nodded. Upon receiving confirmation, Ning Rongrong, still in disbelief, murmured, Senior brother, do you realize that while my seven-treasure glazed tile sect is immensely wealthy, your monthly earnings surpass our sect's net income for half a year? Yi Feng similed. Though joy resided within, it was not outwardly expressed. The realm of real estate in this world remains in its infancy. The business acumen of the 21st century pales in comparison to the adeptness of seasoned practitioners. The ventures of Flander and Yi Feng in real estate, supermarkets, express delivery, and other industries are merely at their inception. Once these enterprises truly proliferate across the Douluo continent, Yi Feng's monthly income will ascend to an astronomical figure beyond the imagination of the ordinary person. One afternoon, an unwelcome guest arrived at Shrek Academy. The Avalanche Prince of the Heaven Do Empire, accompanied by several individuals, entered the academy not for tea, but to provoke trouble. At that moment, he encountered Zhao Wuji, who did not hesitate to retaliate against him. As Avalanche departed, he left a threatening remark, vowing to return for vengeance. While Zhao Wuji and Yi Feng were engrossed in their romantic discourse atop the mountain, Oscar approached them in a state of distress, exclaiming that those whom Zhao Wuji had struck earlier had returned, now accompanied by soldiers, demanding her surrender. Soldiers? Yi Feng was taken aback. If his suspicions were correct, the visitors were likely the influential Prince Xuesheng of the Heaven Do Empire. To regain his honor, Avalanche must seek assistance from his uncle, Prince Xuesheng. With her hands on her hips, Zhao Wuji furiously declared, that fellow was disrespectful from the start, and he dares to come back with reinforcements. I want to see just how formidable they are. Brother, shall we go take a look? All right. Yi Feng nodded, contemplating whether Donggu Bo had arrived. If Donggu Bo were present and absent from the scene, Shrek Academy and Zhao Wuji could indeed face dire consequences. As Yi Feng and Zhao Wuji, accompanied by Ma Hongjun, approached the entrance of Shrek Academy, they were met by 2 rows of armored soldiers, numbering around 100. At the forefront stood a venerable elder with white hair, donned in fine garments that exuded an extraordinary presence. His mere presence imparted a subtle pressure upon the soul. Beside him was the bruised Avalanche Prince. Yi Feng had never encountered Prince Xuesheng, but it was evident that only he could inspire such allegiance in Avalanche. Donggu Bo was conspicuously absent, leaving Yi Feng puzzled. He recalled that it was Prince Xuesheng who had intervened when the Spirit Hall pursued Donggu Bo, allowing him to escape a grave fate. Since then, Donggu Bo had remained by the princess' side, becoming a distinguished guest of the Heaven Do Empire. Yi Feng, Zhao Wuji, you have arrived. This is... Flander began, but Yi Feng interrupted. I know, it is Prince Xuesheng. Oh, you recognize him? Flander inquired, surprised. Not really, Yi Feng replied, shaking his head. But who else in the Heaven Do Empire would dare commit such shameless acts, relying on the old to restore their lost dignity? Yi Feng's words were sharp and unrelenting. At that moment, the soldiers accompanying Prince Xuesheng leveled their spears towards Yi Feng. The prince observed him intently, then gestured for the soldiers to stand down. Noticing Yi Feng's unwavering demeanor, Prince Xuesheng silently acknowledged his remarkable composure. Where's Donggu Bo? Yi Feng inquired curiously. I heard that Prince Xuesheng has a title Douluo known as Poison by his side. Why is he absent? Uncle, she was the one who struck me. Avalanche pointed accusingly at Zhao Wuji. Fearless, Zhao Wuji stepped forward with a mocking gaze and asked, was that not enough? If so, I would not mind delivering another lesson. Upon hearing her words, Avalanche called out, Uncle, aren't you going to take my side? Prince Xuesheng's gaze bore into Zhao Wuji. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Wuji was shrouded in an air of melancholy that concealed her true identity. Do you understand whom you have struck? He is the prince of the Heaven Do Empire. And what of it? The law treats the prince and commoner alike. Is he not human? She retorted. Indeed, he is human, and his actions reflect upon the dignity of the royal family. You must accompany me for an explanation, Prince Xuesheng insisted. Not a chance, Yi Feng interjected, stepping protectively in front of Zhao Wuji. A glimmer of determination sparked in Prince Xuexing's eyes. If you wish to avoid punishment, then ensure that the talents nurtured by Shrek Academy are designated for the Heaven Do royal family. Impossible, Flander replied without hesitation. The financial struggles faced by Shrek Academy stem from their refusal to comply with the demands of the Balak royal family. They had declined to assist in cultivating talents for the Balak royal court, resulting in the nobility making life difficult for them. Now, having finally established a successful academy poised for recognition as a prestigious Soul Master Academy, Flander could not acquiesce to such unreasonable terms. Prince Xuexing and Avalanche shared a knowing smile, and Yi Feng sensed the undercurrents of provocation. He surmised that Avalanche's ostentatious demeanor was a fade, intended to challenge Shrek Academy and bring it under their control. Being a traveler, Yi Feng was acutely aware of the charade. Without hesitation, Prince Xuexing's tone turned icy. Then there is no other option. This girl has struck a royal of the Heaven Do Empire. She must come with me to provide an explanation to the royal family. Your Highness, are you truly so relentless? Flander's penetrating gaze locked onto Prince Xuexing, and with a thought, 7 soul rings appeared around him, signaling his refusal to submit. I have given you a choice. I do not wish for this confrontation. How you choose to proceed is entirely up to you, Prince Xuexing stated lightly. As 8 soul rings, colored 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, materialized around him. A Soul Douluo? Flander's expression shifted dramatically. He was merely a soul sage of over 70 levels, while Prince Xuexing exceeded 80. Flander had been curious about how the Night Emperor granted such authority to his younger brother, now realizing the prince's formidable power. Even if he is a Soul Douluo, he shall not take Zhao Wuji declared, summoning his own 7 soul rings, aligning himself resolutely with Flander against Prince Xuexing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It was not just Flander and Zhao Wuji. Tang San, Oscar, Zhu Qing, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong all summoned their respective martial spirits. 7 treasure glazed tile? Prince Xuexing's expression shifted in surprise as he noticed Ning Rongrong at the back of the crowd. It was only then that he realized she was present. Scanning the assembled Shrek faculty and students, he understood he was not here for a brawl, but rather to subdue Shrek Academy. Allow me to suggest this, Dean Flander. Since you are reluctant to make a choice, I shall present you with another option. I will refrain from utilizing my soul techniques and merely employ my soul power. If this young lady can withstand my presence for the duration of a stick of incense, I shall take my leave. If not, she will have to accompany me to face the sanctions of the Empire's laws. Chapter 87. Alas, the system is once again defiant. Zhao Wu, unwilling to cause trouble for Shrek Academy, stepped forward and disdainfully remarked, "Is it merely about enduring for a stick of incense in your presence? Very well. I shall accept your challenge." Hold on, Yi Feng interjected, positioning himself protectively behind Zhao Wu. With a scornful gaze directed at Prince Xuexing, he admonished, "It is unbecoming for a man to trouble a young girl. Allow me to take her place instead." Very well. Prince Xuexing scrutinized Yi Feng without hesitation, doubting whether he could endure even a stick of incense's worth of time. With a swift motion, Prince Xuexing flicked his wrist, sending a stick of incense soaring, which embedded itself into the stone slab. While the end of the incense was firmly entrenched, the stick itself remained unscathed, indicating the prince's formidable prowess. A low hum resonated as 8 soul rings materialized beneath the prince's feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black. Behind him, a phantom swan appeared, representing his martial soul. Extending his hand toward Yi Feng, the prince unleashed a torrent of soul power that enveloped Yi Feng like an ocean wave. Instantly, Yi Feng felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Level 55? Prince Xuexing was taken aback. Upon engaging with Yi Feng, he discovered Yi Feng's soul power had indeed reached level 55. The prince scrutinized Yi Feng once more. The boy appeared merely 13 or 14 years old. Yet he was already a soul king of level 55. The prince's astonishment deepened. He managed the Tiando Royal Academy and was aware of the academy's finest, Yu Qianheng, who had just barely surpassed level 40. Despite being several years older than Yi Feng, Yu Qianheng's cultivation paled in comparison. The prince continued to exert his soul power, intensifying the pressure on Yi Feng. However, he was once more astonished to find that, despite the immense force exerted upon him, Yi Feng had yet to summon his martial soul. Not only that, but there was not the slightest hint of pain upon his countenance. Meanwhile, Flander, Xiaojing, and Zhao Wuji regarded Yi Feng with unwavering confidence. Yi Feng's physical resilience was unparalleled. The external soul bone, DragonsPhoenix Ancient Wing, had elevated his physical strength to extraordinary levels. Prince Xuexing was taken aback, his mind racing with disbelief. How can his body be so resilient? This child hasn't even been compelled to summon his martial soul. For a low-ranking soul master to endure the direct pressure of a high-ranking soul master while maintaining 2/3 of their own level is already a rarity. To withstand an equal level of soul power is truly exceptional, but one must also summon their martial soul, especially if they are a B-soul master. With the soul power I am exerting, even a level 60 soul emperor would be compelled to unleash their martial soul. And yet this child remains so composed. He is so young. If he is allowed to grow, he will undoubtedly become a title de law. Was it a grave error to heed the instigation of Xue Bing and seek trouble today? Regardless, the deed is done. Thus, I shall proceed down this path to the bitter end. If the pressure of level 60 is ineffective, I shall elevate it to 61, 62, 63. Prince Xuexing relentlessly escalated his soul power, generating immense pressure upon Yi Feng. 68, 69, 70. As Prince Xuexing unleashed his level 70 soul power, countless petals danced around Yi Feng, dissipating the prince's pressure. To use such finesse, Prince Xuexing was momentarily stunned, astonished by Yi Feng's unexpected skill. The fourth soul ring, an ancient 10,000-year soul ring. Prince Xuexing gasped in surprise as Yi Feng activated his martial soul, 9-heart mystic lotus. 5 soul rings appeared beneath him, colored yellow, yellow, purple, black, and black from innermost to outermost. Prince Xuexing regarded Yi Feng in disbelief. The configuration of Yi Feng's fourth soul ring had surpassed the standard. Flander, ever vigilant to the proceedings between the prince and Yi Feng, interjected Prince Xuexing. Perhaps it is best to conclude this matter here. Continuing down this path may yield no benefit for you and could lead to considerable trouble. Prince Xuexing dismissed Flander's counsel. As a noble prince, his pride and dignity surged forth, and he fixed his gaze upon Yi Feng, declaring 2,000 pounds. But what if it were 10,000 or 100,000? 71, 72, 73. Prince Xuexing, undeterred by fate, continued to amplify his soul power output. A golden radiance appeared before Yi Feng. As it expanded, the area enveloped in golden light experienced a 30% reduction in Prince Xuexing's power, while Yi Feng's aura surged by 100%. A domain. Prince Xuexing gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "You possess a domain." His gaze towards Yi Feng was a mixture of shock and envy. Dual martial souls. Prince Xuexing quickly grasped the implication. Yi Feng possessed dual martial souls. Throughout history, only 2 dual martial souls had emerged in the realm of soul masters. One of them was the current pope of the martial soul hall, Bai Dong. However, what Prince Xuexing did not realize was that Yi Feng was not merely a dual martial soul wielder. He possessed 3 martial souls. Were it not for the fact that Yi Feng's hell, I bore no soul rings and lacked any offensive capability, the prince would have been left utterly speechless. "Your Highness, do you wish to continue?" Flander inquired with an air of pride. Prince Xuexing hesitated. He held only 82 levels of soul power and had already expended 73. Lacking complete confidence, he doubted whether Yi Feng could withstand his power for the duration of a stick of incense. After a moment's contemplation, the prince resolved to continue. 74, 75, 76. As Prince Xuexing's soul power reached 80 levels, a dazzling blend of purple and gold radiated from behind Yi Feng. The external soul bone, DragonsPhoenix Ancient Wing, burst forth. Soul bone, soul bone, soul bone. Prince Xuexing and several others present exclaimed in unison. As a wielder of dual martial souls with an extraordinary soul ring configuration, Yi Feng had already defied the odds. Now he had also acquired an external soul bone. With the emergence of Yi Feng's external soul bone, an aura of high-blooded lineage permeated the surroundings, causing the flow of soul power within Prince Xuexing, who possessed a swan beast martial soul, to slow. "Continue if you dare," Yi Feng taunted, emboldened. "Enough." Prince Xuexing let out a sigh. His strength had been repeatedly suppressed and diminished by Yi Feng's sword emperor domain and the external spirit bone. the DragonsPhoenix Ancient Wing. Realizing he could not contend with Yifeng within the span of an incense stick. With a resigned gaze at Xuebeng, he called out, "Let us consider this matter settled for today. Xuebeng, let us depart." Ding dong. The system detected that the host had been unjustly bullied by Prince Xuesheng. As the host of the system, it expressed its discontent. Was he not merely an 82nd level Soul Douluo? The system granted the host an extreme Douluo experience card. Chapter 88. Battle Maniac, Swordpath Dustheart Extreme Douluo Experience Card. A time-limited item that grants one the soul power of a 99-level Extreme Douluo for half an hour. Upon seeing Prince Xuesheng's intent to leave, Yifeng, hearing the system's voice, began to tremble, his voice hoarse as he shouted, "Stop." Prince Xuesheng turned, his eyes exuding an aura of authority, and inquired, "Do you have something to say?" Of course, Yifeng's voice transformed, rasping like that of an aged man. "You have bullied others. Do you think you can simply walk away? There is no such thing in this world." At the same time, Zhao Wuji was taken aback, murmuring, This voice. Flinder, unable to grasp the meaning behind Zhao Wuji's words, glanced at him, noticing the astonishment in his eyes, and asked with concern, "Wuji, what is wrong?" Zhao Wuji met Flinder's gaze, paused, and replied, "Nothing. Dean, something interesting is about to unfold." "Interesting? What kind of interesting?" "Just watch." "You're being awfully mysterious," Flinder remarked, unable to extract further information from Zhao Wuji, whose attention was now drawn to Yifeng. His instincts told him that the spectacle Zhao Wuji referred to was related to Yifeng's sudden alteration in voice. Meanwhile, Tang San was also astonished, murmuring, "Could it be that he is about to make an appearance again?" He suddenly recalled his own entrance in a Shrek Academy. At that time, Zhao Wuji had sought to bully Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Yifeng, proposing that they would stand his assault for the duration of an incense stick. In the end, Yifeng had single-handedly challenged Zhao Wuji, causing him to spit blood. Afterward, Tang San and Zhao Wuji questioned Yifeng, bewildered as to how he, with merely over 40 levels of soul power, could suddenly manifest overwhelming combat prowess to defeat Zhao Wuji. Yifeng had replied, "I do not know." Tang San speculated that Yifeng harbored the soul of a powerful elder within him, which was why he could suddenly exhibit such extraordinary strength. Tang San gazed at Yifeng, realizing that he was once again losing his composure. However, this time, Yifeng's outburst was mild, merely trembling as if possessed. Prince Xuesheng furrowed his brow and cast a sidelong glance at Yifeng, asking, "What do you intend to do?" "Simple," Yifeng replied, continuing his self-directed performance for clarity. "You allowed this lad to withstand your power for an incense stick. I shall allow you to endure mine for the same duration. If you can withstand it, then we shall consider it settled." "Are you jesting?" Without waiting for a response, Xuebeng interjected, tauntingly, "What level of soul power do you possess that you dare speak to my uncle this way? Do you truly believe a low-level soul master can pressure a high-level one?" With a swift motion, Yifeng unleashed his soul power, striking Xuebeng across the face and sending him sprawling. "You!" Xuebeng glared furiously at Yifeng, getting to his feet and intending to retaliate, but Prince Xuesheng restrained him with a hand. "Very well." A mocking smile crept across Prince Xuesheng's lips. Though he found Yifeng's words peculiar, he harbored no doubts. Standing with arms crossed, he scoffed, "Do not speak of an incense stick. Even a full day would pose no issue. You may proceed." Buzz. Yifeng indeed took action. He extended his hand, an immense wave of soul power enveloping his form. With a mere thought, his soul power transformed into a mountain, descending upon Prince Xuesheng. 80. Prince Xuesheng exclaimed, astonished to discover that Yifeng's soul power had reached the level of 80. His expression shifted drastically as he was compelled to summon his swan martial soul once more. 81, 82, 83. Yifeng's soul power surged relentlessly. With no other choice, Prince Xuesheng activated his martial soul's true form, bracing against the onslaught of Yifeng's soul power. 88, 89, 90. As Yifeng's soul power climbed to 90, Prince Xuesheng, drenched in sweat, was forced to employ the techniques from his spirit bones. A golden barrier materialized around him. Prince Xuesheng hailed from the Heavendo Empire and, as a royal, possessed 3 spirit bones. 91, 92, 93. Boom! When Yifeng's soul power reached 93, the defensive barrier formed by Prince Xuesheng's spirit bone shattered. Without the protection of the barrier, The overwhelming pressure from Yi Feng's soul power bore down upon him, causing his complexion to pale as he was forced to the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood. Only then did Yi Feng retract his soul power, commanding, "Get lost." After all, Prince Xuexing was a royal of the Heaven Do Empire. Injuring him and killing him were two distinct matters. Yi Feng's punishment was a response to Prince Xuexing's intentions toward Zhao Wu. With Prince Xuexing defeated, Xuebing rushed forward to assist him. Observing the prince's pale visage and the hand pressed against his chest, the curious Xuebing reached out, touching Prince Xuexing's chest, exclaiming, "12 ribs are broken." What? Flinders stared at Yi Feng in shock. The human body consists of 24 ribs. Just a slight exertion from Yi Feng had resulted in the fracturing of half of Xuebing's ribs. Such a grave injury would require an extended period of recovery. As night fell, an elderly man with snow-white hair arrived at the gates of the royal palace. He kicked the door open, startling the palace guards. The guards, armed with spears, immediately advanced to subdue the intruder. With a mere flick of his finger, the elder unleashed a torrent of silver soul power, incapacitating all guards who attempted to attack him. A Soul Douluo. The commotion drew an increasing number of guards who, in terror, realized that the intruder was a Soul Douluo of over 90 levels. Sword Path Dust Heart. Before long, Prince Xuexing arrived at the scene, staring in shock at the elder, whose martial soul was the 7-kill sword. This elder was none other than the guardian Douluo of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Sword Path Dust Heart. As a prince, Xuexing understood the gravity of the situation and, though he did not perform a formal greeting, he spoke with utmost respect, asking, "Your Excellency, what has caused you such ire? Tell me, and I shall personally bring the culprit before you. Aside from you, who else?" The voice of Sword Path Dust Heart resonated in Prince Xuexing's ears, capable of cleaving through one's soul. May your studies bear fruit, and may you prosper in the year of the tiger. Chapter 89. Xuexing. How Prince Xuexing felt a chill in his heart. Although his political stance differed from Ning Fengji's, their relationship had not soured. As an 82nd level Soul Douluo, he had no intention of offending the 96th level title Douluo, Jian Dao Qinshin. In confusion, he inquired, "Your Highness, may I ask when I have angered you? Even in death, I deserve an explanation." During the day, he had taken pleasure in bullying the young, had he not? "Your Highness, I have already become this way. He is he, and I am I. How dare you bully the direct disciple of Jian Dao Qinshin? If you find life too comfortable, I shall assist you." Upon finishing his words, Jian Dao Qinshin extended his hand, and a fierce, domineering soul power enveloped Prince Xuexing, causing his complexion to pale. Jian Dao Qinshin's soul power exerted direct pressure, exacerbating Prince Xuexing's injuries, leading him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. The immense pressure forced Prince Xuexing to the ground, and the faint sound of bones cracking echoed. All 12 of Prince Xuexing's bones were shattered under Jian Dao Qinshin's might. Jian Dao Qinshin withdrew his soul power. Observing the prince, who was seething with unspoken anger, he summoned his martial spirit, the 7-killing sword, and casually executed a slash. The union of man and sword unleashed a terrifying blade of light, leveling a significant portion of the prince's estate. Yet, even in such a dire situation, Prince Xuexing dared not call for help, fearing further wrath from the battle-maddened Jian Dao Qinshin. "This is the first and the last time. Should there be a next time, I shall not show mercy." With that, Jian Dao Qinshin soared away on his sword, departing from the prince's residence. Once Jian Dao Qinshin was out of sight, the steward and guards of the prince cautiously approached, attempting to assist him. However, their touch aggravated his injuries, eliciting continuous cries of pain. "Ah, it hurts. My lord, the Sword Douluo is too tyrannical. Should I go to the palace tonight to see his majesty? Do you think my royal brother will aid me, or will he support him? My lord, you are the emperor's own brother. He is Jian Dao Qinshin, the illustrious title Douluo. I am well aware of my royal brother's character and methods. Even if Jian Dao Qinshin were to take his empress, he would not consider it a matter. Today's events were my folly. I had no idea that the youth was Jian Dao Qinshin's direct disciple. I have indeed kicked a metal plate today." The following day, Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, learned of Jian Dao Qinshin's disturbance at the prince's residence and sought him out. "Uncle Jian, did you visit the prince's residence last night?" Ning Fengji asked. Jian Dao Qinshin grunted in acknowledgement. "Do you think I should not have?" Ning Fengji offered his characteristic smile, his tone unperturbed. Uncle Jun, Yuyist. The prince brought this upon himself with his arrogance. Moreover, he bullied Yifeng. Jiandao Chunxin slightly nodded, satisfied with Ning Fengji's attitude and response. In truth, as long as Jiandao Chunxin did not harm the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Ning Fengji considered it inconsequential. He understood that the seven-treasure glazed tile school could not exist without a guardian Douluo. Currently, the guardians were Jiandao Chunxin and Gu Rong, the Bone Douluo. But what of a century hence? After a century, who would protect the seven-treasure glazed tile school? Though renowned as the foremost auxiliary martial soul, the seven-treasure glazed tile school bore a fatal flaw. Soul masters possessing the seven-treasure glazed tower martial soul could only attain a maximum level of 80 and could not acquire another soul ring to transcend into a Soul Douluo. Thus, despite its immense wealth attracting envy, the school could not afford to be without a guardian Douluo in a century. Ning Fengji felt deeply relieved. Fortunately, Jiandao Chunxin had a disciple, Yifeng, whose unparalleled talent marked him as the greatest soul master in a millennium. Ning Fengji held great expectations for Yifeng, envisioning him as the future guardian Douluo of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Therefore, whether Jiandao Chunxin had attacked Prince Xuexing or Yifeng had injured him, it mattered little to Ning Fengji. Master. At that moment, Xuexing, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, entered the room and respectfully bowed to Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji nodded slightly and turned to Jiandao Chunxin, saying, Uncle Jian, the crown prince wishes to visit Shrek Academy. I wonder if you would be interested in accompanying us. It has been months since I saw that fellow Yifeng. It is time I paid him a visit. Jiandao Chunxin replied, then grew serious, asking, Fengji, how have you progressed with the matter I entrusted to you? Uncle Jian, to date, I have located 3 suitable soul beasts, Ning Fengji replied. And the soul beasts? Jiandao Chunxin inquired with concern. They are currently being captured and will soon be transported to our Tiando city. Good. Jiandao Chunxin's lips curled into a smile, his mood lifted. Listening to the conversation between Jiandao Chunxin and Ning Fengji, Xuexing curiously asked, Master, your highness, what are you two discussing? A secret, Ning Fengji replied with a knowing smile. Shrek Academy lay merely a few dozen kilometers from Tiando city. Before long, Ning Fengji, Jiandao Chunxin, and Xuexing arrived at the bustling construction site of Shrek Academy. Upon their arrival, they found Yu Shaojiang engaged in conversation with Yifeng. Yifeng, this won't do. Your levels are sufficient, and your combat experience is ample, but you lack a certain fierceness, Yu Shaojiang remarked. Are you suggesting that the soldiers should possess a certain ferocity? Indeed. Do not rush. I have a plan. Once the person I am waiting for arrives, training will commence. Since arriving at Shrek Academy, Yu Shaojiang had refrained from intervening in the training of the Shrek's 7 monsters, as he found himself unable to contribute meaningfully. The path he had envisioned had been traversed by Yifeng in advance, leading him to question his own relevance. Which of you is the direct disciple of Jiandao Chunxin? Yifeng? A kind voice interrupted, drawing everyone's attention. Aside from Jiandao Chunxin and Ning Fengji, a stranger had also arrived at Shrek Academy. The newcomer appeared to be in his 20s, with skin as pale as snow, a straight nose, and slightly slender phoenix eyes, exuding an extraordinary beauty. Had this individual been a woman, she would have been breathtakingly beautiful. Alas, he was a man, an exceptionally handsome one.